welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the CONUS 2025 Championships. I'm Enigma, and alongside me to cover all the different storylines that we are going to have, we've got Infinity, and we've got a very sunny-looking Seymour. Gentlemen, you are here alongside me for day 1. How are you feeling ahead of day 2? And Seymour, considering you're bringing the shades, you're trying to aura farm over there, I'm going to let you take it away.
I'm feeling great. You know, it's day 2. Nothing is better than some CONUS action. I went out last night. I bought this just so I can get in the mood a little bit more. And I'm feeling good today. I can't argue with this.
I mean, looking good as well, my friend. You did say to bring a bit of a beachy outfit, and I'll be honest with you, I've got like a light flowing shirt like that. I might bring some shades in later when you and me are duoing up. But speaking of duos, on the other side, on my right-hand side on the screen, it is Infinity. My friend, how are you feeling ahead of day 2, considering what we saw in day 1?
Yeah, I feel like I've got to start to bring some flowery stuff to the broadcast over the next few days or something. Like, I don't know, dude. So just like something beachy. I might actually turn up in a mankini or something on like day 4. Just surprise you guys out of nowhere. Not tell you, not even show you. Just gonna come out on the broadcast with it. I promise I won't do that. Yeah, feeling pretty good. Yesterday was a ton of fun. Absolutely love casting these kind of tournaments, and I'm expecting the same kind of competitive action going today. Even more so as we get deeper into the respective regional brackets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, you touched on it there, my friend, although we're going to have a conversation about that whole mankini thing off stream. But yeah, let's get into the tournament then overall and what it is that we've been covering. So day 1, of course, that was covering some of the Eastern and Western brackets. And we're heading into day 2 then, and this will decide the Eastern and Western brackets. This is where we solidify all of those seeds that will come on forward. And initially, let's take a look at the Eastern bracket here and show everybody, in case you're just tuning in, what you missed or already is what's coming on up. Seymour, my friend, you're gonna talk to me a little bit here about this Eastern bracket that I'm not sure if I've done this correctly, but there should well be a bracket coming up on screen, I believe. So bracket does indeed come on up. I didn't want to leave you out there hung out to dry, my friend, and it is indeed going to be that Eastern bracket coming up here. So we did see yesterday that it was Eglin 3-0 Robin's Air Force Base, Langley beating out Offit. Then in the lower portion, Offit also beat out Joint Base Charleston, and Robbins then 3-2ing Dover to set up our top 4 here in Eastern. My friend, you're obviously covering over a lot of this alongside me, alongside Brody. Any big games, any storylines coming into today?
I mean, obviously, we got to talk about the Dover-Robin game going a little bit the distance to that game 5. It was fun to watch, very exciting, but there's a lot of work, in my opinion, that needs to be done here in the Eastern bracket. It has just been, I'd say, a ride where we're seeing a lot of pop-offs from the top carriers just working through these matches, dropping tons of numbers, but fundamentally, it's been a little lackluster for these teams, and it has to be a little bit worried, Andy, because going into the major tournament that we do have here for CONUS Esports, when both East and West come together, it looks like the West are a little ahead in terms of the skill, and I think that this is something that the East, hopefully overnight, has gone through their games, watched over their VOD, made these changes, and adapted. Because I'm going to be watching these guys like a hawk today and making sure that everything is sound in terms of fundamental rotations, in terms of picking up their lanes for the hard points, and in control, just not throwing away those easy leads that they have in terms of lives.
Yeah, I mean, you bring it up a few points there that are important. This, of course, we are looking at a couple of these teams right now separated in their Eastern and Western brackets. But we've got to pay attention to the fact that all of these teams are playing for seeding right now for CONUS that we will talk about in a minute. And right now, you know, it's what you're saying here about these Eastern teams. Are there things that could be improved? I agree with you. I think there are a couple of things that we're looking to see step on up. But it is a long tournament, plenty of opportunity to sit, get in the VOD review, get in that work, and step on up. But, I mean, Brody, Seymour here is saying that he's a little bit concerned about the Eastern side of the bracket. And as we pull up the Western side of the bracket here, again, recapping a little bit of what happened yesterday with us seeing Malmstrom be beaten out by Cannon 3-1, Nellis seeing off Buckley 3-0, and then the lower portion of the bracket, Peterson seeing off Buckley 3-0, and Malmstrom also seeing off Shriver. Do you agree with the, assertion there that there's maybe a little bit of more work needing to be done over on the East? Are you feeling comfortable in the West, or what's your stories coming into today?
Yeah, honestly, I think the Western side does look super scary. I think especially you look at kind of this Buckley roster, they were the biggest storyline coming out of day number 1, at least for me, where it's like a roster that coming in, maybe everyone had said they should be looking at back-to-back CONUS championships. Well, they get DFR'd, and not just DFR'd, double 3-0'd in their first matches of the tournament. That is a huge statement to both Nellis and for Peterson, both of those teams to win those respective matchups. Speaking of Nellis, they looked so impressive in their first matchup yesterday versus Buckley. Not just a 3-0, but an impressive 3-0 at that. Everybody on that roster looks great, and I can't wait to see more of them in the tournament. And then if you're going to talk about kind of another Titanic team in this side of the competition, for me, it's got to be Malmstrom. We got a chance to cast them yesterday, and that is yet another roster that looked so calm. In the lower bracket, they eliminated Charleston with relative ease. Maybe the Search and Destroy, they gave a few rounds away, but outside of that and the hard point and the control, it looked business as usual. So excited to see a few of those teams in the Western bracket today, but no Buckley in the competition anymore. Anything could happen.
I mean, Seymour, you seem to have a bit of an interject there. Is there an asterisk that's potentially being put up here?
Like, we have to go into that Buckley storyline with a little bit of, like, a tempered idea, because it's not the roster they were intending to come to CONUS Esports with. You know, you have a couple substitutes. It's not the same team that won last year. So, albeit it's reigning champions coming in terms of Hale being the MVP. But this guy was making plays with no help yesterday, and you know, Dante was doing his best, but we were watching the S&D and he'd be trying to move through Hacienda, go through the middle of the map, and by the time he was in a place to flank, he'd be in a 1 versus 4, and it's just it really seems like that team, albeit reigning champions, they've been dethroned.
I mean, yes, it certainly seems like a dethroning right now. As you guys have said, there was 2 3-0s, very difficult circumstances. Whether or not we have that asterisk there or not, I'll let you guys agree to disagree on that for now. We can decide all of that later, because there's several other things that we've got to settle before we get to that point. But of course, that is that we are seeding through the rest of today. We'll set up our final seeds into CONUS. Now, this, of course, then is the big opportunity for these players who are playing out of the Patrick Space Force base, and they've got an opportunity to get themselves into Worlds. Now, the seeds from these 2 days will line them up 1 through to 12, and it's playing then for top 6 to join the 3 teams from PACAF in Masawa, Hickam, and Anderson, the 3 teams from USAFE in Lakenheath, Ramstein, and Spangdahlem. Again, I'm trying my best with pronunciations. Wasn't there for USAFE, so please do let me know if I've absolutely cooked that. But CONUS, gentlemen, we've known about this for a while. This tournament was indeed knocked back from April to now. Plenty of time then for these teams to prepare. This is a massive event on the calendar, all playing on the Patrick Space Force base. I've got to say, we've grown up in an era of evolving esports. The setup there looking absolutely fantastic. Love that the gentlemen are there, but you know, if you're there under the stage, the bright lights, are you feeling that pressure as you walk into the second day to decide top seeds?
No way. No pressure whatsoever, mate. Absolutely none. Well, I mean, you're asking if it's me. You know, if I'm turning up with a controller in my hand, I'm destroying the competition. No. I mean, like, I feel there's an element of confidence for all of these guys, right? You know, we talked about it yesterday. You know, being in that setting, being in the passion pit, as it were, it's always a fun experience, right?
Yeah.
Just being in a setting that you don't get to be in anywhere else, it just adds so much of a competitive spirit to every single game that you play. So yeah, I actually think it's going to be providing a boost to these guys.
I think that it's one thing in saying that, like, yes, there is going to be a little bit of pressure. The nerves are going to be high for a lot of these players, as we mentioned yesterday. It's some of their first time playing competitive Call of Duty, and you put them in a LAN setting, and like, it's a lot of firsts. Which, you know, day 1, the nerves are probably high. Day 2, that pressure might be there, especially if you underperform that day 1, to try to fix that and then come into day 2 with a heavy hand. And I'm looking at these players going into today, and if it was a tough day 1, you just got to wipe your slate clean. Come in, maybe have a good breakfast and maybe a good sleep. And the pressure might be there, the stress, the nerves might be high, but at the end of the day, you look to your left, you look to your right, you got your buddies there. And I think that that's something that a lot of teams can look towards to kind of relieve that stress and those nerves, is that at the end of the day for CONUS, and what makes AFG so great is that it is your buddies playing beside you, it's your buddies playing across from you, and albeit the competition is there, you can take some stress off of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, nothing better than LAN. Of course, we are mostly online in the games that we play, but that opportunity to come together as a community, mix all your different cultures together, nothing better than that. And getting to this point is a prize all by itself. But that's not the only prizing that's going to be available to those who do get on through CONUS. We'll be handing out to the top 3 championship medals. But first place, of course, walking home with that championship trophy that everybody here is going to want to etch their names onto. But a reminder, the top 6 teams will qualify for the first ever, the inaugural AFG World Esports Championship. And gentlemen, we had the pleasure of casting off a PACAF together. Yusefi no doubt bringing the heat as well. I know that we've all got our eyes looking on forward. And Seymour, you've been around this whole space for a hot minute now. Worlds coming on through. That's got to be an incredible moment for you to see personally. I mean, a man who lives and breathes the competition here amongst the armed forces that are taking part, Air Force bases, Space Force bases. But
this is my trophy from the predictions of PACAF. That's what I'm gonna say.
It is? Did you win that?
Did you win?
I'm fairly
I don't think
certain
you won
I
that.
did.
I remember you being
I don't
terrible.
think you did.
I know Brody lost. That's all I know.
I think you might have paid somebody off, I'll be honest.
I'm gonna happily agree that Brody lost, but I'm not agreeing that you won. So I'm gonna put myself right in that position. But yeah, Seymour, got to be incredible seeing all of this evolve into where it has now of our first World's Championship coming on through. But before we get there, before we get to CONUS, there's a couple of things to settle. We've spoken about seeding, and what we need to do then is give you guys a schedule of exactly how we're going to get to settling all of that. And so for today, across June 11th, we're going to start off with Eglin Air Force Base against joint-based Langley Eustis. Now, these two teams are coming in, of course, from East. This is from West, winners 3. And then we're going to also, at the same time, have Cannon Air Force Base against Nellis Air Force Base off-stream. That is the Western winners bracket 3. And head on down from there with Offit and Robbins and Peterson and Malmstrom. Peterson and Malmstrom being on-stream as well for the West lower 3, and before we then decide games through the rest of the day. And I gotta hand it on over. I mean, Seymour, Brody, I'll start with you, Seymour. Give me a game that you're really looking forward to today out of the 4 that we've got available.
I think that and Brody can agree with me that both Western games that we have are going to be bangers, but I'm looking at this winners final for the East to really dictate what they can bring. And if there's a team that can combat these powerhouses that we've been seeing from the Western bracket, I think that both, Langley has cruised through their side, Eglin cruised through their game, now going head to head against each other. This is a big one to show who's the big dog from the East. And I want to know if they got what it takes.
Well,
yeah.
Do they? It's going to be, I mean, Brody, I'll let you add on to that. Is there anything that you think that, in this whole Eastern-Western conversation?
Just very quickly then, if there is going to be a team, I think it's probably going to be Eglin or Langley. I know that's a pretty obvious point to make considering they're in the upper bracket final of the Eastern side, but yeah, those two teams, if anybody's going to be from the East to challenge anybody from the West, it's going to be one of those guys.
Well, the conversation coming into today then, are the Western teams supposed to be standing atop the podium come the end of everything, or is the contender coming out of the East? Well, to find out if that is going to happen, we've got Eglin, we've got Langley, and well, I'm going to be stepping aside for this one. I'm going to sit on the side, get myself a glass of water, tune in to two fantastic, talented gentlemen as they take it away. Seymour, Brody, have yourself a series.
Thank you, Andy. Brody, I think it's time to get to business now when it comes to these games, because so far I think that this Eglin team is the only team that we've seen on stream out of these two. Langley has been a surprise, going through. They 3-0 their initial game versus Offit. We didn't get to see them on stream yet. This is one where I think we look at Langley as the test for Eglin on if that 3-0 was the real deal for them. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a test for both of these rosters, right? You talk about Langley. We've kind of been hinted at that this team is potential favorites to win the entire tournament. That's inside baseball for you folks at home. And, is that going to be the case, right? Their kind of first real test is going to be Eglin. You've already taken out, I think it was Charles, or Offit, yesterday. And that in itself was a pretty big victory for them, although we didn't actually get to see it. So, excited to see what Langley Eustace are actually capable of as we get into the first match of the day. That being said, I think Eglin are going to be a tough nut to crack, right? We saw Eglin yesterday. I think they were the first team that we got to see on the day. And they look phenomenal. I think we were coming in having the conversation about Charms being like the guy that we should be watching out for. And it turned out that roster had a lot more tricks up its sleeve than just Charms. Everybody looks so solid. And so I honestly do think this is going to be a great match between these two teams. I think both are capable of some serious damage.
Yeah, I think, you look at both these rosters. For Eglin, it's Floki, Charms, Shaky, F2, and Trip and Burrito, Langley. We haven't seen them just yet, but Langley Eustace with Wolf, Reaper, Tantalize, Da Vinci. This team coming together, yet to be on stream. I'm sure they're going to be stoked to have that opportunity to showcase, what that 3-0 was against Offit just yesterday in their regional bracket for the East. But when we talk deeper about this Eglin team, you're right to look towards Charms to kind of be the light to guide the way for these players. But I do have to say, Brody, I was really impressed with just the overall skill level and consistency across the entire team. I mean, even when Charms wasn't being that guy, you then had times where Floki or Trip and Burrito really stepped up to the occasion.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%, right? First of all, gotta give a shout out to Trip and Burrito, because I gotta know, what the whole thought process is behind that gamer tag. Whether it was, one of those old Xbox Live gamer tags, back in the day, you'd get, I don't know, Sharp Drumstick or something like that. Like 007 is your first ever. I don't know. I want to know the origin of Trip and Burrito. I want to see the origin story. But yeah, both them and Floki and even Shaky in moments as well all had an incredible series to kick off the day yesterday versus Robins, to the point where I think it just made such a solid first impression for this squad. I mentioned this time and time again, where it's just one of those cases where it's like, if you're a team that doesn't have any weak links in it, where everybody is pretty much performing at a top level all the time, that is the kind of roster in a tournament like this that can come out on top. And given the fact that we've been suggested to again that Lange uses this really powerful squad, you have to have that. These guys, again, only from the match we saw, maybe it was a mismatch, maybe they were just well above Robin's skill level. We don't know, but what we do know is what we've seen from Eglin, at least on paper, shows they are capable of matching whatever Langley are going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and for this Langley team, it's a different story because we haven't yet seen them. It's just the question on, what makes this team tick. Langley Eustace, a squad that's filled with two major LAN winners in terms of Wolf and Tantalize. Tantalize back in MW2, walked away with a Daft Gaming League win, and then Wolf, who's been regarded as the young superstar for this team that makes up this powerhouse roster. And after kind of being notably named that powerhouse, Brody, I think that I'm looking at Wolf to kind of be him for this series and go head-to-head against Charms to shut down that superstar presence on the opposite end.
Yeah, I hope Tantalize opens his eyes for this matchup, mate. That's all I'm going to say. Tantalize is another one of those players that I think has been kind of suggested to me that he's a solid player. I think both him and Wolf have had wins on LAN. Wolf, you mentioned him, right, being, I'm going to get the pronunciation, I think it's DAFGL, Dafgirl. I don't know. Someone can tell me the exact pronunciation in Twitch chat as to how you're supposed to pronounce that. But a Spring 2025 champion for Wolf, right? A top tier mechanical skilled player, excuse me. Those are the kind of things you talk about going into the match saying, look, this is the guy that we're going to be watching out for. You do have situations. I think it was Zeus yesterday on a roster that was coming out and basically solo carrying a team. This might all be one of those situations where a player like Wolf can come out here and single-handedly bring his team through all of these games. Hopefully he doesn't have to do that, but I also kind of hope he's this absolute demon that he's been suggested to be.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not like Zeus too, because fortunately for Zeus, it was a really tough one. And we were kind of talking about that whole thing yesterday about how it's nice to have those players who are really good and have those games where they just look unstoppable, but at the same time, you want to make sure that the whole team is there providing that support. And I think that in terms of looking towards CONUS and trying to qualify for Worlds, you're going to have to be a team that's the full package and not just players who are going to look to carry it. But for this game in general, Brody, we got our maps locked in for the best of 5, so we can talk over where we're going to be headed to the placement, the settings of this battle. And we get a double dose of red card off the gate, red card, hardpoint, and search and destroy. We go into back-to-back haciendas after that, and if needed, the rewind map 5 at the end, which I've been loving the addition to rewind so far and the fact that teams are starting to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw a couple of these maps in the first 3 maps between Eglin and Robin yesterday. We saw a Hacienda control that Eglin were able to take away 3-0. And then that rewind search and destroy, just 1 round of search and destroy was given away to Robins. And Eglin just looks so good. It's so aggressive off the start of the rounds. And I don't think Robins ever really had much of a response. I think they did make some adaptations, but they never fully followed through with them. They were never able to win enough gunfight. So if we do need to go to the distance in this best of 5, I do feel pretty confident in what Eglin are going to bring to the table. But again, it is just that question mark of Langley Eustace, right? I mean, what maps are they good at? I think hopefully for Eglin's sake, it's none of these.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of red card yesterday. It was a lot to be desired when it was being played. I'm pretty sure that was earlier on in the matchup that Enigma and I may have casted versus Nellis and Buckley. Or no, that was you and I that casted the red card. And
red card hardpoint was, yeah.
And it was Nellis who just came out. They had the rotations. They were making sure that they were picking up, especially over towards P2s, those higher angles towards the windows and the stage, and really utilizing the outside of the map to just have a different dynamic over that Buckley team. And I think, for both of these two teams, getting that red card hardpoint right off the bat, it's going to be pretty telling in how well you are as a team at making sure that you're rotating at the proper times and picking up those proper lanes, because red card is a map where players can get lost and can make those big time plays to hit flanks or to rotate early and hide away for those money hills. And if you're not a team that's prioritizing that, I feel like this season especially, we've seen a lot of good teams break under the pressure of a red card.
Yeah, red card can be a difficult map to put together. Hardpoint can be a difficult game mode to put together as well if you don't know how to play it properly. And if you're one of those unfortunate people that doesn't, we've got just a video for you.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
Probably the best game mode ever to release in Call of Duty since Black Ops 2. I'd say Hardpoint has just been my favorite. It's a timeless game. It's always the most fun to watch, the most fun to play in ranked, and even when you're competing, it just is the dopamine that you get on some of those maps it's cinema. I mean, just look at this year, Brody. DreamHack, LA Thieves versus Miami. Like, that hard points that we were getting for those teams, it was generational. And Black Ops 6 has been delivering. CONUS has been delivering in terms of hard points. And that is one that I think a lot of players can be looking to make those small improvements going into this year, because it can be a little overwhelming playing a hard point. And I think that when you look towards, your red cards or your rewinds or even Skyline at times, it's one of those things that if you're not getting ahead of the play, you're gonna feel like you're behind and trying to catch up a lot. And sometimes as a player, that is hard to really wrap your head around.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just, hard point, the fundamentals, right? If you don't have the fundamentals down, you are going to be struggling on hard point. And that's just the key thing above all else is just make sure you're rotating properly. Anything that can kind of get layered on top of that, right? That is a nice to have, not a necessity. But if you're not rotating properly, if you're not hitting things as a team correctly, well, you're going to be in trouble in hard.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you were kind of thinking there, but before we get into our predictions, is that hard point easily the best. Uplink, capture the flag.
It was not what I was thinking. I was going to say that Hardpoint is the best game mode since Black Ops 2, but Search and Destroy will forever be the best game mode in Call of Duty.
I'd say Search and Destroy is at like the bottom of my list. Like it is not one that I enjoy playing, but I respect that take, Brody. Like we always say, Search and Destroy, it wins championships. So people, sometimes just love being S&D superstars. For us, we love making predictions. Brody, you had a prediction on going into the series, and you thought Eglin was going to win. To be honest, I actually thought Eglin was going to win too, but then I had Evan, who's at CONUS right now. Shout out to Evan for helping work everything behind the scenes over there. And he said, hey, let me make a prediction. And I said, you know what? I'm going to let you make a prediction for me right now. How are you feeling? He said Langley Eustace is going to take this in a 3-0 fashion. And Brody, I'm not ashamed at all that it's not even my prediction.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad that we're different at least, because initially we both said Eglin 3-0, and just to be totally clear here, I've just following the cardinal rule of I've only seen Eglin play, so I'm just going to back them in this situation, and I've literally said for the entirety of today, I am just going to do 3-0 predictions solely because they work. You know, it just so often, if Team A beats Team B, it's by such a large margin, it's pretty much always a 3-0, and I want to win these predictions, okay, Seymour? I've wanted to do a lot of things in life. I've wanted to learn how to swim underwater, failed at that. You know, I've wanted to learn how to skydive. Haven't done that either. So I want to win these predictions. That's all I want to do. If I win these predictions and I die tomorrow, I'm happy. You know, that's all I can say.
Do you actually don't know how to swim underwater?
I don't know how to swim underwater. If I went underwater, I would probably sink, for one, because I'm fat. And for two, I would definitely die. I would drown.
Maybe you're buoyant. Who knows? But I actually never knew that about you. Skydiving, man, you know, one day maybe we can go skydiving together. That is something that I want to conquer as well.
Probably die there as well.
maybe. But we could do it together. As we get ready for this series for Eglin and Langley Eustace, red card's going to be one that we always sing the praise of assault rifle players over the course of Black Ops 6 and the way that they're able to handle those battles outside, the long sight lines through the middle of the map, and especially when you get to your P4s and your P5s, a lot of impact is shown from them for money hills like that to be able to cover your SMGs and make those plays. But and I want to get your opinion on this one in particular, because I think red card has evolved a lot, not just in search and destroy, but in hardpoint as well throughout the course of BO6. And you see it with players like Snoopy quite a bit, is that when you get an SMG that has the proper timings and can really get lost, that is where the real danger comes from on this map, is when you have somebody who's able to cut the distance on those ARs and put some pressure on them.
Yeah, I will say, I think there's always a bit of give and take, right, with the SMG and the AR conversations, because the SMGs have always got to create the space so the ARs can get in position, and the ARs have to get into position so the SMGs can find a space to do that, right? And so I think it's a nice kind of balance you have to strike in any given team. For an SMG to be able to kind of fly off the handle and fully take map presence, they also have to have a little bit of Overwatch from the ARs. And so you'll very often see the situation, and we saw it a lot yesterday, right, where an AR will be in like a kind of a power position like the top window above P2 and just kind of rain down terror upon the opposition trying to assault the hard point, and then you have like an SMG inside the hill ripping absolutely everybody who gets past said AR. And it is a nice balance to strike, but I will say, just generally speaking, there is no such thing as an SMG having a lot of fun, just running around the map, tearing through absolutely everybody. Nothing like it, honestly. It's so fun, and it's super damn powerful to have on your team. I can't remember which player it was yesterday that was just like absolutely shredding through everybody. I'm going to look at my notes to figure out which player it was.
I'll tell you who was pretty
It was Sunder on Malmstrom was the player I was thinking of, right? Sunder was just running around with the SMG, absolutely shredding through everybody. You get a player like that in your team, you're good to go. So yeah, never underestimate the power of a good SMG.
No, not at all. We saw it even yesterday for Peterson in terms of Loyal and the way that he was playing for that last match.
40 bomb, right?
Yeah, he put up a lot, I'd say, in that matchup. It was kind of ridiculous for the rewind hardpoint what we were getting in that match for Peterson, but at the same time, very, very entertaining to witness. And I think for red card, we're in for a good one between these two. We've hailed this matchup a little bit of a standard to be set for the East between Langley Eustace and Eglin Air Force Base. A situation where you want to make sure that you're not only winning this, but you're making it look confident for your team, especially heading into the merger between the East and the West. The East needs to step up, and I'm ready for these two teams to put on a show.
Yeah, nothing like an East versus West conversation in like any esport ever. It's always just a fun time. Just pitting people against one another. That's what we like to do here. And we're pitting these two teams against one another to see who is going to come out on top. I have a lot of confidence in this Eglin roster, but also I'm so tantalized, and I've got to stop saying that word because we're going to be using it a lot in this broadcast, by the prospect of a Langley Eustace roster that are going to come out and show Eglin how to play. So far, it looks like they're doing that. They've got P1 pressure, but you got to be cautious if Eglin here on that outer area. I was gonna say they could potentially stop a rotation. They do still have those spawns locked down, but they're giving away a fair amount of time to Langley Eustace here on P1.
Yeah, this is where we get joint base Langley Eustace off to a hot start. Da Vinci finds a double kill. He's starting off 6-0. Sharms finally puts it to an end. But heading into this P2 rotation, Eglin Air Force Base, they're here first, Brody, and they're gonna want to see if they can put this setup together and lock down some good time. Unfortunately for themselves, nobody's going to be watching the flank. Da Vinci finds a timing. He gets behind, flips those spawns, and breaks immediately.
Oh, that teammate's not going to help Da Vinci there in that situation. So back spawns now for Eglin could be advantageous. Sometimes they're not. Overwatch from Wolf and Tantalize. Is it good enough to keep Tripping Breed out of the hard point? It doesn't seem like it is here for the moment. And he's not even doing anything. He's flown in towards the hard point. The rest of the team have done a good job of removing the threats from the stage side, but they haven't cleared out the hard point. It was Reaper towards him. You will find actually 2 kills there in that situation. And as he gets those kills, as Da Vinci follows up yet another third, and Reaper will find his own third. That is a flip back in Langley Eustace's favor.
Floki in a great spot there to be in the power position to watch over the rest of the team. Unfortunately for Eglin Air Force Base, they're not able to catch up off that hill. So it's a foot race to get into this P3 setup. You see a couple players going to go head-to-head. Reaper alongside Shaky in this one. Reaper just staying away from it. He finds his 4th in a row. The shutdown, 3 down again. And those back spawns we saw yesterday a lot, Brody. It is hard to break out of it.
Yeah, it is so difficult. If you get yourself set up correctly, right? That's the key thing. And sometimes teams are a little bit sloppy with it. Tantalize repositions momentarily, and that's actually going to be the thing that befalls him in the moment. Wolf taking shots from the back parking lot now. Gets double chowed here as Charms takes that one. Burrito now starting to push outside the hard point as well. The one saving grace for Langley Eustace. The fact they got a player on the stairs, but the shot's not that great from Charms. He will get traded on out. Trades going in favor of Langley Eustace, but ultimately Eglin are the ones with players in towards this time. 20 seconds left. You're still looking to invest just a little bit in towards this hill in towards these kills, but you're losing the vast majority of the gunfights, and at this point, I think you're trying to play some exit frags.
Yeah, that's a wonderful hard point from Eglin Air Force Base. With the back spawns, you're able to contest a lot of that time, keep it away from Langley Eustace, and flip the lead towards the back end. Now, with the spawns flipped out, it's kind of shoe on the other foot for joint pace Langley Eustace. Da Vinci gonna get caught trying to hit that stage with a quick dash, and back and forth trades are good and all, but Langley Eustace 4p4. They're going to want to break this one as quick as possible. 2 players set up underneath. The kills coming through from Tantalize. Little bit of backup from Charms, and it looks like Tantalize in trouble. Should be going down very soon.
There we go. They finally do get rid of him. TK comes out from Tip and Burrito, though. So that should open the floodgates for Eglin to, Langley Eustace, to fight right back on through. And that's exactly what happens. Floki not able to finish his food, and all of a sudden it's 4 down here for Eglin. This has been such a back and forth game between both of these teams, and it's something we talked about yesterday, right? It feels so often that these hardpoint games, as Wolf gets a disgusting double on a 4 spree, it feels like so often these hardpoint games are decided by who can break the most often in these games, right? The setups have been less than desirable from teams across the board so far here in the CONUS Championships. If they improve, you'll be able to pretty much take control of the game, but so far that's not looking likely as these guys just continue to break one another.
Well, tie game heading to P5. First rotation, it's been a blowout for either side. And Eglin now in the first driving seat. It's going to be a 2-2 split on either side for Langley Eustace to see if they can put together a break. A couple of kills come through, and it is just pure dominance in the feed. All 4 down clean. That's going to be good for Langley Eustace, Brody, to get a solid setup here. And it's split spawns again. This time it's Eglin.
Yeah, God, if I wanted to count the amount of breaks in this game, I'd need, more than 2 hands, more than 2 feet. I'd have to get to my toesies to get that one going. And it's going to be an immediate break on back from Eglin here, as now it's more kills coming through. Red in the feed. Last 15 seconds. This is the point in time where, if you're a Langley Eustace, you just can't really afford to invest anything into it. So we'll give Eglin a tentative advantage over the Langley Eustace boys, as now we go back towards P1. You can see a late wrap coming through here from Da Vinci to try and unsettle Eglin. It's getting peppered up in this situation. Shut down from Trip and Burrito. So first touch for Eglin here. A 30-point advantage and growing. If I'm young Eustace, I got to get into this hard point quick. And given how the breaks have gone so far, I can't imagine that's far away. And there it is.
It's another set of kills for Langley Eustace. But Brody, how many times have we seen multi-kills and Eglin still walking away with a lead at the end of these hard points? So for joint-based Langley Eustace, I'd like to see a little bit more presence in terms of this hill. A lot of kills coming through from Wolf. 2011, only 3 seconds. Tantalized, 7-13, only 1 second. Da Vinci's been doing his best, but he is alone in that matter. And again, Eglin able to break back in with 12 seconds. They have this rotation for P2. They're feeling good here in red card.
Yeah, you're starting to grow a lead here, though it feels not untouchable by any stretch of the imagination. It's only a 40-point deficit. One solid hold would get you back in the conversation. But Eglin, you can feel themselves, really starting to feel themselves in this game. Trip and Burrito, the only one really struggling at the moment, a double negative. Everybody else is starting to heat up, especially Floki. 18 and 10 for the man, another 4 spree. He is a threat right now. But to be honest, you don't even really need to stress that much when Trip and Burrito's inside the hard point. He's garnering time for the team. Unfortunately, he does end up going down. That is a wave of blue in the feed as we see our umpteenth break here in this game. This time it's Langley Eustace back at it, and they're looking for that 40 points to close the deficit.
Tantalize on the inside. Couple players around this one. You're going to lose Wolf over towards the stage, but not before he wins his fight. So trades back and forth. Tantalize going to get caught. Steel Hill presence in for Langley Eustace. Unfortunately, though, for Floki, he's going to take them out. Disrupt for a second. Immediate bounce back for JP Langley Eustace. And now with the setup, this is where they can look to bring this one back. Eglin, they're going to give it up. Rotate to new. And for Langley Eustace, this is one thing where they're all going to group together. They have broken this before. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the setup looks like here. They were trying to get a player in position. Da Vinci was that guy, but his artwork has been ruined. Eglin now looking to put a flank of their own together. Charms in behind. What can he get? One down. Distraction also on the cards as well. Finds a second. The team shots from Wolf will get involved, but unfortunately, his teammates towards the hard point are not so lucky. Wolf doubles up, and those back spawns now are good for a potential spawn trap for JB Langley. Loosest.
Flipped out, Eglin. Last time they were able to contest this one and keep their lead. Let's see if they can break it again. It's going to be Floki and Charms leading for the team. 3 down their way. Da Vinci up top. Can he be enough? No. 4 kills in for Eglin. A lead still heading into P4. About 20-point difference between both of these teams. Tantalize here. Wolf as well. You need this hill, or it might be Eglin walking away with P5 yet again. They're flipped out to soccer. Do they read it?
Well, they do at least see Trip and Burrito on the cross. Now they know where Shaky is as well. I can't imagine Shaky's going to be able to do that much more towards the hard point. He actually gets Reaper all the way down to 9 HP. Reaper's lost their teammates as well. So Tantalize is going to hold on his own here for a second before Reaper hits that full regen. But they will not even get to do that. Tantalize, down low. This thing is like paper mache, so I'm kind of surprised that no one's taken him out, but Tantalize takes himself out of the hill. Eglin now in for a back 25 seconds that is absolutely worth fighting for. You got Floki once again starting to streak out here. Eglin taking the lead here in this game. This 20 seconds would be big.
20 seconds for Eglin. Heading into the third rotation here after P5. Joint base Langley Eustace would love to flip this lead. Being down 20 points for the past couple of hills, rotating first 3 times in a row and getting broken within the first 10. This time they're going to have a good chunk of time beforehand. I like this setup from Tantalize. He is going to have a lot of foot traffic his way.
A lot to do for Tantalize. First kill activated. Second kill. Last shot's not crispy. So they've gotten past him inside the restaurant. Do they have an order ready to go, though? It might well be Eglin's head on a plate. Trip and Burrito shut down. Trades looking pretty good for Langley Eustace as far as hill control is concerned. They're watching everybody before they get in towards the hard point. And here we go. Finally, they break past the opening line, and there's the kill in towards Wolf on the hard point. It is yet again another break.
I mean, it was a momentary lead change for Langley Eustace. However, Eglin, with the last 14 seconds, do they get contested one more time. I'd like to see Langley Eustace rotate to this new hill, get this set up for the third rotation, and try to see if they can cut this lead down once again. You have to think, Brody, that fourth time's the charm, but the only charm I'm seeing is from Eglin.
Eglin just about in the advantage here. Floki, wow, she get ripped from Tantalize. Couple of kills, though. It's going to enable Eglin in towards the time. And at this point in the game, you really do have to be cautious about how much time on a hill like P1 you're giving away. Charms doubling up. More control now for Eglin. They can finish things here, but not if Tantalize has anything to say about it. He can only find one. Nobody in for Eglin towards the time, though. And finally, they get the kills to jump in. They could still finish it here, Seymour.
Battle towards the outside. Wolf looking to stay alive. He hits the DAC, but it's a 2 versus 1, and Shaky's going to be able to trade things out. 23 seconds. Enough time to still put this one away if you're Eglin. And another 3 down. Flips these spawns, Brody, and somebody's going to have to touch this hard point. 5 seconds. The race. The cover. No one gets there, and Eglin opens up day 2 with a red card win.
Whew, I would actually love to know statistically how many breaks we got in that game, Seymour, because it was pretty much every single hard point these guys were trading. I think only really towards the early midpoint of the game did we see any real hold from Eglin. Outside of that, these guys were constantly breaking one another. And I will say, you know, you got to give them a shout out because the team play, at least on breaks, looks solid. These guys are hitting hills at the right time. Everybody knows exactly what they got to do on these hits. But these holds, man, we gotta start asking questions of what these guys look like in the holds. But as I said, I mean, it's such just a back and forth game between these guys. I think it was the parking garage hardpoint that gave Eglin the massive advantage that they had early on. I think it was a 40-point lead. And from there on out, there were a couple of moments where Langley Eustace caught up, but they never managed to take that kind of lead themselves. And that stayed the same way throughout the entirety of the hardpoint.
It really did. And I think that there were so many moments, especially in the early portion of the game, where you were seeing those, you know, multi-kills come out from Joint Base Langley Eustace. However, no real time coming out for those players who should be the ones to hop in that hill. I mean, it wasn't a great game from Tantalize to begin with. And when you're looking at, like, the scoreline being, you know, in the hundreds, and he's still sitting at 1, maybe 3 seconds of the hill, it's just, what are you providing in this scenario? It just, it seems like he's trying to be that player to pick up the spawns, pick up the rotations, but he needs to be the one soaking up that hill time and give it to somebody else who is providing that value in terms of the slaying. So maybe you're just going into this one with a wrong understanding on the way that your team is functioning right now for JB Langley Eustace. But at the same time, Brody, it's just game 1. It is the first game of the day. Maybe it's just some nerves being shaken off.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say, you know, to add on to that conversation, we talk about the flip side, we talk about Eglin and how their roster is composed. You know, even Trip and Burrito, I think he was double negative basically the entirety of the game. It didn't really matter so much that he was double negative because he was the one soaking up hill time. I think he finishes that game with over 2 minutes in the hill or something like that. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it would be nice if you were getting kills inside the hard point. And yeah, if you were playing like CDL level, then you can't be going double negative inside the hard point. This isn't 2014 nade shot. You got to be doing something. But here in CONUS, you know, you can do that. It's perfectly fine. I really like the composition of Eglin in that hard point. And even though it only gave them the win by about 20 seconds or so, a win's a win.
Going for Nade's head right there. I can't believe it, but you know, you're not wrong. And I think that, you know, in terms, you can give a little bit of leeway if you're Tantalized there. If you kind of go into that and you're thinking that, you know, you get 7 or 8 kills, you might be double negative. But if those 7 and 8 kills, you know, turn into generated time, that is value coming out from what you're bringing to it. So if we do get to a map 4, hopefully that's going to change for this team. But Brody, looking forward through this, we don't change the settings. We stay with the red card. The mode is going to swap up, though. And I think for this one, again, staying on a familiar face in terms of the map, you can find some value for this one. Obviously, we have our teams who are better than Search and Destroy over hard points, and maybe not having to deal with those respawns and all the different macro that comes with that game. You can put everything into this S&D to see if you can bounce back right away. And for you guys at home who don't know how Search and Destroy functions, well, don't worry. We've put together a little bit of an explainer for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Well, there you have it for Search and Destroy. We get a little bit of a change up in terms of what there is to focus on, Brody. And for a lot of players, when you talk to them about, where they like to compete, some say Search and Destroy. And, for those ones, it really comes down to the fact that I'm sure it's a little less overwhelming when you don't have to worry about somebody spawning behind you and you having to read that in the 4th dimension.
Yeah, Search and Destroy in many ways is much more simplistic than the other game modes, right? It is just a test of kind of your teamwork, if any. Teamship, wow, what is that? Your teamwork, if anything. And yet, to a certain extent, I think that also kind of adds a layer of complexity that doesn't really exist in Hardpoint and Control. There's a reason that, whenever you and I get to cast challenges on an unofficial level, we always have to block the minimap because the players, that's where kind of the strategy is at its deepest. So I think Search and Destroy, there's a reason that we always talk about it winning championships. It's the game mode that you don't necessarily see the most in the series, but I would argue it is absolutely the most important, because if you ever do have to go to a game 5 like Robins did yesterday, well, I mean, if you're confident in your Search and Destroys, you're going to be confident that you're always going to be able to close out said series. So always something to bear in mind, and maybe Lang and Eustace are a Search and Destroy team. Hardpoint wasn't their game mode versus Eglin. Now they've got to have a good Search and Destroy.
It was close. The kills are there, and if Wolf and Da Vinci are putting on another performance in terms of slaying like we saw, you can see Eglin struggle against that for these first bloods of a very quiet opening. Charms doesn't know there's a player to his right. As soon as he peeks out, Wolf is there. First blood to Langley Eustace, and a trade onto Da Vinci. He's going to drop the bomb.
Yeah, that's a really weird position, I think. Da Vinci pushing all the way up towards the stage with very little help. Fortunately enough, Wolf will be good to try and pick that bomb up. Trippin' Burrito is watching the cross, I think, imagine with the doors open through the middle of the map. So Langley Eustace now got to find a way to still hit this A site. It does feel like that's kind of the path, but Trippin' Burrito actually getting out of position here has opened the middle of the map up. Reaper has found a route and he's about to strike.
Yeah, Reaper might have some good timing here. It's just, is Trippin' Burrito going to look out this window? As he can really break things open. Shaky might be in trouble as well. Unfortunately for Wolf, those are some beautiful shots against the bomb. Reaper checks the wrong way. Shaky's got the pistol out. 2 looking for 3. Can he find the ace? It doesn't matter because there's no time to plant. And Tantalize is held up in his own right. So big round there from Eglin coming out. And again, defending that A site to a T.
I felt like Reaper might well have found the path there, but really unable to deliver anything in that situation. Tantalize would have been nice if he could have picked up that kill versus Trippin' Burrito, but it just isn't happening. His woes from map number 1 will continue here into map number 2. So defense looking pretty strong for Eglin off the start. 3-0 start for Shaky as well. Very important in that round. And now we'll see what Eglin are up to on the offense. Yesterday we saw a fair bit of A hits in that matchup between Charleston and Offit. So I'm curious to see whether or not the same thing's going to be happening once again. It feels like that is going to be the play for Eglin here off through it. But look at this aggression coming out from the Reaper. He wants to live up to his name.
Yeah. See if he can be a little bit grim in this moment. Charms has the read, but tags up. Gonna help out Reaper there to confirm that first kill. First blood again towards joint base Langley Eustace. Hopefully that can translate into a round 1 this time around. See if they can tie things up here on the red card. So to destroy Trippin' Burrito getting a little over egregious on that. Thinks he has the timing, but instead everybody watching these crossfires, and there is nowhere to go for Eglin.
Eglin just not quite ready for the aggression out of Langley Eustace there at the start. We're seeing Reaper in that power position. We talked about it right off the start of the round, how much of a threat Reaper was going to be, and he has an absolutely massive one that they were not ready for whatsoever. And I think to a certain extent there, obviously there's a learning curve here with a lot of these matches. Obviously we're now going to see a reaction to Eglin, I think, moving forward whenever they do hit A on the offense, but you probably should be expecting some form of aggression towards those stairs, and, well, unfortunately they just were not in that round. So Langley Eustace trading things out here. 1 for 1 we go. Shaky in round number 1. Reaper here in round number 2, stepping up to the plate. And Reaper again now wants to continue that as we go into the next round of play. Eglin, 2 players on B. They're about to deal with the full force of Langley, or are they?
I like this. Quick hit to B, see if they're ready for it. And so far, not so good. Another first blood. That's 3 in a row for Langley. Reaper's looking to push forward through these doorways and actually catches Charms in the wall bang. Shaky's going to get caught in the flank, and before the bomb even goes down, Brody, these rounds are finishing so fast.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Eglin, just overwhelmed. And I mean, that's the way to do it, right? You draw that first blood, you act on that information, because it's highly unlikely the defensive side is going to have any more than 1 player set inside the restaurant. It turns out that restaurant was well and truly closed just a little bit earlier than maybe those players on the defense expected. Aggression from Langley Eustace. This is what you want to see, right? You know, playing as a squad, if you're going to hit on towards the site, well, I mean, do it as a team. And that is exactly what Langley Eustace just did there in round number 3. Reaper still on that spree, by the way, 4 in a row. So edging closer towards an RC car that can be useful for information later on in this search and destroy. For Eglin now, though, same kind of strategy. And Reaper is also not far off his position that he was before.
It's been a good turnaround here for Langley. Everybody on a streak of some sort, but Tantalize going to get caught for first blood, finally going the way of Eglin. Air Force Base opens up a route to this A-bomb to get planted. Brody, does anybody from Langley respond?
Well, Reaper not being as far pushed up this time is actually a bit of a problem, because it has basically meant that this bomb is going to go down. They got past square one, whereas before they did not. Losing Tantalize in the play is also not that great. The one saving grace hit is Da Vinci on the flank, and they get shut down. Now the problem for the last remaining players here, they're fighting this from one side, but Wolf does pick up Charms, so make this easier, but 30 seconds on the clock now. If Reaper's making this flank, he's got to do it fast.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to this flank play from Reaper, and if Wolf can stay alive long enough to let it happen. Because it seems like he's going to be spotted here. Jackal for the long-range fights. Not the gun you'd like to see, but Wolf's going to pop out. Unfortunately, gets traded, leaving Reaper into a tough scenario with only 10 seconds, Brody. And like we saw from the explainer, it's got to be 7.5 to get that defuse. So even if he does kill Trip and Burrito, there is no time to defuse that bomb.
Trip and Burrito wins that round for Eglin without a shadow of a doubt. Reaper's the kind of guy who can win that 1 versus 2, and albeit it is a lengthier 1 versus 2 than he expected around the back of the stage, he does end up doing it. It's the fact that Trip and Burrito also takes out Wolf at the same time means that there just is not enough time or space on the clock for Langley Eustace to make that retake happen. I will say, though, at the end of the round, that Reaper not getting chowed by Trip and Burrito means that that streak from round number 2 is still alive. 5 in a row now for Reaper. Again, inching their way closer to an RC car that can be useful for the late game in Search and Destroy. Now Langley Eustace getting aggressive once again. This time, though, they are met with equal aggression from Shaku. He is now going to put the entire push to a halt.
Tantalize for the early shots there. Shaky's going to stay alive, and in fact, he reaches it. You monster! What is that? I mean, how do you even have the goal to do that? He was one shot. Absolute no stimmy.
I was going to say I want to see it again. I was going to watch back the Twitch feed just to see it again. Will we get it in the kill cam, of course, in the end? Goodness gracious. Oh, boy, Charms. I mean, for his first kill in the game, it's a pretty impactful one, right? Just getting involved like that. Fair play to Eglin. Aggression from Langley Eustace that is matched. And I wonder whether that changes the game plan now for Langley Eustace on a couple of fronts, right? Because again, you know, they were so successful in what was it, round number 2, I think, on the offense, or round number 3, where they were aggressive. That time it didn't work out towards the A-bomb, and now that potential streak from Reaper is out of the game. So, Eglin, things are looking up if you're an Eglin fan right now. Reaper pushing up. He's made that slight adjustment once again. He recognized that before this was super successful. Stopping Eglin from getting to the bomb is paramount here, and he's going to try and get that done.
Oh, Trippin' Burrito's in trouble. Good shots from Reaper underneath the stairwell. That is yet another first blood going their way. Floki out in the open. He's pushed out from the nades, and Tantalize going to land the shots necessary to take it into a 1v4. Charms surrounded, and where you look to him to lead the way, to light the way, Brody, for this team. Charms hasn't been able to do anything in this S&D.
Yeah, Charms has really been shut down. That round for Langley Eustace, again, that adjustment from Reaper. I'll be honest in saying, I think that Eglin's, their reaction there to exactly what Reaper was doing was kind of not that great, to be honest. You recognize that Reaper's in the same position. Trippin' Burrito, I do think, kind of gets caught by surprise around the stage. The fact that there's no immediate reaction to try and trade Reaper out is the thing that befalls Eglin in that situation. You have to have a player push up a little bit further than they did. You can't just kind of get caught like a rabbit in headlights, because you are going to get put down by Langley Eustace. They aren't in a breeze by any stretch of the imagination. So, good reaction from Langley Eustace, and they're starting this round strong as well. 1 kill already down, but look at Shaky. Might well have just got the best timing in the world. In behind him, lines. Oh, no! He had the perfect position, and he squanders it.
Oh, he's got his headset cranked to the max. Team kill from Floki. You are trapped. I gotta know. Wolf, man, are you literally blasting your eardrums out? How did he hear that? He slow peeks the door, Brody. It makes like little to no sound.
Was it just like a check or something? Just like, hey, I'm just going to look behind me real quick. I got to make sure that nobody's following me.
It was
here.
a full omnidirectional dive for the 180 chow. Like, that had to be reactionary, if anything. And if it is, yeah, Wolf is... He is him.
That's got to be some Art of War audio thing, right? He heard him from a mile off. The slightest creak at the door, and Wolf was ready to go.
Got it off.
I think that's actually like a... Yeah, for sure. It's got to be like a sort of a characteristic of wolves, right? Don't they have really good hearing? Isn't that a thing? Maybe I just don't know wolves that well.
Maybe he smells.
It might be smell. Yeah, I don't. It might be. It's some kind of characteristic of the wolf.
The new
he knew he
Razer
was coming.
product, where you can smell your opponents through the doors.
Just when they haven't taken a shower, mate. Anyway, Eglin, one man down here in this round as well. They're going to have to rethink their strategy. What would have been an aggressive push in towards A has been batted away. Instead, now they're going to use the rest of this round to rotate in towards B. Wolf, you got to stay in position. It's a slight change of positioning here. One that's pushed all the way up, and the shots out will be good. You should see a quick reaction now from Langley Eustace as this out bomb is now rotated towards B.
Charm's going to be making some noise to the doorway. Shots don't hit. And right there is Da Vinci able to pop up and show him out. 3 kills in a row for Da Vinci. Things getting turned around over towards B. 2 versus 2. Bomb looking to go down. And if you take down Tantalize, then maybe. But Shaky gonna have to overextend and reclaim this bomb. He gets the kill. But Brody, you just can't plant Reaper. He knows that. And it takes way too long for Eglin to make their play over towards B. Yeah. Everything gets overextended past the bomb, and you leave it in the dust.
And to be honest, I don't even think it's necessarily the rotation that was slow. I think it was the start of the round that was slow, right? You lose your first player, and I think you just take too long deciding what you're going to do before actually doing it. As soon as you made that call that, hey, you're going to rotate, they did that relatively quickly, right? I think it was just the fact that Wolf stopped them in their tracks. It was the fact that they took so long to make that decision that was the big struggle there for Eglin. It feels like both of our predictions for the series are about to be in the toilet, Seymour, as we're potentially about to be 1-1 in this one. Langley Eustace have looked good in the back-to-back search and destroy rounds. Now we just see Eglin put 3 together. Would be a round 11 victory for them. Aggression here from Eglin on the defense. Aggression from Langley Eustace. It's worked for them before, and Floki has to go huge.
Tantalize, he's through, but Floki gets caught. So doors wide open. Roll out the red carpet. Let's get this rock planted. Post flank going to be set up, and you do have a flank from Charms, but it's going to have to start to work something soon, or else your teammates might be mistiming it.
Charms trying to play his life. Back away from the middle of the map. Nothing really happening on the other side. Shaky goes early, and Trip and Burrito off the back of that premature play will fall. Now just Jana Charms, of course, he was involved in an early engagement. They know where he is. It is only a matter of time before Charms is eviscerated and Langley Eustace tie up the series. Their search and destroy on point, their team play on point. Eglin simply outclassed.
Yeah, not even the ballerina skin can outskill that one, but what a way to bounce back if you're Langley Eustace. Popping up in the search and destroy after a very neck and neck hard points, and they make it look pretty simple, Brody. A lot of those rounds early on that they did win, it was within the first couple of seconds, you know, off the opening fight. Lots of first bloods going their way, so dominating in that category. And for Eglin, where it feels like you're always playing a player down, yeah, how do you win against that? Because eventually, you know, you're going to run out of that clutch factor, and you're going to have to start looking towards, you know, trying to slow things down. And in that, maybe get in your own head about how to play this game. And I think towards the end of it, you saw that joint base Langley Eustace, they simply figured out how to crack those codes over towards B on the attack. And for those offenses or the defenses that we saw from them, a lot of the time you find that first blood out towards the stage, and it was like deer in the headlights for Eglin. They didn't know what to do after it.
I think we talk about kind of the shallowness of strategies there for Eglin, right? That's the key thing. I think we talk about the depth of strategies that you could generally have in Search and Destroy. We mentioned that before we got into the series. It's what makes Search and Destroy special. I just don't think Eglin had that much in the playbook to work with. As soon as Langley Eustace recognized that they can just beat them with very simplistic responses, it was checkmate for them in that game. I talk about kind of Reaper moving up the stairwell on that B defense a couple of times, and they just never really responded to it. And of course, that A rush from Langley Eustace on the offense, they do it twice as a squad. They overwhelm their opposition twice as a squad. Eglin are going to be watching that one back, realizing that they just didn't really adapt well enough to their opposition, and it's Search and Destroy that just kind of runs away from them.
That's been the story kind of all CONUS long so far across day one and into day two. Search and Destroy, you guys got to figure out some strategies, because lots of teams are showing up unprepared, and they are getting put on a poster as humbled in these map 2s. Brody, we get ourselves a map 4 guaranteed. We're going to be going back to a hard point later on. We got Control coming up very soon. You just learned very simply, if you're Eglin, don't shoot bodies in round 1 of a Search and Destroy. Let's hopefully see if they can talk things over going into this map 3. We'll be back with Hacienda around the corner, folks.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're tied up in this series, getting things going between Eustace, Langley Eustace, and Eglin Air Force Base. My name is Seymour. With me, Brody, as we've been going through our first match of day 2 in the winner's bracket of the Eastern Regionals. Brody, I mean, we both came into this, predicted it's going to be 3-0s. Well, both of us are wrong, effectively. We get this one to go the distance. We only had one match yesterday go, at least on stream, past a game 3. Now we get another one, and that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this being a competitive series. And, you know, it's just not even one of those competitive series where it's like someone gets blown out on the hard point, someone gets blown out in the search and destroy. No, we are seeing competitive hard point. We are seeing competitive search and destroy. What was it? 250 to 218 to Eglin on the hard point. A 6-3 to Langley in the search and destroy. And I would say it's also interesting that these guys seem to be quite evenly matched between the two, right? We talk about Eglin looking stronger in the hard point, looking like they're a little bit more consistent on their breaks. And we go to the search and destroy, and Langley's search and destroy playbook, if you will, just feels a little bit more deep. I think we're in for a good series here. And dare I say it, I can smell it, mate. I can get a whiff of it. It feels like there might be a game 5 in our near future.
Well, red card is a thing of the past, and we now look forward to Hacienda for both maps 3 and 4, guaranteed a second hard point. So when we do get there, a lot of talking points from that red card map 1 that we will be bringing up, Brody. But if this is going to go to that rewind, search and destroy, we still got a long road ahead of us, and Hacienda Control up next is definitely something to hint at as a little merger of both game modes. So for all those people who might be a little new to the whole universe of Control in Call of Duty, we got an explainer for this one as well. So let's hear a little thing about how this one's played.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
And that's what we're going to be looking at for Control. Brody, the people asked, I delivered. They wanted the sunglasses back, so I had to put it on for a little bit. We have this Control coming up, and I think going back to the respawn that we had back in map number 1, yes, it was close, but things seemed a little bit more controlled for Eglin. I'm going to put this into the perspective of Langley Eustace on trying to take respawn away if they want to go into that map 5. A lot of eyes should be on Tantalize and the performance that he's going to bring to this team, because it seems like there is an identity crisis. Who's going to be playing what in which scenario? And for something like Control, which is ever-changing dynamic in terms of trying to put pressure on the spawns, trying to figure out if you're going to overextend to get out of that spawn, and who's going to be the one playing on the point and who's going to be the one looking to slay out around it. You got to figure that out here in this game mode, in this map, if you want a chance to make this game 5 happen if you're Langley Eustace.
I think if we were going to revisit that conversation about Tantalize needing to step it up a notch, right, in the respawn, I think, you know, it's not necessarily a case where Tantalize needs to go crazy, right? I mean, obviously it would be nice if you could not go double negative here in this map, but I think if that is going to happen, if you're not going to have a good kind of slaying performance, just get in the control zones. Like, just make sure you're stacking the zones with your teammates, making sure you're doing something on the objective, make sure you're constantly involved in every single objective, because you don't need to be the player that's moving forward and getting map control. You could let somebody like Reaper or Wolf do that, because those have been the guys that have been really stepping up to the plate for Langley Eustace so far in this series. That's what I want to see. These guys play more to their roles, just like Eglin did back in map number 1, where Trippin Burrito, I mean, he did not have a good game, right? He was just sitting there, wasn't having a good fortune in the vast majority of the gunfights that he was taking, but what he was doing was getting time for the squad, That's what I want to see from Tantalize coming into this one. And I will say as well, it's important, this control, right? We talk about the fact that Eglin looked just a little bit more well put together on the hard point. We know for a fact that Langley Eustace looked better in the Search and Destroy. This control might well be the game mode that down the line decides who wins the series.
And Hacienda just continues to be one of those maps quite like Red Card, where if you're falling behind in the fundamentals, you're going to fall behind. There's no skyline where you can bail yourself out with kills and get away with some respawn or spawn cheese or whatever you're going to be looking at. Our Hacienda is going to be very straightforward, so I do agree with you in that factor, Brody. But for this map 3 in general, yes, Tantalize, we can say whatever we want to say about him. At the end of the day, I think you can find some solace in Call of Duty that a wise man once said, that it is not, you don't need to go 100% all the time. You are 25% in a team. As long as you can hit that 25% as best as you can, you are doing your job. So if it comes down to the objective, it comes down to the slaying, it's the 25% that you're looking to do as good as you possibly can. Shout out Sam Phoenix, he said that. Or no, sorry, it was actually D-Real who said that, not even. And it was bars. I was like, whoa, this guy is spit. But for this series in general, yeah, you don't have to put that pressure on you to overperform, and the Search and Destroy is going to take that pressure off of you in general. You just won the map. A lot of the time that we've been seeing teams run away after they win that hard point in a very close fashion, but the fact that you're able to bounce back, the weight is off your shoulders, and it's like you're going to be able to breathe now. It's a lot less stressful now that you get the hard part out, which is winning a map.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, you're on the board now. If you're a Langley Eustace, you're feeling a lot more confident. It's going to give you a massive boost of momentum going into this control. So, yeah, I think they've just got to really kind of ride that wave into this Hacienda control. With that said, they are going up against stiff competition. We saw Eglin, I believe it was Hacienda control versus Robbins. That was a 3-0 to Eglin yesterday, at the very start of yesterday as well. I got to cast that matchup, and Eglin looked phenomenal in this map mode combination. Like, the aggression that they were putting to the table, there was almost no response whatsoever for their opposition, and everybody was firing on all cylinders. Everyone was getting super duper aggressive, and Robbins back then couldn't really do anything about it. So I'm curious to see whether we see any kind of opposition from Langley Eustace here, whether it is just a really strong map mode combo. For Eglin, this is one that they feel super duper confident on, or whether it was just a case of Eglin in that one were just facing Robbins, where maybe they were not so confident on Hacienda control.
And I was just looking back at my notes for that game, just in general, and all I wrote for that is Hacienda 3-0 to Eglin. Charms unleashed. I mean, this guy, he is final sometimes for this team, and if you're looking again to somebody to really kind of light the way, it is going to be this guy. Search and Destroy, you get silenced a little bit, but you never need to stay down too much. And some people, just like they're going to be better at S&D, they're going to be better at the respawns. And for Charms, I think that he's going to feel a lot more useful in the fact that he could get lost on the map, pop up whenever, and do some serious damage on the flanks towards this team of Langley Eustace. And I think that goes to show for, everybody, because even on that hard points, Shaky was having a great time. We haven't really talked enough about him because, we put some pride over towards, Trip and Burrito and the objective work that he brings. But when Charms on that Hacienda or on that red card hard point wasn't really there for the rotations, you saw where Floki and Shaky both would pop a double kill or find some kind of kill to open up those doorways for the players to kind of fly on through for those breaks. And if you're getting that full package once again in the respawns, yeah, I could see that this Langley Eustace team will struggle in that category, especially on control, where a lot of teams that we've been seeing so far in CONUS haven't been really aware of playing their life and making sure that that life pool doesn't deplete before the time limit is reached.
All right, well, Hacienda control. We talked about it being an important game mode in this series. Let's see how important it's going to be for one of these two teams. Eglin versus Langley Eustace. One of these teams is about to take an advantage in the matchup and go on to one of the highest seeds off the back of the Eastern bracket. And off the start of this game, it is going to be, for the most part here, Langley Eustace that get the vast majority of these kills in this favor. Da Vinci on the hunt for more as well. As far as stopping Eglin off the rip is concerned, something that Robbins were not able to do, this has been pretty much perfect.
This has been very lights out. 2 kills from Da Vinci, Wolf there as well. Now Reaper can start to push forward towards these top staircases, but I like Eglin and where their idea of this retake is going to come through. You want upper halls control. You want to make sure you can get somebody over towards that bridge side to hopefully shut down any flank presence that Eglin's going to be bringing, or that Langley Eustace is going to be bringing. So the fact that they're putting a lot of priority in breaking through this lobby, that is exactly what you need on a Hacienda.
Eglin just cannot break him right now. A 6 life differential and growing between these teams. Reaper continues to shred through the opposition as well. 25 seconds on the clock here for Langley Eustace to pull something. The target has been called. It is going to be a B hit. Shaky opens up with the first kill. You haven't dealt with people top secret just yet, though. Da Vinci going to activate for the first kill. Tripping Reaper hits the reload and tries to scarper towards the point. Da Vinci says no, and instead now you're seeing Eglin scramble. They are trying to find a way on either of these points, and every single plan is being thrown out the window.
11 seconds left. Somebody's got to touch. Time just continuing to burn. Wolf in a position to stop any progress over towards A as well. As soon as he turns around, this should be it done. And as that time dwindles even more, a round one defense where you don't give up any segments whatsoever. If you're Langley Eustace, that is a statement made in round one of this control that this isn't going to be as simple as that hardpoint was.
I will say, again, going back to Robbins versus Eglin on this map, we weren't really seeing much room for any kind of resistance from Robbins, right? It was kind of off the break. Eglin were able to get the opening wave of gunfights. They were able to get themselves on towards the B control zone. This time here, there is actually resistance on the other side, and we're seeing for the very first time what Eglin look like when they actually have to deal with that. And the way they're dealing with that is apparently they're just not, right? I mean, Langley Eustace are rolling through them at this point in time. If I'm Eglin, I need to have a super aggressive and super strong round here. I would not let Langley Eustace get any map control whatsoever. And for Langley Eustace, it is going to be a hit straight towards A off the rip. Everybody going for the top corridor side.
Easier said than done in terms of prioritizing that shutdown, but Charms is going to be in a good spot to possibly flank. He's going to double back, see if you can assist the rest of your team in trying to shut down any pressure towards that office. Reaper with the pre-fire doesn't let go. And Wolf is going to be able to double down with that to shut down any presence towards these hallways. Reaper's going to be to the patio, and this could be a split reach over towards both zones if you need. Reaper can touch B.
They're going for it. Couple of kills through. Tantalize gets traded out before that second tick can be pushed all the way through. But Reaper is still in a position to cause some carnage. Gets turned on by Charms. Nice double from Charms. That's the clearance that they needed. But this is the problem with Langley Eustace, excuse me. You're constantly looking at players being nuisance, constantly trying to get behind enemy lines, and they are doing it all the time. It's almost a constant issue that Eglin have to deal with. And in doing so, Langley Eustace is able to get yet another pawn on the board here, yet another player in towards A.
Well, the second progress is in. Third one's going to be shut down. So, Eglin so far keeping up with the case of trying to deny as much as they can for this defense. 37 seconds left. Wolf, he's wanting to see if he can do something to activate, but he's losing his teammates, and he is nowhere close to being involved with these gunfights. So, as soon as he touches that, it's going to draw some of the pressure away, see if he can do some damage, and allow his teammates away out of their spawn.
Well, they might well have had a strong start. Langley Eustace, though, struggling to finish at the moment. They're 3 lives down. They're looking to make the individual plays to get control of the A zone, and it just doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. 15 seconds on the clock. Langley Eustace, one last chance hit to go all out and get control of one of these zones. It is going to be an A hit. Reaper from up top spots out a couple of players. Shaky shots from Reaper on towards Shaky. It's not enough for the kill. Floki now on 5 in a row will get shut down. Tantalize comes off the rip for a couple of kills. If 3 would have been enough to jump on the point, but Charms will shut it down. Ain't nobody on the offense touching the point now, and albeit it is not as strong as the defense as Langley Eustace had in round number 1 here, Seymour. Eglin, they do get it done.
It's still pretty good, though. I mean, only 2 segments given up. You go to your offense, you get, maybe 4 or 5. Maybe an offensive round win to put yourself in the best case scenario, but even aiming towards something where you have an advantage just to begin with is something to build off of. And, Eglin still have that opportunity. They've given themselves a good shot at this game. But for Langley Eustace and their attack, I mean, that was a very poor performance on understanding the macro of control. You had no presence over towards that B zone, which is technically the easier one to go for in Hacienda. And you had so much pressure into the offices at the same time. You would have thought that at some point you would have given a shot to the other zone, but for Eglin, they're not afraid to go for both, and it is going to be top control. 2 players looking to head over towards B.
And the problem last time around was that Eglin just did not have any success whatsoever on these initial pushes. And for the most part, it does feel like the exact same thing happened again, right? They're not able to win the vast majority of their trades. They are being held up at the well before they can even get close towards the point. The good news, I suppose, for Eglin in this situation is that they do at the very least not having to deal with top window side just yet. They can get control of that power position, and yet still, they are being held. They have to be cautious about potential flanking players. And the positioning for Langley Eustace has been held. They want to hold down the fort here and prevent Eglin from hitting either of these 2 zones.
Charms opens things up with a kill, though. Is anybody going to be watching the flank? A fight up top, and it's Da Vinci to get towards that top bridge. They're going to take Charms away from the power position to support the rest of your squad. A little bit of pressure now and behind, but Trippin' Burrito with the heads up, turn and burn. And that's going to dispatch of some much-needed pressure off of your shoulders. And now all eyes forward to see if he can put something together on this B zone. Already a segment, but as the kills come through, one last chance over towards the patio. Floki trying to do some damage alongside Sharky, but Tantalize is going to get up top, and he is going to take something away from this B zone.
GK from Reaper's going to make things even slower, though, here on the defense. Eglin have players pushed all the way up. Oh, you really needed Charms in the power position to actually do something there. He's only able to find the smallest amounts of value. So now going back on the defense here, Langley Eustace have to stop this B zone from being captured through. They're looking to try and do so. Some player on the point. Wolf's gone found for the contest while you've got that support from up top. You got Shaky trying to stop this one on the offense. He finds 2 kills. Wolf now for the jump over. Not quite ready for Shaky, who will find all 3 kills. And now Kim on a 4 spree will make sure the B capture comes through. Eglin now starting to feel themselves.
And they want to snowball this. You're going to get that initial rotate from Shaky to hop on the zone as quick as possible. The rest of the players for Eglin Air Force Base, trying to take some pressure away from that top side. You can see Floki's going to be here. Shaky wins a fight from Reaper. No presence through the double doors, and Trippin' Burrito there for 3. So the stack now onto the A zone, and Eglin, they want to steal this offense.
12v7 as well. Lives potentially in the conversation. That's not if, of course, they can get it done here. Double stack is really fast. Langley Eustace, you got on the point now. Reaper tries it, but he goes in individually. Wolf is there. Will find 1. Charms of the trade back. 9 versus 4 now. Lives on the ever-present danger here for Langley Eustace. Tantalize wanted clean shots. Will not find it. The coverage from Charms is absolutely beautiful as he picks up those final 2 kills. And it is going to be Eglin here looking so strong for the offensive victory.
Yeah, it is sublime help coming out from Charms towards the end, but some big wins from Shaky inside the objective. You see over towards B, this triple kill secures the B zone. He transfers over towards A, and he doesn't die, including the kill towards Reaper that was flanking through you. So major pickups there from Shaky, and a lot of good support from the rest of the Eglin Air Force Base players. They win the offense, Brody, after getting 0 segments back in their round 1. And that sets them up for this game 3 to be a little bit easier on this defensive side. If they could put this away, they take a lead in the series. But even if Langley Eustace gets to that game 5, you know that they can still win, or round 5, you know that Eglins can still win an offense.
Now that is a problem for later, though. Right now, the biggest issue is making sure you do win this control. Close things out. Prevent a potential round at number 5. You've got to have a strong defense, and pushed all the way up here will be Reaper inside the shed. An issue for Eglin now is they've got really no control whatsoever. Wolf also controlling top plat. The Reaper system for Trippin' Burrito here. Should be able to hit the regen, will Wolf, and he will. B is going super fast here. I don't think Eglin are going to be able to stop this, and more to the point here, Seymour, they have no control on a potential rotation towards A.
B-zone's already gone, so Langley Eustace learning from their mistakes from that round 2, that first offense that we saw from this team. So slaying, that's a piece of cake for Da Vinci and Reaper. Objective now being worked on by Tantalize, but he's going to get caught by Shaky, so it's going to force somebody away from the top side. Da Vinci hops down now. If Shaky goes down, then this is a case where you might be able to put some stacks down onto this. Finally, Shaky is going to be taken out of this position for the zone. First segment getting worked on, and Wolf's going to go for more.
Wolf is holding these guys off before they can even get through the front door at the moment. Charms will trade things out, though. Now just one player on point. Tantalize, the guy to contend with, has a couple of players on the other side to deal with and will not be able to deal with either of them. So things will calm down here for a moment. It's worth saying that Langley used to still have pieces pushed very far up the board here, namely player number 5 in Reaper, who could still cause havoc if he so desires, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to turn the heads of the players that pushed all the way far forward. Is that distraction play enough here to get some players some space?
Well, that's the big question here. All eyes towards player number 1. That's Charms. Good trade from Wolf, but is it going to be enough for Eglin to maybe defend the rest of it? Well, you can see that feed lights up the sea of red. 9 lives left for Eglin Air Force Base. Langley Eustace trying to force this round 5 in the control, Brody. Whether it's objective or lives, it looks like we're going the distance.
Sure feels like it, right? The lives so indomitable, and getting the final tick would be nice. I've not exactly been keeping track of the ticks here between these rounds, Seymour, but getting it, I could pretty much guarantee them the defense for a round 5. They will get it done. It felt like Eglin had really figured things out in round number 3.
It did.
And then Langley Eustace do that in round number 4. I really don't know how to call this now. It feels like these guys have been so back and forth. They have each other's number in their respective offensive rounds. So, to me, it might be one of the crazy things to say, Seymour. Honestly, I kind of feel like I'm pretty confident if I'm either of these teams going into the round 5 on the offense.
The thing is that you've proven that you can do it on both the offense and the defense, and that's where that confidence is going to come through. I don't know what that ragdoll was, but I love Call of Duty. And going into this round 5, of course, it's going to be Langley Eustace with that defense because they got the 2 segments back in round 1. Eglin got 0 in their round 1. So Langley Eustace ultimately with the more objective presence. They're going to have a little bit of an easier time, but for Eglin Air Force Base, as long as they can get a break off over towards B, get a good wave of kills, then you stack this zone and you know they can clutch up.
Eglin most certainly trying it. Langley Eustace here. Still have players in power positions. You need to still play number 5 and down low you. Shaky spots out another potential target though. On the hunt for the kill. He will get it. Surely shot up from behind now. No. It's actually going to be Tantalized taking a totally different route. And Da Vinci still hasn't been dealt with, by the way. Finally, they will be. And now you've got options. If you're Eglin, it's going to be a full triple stack coming through. One player up top towards A as well. Charms has been dealt with, but that triple stack is still in effect. They could get this done fast.
Reaper's going to slide out, but Shaky is there. The gatekeeper of the objective zones. And a big play from Eglin gives them a chance at stealing away this map 3 and taking that lead in the series. Wolf's going to overextend. He's on the flank. Early shot's not going to connect. Tripping Burrito for the bait and switch. Shaky now slides out. And A's going to be hopped on. Charms is looking to get into the office. You are in shambles right now if you're Langley Eustace.
Now, the one good news is that they haven't got a double stack on the point just yet. They haven't got all their pieces set up for this initial capture, but now they do. Couple of kills coming through here. Wolf has to go huge. You can no longer wait for the rest of your teammates. He gets doubled up on, but does take one down with him. Now triple stack towards the point. Da Vinci, good for the trade on towards the first. Flanking play from Tantalized will take Shaky out of the equation. And Charms is still here, though. It's just down to one player here, Seymour.
Somebody's going to have to make this play. Wolf. He's going to get here, but the flank presence from Floki is going to cover their trail. Another wave of kills coming through, and Brody, all you have to do is stack this zone, and Eglin are going to take map 3, take the lead in this series, and they got some fire in their guts now for the opening of CONUS Day 2. Their respawns, man, you just can never look past them to clutch up.
This series continues to deliver between these two teams. We promised a banger between these guys, and it feels like that's exactly what we have gotten, as every single map has been a back and forth affair. And I called it, right? Going into that round number 5, you really don't know how to predict it, considering what we saw a couple of defensive one early on in that game, and then the couple of offenses one as well. Going into round 5, Hugh knew whose advantage it was going to be. But I will say one thing. It did kind of feel like when Eglin have actually figured out, how to get past that opening wave of gunfights, right? That they were so reliant on versus versus Robins when they played them yesterday on Hacienda Control. Once they figured out, all right, if we don't win the first wave of gunfights, what do we do? They were perfectly fine. And we saw that in round number 3, right? Where it's just like, okay, you've lost the first wave of gunfights. Let's try and bounce back as a team and actually strategize around capturing one of these control zones. And then we were able to see them consistently do it, not just in that round, but of course in that fateful round number 5 as well. Standout performances from, I think, Eglin, just on the whole. Solid roster. But shout out to Langley Eustace as well, because they had their moments. That round number 4 clutch-up was huge, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really hate to point it out in this scenario, but I think it's the common case of being a little panicked and tunnel visioning back to that objective for the defenses of Langley Eustace. Every single time you'd see like 3 go down, that solo player who's trying to make the play to defend that zone, instead of going for the right call and taking, you know, that height, getting the player who's trying to flank him, and then looking towards the objective. It is just full steam ahead to see if you can go catch or defend that zone and kill the players as quick as possible. And you saw from Wolf got caught by a flanking member. You saw from Reaper getting caught by a flanking member. And for the players inside the objective on Eglin, they didn't have to do too much because of that. You had Charms going big. You had so many players on Eglin making sure that they were shutting down those lone individual pop-off moments that Langley Eustace were looking for. And you're getting caught sprinting so many times out of your spawn. And I think that really shows that there's just a sense of inexperience in terms of those really high intense scenarios for a control, when you need to understand what steps are being taken to break back into those control zones rather than just rushing to defend it as quick as you can, Brody. So hopefully that pressure and that panic can kind of be swept on the rug going into this map number 4. We got a hard point up next. We stay with the Hacienda. And you think back to that red card, you think to the control, both being very, very close in terms of score lines. The only thing is, and those last second deals at the end of the game, Eglin looked like the better team.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if I've just lagged out here.
I don't think you have.
Okay. I lagged out for a second. I was like, you just, I did not hear what you said at the end there, mate. Sorry, you just completely lagged out.
I was saying that, you know, at the end of both games, albeit close maps, we can take a look at the map vetoes just to kind of reiterate how, you know, close these two maps in the respawns were. At the end of those maps, Eglin looked like the clear favorites to walk away with it. In the control on their offense, it was pretty simple.
Yeah.
For the red card, those last couple of hills, it was very straightforward. A lot of players on the side of Langley Eustace getting caught sprinting and tack sprints, getting caught tunnel vision towards those objectives. Nobody really understanding what needs to be done to get back to those zones in high pressure scenarios.
Yeah, like, it's a weird one, right? Because I do think, you know, there are certain elements of panic, as you said, I don't know why my brain has just gone. Langley. Wow, why did I forget the name of the team? That's incredible. For JB Langley, Eustace, it's kind of like, I think they're just kind of dealing with these high pressure situations where they are losing the opening wave of gunfights, and then off the respawn, you're seeing them kind of panic somewhat, right? And that also goes for Hardpoint as well, where you are seeing them kind of get in these situations where, all right, cool, we've got the break. What do we do on holding these hardpoints? How do we set ourselves up for success? I will be fair in saying I think that's also an issue that we've seen both teams deal with in Hardpoint. It's something that we are going to see, I think, a lot of, not just in this matchup, not just between these two teams, but also, I think, just across the board here in the CONUS Championships, where teams are not able to hold hardpoints correctly. And I think there is also kind of an element of panic in that, where it's just like, once you've got hold of a hardpoint, I think these guys are kind of panicking as to what to watch. I got to imagine there's just a little bit of panicky comms in that.
It's like every single time I go to take a group photo and I just don't know what to do with my hands. It's like, it's a scenario where it's like, we don't know where to go after we get the break. And a lot of teams who will figure that out, I'm sure, will, you know, rise to that championship spot, that world's qualification spot here in the CONUS championships. I totally agree. I think one thing, though, we can look towards Langley and kind of drive our conversation over towards the rebound that is needed for this map 4. I saw a lot better in terms of, you know, what was happening as the team identity. Tantalized, the objective presence was there. Even when the kills weren't, you know, following up with it, he was still involved a lot more in that map 3 than we did see on that respawn. And if we go back to that red card, that small little difference can be a lot going into this hacienda. And for something where if Tantalize is performing to, you know, at least where your opponent on the other side, Trip and Burrito, is as well, that's going to pick up a lot of slack that was missing for this team going into this map 4.
I mean, we've already said that, right? I mean, that is the missing link, ultimately, right, for these rosters. It's just like, if you're not picking up in the slaying category, make sure you're doing something as part of the objective, and get somebody else to be that kind of player that's trying to slay out. Get somebody else to be the guy that's pushing forward. And we do go back towards map number 1, and that was the big issue, right? I mean, ultimately, it didn't make that much of a discrepancy in the scoreline. What was it, like a 30-point game or something like that between these two teams? But Langley Eustace, the reason they were more often than not losing control of the hard point was because you had a player that was outside of the hard point, not really doing all that much. And I think, you know, you've made that adaptation for control. You're seeing Tantalize get into the control zones more often now. I think we're probably going to see him also make those adjustments in towards the hard point as well. If you've got hard point control, just have Tantalize be the player inside the hill. You know, have Wolf and Reaper go off and do something else. Have them be the guys making sure that the point of ingress are being watched towards a hard point. And I think Langley Eustace did well for, say, game number 5, which, by the way, we're going to keep on hitting this point, given how good their search and destroy look. If it does go to game 5, they will be feeling very confident to take this series.
Oh, 100%. It's just the respawns that you got to get through. And those small little changes, Brody, that could go a long way. Now, I'm right there with you before where you said that you have that feeling. I got that gut feeling that this has a game 5 in the writing for the storybooks. Obviously, the respawns haven't been that good for Langley Eustace, but with going into this, if you could kind of fix those small little adjustments, maybe have a little bit more comfort towards your pop-off players, then you're looking towards that map 5. Do you think, Brody, do you still think Langley Eustace can do it? You think they can go to this map 5?
I think they can do this. Like, a slight adjustment, and they will be fine to force a map number 5 here. And again, I feel very confident if we do go to a game 5, unless something dramatic changes for Eglin, maybe the change of the map will change their fortunes. I don't know. I would feel confident that Langley Eustace were able to take this series. So it really does just come down to who takes this next map. If Eglin do it, they're done in 4. If they don't, well, they got to start a fix up for Search and Destroy.
Chat, we are just small brain individuals who thought this was going to be a 3-0 either way. But the chance to go the distance, I will never, ever say no to a game 5. I'd like to see Joint Base Langley Eustace do this one, and we can already see them into that objective off the breakup, but you see that Eglin break back through, and they're already looking. They put Trip and Burrito on the vacation home to rotate to see if he can flip these spawns.
That's what he's trying to do right now. You've got a couple of players from Langley Eustace, early investment here in towards said spawn, so Trip and Burrito is not going to have any success in doing so. He is actually doing a pretty good job of distracting right now. The rest of the squad picks up the scrap time inside P1. He's given a run. You can see him on the map. It feels like a game of cat and mouse, bit of Tom and Jerry gameplay there around the fences. In the end, Trip and Burrito is dealt with, but that is actually a fair amount of time that Eglin walk away with here on P1, but we always talk about P2 as potential money kill here. Langley Eustace, that's what they want.
If you get the setup, Reaper. A little crossfire here with this side door control. Team kill coming out from Shaky, and Wolf's going to do good to at least hunt down that last remaining player. The charms in the back, it's going to actually pull these spawns away from Angle and Brody's. They're going to have a quick hit back to see if they can break this one, and nobody's in a position to assist here from Langley Eustace. Da Vinci gets overwhelmed, and Eglin off of that, they break in a tie game stand.
We talked about it being a potential money hill for Langley Eustace. It's all fallen away from them. Now they're going to have to break back through. It's not the best of starts to this one as well. Door is closed for Reaper. Charms was watching it, switches his attention towards a jump up. So technically speaking, for the moment here, nobody is watching both the front and the side door. And that is what befalls Eglin inside the hard point. They were not watching everything, preoccupied with the jump up. And that's the one place where a player was not coming from. Looking for the last 10 seconds. Shaky, we were able to acquire that time back, but still, it is a good break from Langley Eustace in the end.
Charms, Wolf, both looking to see if they can suffocate this rotation. and fight their way through this P3 hill, but Charms is going to be shut down by Reaper. A good shot here for Giant Base Langley Eustace to have the setup that they want. Hopefully they can figure out how to hold this hill as we're looking at a tie game. Eglin, they want to break through the middle of the map. You're going to get a flank through Trip and Burrito.
Can they hold? Charms, jump down from up top. Will be good for the first kill. Oh, the Omni movement for the second will not come through. That is a solid defense coming out from JB Langley Eustace. But their woes aren't over just yet. Chip and Burrito right back in towards the action. Nobody watching the outer lanes though. Reaper gets turned on. That's unfortunate as Eglin will hold for that scrap time now. And if you're Langley Eustace, yeah, just give that one up. Rotate towards Rock because you are now looking for yet another full 60.
Eglin, I mean, what was the story back on that red card, Brody? Every single time Langley Eustace would get the rotation, they would have the initial time. Somehow, Eglin would still be looking at a 20-point lead going into the next hill. And this is a team that is just persevering through all pressure that is thrown their way. And for Langley Eustace, they need this hill to go their way. P4, the setup is here. It is 4 players versus the 3 on the other end. Reaper for the initial contact after Da Vinci goes down. Floki's going to take the flanker, and that's going to bring things into 2v2. Slide out Charms, not going to win things out in the clutch, but Reaper turned around. The closer spots for Eglin get in, and as soon as Da Vinci meets them, they both line up.
Back and forth is this hard point. It's always a mixy one, especially with the way in which these guys are holding these hard points down, not watching all the points of entry in towards said hill. Now looking for the last 10 seconds. Eglin are trying to find their way back through. They're not going to. And so really for the first time in this game, it feels like Langley Eustace, or either of these two teams, I should say, actually have some modicum of control over this game. It's a 35-point advantage and potentially growing for Langley Eustace as we look towards a kill feed. It is a pinstriped one. Wolf gets a double though, and that's going to give some modicum of control over P1. Wolf will get kill number 3 on the hunt for more here while his teammates soak up time.
Shaky. 6 and 10. Was the clutch factor back in that map number 3, but this time around, Tantalize is going to give him a couple extra body shots. Tantalize for 2, going big in the hard point, keeping the small lead for Langley Eustace intact. Rotation's going to be pressured out by Trip and Burrito yet again, so the hunt is going to be on for Reaper to see if he can win this fight at no. Chasing out, Nate dropped at his feet, and he's going to have to slow down for a second. Trip and Burrito, he's looking to go big for the team.
Do they know where he is, though? It's a bit of an awkward positioning. Team shots, yeah, nicely done. But the woes aren't over just yet. Tantalize has a lot to do here. We've been asking him to step up to the plate in this hard point. He's had a bit of a slow game thus far. Now looking for a big kill and will not get it. So that's a huge double coming through from Eglin as Floki takes down Reaper 2. They should be the first team to touch. Backspawns have not been accrued, though. So unfortunately, they're dealing with threats on both sides of the hard point. And while Floki and Charms might have been the first players in towards the hard point, they will not be the ones in control.
I think this is the biggest lead that we've seen from Langley Eustace across both hard points. So the fact that they have it is something that they do not want to let slip through their fingertips. But the spawns are going to flip in the back. Split spawns for Langley Eustace. And they're going to hit this one more time for the last 30 seconds of it. Tantalize from the front. He's going to open up with a kill. Reaper looking to double down. Slides in with the help of Wolf. It's 3 quick ones. Make it all 4. Langley, they're in. 18 seconds. They're holding the lead.
Well, Langley Eustace now. We talked about that big advantage for them. Now they have control of it, and we go towards the mixiest hard point of them all, although I'm not sure really that really means that much between these two teams, given kind of their break percentages on this game. Big kill from Tantalize up top, though. Now you're starting to see Langley Eustace, looking for some control over the kill. Da Vinci and Wolf combined for a 2, and now they're looking to accentuate the lead even further. If I'm Eglin, I gotta get in this hard point right now. You cannot let Langley Eustace run away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, Tantalize, he is having himself a lot better of a game than what we saw in that red card. Maybe red card just wasn't his map, Brody. And, you know, sometimes you just go double negative on a red card, and that's the end of your day. But for Eglin, you're right to say that this is the turning point and where you need to put your foot down finally. But Wolf, he's going to get in for the contest. 21 seconds. Flank play from Trip and Burrito. And again, it's going to alleviate some pressure here. But still Eglin not finding the objective time. Floki for 12 seconds. He needs his teammates to rotate here while he's picking up this old scrap time. And it is a triple stack at new for Eglin off the initial.
Eglin still within touching distance here. 40 points down in this game. Need to hold. You've lost one player. Trippin' Burrito needs to go big. He's not going to get it done. It takes 5 seconds for Eglin to be broken on the new hardpoint, and Langley uses to make their way through, and now the players off the spawn are being held, but they finally do take both down. Through the mid-cut, it will be a couple of players. Is anybody watching it? Floki's able to find one. Trippin' Burrito needs to go huge, and it's just not going to happen. The trades look pretty good. Reaper finds yet another kill on his killing spree. 5 for him now, and now the rogue spawn from Charms is all that Eglin have to rely on.
Reaper is going massive in these objectives. Lots of fights won through this Jackal. Eglin are reeling here on the Hacienda. And that map 5 is stirring in the pot of this series. The East is delivering, and Eglin have one last chance here going into this third rotation to see if they can bring things back. Down 157 to 222. It would be the best comeback we've seen through this tournament.
They just seem to have figured things out in the second set. Langley Eustace just looking so much better on their holds. I think that garage hold in particular was really damning for Eglin. Cannot let that happen again. And you also can't let a team get a lot of time on P1 if you are Langley Eustace. Da Vinci takes Shaky out before that can occur. So big kills now being made through the middle of the map, but you don't, technically speaking, have the numbers here. Da Vinci taken down. Floki trying to provide some coverage from up top as Eglin are soaking up just a little bit of time, inch by inch here in this game. Wolf finds another double in this game. He's having a hell of a game at that, at 34 and 18, and now on the hunt for even more kills.
Wolf is shooting anybody he sees, even if it is a dead doll on the ground. 20 seconds. It's not going to win this game, but you're going to be about 3 seconds away from putting away this map 4 and sending it to a map 5. If you're Langley Eustace, Eglin going to have to fight through old, get through this map, flip those spawns, and you can see they're doing just that. Shaky's going to be here, but can he win fights both in and out of this hill when he's got Trippin' Burrito to see if he can assist? He goes down. 2 players in the back, lock down those spawns for Langley. And now they're going to see if they can break this one and put it away. 15 seconds.
Well, this time you don't have to deal with players on both sides of the hard point. Just 2 points of ingress. It's being watched by player number 8 and Floki. He's only able to pick up one. Now one towards the back line. It's going to be Tantalized, who can't find any value whatsoever. So the initial hold is good from Eglin. Now you have to deal with a second and inevitable third wave of players from Langley Eustace. They will give this the good old college try. First kill, good for Reaper. Through the front of the door now, Wolf flies out in towards the open. The team shots are good. The team play is brilliant. They're in.
Close spawns and split. So you need this timing to work out, but there's only 8 seconds to make it work. So you have to rush into this one. Trippy Burrito going to slide through towards Lambo. Last player, Shaky. He drops. And with 3 seconds left, there's lots of time to put this one to a map 5 rewind. We're going the distance for game 1. Lock in, folks. This is going to be a day.
Oh my goodness me, what an incredible game number 4. We talked about at the end of game number 1 that Eglin just looked a little bit better at the breaks. In this game, I would say inarguably that Langley Eustace seemed to have figured things out, and there was no better hardpoint, I think, that exemplifies that than the final one we just saw there. The team play at the moment from Langley Eustace is off the charts. The way in which they're breaking these hardpoints together is just brilliant. And you talk about adaptations, you can see it there as well. Tantalize might well not be having the most incredible game, but he is in the hard point. He is soaking up time for the team, and that makes a world of difference for this Langley Eustace roster.
That's what we're saying. It is not like the superstar performance. You're not looking at Dan Ghosty out here dropping a 1.8 in a hard point while directing traffic, but it is enough to allow players like Wolf, Da Vinci, and Reaper just to have a free flow on the map. And that is enough to make this difference look monumental between these two teams. When Tantalize is playing, I mean, it certainly is the X factor for this game, because that red card was neck and neck, Brody. But with that double negative situation that you were getting from Tantalize, you felt like there was a missing link. And while that link is found in map 4, it's not even close. In that hard point, you felt like Eglin were chasing a rabbit on a stick that whole time.
Yeah, it's just tough for Eglin. I think there's just too many threats to deal with on the defense of these hard points, right? We talk about kind of the breaks being a massive part of these respawns, a massive part of these hard points. And again, like, Eglin just never really felt like they were able to hold the hard point whatsoever. The fact of the matter is, Langley Eustace were just way, way faster on those breaks, just constantly off the spawn. All right, cool, let's just hit this together at the same time. Solid team play from them. Loved watching them. And next up, We've got that search and destroy, which we said, again, Langley Eustace, they look stronger, and all they had to do to extend the series was win the hard point, and here we are.
Well, here we are, going the distance in game number 1 of the series for the day. This is going to be a fun one. I mean, Langley, they're going to be feeling confident going into it for sure, but Eglin, let's see if they got what it takes to clutch up when it matters for their regional bracket. We're going to cut to a quick little break. Will we let these players have a step away from their setups? We'll be back with the Game 5 rewind very shortly, everyone.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
We're back with a Game 5 getting cooked in the stew right now. My name is Seymour. With me is Brody. And Brody, we've been through this game. It's been quite long with it going the distance. And while this is going on, we still have other matches going on at the same exact time. You know, big things going on across the board that people probably want to hear about. You want to be the ones to break the news?
Ah, mate, well, if I have to, if you really want me to. Nellis 3-0'd Canon, a team that I predicted to win the entire tournament. Obviously, those predictions were with not as much knowledge as now we have over these teams. And I will say as well, like, going into this matchup between Nellis and Canon, I didn't expect Nellis to come out on top. Not just because Canon are a very strong roster, but because Nellis's win versus Buckley, all right, cool. It was taking down the former champions. You said it at the top of the show, right? Buckley are not the same roster they once were. So did it really mean that much? Well, it turns out, yeah, it did. Nellis coming out on top 3-0. Incredible performance for them. I'm shocked, honestly. I'm so happy that roster, who looked so good yesterday, has made it all the way through to the final stage of the competition.
Yeah, and this Nellis team who made changes of their own, Tones, Smoke, Stack, and Kuzo. I mean, yeah, yesterday versus Buckley, like you said, it was good, but we were questioning whether, it was just like it was a schedule thing, it was just like a difference in that, but they withstand the tests, and I think for Canon, yeah, that is a shocker. I also had them up there for being one of the best teams that we have. I think, you can look at Tones as he has done good for this Nellis roster that we're going to be seeing, and I can't wait to see them again. We've yet to see Canon on stream. A little bit upset about that one, but they'll be here eventually. We got 5 days across the week for this CONUS championship. And at the same time now, we got Offit playing Robin on stream. Offit winning 1-0 at this point in time. I'm not sure what the update is for the Search and Destroy, but oh, hey. It's like you ask it, you get it, Brody. It's 2-0 for Offit now over Robin. Wow. We just got that info, and that is surprising as well. But for this game that we have in front of us, Brody, we got Game 5 locked in. This is going to be where we need to see both teams play at their best. For Eglin, obviously that Search and Destroy map 2 on red card wasn't the best, but you win the hardpoint 1, you win the control 3, you ice up in those big moments. You forget now about this Hacienda. You put it in the past. All eyes forward to this rewind. What are you thinking here if you're Eglin?
I'm thinking you guys have got to pull some strats out of the playbook. Even day one, right, or yesterday. I don't know why I'm saying day one. Like, there's been multiple days so far. Even yesterday, right, in their first matchup versus Robin, this is one of those maps that we did see. We saw a rewind, search, and destroy. And the strategies felt very shallow for them, right? Or it's like what they were doing was effectively they were playing through the middle of the map, trying to get in behind enemy lines, and I don't think there was ever really much of a response from Robins whatsoever, excuse me. And I think, JB Langley, Eustace are not the kind of roster to let that one fly. We saw that back in game number 2 where they threw a couple of unique looks at Eglin, and they just kind of looked like a rabbit in headlights, right? Not really much to say, and I don't think that can happen here in this Game 5, but I think it is going to happen here in this Game 5. Honestly, I think the Search and Destroy is the only game mode across this entire series so far where I would say a team has convincingly beat their opposition. And so for JB Langley Eustace, you got to be feeling pretty confident going into this map 5.
Yeah, you really do. Hopefully both teams have learned their lesson. You've won a couple games, you lost a couple games, and Brody, I got a little bit more for this Robin's game that it's a little rough, I'd say, if you're a Robin fan right now, because apparently sources say, allegedly, that they were up 4-0 and they choked. Also, choking a 1v4. That is rough to think about if you're a Robins fan, but if you're an Offit fan, I mean, you are elated at that news and you are on top of the world. And I think I'm pretty excited for this Office team because Waz is crazy. I mean, that guy was cracked yesterday to watch.
Yeah.
And, I think that they're definitely a team to keep your eyes on because albeit that match versus Charleston was something that, again, maybe it might have been a strength of schedule thing, but the case of the matter of a lot of these teams that are putting together new rosters that are kind of housing some players who might be playing COD for the first time. The big storyline in day one that we had, Brody, is that these teams are just going to get better and better over the course of this week. And you just give some players time, they'll gel, they'll figure it out, and once they do, they're going to hit levels that even themselves could not believe. So for Offit, this might be their chance to really spring into something new in terms of their skill. And I'm excited to see where that ceiling does lie for this team. But it looks like we're loaded into this map 5, Brody. For Eglin, it is revenge in the S&D. For Langley Eustace, you are looking to do what you did last time and make it look clean.
I want to see what the strategies are like for Langley Eustace early on in these rounds. Feels like a very aggressive look from Da Vinci through the middle of the map here. Full control over both of these two sites. Wolf is quite literally the lone wolf over by the B zone, or B site, excuse me, and takes Shaky out of the equation. That's giving them credence to move forward all the way up towards the middle of the map now. Da Vinci was playing somewhat passive over A. Now he is getting very actively involved.
Yeah. And you can see Charms, he is going to play very passive towards blue. No real avenue into the A site. And with Floki going down by Tantalize, that's going to make these matters even worse for Aglin. You are bottlenecked to try to make a play over towards A, but you take down Da Vinci, and that actually might pull some players away from B. And this might be the long con for Aglin.
They just don't have the numbers. It's a 2 versus 3. The best way you can play this one is take Wolf off the site, and that's a difficult ask for anybody at this point in time. Yeah, they've made a bit of a different decision. Is that stun going to connect on towards Reaper? It doesn't. The shoulder is thrown. Reaper on his lonesome here. They're trying to pull off a 2 versus 1. Reaper is overwhelmed. Players on the other side, though, you don't have the time to make this happen. Tantalize has done enough. Wolf wants to be the one to call this round, and he should be. Trip and Burrito finds a kill and does make Wolf sweat for a moment. But the final kill is made. Just not enough time there for Langley Eustace.
Absolutely insane. There was kind of a chance there for Trip and Burrito to plant that bomb. And, you know, with 13 seconds for Aglin going towards that B zone constantly back on that red card, the biggest issue with it was a lot of their hits came down to literally having, 10, maybe 15 seconds to get that bomb planted. And they do it again in this round. Granted, you lose those opening bloods. It makes it a little bit more difficult for you to just bang out a site. But you have to start being a little bit more proactive at trying to pull yourself out of those negative situations.
When we talk about reactivity here from Langley Eustace, they're getting aggressive. Shaky is ready for it, though. Meets that aggression with a couple of nice kills. And now, if you're Langley Eustace, you're stuck in the mud. Couple of players left up here. Wolf and Tantalize, no choice but to push all the way forward. Floki takes Tantalize out of the equation. And now just down to Wolf. Absolutely nothing you can do. That is a flawless round on the defense for Aglin.
Yeah, as quick and as clean as you can really ask after what happened back in that round 1. Langley Eustace, it took them a little bit of time back on that red card to figure out those attacking rounds. As soon as they did, it seemed a lot easier, but a lot of those opening, first couple of rounds that we did see on offense and defense, they were kind of bang outs, sizing each other up, trying to feel out, where people are sitting, what their tendencies are, and, if there's any openings that you can really punish. So for Langley Eustace, they try their hands at B. It doesn't work. Now we switch back over towards Aglin, and hopefully this time they don't get blooded in the first 10 seconds.
Well, these opening fights are everything. Oh, Charms outclasses Da Vinci. He was a big problem back in round number 1. That's a little bit of mid-map pressure eroded away. Wolf is going to have to reposition forward as well. So B-side, technically speaking, open here, but Aglin have their heart set on an A push. Shaky going down here. You might well have taken a couple of players out of position, but as far as getting site control is concerned, I don't think Aglin are all the way there just yet.
3v3. 48 seconds. This is that proactivity that I was hoping to see from Aglin on their attacking side, but they are looking to draw out a mistake, and Langley Eustace are not giving them those mistakes. So it seems like this is going to be a chance over towards B. Player on the wall as Reaper. He's going to play the 50-50, but he goes on to the other side. Trip and Burrito's going to back up. Reaper might be in trouble, and yeah, Floki catches him. A kill through mid leads this into a 2v2, but Bomb looking to go down.
Yeah, they haven't caught Wolf, though. They haven't caught him whatsoever. Wolf good for the first kill. He's got shots into the second. The Wolf will strike and strike you down. Langley Eustace, off the back of Wolf's heroics, will take that round. And if I'm perfectly honest, I think Aglin should have been a little bit more cautious there. They had no knowledge that nobody was towards the back whatsoever. They hadn't cleared it out. And Wolf takes advantage of that all day long.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic moment for Langley Eustace on their defense to just constantly be found in those right positions. That's the second time that Wolf has had an opportunity to stop that bomb plant. I don't know if that is an Aglin mistake that you're rushing, or if it is the fact that maybe they're just dragging themselves and trying to get to a position of perfection that's never arriving. Trip and Burrito, he snaps back. 3 versus 2. Bomb down at A. And this has to be around for Eglin. Floki's going to sniff this one out in the corner. Reaper ends up going down, and it's Wolf for the 1v3. First kill's good. Can't get the second one. Eglin answer back for defenses. Nobody can get an offense yet.
Oh, goodness gracious. I really thought Wolf was about to get that second kill there. There was a realistic chance. Floki's shots are far from perfect, but he will finish off the gunfight regardless. He should bullets in the body as well. He clears out the entire mag. Eglin want to get in the heads of Langley Eustace. In that round, though, I will say, I think just, getting, I think it was the kill on towards Reaper was the reason that they win that round. It gives them mid-map presence to move all the way forward. They don't have that. Well, things look totally different. So, 2-2 we go. Now in this search and destroy. Wolf has been shut down, but still feeling pretty high off these first 4 rounds at 7-2. First blood going the way of Charms on the start of this round as well. And there goes Da Vinci to Seymour. JB Langley Eustace starting to fall apart here.
Yeah, that's back-to-back first bloods on the attacking side. This time, Eglin follows it up, and that is going to leave that A site wide open for a plant. And this is the first time we'll see a team on defense tested for a retake with a numbers disadvantage in a 2 versus 4.
Pre-fire would have been nice if Wolf could have walked away with some kind of value there, but just unfortunate not to. We do need to see some individual heroics here for the players. Can't really take 2v1s when you are in a 2 versus 4. Distraction from Reaper might be good for Wolf to find one, and he will. Time's starting to dwindle down in this round, though. Reaper needs to find his kill. The drop shot is good for it. Now, all of a sudden, you know where the last 2 player is, and it's a process of elimination. Floki is nowhere near this site. He's trying to get shots through the wall, but it's far from perfect. He has to hit the reload, and that is a breakdown, ladies and gents, as Langley Eustace make that 2v4 look so damn easy.
You saw whether it was Wolf or it was Reaper, the body shots being blocked from the wallbang. And yes, in fact, you can wallbang that Floki. It just seems like your aim and your understanding of where it is maybe 2 millimeters too far to the right. That is unfortunate to say the least. Wallbanging in Black Ops 6, it takes that kill marker from about 4 to maybe 7 shots needed. And for the aims, if you miss your target right off the back, I mean, the reload is way too long, and it is really hard to recover for those wallbang shots. Eglin, that is a big one for you. So you keep this one in a situation where you can steal away that offense, and Langley Eustace, they steal it right back.
I will say, for a 2 versus 4, you wouldn't think there was a 2 versus 4 in the prior round, the way that Langley Eustace are playing this round number 6, right? They're playing relatively slow. It's a more measured approach than maybe we've seen in past rounds. They're looking for a first blood before fully committing to something, which is a sensible way of going about it. And yet still, they're not finding anybody just yet. Trip and Burrito, bit of an odd position. Check comes through from Da Vinci. It's not a full check, though. Trip and Burrito is able to strike on towards one. Can he get away with his life? No. Reaper from Electrical will trade things out. The bomb, though, is down and towards A. You need to commit to this now with 30 seconds on the clock.
Shaky's got a good angle. Stun doesn't hit. So no information that Shaky does have the info that this is going to be a hit towards A. The timing might pay off as bomb goes down. Shaky trying to get into a place to punish somebody, but Tantalize stays quiet. And on that reposition, finds himself hiding away to shut down that flank. 2 versus 3 now for Eglin to see if they can clutch up this defensive retake.
Shots from Tantalize. It is just down to Charms. 1v3. He'll get to hit the regen hit. We'll have to burn some time off the clock to do so. Small reposition. Those doors will have been heard here, so Langley Eustace know where Charms is located. He has to check every single corner of the site, and in doing so, has no time for a defuse. He'll barrel towards the site, but it's just not going to happen. Langley Eustace, that might have been a slow one for them, and albeit they don't actually draw the first blood in the round, they get the bomb down regardless. And if I'm honest, it kind of felt like Eglin were a little slow to react, right? They get that first blood. Yeah, there's a trade, but they don't swarm into the site. They just kind of hold their positions.
That's kind of been the story for this Eglin's team, though. In Search and Destroy, slow to react, slow to kind of adapt. And you see it in the offenses back on Red Card that they were hitting the bomb sites, a player down, and, you know, a little late off the marker. And now for the defense there, it's just solo challing without your teammates. The communication, something is not there. But on the other side for Langley Eustace, they are all over the case.
Eglin have already lost the first blood in this round, and they do not look like they have any kind of reaction. They're trying to play for over-aggression from Langley Eustace at the moment, and I don't know that Langley Eustace are going to give it to him. Now, one player on the board that they have an opportunity to do something with would, technically speaking, be Floki, but you can see Tantalize on the minimap is keeping an eye on him, making sure that Floki doesn't do anything untoward. The repositions have been made now. Pawns are in the right position, and they've finally drawn blood in this round. Eglin now starting to activate.
I mean, that is over towards the street, though. I mean, you don't have to draw away from either of these bomb sites. It's going to be a hit towards A, but all the support here from Langley Eustace are in a position to stop this bomb from getting planted.
Luckily going down. That does feel like the dagger here in this round. Tripping Burrito finds one. Makes it plausible, but the late flank coming through from Langley Eustace is going to put a stop to them, and as soon as Eglin lose first blood in that round, they just take so damn long to get themselves repositioned for anything of relevance. By the time that they do, Langley Eustace just have their number. Reaper's the one to cool round, and Langley Eustace, once again, they don't look dominant in this S&D, I will say, even though the scoreline suggests that they are. I will say, I think just on the whole here, they do look the better positioned in each individual round, though. They look a lot more reactive than Eglin.
It seems like since you had a situation to win that offense, Brody, and it was stolen away, confidence is a little deflated for Eglin. But can you ring off 4 rounds in a row and clutch up this map 5? It is going to take some iron will composure to complete this comeback. A minute 6 on the attack, and it seems like everybody on Langley Eustace are just grouping up to bang out this A side, get this bomb down.
Shaky now being peppered up as well. Needs to play their life through the middle of the map. This is a very passive defensive setup for Eglin, and they can no longer afford to be passive here. Charms will trade out for the first kill. Backs off. Floki traded out, though. So 3 versus 3 we go. Tripping Burrito now off the board. Lank flank from Shaky. It needs to quick out the pace a little bit, and he will. Trades in time. Now the 1 versus 1. 25 seconds on the clock here, and it's going to be the reposition from Tantalize to make this happen.
Both players not reading this properly. Tantalize going to be in position to shoot him in the back and put it away for the team. And then we talked about him back in the red card. It was a performance that we needed to see improve. Well, how do you like them apples? And you can see how much it means to JB Langley Eustace. As they stand up, they shout, they get hyped for the win in Game 5. Search and Destroy looks fantastic for this team, Brody. And for Eglin Air Force Base, you asked the question of what could have been and what just fell from grace.
Search and Destroy. Where's your downfall? Ultimately, if you're Eglin, the strategies just were not there in game number 2, and I don't think things improved that much in game number 5. And I say strategies, right? I don't even think it was necessarily a shallow strategy playbook for Eglin. I think just Langley Eustace had so many different looks in the back pocket. Eglin never really knew how to react to that, and they certainly didn't have enough of a unique response for themselves. Outside of that, phenomenal series, really, for both teams. I think both hardpoints were super competitive. What was it, a 40 to 50 point game at worst in both of them? Just really came down to who was going to break better, and in the second one, it was ultimately Langley Eustace, and then, of course, it was the swing game in the control. Eglin were able to take that one in a round number 5. Figuring out the offenses in the end. But man, those Search and Destroys, if you're Eglin, they're going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you look to the hard point too. We talk about adaptations. Langley Eustace talking amongst each other, trying to figure it out. They put that red card behind them, and that Hacienda, it was clinical. You go into this rewind, Wolf has himself a game 13-3 towards the end of it. And that 2v4 to boot as well. You really thought that 2v4 kind of killed the mood. It killed the vibe a little bit for Eglin Air Force Base, and I don't blame them. It's a tough situation to find yourself in. You have to look back at that and think, you know, maybe the call to go for the wall bang from Top Diner wasn't the play in a 4 versus 2. You could have just doubled up and traded each other out inside, but, you know, that is so long ago. But it does have the impact that you have to be thinking of changing that up going into, you know, future games, Brody, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Really phenomenal performances from Langley Eustace. Just looking so good right now. Both of those teams were solid. We promised you guys a phenomenal game of Call of Duty. That is what you got
one
across all 5 maps. 5 map, but I finally got to cast one. You guys got one yesterday, and I'm here. First match of the day. We got a game 5. Imagine if every series today is a game 5, Seymour.
And then 1-3-0. Like, it's like everything's
Just one
like
at the
game
end.
5, and then just 1-3-0 in the midst of it. Like we got yesterday, reversed roles. I mean, that would be absolute cinema. And everybody agrees that would be cinema here for CONUS. And, that could be the case with, teams making the changes from day 1 into day 2. Surely the growth is going to be there for a lot of squads looking to get their revenge through the winners final, the grand final of these regional brackets, and trying to make that losers bracket run at the same time. For anybody who was wondering about the losers bracket in the East as well, Offit did complete the 3-0 over Robin. So a tough one if you're a Robin fan, like I said, but if you are really rallying behind Waz and the boys, that is a big one for you. But we'll talk more about that Eastern bracket in the future here for the desk. Right now, we have to look deeper into this series. We got an interview ready with Wolf. We can bring him in here, this young gun, the superstar of this squad, 13-3. In the game 5 search and destroy Brody, a major play from Wolf, and I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be bringing him in for the interview right now. And yeah, we are. So Wolf's going to join us on the desk, buddy. Congratulations on the win. It goes to a game 5. How's the vibes feeling after that one?
Talk to me a little bit more about that Search and Destroy for you guys. I saw someone in the Twitch chat saying that you guys are the best Search and Destroy tournament here, team in the tournament, excuse me. And we saw that, right? You guys have a really deep Search and Destroy strategy. You guys look so well put together. Is that kind of one of your strengths in this tournament?
Coming into this tournament, we just practice, I think, a lot about communication. I think as a team, we're communicating really well. That's something we needed to work on from the beginning. But at this point, our communication is great. We're common really well, knowing where everybody's at, like UAV.
Yeah, for sure. And then, we talk about Search and Destroy, right? Your communication is on point for that. It feels like you guys also made market improvements in that series in the hard point as well. Game number 1, you guys were kind of getting broken in the hard point just a little bit more maybe than Eglin were. But game number 4, you guys seem to get your stuff together. We were talking about it after the game, saying, like, when you guys were breaking, you were doing it as a team. Is that, guys, something you guys were talking about between games?
Honestly, that map 1, that's just a red card. We're warming up. Map 1, we weren't worried at all about map 4. We knew we had it in the bag.
And it did feel like a warm-up too. I mean, everything changed, everything looked better. It's day 1 or game 1 for you guys. It's still early in the morning, I'm sure, and so you got to warm up eventually. So you look through this tournament. Obviously, you're feeling good after this game, but I was wondering more about your team in general and how you guys came together through your base, and how you guys maybe know each other outside. How does everything fall in place to make this roster?
So when I first joined the military in tech school, we started playing more Call of Duty and networking, and I found out Tantalize, actually, he was at the base I was going to. So we got to Langley, and me and Tommy were talking. We said we need to make a team, and I got somebody from my squadron, Reaper. He's from my squadron. I picked him up, and then Da Vinci is from Tantalize's squadron as well. So we just found people within our own unit, pretty much.
That's like the perfect scenario for everything. You just get a little bit here and a little bit there, and Da Vinci and Reaper, what great additions for you to just take out of your squads too. So you guys look fantastic, and I think that it's only going to get better from here on out. So congratulations for the win. And before we let you go, is there anybody at the base you'd like to shout out? Anybody watching that you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, first of all, I want to shout out my wife. She's been really supportive within my military career, and also this COD thing that I'm trying to play Call of Duty. Also, shout out my squadron. They're GOATs. They really support me in this event and playing Call of Duty.
Gotta shout out everybody here to support for these players. But Wolf, congratulations, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you again later on.
All right, yep. Thank you guys.
So no, for a little bit there, Brody, the volume for Wolf was muted for stream. We asked him what the vibes were like. He's saying that after a Game 5, the vibes couldn't be better. And realistically, I think, I agree. And there's no better way to open up the day for your team, especially if, like Enigma said, there might be some nerves and some pressure going into today. You get a Game 5, you win a Game 5, the pressure's gone immediately.
Yeah, it's almost like, in a sense, I would say it's better than winning a 3-0 in your first series, right? Because it's like, you're not dominating a team. You have that clutch factor. You know that if you do have to go the distance with any of the big boys in this tournament, and let's be clear about it, Langley's opposition, Eglin, were a big boy in that first series, you know that you can take them down if you do have to go the distance. So, yeah, massive confidence booster there for Langley Eustace. They move forward, and we'll maybe get the chance to play Eglin again in the grand final of their bracket.
Yeah, well, we head to the west. Up next, Brody, you're going to be taking a step away, but Enigma is going to be joining on the cast. So we bid farewell to you. We're going to get the next match set up for day 2 here at CONUS. Don't go anywhere, and show some love to the players in chat. We'll see you soon with more Call of Duty.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
This is Map Mystery. Our Pac-F teams will put their Call of Duty knowledge to the test, identifying multiplayer maps as quickly as possible. Players will only have a limited time to name as many as they can.
Nuketown.
That's Modern Warfare, right?
I think that's Afghan. No, it's not Afghan.
I don't
What's
know
the
that.
name of it, dog?
What's the name of it?
I used to skip it.
It's Modern Warfare. It's the first Modern Warfare. Oh, Turbine from Black Ops 2.
Nice. Oh.
That's Black Ops. Dust 2.
That's MW. Nah, that's MW. 3? That's 3.
I don't remember the name of it, but I played Infected on that map so many times, I don't even know.
This is World at War. Dang. I don't know. I don't pass.
I know what the map looks like, but I couldn't tell you the name. Yeah, we're horrible.
That's a World at War map.
What? I know the games. I played the
I would say
match.
5 seconds to pass. I didn't even play the game.
Pass.
I played this the other day.
Bro, we play these damn maps so much. Boneyard.
Scrapyard.
Oh, Scrapyard. Ah. You're welcome. Assist. No idea.
No, throw it out.
Kino Duto.
It's Detroit Advanced Warfare.
AW. You're kind of our MVP here, dude.
This is from not Cold War. What is that?
Definitely Kino Duto.
And it's Advanced Warfare when the tsunami comes.
Is that a Vanguard map? Oh, so that's Vanguard. Dude, I have no idea.
Useless, dude.
It's like a barn. There's like a barn in the middle.
I stopped
within the
playing
name.
COD for like 5 years. Oh, he got excuses, bro.
Oh, Bokic. Yeah.
Okay.
What the heck is the name of that map?
Kino Duto.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
Remastered.
Oh man, this is embarrassing.
Embassy.
No,
Embassy. That's
Invasion.
Yeah,
Invasion. MW2.
Gun up to my head, I couldn't tell you a single Black Ops 4 map.
Best guess, Kino Duto.
I like that. That's a good guess.
Cooked. Cooked.
Couldn't remember nothing.
Yeah, we must be dumb.
I'm out of here. man.
Cooked. Kino.
That's an Infinite Warfare. I just don't remember what the heck the name of it is.
Skip. I got this game so I could get COD 4 remastered. That's
it.
gotta be Ghost. Don't know the name.
I mean, a classic. That's
Kino.
No, what is it called? The state. I knew it was like the name of like a building or something.
Oh, red card.
Banning that.
Raid.
I was chalked. I don't think I got a single one.
Underground. MW3.
Okay, nice.
Real pool.
Damn, that was embarrassing.
Dude, I know all the games.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, I got you. At least I can help y'all out. I know all the games. I just don't know any of the maps.
That was embarrassing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships. My name is Seymour, joined by the most vibiest duo that I'll have. Sorry, Brody. Enigma, as he's got the sunglasses on. We're chilling in the sun, and we got ourselves a good match coming up, too.
We have indeed. Yeah, I'll be completely honest with you. Without my contact team, can't see a damn thing. So not sure what it is that I'm looking at, but the camera's here, so I'm staring straight ahead. But yeah, you said it was a beach day. We got ourselves a party, and we do indeed for our next series. Peterson against Malmstrom. We've had a good look at these already through day one. Both great teams. One of the squads, two of the squads that are coming through from this Western bracket that we're looking at and thinking, yeah, you could be real contenders, real dark horses, and looking forward to breaking it all down alongside you, my friend.
Of course. And, you know, yesterday, I got to get a litmus test off of you because you got to cast over this Malmstrom team with Brody. We got to cast over this Peterson team for the last match. And I have to say, you know, you have the star-studded lineup of Malmstrom's Superstar and Sunder going up against a pretty heavy team in terms of Peterson. When we saw him against Buckley, the whole team was popping off. And what do you think that the standings kind of look like between these two in terms of firepower going into the series?
It's difficult because I mean, both of these teams, the only reason they're down in this lower portion is because of the same team, Canon, who just lost and are waiting for the next round. So both of these teams have a bit of a revenge arc building here for themselves. But I mean, on Peterson, I look at this three-player lineup alongside Soda, this Kimura, JR, and Loyal lineup, and I just think like they look insanely good. We'll get to breaking them down more specifically later. But across the other side, Malmstrom, it becomes a case of like, okay, do I see the same level of technical skill in that roster, I think you put it pretty damn close. But then there's also the fact that, you know, alongside, as you said, Sunder, you've got that little bit of extra X factor that could make the difference in this series.
You know, I mean, like, if he's doing things that he did yesterday,
pretty damn good.
Okay, like, come on. Like, let's be real, guys. He looked like he was different than the rest. But the one big standing, like you said, is that both of these two teams have lost to Canon to get to where that they are right now. And that's something that I'm sure both of them are looking to get a little bit of revenge from to see if they can move on forward. And with Canon losing to Nellis, who knows where the world is going to take us now on the western side of things. But let's look at the rosters on both sides, get a little bit of a deeper look onto how things are shaping. We got Malmstrom Air Force Base on the left side, Sunder, Prosper Slays, All-Star X, and Roshi. For Peterson Space Force Base, it's Kimura, JR, Loyal, and Soter. And I will say, I mean, a lot of fans yesterday for this Malmstrom team in the chat. A lot of love over towards Roshi, but we do have to be a little bit worried about Sunder and what he's going to bring to this match.
No, 100%. I mean, it's a weird one because you kind of look at this lineup, Sunder, Prosper, Roshi. These are relatively new faces to the space. A lot of like, okay, this is your first big LAN. What are you going to do? How are you going to announce yourself? It turns out pretty damn well. Sunder in particular has really shone under the lights that is main stage, and I'm looking forward to getting another opportunity to see how he performs, because we're doing the same thing that a lot of other people will be doing even in venue. We're kind of assessing, okay, but how do you look when you step up against some of this higher level competition through the tournament? We get a gorgeous shot here for the 4 players, very much so locked, loaded, and ready to go. But it's actually going to be All-Star X I point to for a moment here. All-Star, you know, we're talking about Sunder, Prosper, Roshi as these talented players, and very understandably so, but it would be easy to pass over All-Star. But he is a veteran. He's been a part of the early overseas events, but we saw moments of him yesterday where he clearly fits into this team very well and balances them out nicely. 2 1v2 clutches in the S&D, and just having those kind of moments where you've got all the technical skill in the world around you, sure, but sometimes that needs a calm mind, a leader, and he clearly seems to be that person for this squad.
I don't like the way that Roshi's kind of mean mugging me right now in that last square. I'm a little bit worried that he's just going to jump out and like sucker punch me or something. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but it's just the feeling that I'm giving off right there. But let's hope if he's taking that energy into this game, Peterson have to be scared, because when you look over towards Peterson's Space Force base, it's kind of the same, I'd say, in terms of experience, at least, that we're bringing into this, because there was not a lot of information either for this team going towards this tournament. Additions into Peterson's Space Force base like Kimura, JR, and Loyal, but they stole the show, and it was incredible.
Yeah, and we look across this other team, and this is where it starts to become a case of, well, everything that I just said that was great about Malmstrom, you have over here on Peterson too. There's a whole storyline, of course, for Soda, who unfortunately couldn't make last year's LAN, even due to travel commitments, but, you know, has been around the space for some time and is leading this lineup alongside this trio that is dangerous indeed. Kimura, JR, Loyal, and again, you kind of got 3 players, and quite often we talk about new faces, young guns coming through, and you think, okay, they're going to have incredible technical accuracy, but what's your discipline like? What are your fundamentals like? We saw plenty of moments yesterday where they delivered in spades on that side of things. Great rotations, great breaks in particular, and I think back to some of their S&D play as well. There was a moment where Kimura, great trigger discipline to watch the cross and set up his teammates to activate in other places, and it's things like that that says to me that we've got a very deep team here with plenty of ability to adapt to things on the fly, make those adjustments, and that says to me that we're in for a fantastic series, because there's 8 gentlemen here across our stage, and quite often we've had moments through series where we've gone, okay, this team probably edges this situation. I'm really struggling to call this one, I'll be completely honest with you.
It's gonna be tough. But you know what? I still had to give a prediction, and I'm sure you still had to give a prediction as well. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later down the line for this breakdown. We got our maps set in place so we can look at where this setting is going to take us for the best of 5. So we swing on over to the graphic. We can unfold this greatness that is going to be a Skyline hardpoint, red card search and destroy, vault control, and then a double dose of rewind if we need the 4 and 5, which, you know, and like Brody said, is if it was anything like game number 1, the first series that we had, well, he said we might be going to game 5 a whole lot this day.
Yeah, I mean, we are, first day we saw quite a few 3-0s and we're a little bit worried that we were cursed up here on broadcast. And then suddenly towards the back end, we started to get some real beefy matches. And now we are indeed seeing these game 5s come on. And I'm hopeful that we're going to get another because, again, both of these teams we've kind of put into like this dark horse, possible contender for the very top spots kind of bracket. And it's a case of, well, nowhere better to start, by the way, than Skyline. If we want to watch what we're calling 6 dangerous players out there, these new additions to the space, these young guns that we're expecting a lot of technical accuracy from, able to shoot their way through anything. We're better than the Skyline to get us going.
Exactly.
But looking through the rest of that series as well, if we do get all the way on through, the S&Ds, I've already spoken a little bit about how both teams have shown great S&D prowess. So I think a little bit it might come from the fact that we are in a lucky space of having a long tournament. You had day 1 yesterday. What was your VOD review like? What was your work like in order to make sure you were coming in today fully prepared? Because you've got a big matchup and a big opposing team to get through.
That's the question, and I'm excited to see it get answered throughout this best of 5, which, like we were kind of saying, I hope it goes pretty far. But another question that needs answers is our predictions. So let's take a look at what we're going to be going for here, Andy. I know my predictions. I haven't looked at yours just yet. And okay. So riding the wave from that last match that we saw, Peterson. I mean, yeah, they were good, but a game 5 against Malmstrom, that is a bold pred, my friend.
I mean, I was hoping for it to go down to a game 5 either way because you guys just got blessed with one. We had some beauties yesterday. So I'm just kind of like, all right, you know what? I don't really care, but like I've got to put a name to it. So I'm going Peterson because of some of the stuff I saw yesterday. Felt really good watching them. Was really hopeful to get on to see them today. And to get to broadcast them first, I want that game 5, and I'm just going to back the Peterson boys to see it over the line.
Yeah, and for myself, I mean, Malmstrom, I didn't see them play. I mean, I watched them play, but I didn't get to cast them play yesterday. And they looked really, really polished in their game as well. I'm not going to take anything away from it. I think it's going to be a blowout, but again, with how close these games have been, and even in our matchup earlier today, it's like the smallest of margins make that matchup differently. It could have been 4 either way, and it could have been a 3-0. And, you know, you look at this game for Malmstrom and Peterson, I think that it is going to be hotly contested. It's going to be the distance, and it's going to be the small little hairline fractures that make the difference on putting it away. And I think that when we're kicking things off with a Skyline, obviously, you know, we kind of judge this one and saying, you know, just like Bocage all the way back in Vanguard is like, this is where a lot of the game is going to be felt out, you know, in terms of your rhythm, in terms of your slaying power, how good you are at communicating with each other in those really fast moments, because Skyline's one of those maps where it can be chaotic and can get out of hand. Yeah. Unless you're a team that really fits that coordination. If you're fast, zippy on those calls and attentive in terms of listening to your IGL, Skyline is the map for you. And I think for both of these two teams, it's going to be very telling for the entire series if that rhythm is something that you can keep up with and exploit almost.
Yeah, you're right. And it's a weird one because you've got a situation where for so much of the year, and in so many ways still, Skyline doesn't necessarily translate into other hard points, but there is a lot of stuff that does indeed come across, and that is the ability to control chaos. You have to be able to dictate those comms really quickly, adjust on the fly. And we're talking, of course, about controlling big hills still. It's P2, P4 in particular. What can you do in those places? We've seen teams that take over those locations run away a little bit with these maps. But, I mean, for all of our squads loading in for Skyline Hardpoint, it's also a case of making sure that you're ready to fight from the very start. You cannot be trailing very far behind because it's quite easy to turn hills into just mixy situations, especially P1, P3. And as such, if you end up trailing by a considerable distance, that lets your opposing team just suddenly put the game into situations where you're burning through game clock and stuff like that and making it a nightmare to really rack up a set of points. So we are on the way, though, my friend. Skyline Hardpoint. We will get Peterson. We will get Malmstrom. We've been looking forward to this one. Let's have it.
Let's have ourselves a series, guys. Peterson, Malmstrom, chat. I know we don't have predictions, but I want to hear it from you. What are we thinking? 3-0s, 3-1s, 3-2s? Which way? Why? How? I want to know it all and how you guys are feeling because the vibes have been high in the chat and on the stage. So Skyline's off to a good start already for Peterson. It's JR in the hill, soaking up a good chunk of time. Everybody else flowing around him. Sunder gonna look to break this one alongside All-Star. The kills come through. Trades, however, keeping it open. And Kimura gonna make sure that Malmstrom's still yet to be on the board.
Yeah, Kimura just holding from top steps there, looking great as he controls the situation. Malmstrom try and cross down beneath. Malmstrom is, of course, trying to figure out how to flip this open, but it's so rare to see such a dominant P1 to get things going. JR has just hunkered in for all of this time. Teammates now going to back up for P2. If you're JR as well, you've got the cross, or at least you did for a moment before Sunder finds the first to give you an opportunity to break in.
And, I mean, break in they do not, but maybe with these couple of kills, you can start to put something together. 2 versus 4. Loyal going to take the advantage out over towards the plat, but immediately Roshi finds a way in with his team. So All-Star going to hop the hill, 4 players in, and Peterson now on the back foot to see if they can be in the hot seat to break this one. And immediately out the gates, Loyal and Chimera going to open up some doors. Loyal's in, All-Star's out, and the break for Peterson is immediate.
I mean, we've talked about this a couple of times already through the 2 days or day and a bit that we've had. And just defensive holds just don't really seem to be there for a lot of these squads. Break comes in from Malmstrom pretty much immediately, but Peterson counter break at the first attempt. So offenses continuing to be on top in this tournament. Loyal, well, you've already rotated on over. What can you do? It's been an 11-2 start, but you will be felled there. And a couple of kills for Malmstrom should give them an opportunity to lock down the kitchen.
Yeah, and I mean, they need time, trailing by 40 points. This is a good chance for you to start swinging things back your way. It's just every time you're in the hill, Loyal gets a double kill, and it's an immediate break for Peterson so far. JR 5 and 6, but that kill generally is going to be the catalyst to the break. Loyal's picking up kills to the middle of the map. Everybody funneling through 1 point of contact, and that is Fireplace. Chimera, a triple kill, taken down his teammate too. Peterson just cannot falter.
Now, they're not missing many beats right now. All-Star can try and fly in and will be slammed by Soder. So that's 3 more red in the feed. Roshi will answer back with 1, but it's not going to be much comfort. See, the rest of your teammates have already been chopped on down. So the rotation trying to come on in here. All-Star going to hit through old. And I don't know if I agree with that play. And you end up being cleaned on up. It will be a counter from Roshi, managing to get himself in with Prosper. Going to try and play out through the hedges now. But it's Chimera that you're going to have to break in this back umbrella.
Good shots, and Roshi's going to take him down immediately. No trades. Some pressure on the hill, so Loyal's got to go big. In fact, he is just going to full send it out towards the couches, and that delays this hit from Malmstrom a little bit longer. Prosper finally gets the kill, and he's going to dispatch of Chimera from that hard point, allow for his teammates now to settle. And you really desperately need this one to be a hold for Peterson. But every time I say that, is it my fault, Andy, that these guys can't hold? I am caster cursing them to Timbuktu.
Can't be, right? The amount of times that this has happened now where squads are just getting instantly broken. I mean, Roshi and All-Star, do such a good job for Malmstrom, managing to find 2 each to completely break that wide open. But Peterson just walked back in as if there's no contest. And that we'll see at the end of our first rotation. An almost 100-point lead being built. All-Star with some nice shots to clean it up towards the end and give some very deep spawns to Peterson. Now an opportunity to try and do what Peterson did to you in the last P1. But Loyal, well, he's fancy with it, but maybe a little bit too cute as Sunder shuts him down.
Yeah, Sunder. Nice shots there. He gets another one. So ripping players off headies with a Jackal. I mean, that's what you need out of your subs on Skyline. Prosper now, it's his turn to try to get into the mix. However, trades from Peterson continuing to delay any time, any chances for hill time from Malmstrom. Now 30 seconds that you really want to take a swing at, but 3 players stacked in the kitchen. It is going to be hard to close this gap, and Soter's just going to run it down. Another double kill to get JR back to the hard point.
And this is where he looked so damn good the first time round. Makes himself a nuisance to kill. Soder as well going to be underneath the steps. So an opportunity to maybe spring a little bit of a surprise here. Loyal, big fight up against Sunder. Decides to disengage for a moment. Find a different angle to approach it from. And I like that play call because you're going to be backed up a little bit by a teammate as well. And right now, Malmstrom with little answer to Peterson. That being said, you are going to push up close to this hill. It's a bit of a pinstripe feed that will suit, well, everybody and nobody at the exact same time. But you've still got these back spawns if you're Peterson. For Malmstrom, it's about trying to flush you out.
Roshi 9 and 18. This is a good chance to start putting something together late on the trade there, and it's just chasing ghosts. So heal doesn't come through, and Soter's burning a lot of chances for you to hop this objective. Now for the full wrap back up the zip. Good shots in, but it's a trade from All-Star. Loyal, now it's his turn, and a big win again from All-Star to lock down this time.
It's just the weirdest P2 that I've seen in a hot minute. It stays neutral for a good couple of seconds as Malmstrom worries so much about clearing out their backside, ensuring Peterson are going to be pushed away, but they do enough, and it will reward them with points to pull that gap a little bit closer than it was. Sunder's going to get squeezed up here towards the middle. Big fight against JR, and well, JR wins it. Probably had no right to. But a great job to lock down bedside and continue to bottleneck Malmstrom in through the front. You do get that hedges spawn, though, that could set up a bit of a pinch. Loyal reads it, and Kimura finds 2 in the back as well. So just as it looked like Malmstrom had a moment, Peterson shut it all down.
It's just a little bit better in terms of timing, everything to perfection. Prosper, he's going to catch some presence over towards P1. His Jackal in hand, not the gun you want to take to that battle. And you can see that off these power positions, every single AR player from Peterson are having themselves a game. Kimura 20 and 16, JR 19 and 18. Kimura is 6 and now 7 in a row for his squad. And you couldn't ask for a better performance right now. Can he make it 9? Well, he is playing his life to perfection.
And the gap crosses 100 points here for Sunder and the boys. You've got to activate now. I spoke before about how difficult it is to pull leads back on a map like this. Even if you have a great passage of play, locking down hills and taking full 50s and 60s is just so difficult. And for All-Star, trying to set this up to hit from the front. Send Roche on his way through hedges, who's got a big fight against JR in the back line. But you need your teammates to win through the front as well if it's going to matter for anything, and they do. Sunder straight through the closet. You will still have that JR presence in the back umbrella, and he buys so much time it allows Kimura to hit, but thankfully Roshi activates to find 2, and you'll get your break in from Malmstrom, an opportunity to hold that they need to take.
Yes, Sunder sitting behind this bathtub. How much time can you accrue for the setup that you do have? So far, the breaks have been pretty simple, and everybody from Peterson are grouping up yet again to do it one more time. Soter inside, he finds the 2. Trades back from Malmstrom. They're going to jump the objective, but Kimura, it's his turn to chime in for a little bit of danger. Side swipes it with the double shell. JR assists. 12 seconds to pick up for the scrap time, and Malmstrom are fighting for every drop that they can attain.
All the credit in the world, by the way, to JR. He sits in that back umbrella for so long. Does it mean that Peterson get much time? No, but does it stop a whole bunch going over to Malmstrom? Absolutely, and just curtails any momentum that could have been brought on through to this next rotation. This gap still around 90 points, a lead that Peterson just haven't given up since the very start of things here. And Prosper, we're going to try and catch 2 on the cross. You do get some backup as well to clean them up. That will give you an opportunity to play 4-1. You also get flipped out spawns if you are Peterson. So a moment, you got to scramble a little bit. Peterson do have time, so they can calm down and assess the hit. And well, Kimura puts himself on a 5 spree and has a Hellstorm to open things up if he wishes.
All right, what is that, Andy? Like an 8-9 spree followed up by 5-6 kills in a row for Kimura. He is activating and carrying. And that Hellstorm surely will come into play for one of these off or outside hills that we're going to be seeing. 13 seconds off of old. Somebody's going to have to make a play for Malmstrom 222, and you do not want to let this Peterson team set up for a money hill like this P2 hill.
No, you've got to find a way to break this as instantly as you did the first time round, but then hold it. That's the important thing. Kimura finds 2 off screen, and you're waiting. If you're Prosper, you're hoping your teammates will do something before you activate. You don't want to be doing this alone, but look at that kill feed. It's all red. You find one that's going to alleviate some mid-map pressure for a moment, but instantly traded, and nobody to back you up. Peterson hold.
10 seconds. That's what you're looking for. So it's a rush from these Malmstrom players to see if you can contest. One on the outside. It is termination from Peterson. A full wave of kills. You're spawning in Narnia, and that's where Peterson are looking to take you. 250 to 150, a 100-point difference to open up the series.
I mean, it wasn't awful from Malmstrom once we got to that second rotation, because we were basically at a 90-point gap from there. So even blows, really, they made the adjustments that they needed to through the map. It's just a slow start that catches them off guard. Peterson, absolutely perfect. They take a 40-point lead off of P1, which you just never see here on Skyline. Not quite sure how we ended up in that situation. We get a quick look at the scoreboard. I mean, they might end up in that situation, my friend, because 40 kills on the board for Loyal, 20 deaths, but 30 of those kills being non-traded, numbers you never see on Skyline.
He's got like 40-plus kills. I can only imagine what the EKIA would look like, and you have Roshi and All-Star both combining for 31, so he's got even more than 2 of the Malmstrom players. That is ridiculous work from Loyal. And then Kimura alongside him going on streak after streak. Hellstorm isn't needed. The kills are streaks themselves. And I think, it was pretty general off the start in the way that this game was going and just the pure fear factor and rhythm that Peterson were bringing to the table that you just couldn't keep up if you're Malmstrom, and the difference was shown in that game one, which is a little bit worrisome going into the rest of the respawns, Andy. And I'm really hoping that this team, as we look into the Search and Destroy next, Malmstrom hopefully can bring a new look for this different game mode.
Hey, look, I had Peterson 3-2. Maybe I should have been a bit more, sitting on one side of the fence there and being like, all right, this is a 3-1-3-0 and back my boys with a little bit more confidence. But, it just comes back, though. The one thing I will say with Malmstrom, like, building you into this series, again, from that second rotation, you kept the gap the exact same. So you were trading back and forth as much as you needed to and had some really good passages of play. It's just that really hot start from Peterson, that P1 going to P2. Yes, if you're Malmstrom, you instantly break it, but Peterson instantly break back. And as such, just gives you that cushion that you never really then felt threatened from there. So that's also a mental play in itself, right? If you've got that little bit of a lead, you can take your time, you can set things up correctly because you're not feeling that unenviable pressure of chasing and making sure that you're trying to hit things as efficiently as possible. So beautiful work from Peterson, but Malmstrom, I don't think that they're out of this by any means. Again, a lot of things don't necessarily transfer from your Skyline hardpoint into a lot of other hardpoints, which the later one is Rewind, if I think I'm correct there. So
you are.
Could be a very different story there. But you're right to talk about S&Ds and how that may look, because both squads have looked good on day one in Search. So it's about what you can improve on and bring into this.
And not to mention, you look at the series just before this. You got kind of handled pretty easily. If you were Langley, and then you come back, you win the Search and Destroy, you lose the control, but then the map 4 and 5 are something that you just looked way better in. So you put this in the perspective of Malmstrom. Obviously, there are some improvements that need to be seen in the respawns, but for Search and Destroy, like you said, it's less overwhelming. There's less to think about. It's pretty straightforward, and you can look to see if you can pull out that strat book and just allow yourself to have a little simple go at the second one as we head over towards Red Card. The story of this whole map in general, when we've seen it, we've only seen it twice, and both times have been, a 6-1 and then a 6-3. So going into this one, you have to be thinking that if you're on the defensive side, you need to look to play your life. As soon as you get blooded on defense, it is really hard to hold a bomb site. And if you're on the offensive side, you just take your time, see what's available, maybe later on give your go at that B site, because it is the easier of the two to attack. And as you get to learn each team, it's just adapting as you go and who can find the better adaptations.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned adaptations, because that is a huge part when it comes to our bigger S&D maps in particular, your red cards, your rewinds, which we've got later on. So very important to see that coming out of either team. But I always feel like mid-map presence is an important thing here on Red Card, whether you're on offense or defense. Defensively, in order to ensure you know where that bomb's going to, or if they've decided to make a change. For offensive purposes, to ensure that you don't get flanked, wrapped, and then pinned into the bomb site that you're trying to play out of. And straight away, there's aggression from Prosper. You're already in connector, and you can see the soldiers on the other side.
And no first bloods just yet. Very patient out of Malmstrom on this attack. Same thing with Peterson, though. See if somebody's going to get a little too aggressive through the middle of the map. Soter's going to look to take some real estate. And he's going to meet somebody on the other side. Good trade from Prosper, though. Keeps things into a 3 versus 3. And Roshi's going to look to see if he can get aggressive over towards A now.
Just slow things down for a moment. But Roshi maybe a little bit all out at sea, but somehow comes away with a gunfight that you have absolutely no right to. That's an aims up close. And you find a second as well. Beautiful work then from Roshi to turn the tie on its head. And really, you should have died there, left your teammates in a 2v3. But goes nuclear to hand so much over in this first round. JR, you've got a lot of work to do. I don't know if there's enough time to find 2 kills and get a bomb defuse.
Sometimes you even sit there holding a gun, and it happens in ranked play for me too. And I'm like, I hit fire, it hits the headshot for like 2 shots. I'm like, how does that even happen? Like,
brother,
the gods are shining down on Orochi.
The amount of times I've hip-fired something in like modern Call of Duties, like, because back in the day, it was a spray that went anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like modern Call of Duties, I'll hip-fire something, kill somebody, and I'll go, God damn, I need to be doing this more often. Why am I not using hip-fire? Like, why am I trying to ADS everything? It is really very impactful.
Like it's like magnetic bullets and like it's metal heads on the other side.
Yeah, no, I went through the whole thing of the whole tax stance challenges as well. And that thing, if you've never tried that out, good lord, outrageous.
Yeah. I mean,
whoever designed that, it's absolutely out of their mind. But Malmstrom, off the back of Roshi's incredible plays, will pick up that 1-0 lead. And really, I think it comes down to that passage of play. Otherwise, seemed a pretty solid start for both teams. And you're going to get that wide cordon, that 2 into B setup from Malmstrom here to try and counter Peterson, who are headed to bar.
A bomb in the hand of Loyal. Fast out of Camiro and Loyal, too. And see that it's slow from Soter. And I'd hate to see a flank come through the middle ticket. And looks like Soter's going to pick up that as well. Roshi gets the information. So now you know that this is going to be a full steam hit into B. Nades out. Prosper going to get caught on that. A little bit of damage. And it's Roshi who ends up falling. Loyal now going to back up. Trades on either end. You have a flank from All-Star. The double kill from All-Star is going to make this a 1 versus 2. Loyal with the bomb. Has lots of time to play with.
Tough reads here. If you're Peterson, you feel like you're sending enough pressure to bar there to get yourself in. It's just too slow, really. By the time you finally activate, you're surrounded. You're outnumbered. And outgunned for sure. All-Star here slams the door open, and that will force Loyal off the plant. And, well, Loyal pushes out, actually finds the kill. Doesn't have time to rotate this. You've got to go to B. Roshi will read this.
Loyal sees it. He sticks it. The slide. And, yeah, there it is. 5 in a row for Roshi. That's the good old college try from Loyal. Would have been the ace and clutch. But you set yourself up for a very easy win there if you're Roshi down to the time bank. And you can even see he saw him on the bomb. He slides left. He doesn't want Roshi, or he doesn't want to be chowed by that player. And that is just a well-timed aggression. Also, Codcaster is not being nice to us right now.
No, it's not. It's being awful to us. But we just deal with it. We roll with it. We're apparently professionals. We turned up in shades today, but we are professionals, so we just rock. But yeah, if it could give us our correct names, please, that would be absolutely wonderful. Anyway, slow progress from Malmstrom. Patience on these opens seems to be paying off for them so far. You can see they're going back to that, but Roshi will find another nade on over the top. Might not have been Roshi. Could have been anybody.
It's Prosper. Off the first blood. Again. As we might be all turned around from Codcaster, but Malmstrom have their head on their shoulders. Roshi, man, you are a little just too aggressive on that. Nobody's watching the top window, and that's a second from Loyal. So 3 versus 2 turns into a 3 versus 1. And it is Prosper in the hot seat, stuck in a spawn.
One v 3 here. You're just hoping to be thrown a shoulder, given a bone. You do get a chow for free, and JR, well, you're going to want that one back because you win it, it feels fine. That's one of those, though, where you lose, you probably sit and look to your teammates and go, sorry, boys, I shouldn't have taken that one.
Like the 2v4 back in the last series.
Well, yeah.
We don't talk about that.
Oh.
Well,
Prosper,
you know.
Prosper almost found a 1v1 out of this situation. Eventually he's going to run out of time, which is just great patience from the Peterson boys in the end, but I was a little bit worried. You made it more interesting than it necessarily needed to be. But that seems to be the name of the game right now. I think that both squads doing a great job of just slowing things down, finding those first bloods where they need to, but then where you don't end up picking one up, you, for example, there, Prosper finding that first blood in that round, Peterson go, okay, well, you've still got to be the attacking team here. We can just back off and wait for you, and as such, bait you into our waiting ARs. So, great counterplay coming on through from Peterson to get him on the board.
Yeah, nothing too flashy. Everything just settled in. And first bloods have been not dictating the outcome per se, but it is making it very difficult on the opposing team on the receiving end of it to make anything happen. So lots of aggression out of Peterson. With Loyal on the bomb sitting towards Globe, Malmstrom had the right, or they do have the right read for this. I don't mind this from Prosper, just in case there is a mid-wrap late.
I mean, the big player here is Prosper in this fight. He could collapse up onto Loyal, who slipped through 2 players undetected. All-Star's going to try and get aggressive. Roshi will get the worst timing. That will turn All-Star on a dime, who is right underneath JR there. Will be tied up at 1 apiece. And JR gets in, Soda as well, and, well, a very bizarre setup. You wouldn't have known which team was attacking, which team was defending if you were looking at the minimap. And 1 kill suddenly, like
Sunder.
dominoes, turns everything into bedlam, and, well, Sunder will find one to turn it into a 1v1. Bomb will get down, though, and dictate where this fight will have to happen.
Oh, he sees him on the cross. That's a jackal at distance, you madman! I don't know where you get off challenging like that, but Sunder does everything he can to set him up for success, and then he does this. Chimera, you're in a situation where you see that and you're salivating at the opportunity to clutch that round, and really it doesn't get easier.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy to be taking that fight to clean things up. Sunder did fantastic work to drag it back to the situation he wanted it to be in, but, well, that was brave. Could probably have found a different way to hit that, had time. Anyway, 2 apiece. We're all tied up. 2 rounds in a row now for Peterson. Momentum back with them, but a very different look on the attack here from Mountain. There's some pace, and it's over towards B.
And it's fast. Maybe furious? Maybe too fast and too furious? Who knows? But we are getting everybody out here. Roshi, bomb in hand. Sunder just ahead of him. And 2 players actually backing off of this one. Prosper and All-Star are going to give up this aggression. So all of this to bait people off of A, but they've made no process to this A site.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. You make all this noise over towards B, nothing to A. As such, if you're Peterson, you just shuffle across. You make no progress. If you're Malmstrom, you've got to find a long rotation, a long wrap back. You're hoping to find a couple of kills in mid here to potentially split this defensive line in half, make it far more difficult to manage both bomb sites, but you've done nothing. If you're Peterson, you're happy with where you stand right now. Malmstrom, you've just got to go.
Yeah, you just got to send it. 3v2 for the bomb site. Loyal going to equalize it in terms of fighting for this bomb and playing his life too. Soda for the slide on down, repositions. Roshi's going to get caught in the bait and switch for Chimera. It is perfect to hold the site, and it literally doesn't get better.
Absolutely fantastic defense from Peterson. They do an amazing job. A couple of questions about the fact that Malmstrom sends so much into B, and usually when you see those big B aggressive hits, there's players throwing nades over towards A, or at least trying to throw a bit of a shoulder and make it seem like there might be pressure over there. So then at least a couple of Malmstrom players have to stay in that direction. Sorry, Peterson players have to stay in that direction. But you just make it far too easy to predict, an easy read. But Peterson as well, they don't get over aggressive. They recognize that they've got time on their side, and they just play it very patiently, force Malmstrom in a sprint situation, and they're more than happy to take those fights. Great work on that defense.
Well, I mean, Malmstrom came out hot, Andy. 2 rounds in a row to start this search and destroy, but ever since, Peterson has been back to back to back in the proper words of Infinity BL. 3 rounds on the bounce for Peterson now, and a nade set from All-Star is going to hit the mark of Chimera. Loyal's going to have to activate it, and he's been spotted, so smart from Malmstrom to just back up and play their lives and even go back in the re-aggression to hunt him down. Malmstrom do exactly what they need to do to answer back.
Yeah, you're right to say that's exactly what you needed, because you said it yourself there. You get 2 rounds early doors, then Peterson hit back with 3, and even one of those rounds being where you got the first blood if you're Malmstrom. So you're sitting there worried a little bit about the momentum that's being built up by your opposition, and then you have a defensive round that's absolutely perfect. That preset nade comes in from All-Star, clears things up, showing that veterancy, that leadership, that understanding of how to shut down those aggressive plays. And as such, your teammates then mop it all up. So a convincing round that essentially stems everything, ties it all up at 3-3. Chessboard resets here, my friend. The dust settles. We go again.
So who's going to take the separation now and start looking to run away with this S&D towards the back half? Soter and the solo hold on B. This guy is dodging nades left, right, and center. And obviously, he's been trained by the best. Patches a hula here. Gonna let him get away for this one, but bomb's getting planted. Reaction is here, and Loyal actually beats it out, and Soter stays alive. He strikes for the flank, so everything falls apart. 1v3 for All-Star.
All-Star will make it a 1v2. So much to talk about with that hit right there. We will, of course, come back to it because, again, yesterday All-Star clutched up twice, 2 huge 1v2s. 1v3 would be a step above, and especially against the caliber of position you're staring down here. You got 30 seconds. You will know where bomb is if you're Peterson, though. That's the problem for All-Star. Yeah. He's got to push into this site.
Oh, well,
Scoop
door's
the
closed.
Bomb. No one will fall to Soda. I mean, MVP of that round's got to go to Sota. A ridiculous play, really. Malmstrom made the correct adjustments to their previous attack strat over towards Bar. This time, they full send. They get the timing as well. Because of that, Sota's tried to check out the window. Doesn't see the crossing coming in from 3 players. But the fact that Sota stays alive, even if he just gets the hell out of the site, that's a great thing. The fact that he sticks around close enough so that you never end up comfortable if you're Peterson is really impressive work from Soda. Like, you end up in this spot where Malmstrom are constantly trying to assess, still trying to find you, never get that defensive hold in place, and as such, easy pickings for Peterson. Great work from Soda, gives him that lead back.
Fancy footwork does blessings when the nades are being thrown at them. So, able to stay alive and translates it into a round to separate this one. It looks like Prosper going to draw first blood for Malmstrom again in these rounds. Hope to see if they can keep this one tight and translate this one into a tie game yet again.
For me, Peterson needs to make some noise as if they're making an A crossing here. I think they've done enough to at least convince Prosper to go and check, so that would give the numbers balance back over towards the bomb site. Sunder is also going to rotate away. I think now Prosper's made the call. Guys, there's nothing coming. They're going to be in this bomb site. We need to set up some sort of pinch collapse. JR is going to be a huge player in this play. If you catch Prosper's rotation, you tie things up and give your team a defensive blanket. Otherwise, this squad's in big trouble.
And you have to be careful not to plant this bomb too early, because then you're fighting 1 versus X on trying to defend it. Sunder's going to beat the timing. Big kill on the Soder. And now for the collapse and the rest of them. JR does shut down the flank, but it doesn't matter because everybody else wins their fights inside the restaurant. And we go back to a tie game.
Yeah, JR does his job there, and he was a huge part of that play, but it only matters if your teammates hold the front line and they just don't. Trying to get that bomb. Someone caught between bomb down and getting a kill, and, well, I mean, Malmstrom, you end up doing this thing where you're just dancing back and forth, upsetting Peterson over and over again. Ends up in a spot where you got about 20 seconds left. You got to go for something. Malmstrom, they mop up a whole bunch of kills. Feels like counterplays inside of rounds at all times. The breakoffs not necessarily being countered at times, but it's all inside the rounds. Beautiful mind games from both sets of players.
So, defense has been the better of the side so far for the past couple of rounds. Outside to A this time. Do we get another Prosper nade to hit the doorstep of somebody from Peterson? As it is the slow approach through stage underneath. That's Prosper trying to work this bomb. Or no, it's Sunder trying to work this bomb closer towards A. And I think All-Stars might have found a timing, actually, through this catwalk. He's going to drop down. And no, Kimura is watching it. First blood drawn by Peterson.
That's just going to freeze the attack here from Malmstrom in its tracks. And again, there's just no noise being made elsewhere, so Peterson feel pretty comfortable knowing where this hit's going to be coming from. That being said, Prosper might have found a gap here onto Kimura. No, shoots back. Prosper goes high, doesn't find it. Kimura shuts it down. So 2v4. If you're the boys in blue, make it a 1v4. And again, impressive, impenetrable defense play from Peterson will make it far too easy. Looks simple, but when you play S&D defense rounds around patience, burning through the clock, finding that first blood because the opposing team have been pushed into a spot where they've got to rush, it's always going to look real simple. But just superb work. That's going to put them on map point here and an opportunity to go 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Peterson to really show their worth in this game. Hardpoint was not a contest whatsoever on Skyline. The Search and Destroy was a good start for Malmstrom, but trying to get these attacking rounds seems to be impossible so far. So your defense is going to make or break everything, and Prosper's going to get spotted at 18 HP. Find the rest, I'm hunting it, and yeah, Sodero from mid trails back, picks it up. First blood on Peterson's side again.
Yeah, great teamwork there. End up in a spot where Roshi's pushed on forward, gets plenty of damage out, not enough, and then Sota's ready to activate from connector. Again, having that mid-map presence just gives you so much flexibility on red card, and you're going to see it taken fully advantage of here as you get all 4 players into the bomb site. You are trying to set up a pinch if you're Malmstrom, so an opportunity to collapse on this, but you gotta win your first fight. And well, Sunder's actually being pushed up on here.
JR bringing things down even further. Loyal may have just found the dagger in the back, and so it is Peterson for a 2-0 lead in the series. The search and destroy was a test. You bend a little bit, but you are unbreakable so far through the series. And you have a lot of players to thank. The consistency from this squad continues to uplift them.
It's going to be 6-4 in scoreline. 6-4 in first bloods as well, by the way, going the way of Peterson. So impressive work coming out. And you're going to look at Kimura finding 3 of them. Great stuff indeed. I mean, the thing is, it felt like, although Malmstrom got off that very impressive start where they find the first 2 rounds, there's a moment for Peterson where they bounced back with 3. And from there, it felt like that they were always leading. Malmstrom were constantly on the chase. With that in mind, you get moments like Sota's play where he just stays alive, causes so much grief for Malmstrom, doesn't allow them to build back-to-back rounds. That's a huge moment in the map. But even towards the end there, it just felt like Peterson really felt, mentally at least, that they were on the front foot. They get that bomb down. Instead of just tucking themselves into the bar, as so many do, they're proactive. They step out and clear out the player on one side of the bar. It gives them a massive spread for defending that site. So just very heads up indeed. Not sure who IGL's for the team, but whoever it is, clearly making calls that are helping this team step by step break down a very good Malmstrom squad and give them 2 maps in this series.
Yeah, and they're feeling good about it as well. I mean, you're going into a control after you smoke them in the respawn on hardpoint. I feel like the search and destroy was the best chance Malmstrom had, and neither of us had it going 3-0 in potential. But Peterson, hey, I mean, a lot of fans in the chat have been backing this squad. A lot of people guessed it, that this Peterson team was going to be the victor at the end of this match. For all the fans from Malmstrom that are hoping to see somebody step up, we're going to need to see if you guys can rally going into this control coming up very, very soon. We're going to step away for a break, but we'll be back with more CONUS on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
everybody to the CONUS Esports Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and it has been not the series we were really predicting in terms of it going the distance. Malmstrom almost get it done. I will say, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that Search and Destroy was very competitive, but Andy, as we look towards these map vetoes and we look towards what is next, it is a long road to recovery for Malmstrom after the hard point and Search and Destroy don't go your way. Vault Control just has to be a new look.
It does indeed, and we look back, I guess, at the Skyline hardpoint about how Peterson was so convincing there, and it starts to ring a little bit of alarm bells for Malmstrom, because that start from Peterson was just so electric that you never really managed to find it back. So at best for Malmstrom, you walk away from the only respawn we've had so far. It's like, okay, well, we at least managed to play even ball for a little bit, but there was never a point where it felt like they were in the ascendancy. We look at the vault control, and this map really suits creative, offensive teams. And we've only really seen that from one side so far. That being said, we know that this Malmstrom squad have plenty of firepower. You've just got to find ways of shutting down players like Kimura, JR, Loyal, who are having a hell of a time when it comes to the slaying department. I mean, I think Loyal put up like a 40 and 20 map 1. So that's the player, if you are a Peterson fan, that you're looking at and being like, okay, do that again, and we're going to walk straight through this map. That being said, again, Malmstrom, a lot of talent in that lineup. No reason to believe that they can't start to drag things back here. You and me, was it you and me yesterday who did the game 5 that went at 2-0? It was looking like this series is done, and then we end up tying 2 up back to back. So it's happened almost already in our series. Could we be seeing it again with the quality that you have here, potentially?
Maybe, maybe this is, it's because we took the sunglasses off, my friend. It's because we have to go back into a situation where they need to vibe with us. They need to feel it right now, because it hasn't been the same. And when we get into a situation when you're down 0-2, you just gotta look to your buddies. You gotta say, forget about it. Maps 1, maps 2, didn't happen. Let's reset. I don't want to do the same thing that I did for Tantalize and saying, the double neg was not good back in map 1. He patched it. He fixed it. He had a banger game 4 and 5. And then you look at these two now, and you kind of have the same kind of ideas for, Roshi and All-Star, is that you go into this map 3, you have to have a better performance. But it's more than just the individual performance. It is the team performance as well, because there were times when, in that hard point, you were getting broken within the first 5 seconds of a rotation back in that hard point. You had opportunities to really lock it down. And for control, obviously, you're not going to be rotating and holding hills, and it's not going to be a dynamic setup every single time, Andy, but you still have to have everybody on the same wavelength and communicating like, hey, we're trapped in our spawn. We need you to pull back, help us out. Or, we need you to overextend and go make a play to see if you can start this flank, and we will take care of it. Like, something has to click. And it is a full team effort at the end of the day. And for Malmstrom, surely they could get it done going into this vault, but it's not going to be easy.
No, definitely not. I mean, definitely not when you've got players like, again, Kimura, JR, Loyal. And that's not talking about Soda and how heads up he's been at moments through this. I mean, basically wins an S&D round by himself in that last one. So, incredible team there over on this Peterson Space Force base side. Whoever comes out on top here, it largely comes down to the decisions on how to move the opposing team around. For example, if you're on the defensive side, yes, you're probably looking to largely hit and reinforce A, but what's your control over B like? Because so often we'll see an offensive team go, okay, we can't break into A, we're going to shift all of our eggs into the B basket, move this defensive line around, and then that'll let us into A for free. If you can shut that passage of play down, that makes you a much better squad. And well, we start things off, of course, as you'd expect, back and forth in the kill feed here. I'd say Malmstrom feeling pretty happy with the initial engagements as they find 3 of the first 5 kills.
Yeah, Sunder immediately now looking over towards the respawning players. Kimura for some rough timing there as both just pass each other. Fortunately for Kimura, JR is going to grab that flank, shut it down. It's Roshi's turn to see if he can pick up this mantle. So players all over the place from the defending side. And you need somebody to start to activate here. Roshi doesn't go for the full challenge. Should know Soter's here, but it seems like they've lost him, and he's going to have another chance. You also have Kimura inside Art. He's going to do some damage. 3 go down, and now Peterson can look to take this advantage and stack a point.
Yeah,
They're going to go to B.
I was talking about your ability to lock down B, and well, you kind of had the bodies there, but you don't have the gunny. You get cut apart by Kimura, and Loyal's here as well, and we've already seen what he can do with this Jackal in hand. Hops up on top of the van. Probably didn't want to there for a moment. Left himself relatively exposed. That first tick's through. Second tick is making good progress. You do lose Loyal in the process, but Kimura, JR, they answer back. B will continue. Second tick looks very, very likely. And, well, Malmstrom, you've given this up. You're sending everything back over to A to try and stop the progress here because one tick's already through.
Yeah, so B getting worked on. Double progress for both sides. Finally, Roshi is going to dispatch of the pressure at A, but somebody has to contest the B zone, and they get there in the nick of time to start to deplete it. So 42 seconds, a 1 life lead. Malmstrom still have a chance at this round.
The fact that you've managed to recover onto that B site from where you were is very impressive. It seemed like they'd resigned to their fate for a moment, but this is the point. Loyal will find a kill over by B, squeezes on forward, and because of the map presence, you've got this super deep spawn for Malmstrom. Sunder's going to try and get creative in through the opening of the vault, but that will be B gone. A's already making good progress. Gotta go nuclear if you're Sunder, and you don't. You do have a little bit of company there from All-Star, but well, it's as simple as you like if you're a Peterson Space Force base fan. For Malmstrom, there was that initial start where it seemed solid. It seemed like you had a better foundation. But as soon as Kimura gets into art and finds that two-piece, you never stabilize from that point on.
No, you just never do. And it's rough for sure for Malmstrom. I mean, so many things go right, but so many things go wrong. And, you know, you think back to that Roshi play towards Catwalk, chasing the member into square. You give up on the play, and Soter staying alive just keeps the focus on for Kimura to be the one to make the big ticket plays. So they cash out for round 1 offense. And Malmstrom now have to essentially do the same, whether it's this round or the next. You have to get one on the board very soon. And it's going to be a quick dash over towards B. Quick kill, double stack, and hoping to see if this player in Vault can keep players away. But Loyal, okay, 3 on both sides. It's Roshi. Last one up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, actually, for Peterson because Soda takes out JR with a nade. So team kill that will hand Malmstrom an opportunity here towards B. 2 ticks have come on through. Third will indeed fall. So you've got 2 minutes 17, and you're up 4 lives here if you are Malmstrom. So the best opportunity for you possible in a control round, just about continually reinforcing this A hit. And if you're Roshi here, I love the decision to push out through back square, find a reinforcement, and that's an opportunity for Malmstrom to hit.
I mean, you hunt down Kimura as fast as you can. You're doing fantastic there, Roshi, at locking down Top Cat. Now with Kimura gone on the flank, you can start to work towards this progress. Roshi still continuing to be an issue. Early damage, and Soder drops. Stacks on the point. 2 kills on both sides. Loyal up top. Kimura looking to link. And Peterson are reeling to see if they can find some control towards this round, and Loyal might be finding it through their spawn. He's got through, and that's going to pull back Malmstrom.
Still a 5 life lead. 90 seconds to go. You have time. It's just about burning through a couple of these lives early, maintaining that numbers advantage, and dwindling down towards single figures. Prosper will help things by opening up with 1, but Loyal and Soter will answer back. Roshi's in on the point here, so a couple of those blue arrows are going to have to turn and square up. The one thing that you have from Malmstrom this time is just continually being ticked through. You've not managed to pause it for quite some time. But I like the wrap coming in from Roshi. This could catch JR by surprise, who, well, takes a couple of shots on the point and will have support from the teammates, so stays alive for now.
This is a losable round for Malmstrom, so I don't want to see them get a little ahead of themselves. You still have to play towards this objective, and Sunder is so far disconnected from the rest of his teammates, and for trying to get onto this A zone, it is discombobulated. So finally, Sunder is going to group up. Stack on towards A. Pressure out towards the flank. Soder should get caught here, but he's going to dash right over towards the zone, and All-Star doesn't turn around in time. So the trades Kimura again. 5 lives left, and it is last chance for Peterson to clutch up. Loyal takes care of the pressure at A. Depletes the last tick.
No respawns, so it's got to be perfect. Malmstrom will, again, have a moment here to size up a hit. You just need to walk away 1 or 2 kills. You don't need to be perfect. Well, JR will find Sunder flying in for free, and then reads Roshi like a book as well. But 2 kills have come back the other way. 2v7, 20 seconds on the clock.
This has to be a round for Malmstrom. No ifs, ands, or buts. And to answer back with an offense would be quite the task here. Chimera now 1 versus 7 into a 1 versus 4. A good old search and destroy clutch with 16.9 seconds. Players off the respawn. Chimera almost lines them up, but it is such a hard deal to have Malmstrom get the offense. But Andy, I ask you, at what cost?
Well, the thing is, you get it on live, so the tick situation ends up still favoring Peterson in the current moment, 6-4. I mean, that being said, I don't know if teams prefer offense, to be honest, with how they've been looking through those first two. It's a weird map, but Kimura, well, he will be walking into this round. Yes, you just lost, but you're feeling great about how you're shooting right now. 17-11 and lights up so many players there towards the end. So for Malmstrom, it's again just about avoiding losing this B control very early, very easily. Last time Kimura split you apart in art, and that suddenly splintered and spiraled your entire setup. And we'll be pinstripe to start things off, which honestly, I think if you're Malmstrom, you take that and you set yourself up ready for the next wave.
Yeah. Trade's gonna give you a chance to get out of your spawn, and hey, it's Roshi who's been almost the gatekeeper of this top cap. This time, Loyal wins the big battle. All-Star doing his best to see if he can lock things down. It's Sunder for the double kill. That should be enough to draw away these Peterson members from the A zone. Trying to stay alive. A team kill from Prospero, but he does get the trade. So Roshi on the inside, see if he can keep them away from A little bit longer. He does. Still yet to work towards this A zone second tick, and Roshi is doing a fantastic job around the objective.
Kimura back down in lights. Sunder continuing to hold here. This has easily been the best defensive round that we have seen at this point. But that being said, 3 kills in the feed will go the way of Peterson. So a way to explode. But All-Star will wrap the backside here. You've missed one off to your right, so you'll take these shots. Do you read it? You do. Great work from him. Not sure if he actually spots Kimura on the entry and just sets himself up so they can go 1 into 2, and then a third on the point as well. All-Star has himself a moment to keep it at 1 tick of progress, and this is the best that we've seen Malmstrom so far through this series.
Oh, this is delightful to watch for a team that has needed something to go their way in a comfortable fashion. It's just, can you hold on and put it away in the same fashion? All-Star, he's on 5, finally shut down by Kimura. Contest in from Roshi. The chase is through. No communication, so Sunder's going to get caught. Kimura's going to reach over towards B. Stop the clock at 11 seconds. Possibly give some chances for the rest of Peterson to get to A off the respawn.
I like what JR's doing there. Recognizes that if they are Malmstrom, you're probably scrambling here. You recognize you've got a huge opportunity, so he's just baiting players in.
What are they
doing? It's a complete disengage. You're heading on over to B. You know that you want to capture, and you're just being handed kills for free.
Oh my
Peterson,
gosh!
find all 4. You're going to dive the point, capture B, and now you're up in lives with a minute to go.
Foot off the gas, and Peterson's back. 10 versus 7. Malmstrom throwing it away. And the B zone of all. So back on A minute stopped in the clock, 3 life advantage. Malmstrom, they need something, and it's All-Star to stop the count. Sunder's going to trade out. A minute to play for. You have to hold your lives. No chances to give up kills for free.
Roshi's going to try and hit a wrap here, set this up with his teammates. The problem is they're falling elsewhere. Big win by All-Star to find Loyal, but you're instantly traded. So 7v2, and I don't quite know how we've got here. But Roshi to hold on in a 1v6, and he will not. And Peterson, Space Force base, make an incredible call under an immense amount of pressure, just recognizing there's an opportunity for them to dive onto B and catch Malmstrom completely off guard in that moment. Malmstrom, you see them scramble, but it's only into positions that they then lose from. And it feels like in both defensive rounds that Malmstrom have had, they've looked great until the moment they haven't, and they've just never recovered. Whereas Peterson, there's that resiliency, that steel, that belief that even when they're up against the wall, they can come out swinging and see it through.
Yeah, the resilience is real. My head hurts after watching that. I mean, it was such a free defense. You know Kimura's over towards B. Just trade him out. Go trade him at B. It takes too long, and you're looking back at just a round that should have been yours. You should be up 2-1 right now, but instead it's Malmstrom now on the defensive side with confidence in their sails. looking to sweep Malmstrom out of the series.
JR on a 5, and well, there's a couple of body shots for Love as well. All-star on one of those flanks. It's been pay off for him a couple of times here. I mean, a couple of extra shots into the body, but son, you are losing. You don't really have time for that. We'll find a way to play back in for this. It is an aggressive mid push from Malmstrom here, not diving the point. Interestingly, it's going to give Peterson an opportunity to re-hit this.
Well, here it is. For Malmstrom, Prosper's going to hit over towards A. Flank coming up from JR. Does the assist come through in time? It doesn't seem like anybody notices it, but Malmstrom's going to opt in to just disengage from the zone, take the fights, and then peel on back, and somehow the play works for a moment. It's just everybody gives up. Catwalk, and Loyal finds himself in the perfect opportunity to line them up.
JR's got an eye on Sunder. Big gunfight, and we'll get support as well to help clean it up. For Malmstrom, you are scrambling. Kimura, well, I mean, look All-Star, you gotta go. You gotta run. You don't have time for it. You gotta start to make moves. You will die. So will Sunder. So will Prosper. Roshi, last alive really in the push. You find one at least, but Peterson, Space Force base, have been absolutely unbelievable through this entire series. We came into this, my friend, expecting a bloodbath. Roshi will get you onto the point and help you make some progress, but it feels like a hell of a last stand to make.
Yeah, this is it. 3.3 seconds, 9 lives versus 17. You get off the point, you lose. You die, you lose. There is no winning. There is no try. And Loyal's just going to continue to make it impossible to live over towards B, taking the teammates away from it, taking the series in a sweep. They don't even bat an eye, as it is a comfortable 3-0 for you to continue to move through your regional bracket.
I mean, we came into this one, my friend, expecting it to be a bloodbath back and forth, potentially a game 5. And Peterson Space Force base, I mean, time and time again, you look at the hard point, that came out very strong and then held their own from there. In map 2, it was all about individual moments of brilliance that saw them cross that finish line, 6-4 in a very tight one. Here, the control could easily have gone against them. And it's just that moment there in that round 3 where they just step up when they've been pushed into a corner that says that they've got something different about them. Plenty of talent over on Malmstrom. That is unquestionable. There's a very good reason they're here. And before this, had only lost to Cannon, another very good team.
Yeah.
But I just think that there's something about Peterson. There's an inner belief. There's something that you just can't buy sometimes. That trust in your teammates. That trust that no matter how difficult the situation, we know we can get out of it. And that sometimes worth its weight in gold. And Peterson showcased that so well here.
Yeah, and you see across the entire series, it is clean. This is a team for Peterson that yesterday we were kind of seeking the unknowns for them. Chat loves them. And we had to hype that this is a team that has been put together to make that dark horse run, come from the shadows, put themselves in the light in a way that was not expected. And it has been very graceful to watch, especially, you know, players like Kimura and Loyal just run rampant through the maps. I'm loving this Peterson team. I think that this is a team that has what it takes to make that deep run. Obviously looking for that revenge against Cannon Air Force Base. And if they play like this, and this is the value that we're getting from them, I don't know how they lost before. And we haven't seen Cannon yet, so how good is Cannon?
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like, Peterson Space Force base, I mean, it is also an opportunity of they've got to grow into this tournament. It's difficult under the lights, and maybe you got off to a slower start, and you got to just figure a way into it, and they're getting better with every single game they play. Yeah, right now, I'm wondering how the hell you shot someone like Kimura down. That guy's put up 40s in both of our respawns and looking absolutely untouchable at times. It's not just the kills either. I spoke yesterday about how he had moments where he was holding his trigger, disciplined, in order to set his team up for success in S&D rounds. So he's got a little bit of it all, and this team feels like they have all of that. They're very well-rounded, very balanced, got that superstar X-Factor potential as and when they need it, led so well. An absolute joy to watch. I'm with you. I can't wait to see that more of them up here on the main stage as we roll on through today.
You know, I'm not feeling very good on the prediction side, I will say, Andy. I have yet to get a prediction right. And it's kind of hurting. You know, I feel like I should get half a points for at least predicting the right team to win. not just the exact score. A half a point. Come on, guys. Throw me a bone here because I said Langley was going to win that last one. They did win. Maybe it wasn't what I thought they were going to do, but
I'd be on, like, the thing is with these predictions, I'm so good at picking the team. I'm awful at picking the map count. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so
abysmal.
hard.
It's so difficult. It's so harsh. But, I mean, hey, if we're going to change the system up, half points for picking the correct team, I'll take that. I'm just saying, you know,
it's just like a
production in the bag.
There's no way after what happened all the way back in PACAF, we can let Brody win the way that he is winning. Like,
no.
It's unacceptable. Honestly, we need to do better, Andy, at this point. We need to do better.
I mean, I had Peterson. I just thought we were going to a game 5. I thought this was... To be fair, we easily could have done that. S&D was like neck and neck until all of a sudden right at the end. I mean, again, Soto has that moment midway through that map that just absolutely mind-blowing, impressive stuff to keep Malmstrom on their toes and never let them get comfortable. Let his boys get in, support, retake that site. That's probably the difference maker. So very small hairs there. And in that control, Malmstrom going to be walking away from that one being like, how the hell were we at least not seeing a round 5? Like, that is the most ridiculous passage of play from Peterson. And you see the moment as well where someone clearly makes a call. I'm assuming it's Soda as captain who is making those IGL calls, and we're going to hopefully get an opportunity to ask him about that. But he, you know, someone somewhere at some point goes, no, get off A, come and join us at B. We've got an opportunity right now. And that changes everything. From there, your opponent's never recovered.
You just have to think, you know, we are going to get Soda in the desk for an interview very, very soon. But you have to think that, you know, if you're on the other side, it's a simple equation of like Malmstrom just kind of disengaging from going all in towards those players. You have to take care of B. Like, it is like no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, you just cannot allow Kimura to exist as long as he did, because he contests and he holds and he distracts long. That JR then gets into a position to go over towards Lion's statue, and now you have lost complete control of your spawning system. You're all over the place, and that consistency that we look for in the defensive side, it just lags a little bit, which is very, very unfortunate, to say the least.
No, it is indeed, because again, I think there's a lot to come from Malmstrom yet. You know, that will solidify their seed for this portion of the tournament, but they will of course be playing in through CONUS, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. I think that they've got a huge part of the story to decide themselves yet. The destiny's still in their own hands when it comes to whether or not they make Worlds. Expecting that squad to get there considering the talent that they have, but Peterson Space Force Base looking absolutely phenomenal, and again, just can't wait to see what else they bring to the table.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, still, I think that when we get Soder into this booth, we can ask him ourselves. So let's bring him on in here. Let's see what is going on in the base for Peterson and Soder. I mean, what a series you guys had. Did you expect the control to go the way that is? Because you guys iced up in that round.
Yeah, I mean, the team nade I had on JR just before one of them actually blew up the car, that kind of solidified that B capture for them, and then A is the easier point to capture. So that was kind of one of those unfortunate things where the car blowing up actually blew my nade up, and then I team killed. So after that, we kind of locked in, like, hey, that was a slip up. I mean, it takes 15 seconds for the whole point when they 4-stack, and we were 3 dead. So they just all 4 hit hill, and 15 seconds later they got B. So,
but what about the defense though that came after that, where you guys, or the offense after, where you guys make the call to go towards B? Like, I'm gonna kick things off. Just like, talk me through that whole process on how you guys, ran through that round on offense to clutch up.
Yeah. So I mean, Control's probably our best game mode. I mean, it is. We like to simplify it a lot more than other teams, I think. I mean, it's TDM with some OBJ thrown in. So I try and stick myself in hill as much as I can, or in the point, and let my teammates do what they do and just go slay out, I mean, Loyal, Cam, JR even is, I mean, all of them are straight shooters. So if I can just, kick my feet up and play the time, I will. So
I mean, you're talking about that, and like, don't get me wrong, we've got a lot of love for your teammates, but my friend, you also made a quite ridiculous play yourself in the S&D. You're in bar by yourself, you get hit by a 3-man and stay alive, and not just staying alive. You don't just like Hail Mary it out of the sight. You stick around, you get yourself tucked into that printer's part, and that made Malmstrom so uncomfortable, and it allowed your boys to retake. That was a huge part of that map. If that goes the other way, that could have completely flipped the script. How did you pull that off? What's going through your brain in that moment?
Yeah, so once just audio cues, right? I mean, I'm laying down, I'm trying to listen for everything that I can, and then communicate to my teammates. Hey, like I don't know what's going on there. You know, on the other side of the map, I hear somebody here. They just broke glass, opened up a door or something, right? So as soon as I popped up and started shooting the first one, I noticed out of the the left corner that the second one slid in, and then I got tags on both of them, jumped down, used the bomb heady, and then that's when Kimura was able to come through and really just help me really with those 2 kills. So.
I mean, making it sound so simple out there, but it must have been anything but. We were watching absolutely gobsmacked here. Chat went so crazy for you in that moment. You go back and watch it. It was insane. Yeah, I mean, continuing then, you're going to march on through to play Canon again. This is the only team that's beaten you so far. They knocked you down to lower bracket. That was in the online portion. That wasn't when we got to LAN here. So, thoughts? Do you feel like you've grown enough? Do you feel like you've highlighted the things that you needed to improve coming into that matchup?
Here in the building here, it just has... it's been amazing for all of us players. I mean, at one point we had 24 computers all running at the same time. I can't even, watch Netflix and play COD at home. So they got some good internet here, and I that's why I think we've gotten way better. I mean, JR's probably been the most improved player I've ever seen. Like, we scrimmed Cannon 2 days ago for practice, so as long as we keep that ball rolling, I think we'll be all right.
I love that. And that's fantastic gas to JR as well. He's been amazing for your team, and it seems like you guys are just leading down the right path to right all of the mistakes that you guys saw back in day number 1. And yeah, it wasn't even your fault that you guys made those mistakes. So you just put it in the past, completely forget about it. But you, like Andy said, you got so many fans in this chat who just love you. So give them something. Give them some shout out. What do you got to say to them?
Oh yeah, shout out all of them. I mean, I appreciate them all coming through, watching, supporting, typing messages. That hypes me up. Like, I don't want to get too emotional right now, but it means a lot to me, right? It would mean a lot to everyone. So yeah, just keep rooting for Peterson, and hopefully we can talk to you guys soon. So.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, and you can go celebrate with your team, and I hope to see you back on the desk in the future. Good luck with your the rest of your matches.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, sir. Y'all have a great day.
Well, Andy, I mean, that is going to be it for a 3-0 sweep for Peterson yet again. Chat, they knew all along, and, I think you and I just need to take some pages from their book, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. I guess we just don't know ball, but for Peterson at the same time, the gas is real. Even just how talkative, Soder was about all the mistakes, all the changes, all the adaptations. You can see that this is a team that has their head on their shoulders and has, the right mindset into trying to fix whatever is not working or was not working.
Yeah, a lot of confidence and belief in this team, and you hear things like that. I mean, to be first things first, if I was playing for Soda, considering how lovely a gentleman he clearly is, and a great leader, only talking about his teammates, talking about how good they are, not putting any of that on him, I'd be ready to run through a damn brick wall. So no surprise that we're seeing JR improve so much, and we're seeing the teammates play the way that they do. They got to feel very comfortable in that system when Soda's basically saying, look, I'll do the dirty work, I'll do the hard bits and pieces, I'm gonna let you guys go and do what you do best, which is absolutely fry. And this team clearly doing very well off the back of that. So I mean, I'm very interested to see how they do in the square up against Cannon, because that's got that revenge arc written all over, and it sounds like from the practice on LAN that they've been looking pretty damn good. So yeah, that's going to be a real mouthwater for us later.
Well, they feel confident, I feel confident, and at the same time, now it's my turn to go on break, and it's going to be you and Brody to take the helm on the broadcast. I'll go soak up the sun, and wait for my turn once again, my friends. So we'll be back with more CONUS on the other side of this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Championships of 2025 at Patrick's Space Force Base. My name's Enigma, and alongside me, well, it's no longer Seymour, it's no longer the Canadian comrade, it's Infinity, my British brother. How you doing, my friend? Did you get much chance to tune into that last game?
Yeah, I was watching it while cooking, actually. I had it on my phone. I was like, right, I'm just stirring the pot in the pan while also watching the game. It seemed like a really tense one. Obviously, a couple of slip-ups in the control, unfortunately, meant that Peterson were able to sweep the series. So, not quite the Game 5 that you guys were hoping for. But it was a close series in the maps nonetheless, and I assume the next series is going to be just as close, if not more so.
Yeah, definitely not the Game 5 that we had hoped to see, but I think we're still seeing plenty of that talent from that western side of the brackets coming on through, very much so, making it a little bit of a nervy watch, I think, if you are some of these eastern teams. But, well, while we talk about the eastern teams, let's bring up the bracket and take a quick look at exactly how we look on this side of the standings. And it will, of course, be that Eglin Air Force Base were knocked down into this position in a Game 5 against Langley. And then Offit will be a team that beat out Robbins 3-0. And that's how we've set up our lower bracket finals here, with both teams looking to book a ticket up to play Langley in those grand finals for all the seeding points. So on this series, third, second, or at least guaranteed second, all at stake. And my friend, we've got a quick look here at the bracket. You got the opportunity to cast over Eglin. You got the opportunity to cast over Offit. Yep. Anything that stands out for you when it comes to either of these two teams?
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm kind of framing this matchup as a revenge tour, right, against Langley. Langley's waiting up there in the upper bracket final of the Eastern bracket, and Langley has beaten both of these two teams, although they've done so in very dramatically different fashion, right? We saw the 3-0 in the bracket there over Offit. That was an off-stream matchup, so we don't exactly know how close those maps were, but we do know what happened between Eglin and Langley, because it literally happened 2 hours ago, and if I'd have forgotten that, I'd probably be making an appointment with the GP right now. It was a Game 5 that Offit did end up, or Langley, excuse me, ended up winning. And crucially, going back to that series, I think, we look at Eglin's performance, and Search and Destroys is where they fell absolutely flat on their face. The respawn's totally fine, but in the Search and Destroy, just couldn't react correctly to Langley, no matter what they did. So that's something we're looking at in towards this next best of 5 to see what they're capable of. How do they do in those S&Ds?
Okay, so a lot of focus then on who manages to step on up through those S&Ds. But of course, in order to get there, we need to have ourselves two rosters. And you've mentioned them. It is going to be Offit. It's going to be Eglin. For Eglin, that is Floki, Charms, Shaky, Trippin' Burrito. But against Offit, it's WASD, Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. My friend, I mean, we're looking across these 8 players. You've mentioned about S&D. We'll get to breaking down the individual rosters in a moment, but anyone that you're expecting to step up, stand out in that mode in particular across these 8 gents?
Ah, man, it's so difficult, right? I think for Eglin, there's some obvious names here. Like, everybody across the board is great, but Charms is the guy that, we're constantly focusing on. I will say over the last day or so, I think Floki has really drawn my attention just because of how aggressive this guy can be. So if I do want to pick anybody on Eglin, it's probably going to be that guy. And then for Offit, it does really feel like there's only one answer, and that's Wazd. That guy, he's one of the best players on the roster for a reason coming into this tournament. He is one of the notable players to look out for in this team, of course, being a Spring 2025 Dafgil champion. Again, don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Someone shout at me if I haven't. Champion. So those are the guys I'd be looking out for each respective roster. But honestly, I'll keep on saying it. At this stage of the competition is no longer about just one player on each team. You need the entire squad to pop off.
Yeah, you do indeed. I mean, yeah, you're right. You are through to the point now where I don't think anyone's going to get carried into a grand finals. It's just not going to happen. But a quick look here at Eglin Air Force Base. In deeper detail, it's Floki, Charms, Shaky, and Trippin' Burrito. And you, my friend, we're talking potentially about Floki being the man that steps on up and delivers, getting this squad across the line. But also, I mean, Charms, he comes into this tournament undefeated in every AFG tournament that he has entered. Unfortunately, missed regionals last year, but is regarded as one of the top individual players across AFG, and as such, I think I'm starting to look towards him a bit, use that experience, that veterancy to really help guide your boys forward. For the other two, Shaky, Trippin' Burrito, we've seen moments. I think the biggest thing, of course, across these two is that Trippin' Burrito has got arguably the best name here at the event.
I hope we get an interview with Trippin' Burrito. I hope that, honestly, bias caster, I don't care. I hope that Eglin win this match solely so that they can put Trippin' Burrito on the interview, and we will use one of the 4 questions to ask. What is the origin of Trippin' Burrito? And it's going to be some like complex superhero origin story in which, as a child, he actually tripped over Burrito and he's just kind of held that mantle for the rest of his life. That being said, he's also pretty damn good at Call of Duty. He does kind of fill an OBJ role for this team, so it's been enjoyable watching him play alongside Eglin. I really love the composition of this roster.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We will indeed find out where his name came from. Probably going to be something either crazy or, oh, my dad made it for me when I was 12. Anyway, they must play against a set of opponents, of course. So looking over at this Offit lineup, and we mentioned it before, this is going to be, no, I said WASD, it's actually WASD, I apologize. I'm actually thinking of a different player who does go by WASD. Then it's Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. And you yourself, my friends, mentioned WASD there as potentially the player to step up. I've not had the opportunity to cover these gents yet, but as a 4 here, outside of WASD, anything that you're looking at or anything that you've seen already is evidence that to say that this team will get through this series.
Yeah, I think all of these guys like to pop off in Search and Destroy. And so, you know, if we're looking beyond just the respawns, where it does feel like sometimes WASD is leading the pack, I think everybody is going to come out to play in that game mode. So if this does go the distance all the way to a Game 5, I am looking for the likes of Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. Yupley? I imagine it's like Supply, but Yupley. Yupley to step things up a notch for a potential game number 5. But of course, they do have to get there. I want to see everybody outside of WASD step things up in the respawns, because that is the vast majority of our series. And it's where I think you are going to need to perform against your opposition here in Eglin.
No, absolutely. I mean, S&D wins championships. S&D does indeed see so many teams through that struggle in the respawns. And even if you're a team that struggles in the respawns, that is relative to your opposition. You're in top 3. You can certainly put up there, and you can steal away one of those 3 maps. We've seen it plenty of times. We've called it the Neslo more often than not over the years. But by the way, we are handed a wonderful sheet by production in the back that shows us pronunciations. And I'm seeing.
Yeah, I should have looked at it.
Lee. So, well, I mean, I'm not taking swings at you. I'm taking swings at people in chat who turn around saying, you're getting it wrong. Actually, no, we're not. We're not. Because the production crew here are phenomenal and provided us with the pronunciations. I did get WASD wrong. It is actually WAS, but that's because I'm an idiot. Anyway, hoping that I'm a bit more intelligent, let's look about our predictions, my friend, because this, well, it's been tough for me so far because I feel like I've had so many moments where I've gotten the right team, but I'm getting the right score, and I'm hoping for both of us that actually that's different here, because I think we've actually gone with the exact same. We have indeed Eglin Air Force Base to take this 3-1. Now, of course, chat, let us know if you disagree, but Brody, you've more experience with these 2 teams than me, so tell me why 3-1 looks great.
Yeah, so actually this is probably my first prediction where it's not like a pin the tail on the donkey kind of situation, right? This is actually something I actually have thought about. For me, I'm looking at this series and I'm saying that Eglin looks so strong in respawns right now. I look back to that Control versus Langley Eustace and how much they were to clutch up on their offenses back to win out that round 5. I look towards the hard point where they seem to be pretty good on the breaks. If they can kind of improve their holding, they will be able to breeze through them perfectly fine. The one chink in the armor for me is Search and Destroy, and ironically enough, on the other side then, you take a look at Offit, and I think that's where they shone versus Charleston. The hard point went to an 11-point game, I believe it was. The Control, albeit it was a 3-0, it was a 3-0 they had to fight tooth and nail for. The Search and Destroy, on the other hand, total blowout. Charleston didn't even look like they were in the game. So, to me, you're looking at a roster that's not very strong at Search and Destroy, at least in the matchup versus Langley Eustace versus a roster that is. And, well, to me, I think that's where we're going to map, if anywhere, in this series that Offit get in.
Well, we have our storyline well and truly set then. Eglin, have you managed to do work to improve your search, or is that still a big problem? And if so, if we do end up with a map being stolen away on a respawn, we get to game 5, then you're in big trouble. But if we're going to get there, we've got to talk about the entire map set. And of course, we've had our veto. The gents have come to their agreements, and production are going to put them up right in front of us here. And we're going to start off with a red card hardpoint. Then it's over to the sunny Spanish Villa of Hacienda for Search and Destroy, Protocol Control, Vault hardpoint, and a Rewind S&D if we get there to close things out. So we know the teams, we know the players, we now know the maps and modes. Taking a look at this, my friend, anything that jumps out off the top?
It's got to be that red card point to kick things off, right? I mean, again, this is something we saw earlier on between Eglin and Langley, and albeit I think that was just kind of a battle for who could break the most. I'm genuinely convinced that might be the most single amount of breaks I've ever seen in a single game of Hardpoint ever. It went like literally the distance. It was a 30-point game, and I think there was like 2 breaks per Hardpoint or something ridiculous like that. It was insane. It is going to come down to who can break the most, but it felt like Eglin were just a little bit better at holding on that map mode combination versus a very strong roster like Langley Eustace. Now, it's worth saying that on broadcast, at least, we have not seen Offit play red card hardpoint, so that could be something where actually they are pretty strong at. But from the information we have, that's the thing I'm looking at. Another one, of course, down the line, if we do need that Game 5 in this series, is if it does go to the Rewind Search and Destroy. That was another map we saw in Eglin versus Langley Eustace. And Langley Eustace, I mean, they just picked Eglin apart. I think it was after that 2 versus 4 breakdown from Eglin, they just totally fell apart. So if we do have to go to Game 5, I gotta hope that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've set up our stories here around the S&Ds, and I think it's very much so worth repeating. Like, this is a situation for Eglin where you're expected to take away these respawns from Offit. We've seen what you can do, even against top-tier rosters such as Langley Eustace. So it's a case of, you know, your players have got to make sure you're delivering there, and hopefully you don't see that Game 5 considering some of the issues we've had. That being said, you and me, my friend, we've done plenty of talking into this about the fact that it's a 5-day tournament. Plenty of opportunities for these teams to fix a couple of things. And while Eglin that may be on the S&D side, for Offit, is there a couple of things that, you know, you're looking at here? You talk about a red card hard point. What's important for them to tick off a box to potentially upset in our first respawn?
Honestly, I think, you know, just making sure they're holding the hard points as a team, right? I think, you know, going back to their matchup versus Charleston, the hard point, there were times where it kind of felt like maybe their setups weren't all that great. They weren't watching each other's backs. Things felt a little bit chaotic inside the hard point. And granted, I think that's kind of a characteristic that a lot of teams here in this tournament hold. This isn't particularly unique to Offit, but at this stage in the competition, you're looking for any kind of advantage you can possibly garner over your competition. And if it comes down to, all right, well, look, we're just trying to improve in the hard points, we're trying to make sure our setup's a little bit sturdier, well, I mean, just do that, right? I know it's easy for us here on the desk to say that, but it really can make a world of difference considering only 6 teams in the grand scheme of things from the selection here competing this week do actually make it to the World Championships. So, yeah, that's where I'd be focusing on. Whether or not they've got that sorted for this matchup, different story.
No, you raised a fantastic point because, of course, I mean, you do look over this Offit lineup and it looks like they were all pulled together relatively last second due to various issues with Waz being the only player who's really come here with plenty of experience. But it's a case of you are playing for that position at Worlds, and as such, you've got to throw absolutely everything you can at it. So often you go to land, it can be a case of, okay, we've done with our games. Let's put our feet up for a little bit. But if you've done your VOD review, you've done your due diligence, you've done your conversations, you're chatting, you've figured a couple of things out, the system tweaks that are needed gives you every opportunity to play the fundamentals of red card hardpoint correctly and give you a great chance to upset in this first respawn. And we're off and underway, my friend. No more deliberating. It is our lower finals between Eglin and Offit.
All right, time to see which of these two teams will be getting that shot at vengeance versus Langley Eustace. We know that Eglin will be feeling a little bit hurt by that Game 5 loss last time around, so they'll be hungering for it. But maybe Offit can surprise them here in this hard point. As we kick things off, though, it is going to be Waz that starts things off with a couple of kills. Early control looking pretty good for Offit here. I like this positioning coming out from them. Unfortunately, it gets picked apart by Shaky.
Yeah, look pretty good for a second. Shaky finds a great 2-piece. And it will be another on the board here. Shaky starting off hot with a 3-1 start. But Waz, well, he's shooting at absolutely everything. Cuts down Charms, unfortunately a teammate as well. But then that's going to be 3 dead in the feed for Eglin. So Offit, an opportunity to bounce back in. But of course, it's all about those P2 rotations. Right now, those spawns are being handed out to Eglin. And it's about setting up this rotation on over. Drippin' Burrito's going to try and contest this from the middle of the map. And Charms turns, burns very soon early, putting one on the highlight reel.
Just one more to play with, contend with as far as the rotation is concerned. Looking over there, you'd already talked a little bit about those spawns for Offit, which have currently been locked down, although sometimes that can be not to your benefit. It is a wave of gunfights in the kill feed that do light up red, though. Charms now just trying to distract some of these guys away while the rest of the squad makes their way from the top side. Floki might be able to take out a player in front of him, not before Yupply actually picks up Drippin' Burrito and somehow gets away. I have no idea how he's managed that. We'll be able to hit the regen, but it doesn't matter because Floki is on a tear. Gets Waz down to 24 HP, trying to hit the regen. That's not going to happen. Back spawns now as Drippin' Burrito will double up. Eglin are now back in the back 20 seconds, and of course, it wouldn't be a game of Call of Duty without someone getting violated.
As a colorcaster, I spend most of my time, ladies and gentlemen, looking down the bottom left side of your screen, staring at this minimap, and I suddenly saw 2 arrows come together as one, and thankfully the observation crew were straight on with it and knew what we wanted to see on main screen. So that's our first real assault of the day coming on through, but it's a great rotation that actually comes in from Offit, and it's partly on that pickup that you get. You actually do get the spawn in, though, from Shaky close. So this isn't as bad a situation as you may have initially been for Eglin. They've got an opportunity to hit this. Was a huge fight up top. Does manage to find it. Couple more come through in red, but the pressure is still here. Shaky refusing to go away.
Shaky does get traded out, though, and so for the moment, at the very least, off it are going to be in with those back spawns. Eggly can press the advantage here, get control of the kill, and get them in a spawn trap, but they're just not finding the gunfights. Charm's the only one to find any value whatsoever, and Shaky's isolated. Someone's pre-aiming the stairwell. It's Wazd on the other side. Shaky can't connect solidly with any of them. Switches to the pistol and finds two. Will weaken things up. Now, can the rest of the team break and pick up where he left off? Charms is potentially here for it. Trippin' Burrito on the other side finds Wazd, and that might be back 10 seconds. That could be good for Eglin. This has been a super back and forth game thus far, Enigma.
Yeah, it has indeed. It feels like the breaks are still here. I mean, Wazd with one of the worst stun grenades I've seen in a hot second, and that will be his reward for that, as Charms finds an easy kill. Arap is just going to stick around here, try and set up some sort of rewrap collapse. You're actually going to lose a player, but this should allow you to read exactly where Charms got to, and not again. He grabs another. Aeroappa gonna let everybody know. And I mean, the thing is as well, it doesn't even really help you because you put yourself in a spot where your teammates aren't really able to fight the hill. You do eventually activate, but it's only to your own doom as Eglin take the lead finally here. Will be at well, losing some of the sanity of your teammate, but you still hold this lead, and well, right now looking as well to potentially set up a bit of a rotation from two late spawners.
Bro, Charms has got to be feeling a bit raw right now. I mean, he's been going through it. That's twice it's happened to him over the course of this game. So he's got to start watching this back, like keeping himself like looking like an owl or something. But it doesn't matter in the end. It is going to be Eglin in control despite Charms' woes. They have themselves a 30-point advantage and growing. We talk about kind of holds being the big thing here in this game. Eglin seemed to have worked that out with that solid hold on this hill. It's given them its advantage. And now we look over towards the next hard point. Split spawn starting to come through. It is just Yupply over here for the moment. Teammates are a little bit late to the rotation. Yupply isolated here for the moment, but somehow he hasn't actually been chowed. He's been allowed to stay alive well past his expiration date. He will be the only player, therefore, on off it to actually find any value whatsoever, but it is ultimately Eglin in control.
Yeah, weird timing as you get there for Yupply to just basically walk through the entire setup. And that destabilizes just enough for a couple of kills to come on through for Office. You could dive this time. That's if you can put a stop to Charms, who's on a 5 spree right now. Yupply's going to back him down, but the hill's just going to stay neutral. And as we know so often on Red Card, this hill can burn through the timer and very much so end up putting us in a situation where we can end on game clock. Arap will step up, find a couple of kills, but I guess the final 15 seconds, you start to consider that next rotation on over if you're both sets of teams. It's a 50-point lead for Eglin so far. And off it, although it feels like they've always been a bit of a threat, it feels like that first and final kills just aren't going their way. And it looks like we got another violation going on screen here. As Aeroappa, well, he's got hold of Charms yet again. A kiss, a cuddle, and, well, it's once his happenstance, if twice his coincidence, 3 times enemy action. That most certainly is enemy stuff coming up through.
Charms has only got so many holes, man. Like, what is going on over here? Violated 3 times in one game. I'm telling you, Charms has got to be a little bit more careful about what's going on behind him. Anyway, off it here. 40 points down. See if they can make a comeback on P1. It's not generally speaking the hill in which you get it done. Yupply naded out by Trippin' Burrito here. It's a good start to this assault. Trippin' Burrito will double up in that situation. Traded out by Waz to find 2. Aeroappa good for the 3rd. And this has actually been a solid hold that the back half of this hard point. Again, P1, not generally speaking, a hill that you see a ton of time going any one particular team's way, Enigma. And that is a lot of time that does ever so slightly close the gap between these two teams.
Yeah, it does indeed in the rotation as well. The foot race is on because Aeroappa might get there first. Has spent a lot of the game holding people hostage, but, well, now as he gets up through middle, looking to control a couple of things, he's actually going to have allowed Shaky to slip through and get onto the point. If you're off it here, you want to take advantage of the fact that you're spawning Arch's side. And, well, I say spawning, it was spawned because Charms now will get himself into those Arch's spawns, able to set up to collapse the point, and he activates, finds a couple of kills. And I think, honestly, Eglin, they'll snatch this up all damn day because that should have been off its hill.
Off it. Maybe just let the opportunity slip away from them in this situation. You can't really afford to let that happen. Eglin now, potential to really start to run away with this game. That is a full blue kill feed. That is basically a guaranteed 20 seconds. And the worst thing in the world has just happened here, Enigma. Look at those spawns. Off it now spawning in for the old hardpoint with 10 seconds left. I mean, at this point, like, do you fight through the old time? Do you go straight towards new? Is there really even a good option?
No. Not when Charms is standing in the middle of the map, shooting back at you with 6 in a row. Hellstorm earned. Looking superb right now. Despite so much of the offenses that have been committed towards him, the atrocities we've seen so far on the map. Yupley here. Gonna catch Floki crossing, but the nade does nothing but flush him out, and he stays alive. Waz trying to hit the outside, will be cut down. There's a bit of a pinch coming on through, actually, if you are off it, and you do well to kind of breach and clear. Floki's still going to be around, but it's a great stick up close. That being said, Eglin spawning close and will immediately reapply pressure.
Incredible throwing arm from Flux is going to keep them in the conversation for this hard point. You kind of need to last 25 seconds at this point in the game. It's 3 kills going your way. Charms, redemption arc for him. Been violated multiple times in this game. Now wants to do some of the violation himself. Switches weapon at the wrong time. Waz will take advantage of it. Those back spawns still sticky as hell for Eglin. So they're going to use it to try and hit the hill here. It's 10 seconds. It's going to edge you close to that 250, and Trippin' Burrito gets a couple of kills despite the slide from Errorappa. There is no dodging those gunnies, as now Eglin's lead continues to grow here, 70 points or so. And they need to get control of this next hill. They need to hold it.
And Charms does a great job to find a kill here on Arch's side, because as his teammates activate elsewhere, this is going to set up a net to surround Flux, who's got every entryway to watch. And although Waz answers back with one, it's a clean break from Eglin. We've spoken so often about this lack of defensive holds in hardpoints in our tournament, and yet another one there. But honestly, probably because of great work from Eglin rather than anything done wrong by Offit. They are going to try and re-hit this, resend this, but it's a 60-point gap right now, and Eglin, as they get over that 200-point mark, looking very comfortable.
Offit now looking for the back 20 seconds. Charms with a double headshot. Nicely done. Appa, trade out. Now watching the cross are off it, but you get doubled up on like that. None of you really getting any time in this situation. You can kind of smell the desperation and the way that Offit are playing this one. They're fighting tooth and nail for 10 seconds of scrap time, and Shaky bats every single one of them away. Now 4 in a row for the man, the myth, the legend. There's Eglin now looking good for the rotation as well. We've talked about Eglin and Offit vying for breaks and holds in this game for the most part. It feels like Eglin have got control of every single rotation.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you are going to invest into that final bit of scrap time, if you're off it, it's not necessarily a call that I would make, but you go for it as a team and you get battered away by one player. You then lose the rotation on over. You have made it interesting at least, but burning through the game clock, having the hill be neutral doesn't suit you either. If you're off it, you're chasing. You don't want to be put in a situation where you're having to scramble any more than you already are. And Shaky, well, he'll find one and gets information on the other 3. What can you do here as Burrito arrives in through the back? Great read by Waz here. Should give you an opportunity for this final 20 seconds, but it's only going to make that gap feel a bit more respectable rather than anything that could be closed thus far. And Trippin' Burrito, he's going to try and seize connector and begin a little bit of a rotation in for our next set of hills.
Floki trying to keep an eye on the cross here. It's actually a pretty good hard point on the whole here from Offit. This is the best look I think we've seen from them pretty much all game thus far. Now we go into the next hill though, and well, Offit now I'm going to have to fight for a lot of time on a hill where, generally speaking, you don't see a lot given away. And Appa not hitting your shots like that, that's not going to help the situation. Shaky does get tapered out from Ticket. Long-range shots from Floki, good to try and keep Offit out of the hard point. Now you're looking to get help from Charms on the flank. 1 for Charms, 2 for Charms, 3 not on the cards. Waz will go down, though, and all of a sudden, Offit have no presence on this hill.
Yeah, Flux is just going to try and contest for half a second here, but it does reek still of desperation. That being said, his nade will do enough to weaken Shaky up, and teammates then arrive in through the stairwell, but Burrito's in around the back, finds 1, finds 2. The trigger discipline, the setup, and the execution, absolutely gorgeous. You are going to see Flux somehow still alive, still finding time on the point. It has been incredible passage of play from him, but brought to an end, and it's all again about that P2 rotation. I've got to say, Arrow Appa, you actually spawn up in arches, flood forward, get killed, but you're blessed. That being said, Eglin will also spawn, split spawns, everybody sprinting for new.
A couple of players spawning out now. The last remaining player by New, Floki, has really a lot to do in this situation. Honestly, I don't know if he goes straight towards a hard point, tries to cut off the resources coming off the spawn. He goes straight for the kill, and he does get shut down by Flux. So, first wave of gunfight's good for Offit. Rogue spawn comes through for Floki. Is it red by Offit? Around the front, gunfight's being won by Eglin. Now just down to Flux inside the hard point. Was keeping the resources all away from the kill as well. This is Offit doing so damn well right now. They are reading every single attack from Eglin.
Yeah, wonderful work by Waz in particular. Recognizes his team don't want to be turtled up, bunched in at that point, backs off to give his team a wider angle, and then executes 2 players trying to collapse back on towards the point. It's going to put Eglin into a situation where really they have to commit to a rotation. They would much rather have finished it here. You do have a bit of scrap time to play for, sure, but I like what Burrito is already doing here. This is heads up, get on the way, try and contest off it. Don't let them have this garage for free. As Shaky sticks around for the scrap, you're only going to need, what, about 8 points to see this over with, but you don't want to have to break it.
And technically speaking, the numbers are here for Offit. Yeah, Appa doing well, as does Was win the gunfight. How on earth has this happened? Eglin not in control. Was just really woken up towards the back half of this game. It's going to get shut down. Back garage spawns now in for Eglin, but you should know that if you're Offit, you are starting to deal with a player on the flank as well in Floki, but every single gunfight is coming your way individually. You're good for the trades as Flux finds 3. Offit could still do this.
They can indeed. And this is why you don't want to have to be putting yourself in a spot to break. Burrito's going to fly on in and, well, somehow comes out on top. And Floki finds 2. Erarapu will answer with 1, but you've got to send if you are off it, and you won't get close enough. Eglin, I mean, they were made to work for it. They had to sweat for it a bit more than they would have liked after the great start that they had, but they will see it off 250 to 231 in map 1. And Brody, my friend, you said that in the respawns, they've been looking so damn good. Interesting ending to that one for sure, but you can see why they stand tall. Some impressive performances in particular from Charms, but not to take away from Shaky. Felt like he had himself a real map.
Certainly felt like in the early to mid game there that Offit just were not able to get any control of the game whatsoever. And I called it, I think it was on P4 in the second set, where Eglin were just getting control of pretty much every single rotation over and over again. I think it was only ever 1 or 2 times in the early game where Offit felt like they were the first team to touch the hill. Towards the final 3 or 4 hills of the game, though, Offit were the first team to touch over and over again. And I'll be honest, I think from what I saw, I think that part of that was because Eglin were playing their spawns, they were playing the rotations a little bit more lax than they were early on in the game, but Offit really could have come back there.
No, 100%. There is a weird case here for Eglin where it did feel a little bit lackluster towards the end in terms of just controlling important checkpoints, those fundamentals that we know are so important to Hardpoint. By the way, the fact that Charms put up 40 and spent about 90 seconds being held hostage, ridiculously impressive, really. But that, you know, for Offit, it felt like that they felt that opportunity. They saw the momentum that was building on their side, and they did indeed roll with it. A lot of great plays, particularly Flux, for example, back at P1, doing a wonderful job of just staying alive and making sure that Eglin couldn't find any time for free. And that rotation as well on over to Garage. I think it's one of those where, although Eglin walk away with map 1, I think Offit, because of the momentum they built towards the back end, they're probably walking away thinking, actually, if we can carry this over into map 2, we're looking pretty good. Probably the best case situation when you're down 1-0 going into an S&D.
Yeah, right now, if I'm Offit, look, I mean, they're going to have some momentum off the back of the final moments of that game. It could have been a lot worse. Like, you could have been down 70 or 80 points in the final scoreline. The fact they didn't make a comeback like that does strengthen their mental going into a game mode that is very important. We discussed, right, how Search and Destroy, it does feel like is going to be a key moment in this series for Offit, because it's easily, at least from what we saw earlier on, the weakest game mode of the 3 for Eglin, and so it's your biggest opportunity to get into the series. If you're going to lose the hard point, at least lose it like that, so you have a better chance fighting in the Search and Destroy.
Well, it feels multi-layered as well, because you're right about that. You start to look across the bench and go, all right, well, we know that we should be walking away from the S&Ds, but that hard point was really damn close, so we definitely have an opportunity to steal away one of these respawns. It suddenly becomes a very realistic Neslo situation where you go, okay, well, we can pluck away one of these, pick up those S&Ds, and put ourselves on through to grand finals. But let's take a look at the map set. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because we're only 1 map through out of a possible 5 here. That was the red card Hardpoint. We're now up to Hacienda, Search and Destroy. And me personally, I mean, I always love to see this map. I think Hacienda is a fantastic map. It's come back in, of course, having been in Black Ops 4. In S&D, though, I will say it feels like a very big map to try and control, especially for the defenders.
Yeah, I think Search and Destroy on Hacienda is all kind of about the power positions, right? And especially look over towards the A-bomb side, right? You talk about kind of top secret. That is a really important position to hold, even if you're on offense, right? I mean, you get the bomb down, you pretty much always are partnering it for top secret side, so that if you're in a 1 versus 1 situation, where do you come from, right? I mean, like, are you going to be looking at it from top secret? Are you going to be looking at it from bottom U? You're the connector? Are you going to be coming at it from plat side? There's so many different areas at which you can approach the bomb sites, and you flip side of the conversation, you plant it on B side, and it's like, you know, again, there's so many different angles that you can keep an eye on the bomb from. You know, you really do. It really does feel like a lot of Hacienda Search and Destroy play is about how you play close part positions. There isn't really much room for rotation on this map because, as you said, it is such a huge damn map. Again, though, going back to Search and Destroy earlier on from Eglin, I want to see more strategies from them. And I think specifically, I want to see more reactivity from Eglin, right? If you're recognizing that something's happening via opposition, if Offit are going to bring strategy of their own to the table, make sure you adapt to that. Do something different in the following rounds if it's something that befalls you, because that's not what they were doing earlier.
No, and I think it's a great call because you end up in a situation where we are down to the deeper stages now of your bracket. You're against a very good team. If you don't have any depth to your playbook, even if you start off with 1 or 2 good rounds here, if Offit make those adjustments because they're a quality S&D team, you're going to find out pretty quickly that you're not able to keep up. And that would be a real harsh way to find out that you must win all respawns. Applies a lot of pressure to the rest of the series for you if you are Eglin. Particularly maps 3 and 4. But for Hacienda, we look then to see, do Eglin manage to upset things a little bit here and stray further into the lead, or can Offit tie things up?
All right, well, let's see. This is a big map here for Offit. They do need to tie things up here. It feels like if they want any chance at taking Eglin down, or if the start of this one, we're seeing trades as Offit now look to get control over the A site. To be fair, if you're going to take anybody out, probably best to do so the player that was closest to the A site.
Bomb immediately goes down. It's interesting to see what Charms can do from the position that he's in. He gets it all the way in around the back. It's going to force Waz off. Burrito's here to activate, and Charms, well, he's given a free route in. So all on Flux, 1v3. What can you do? You've so much to watch. Charms will get that intel, call it in. You can see there's players all around him, and it's an easy retake. And, you know, you said there, my friend, that you want Eglin to be proactive. You want to see them be, you know, a bit more aggressive with their plays. It felt like straight away, as soon as you recognized, as soon as Eglin recognized off it hitting A, Charms is immediately in through back lobby, catches everybody by surprise.
Yeah, just really fast, I think, Eglin, and that's what you love to see in the respawn. You see how reactive they have been, and just carrying that over to Search and Destroy has really felt like the issue. And that's what we've wanted to see, you know, get those improvements in Search and Destroy, play a little bit better as a team in Search and Destroy. And it's early doors, but things are looking promising, at least for round number 1. So we'll see whether that continues into round number 2 here, as Eglin now play on the offense. We'll see whether they take this bomb. I want to see them play it as a squad regardless of what happens. I've got a feeling these first bloods are going to be super important in towards these rounds. Four stack straight over towards B here. A couple of players on the defense. Initial naders will not land. Flux is going to throw that stun out, and it's going to slow things up significantly. First kill on towards Charms is a good. Second, even better. Hits the reload a little bit prematurely, and Shaky will get away with a couple of kills for it. Has these last 2 players isolated as well.
It's just all about your timings here, and you push on out, so you will be able to turn it into a one-on-one, but was far too slippery with the Jackal in hand. Superb work to shut that down. Felt like, I mean, we saw how good Shaky was in that hard point, putting multi-kills in it packful times. Could have made a huge play here to start things off, but it's all on the back of that start from Flux. Finds the 2 players challenging the corner. I feel like that's one of those moments you're expected to find the first. The second one, though, arriving a little bit too late for it to be a real trade situation. And Flux, he'll eat that up all damn day. So tied up then. Defense is on top. It felt, if anything, more convincing from Offit, considering you didn't even get a bomb down if you're Eglin.
Yeah, just really good response from Offit. Flux goes huge in that round. They're going to bat heads once again through the middle of the map. Good trade for now. The bomb planter does go down momentarily. Look at this aggression coming out on the defense. Waz was cooking up a nade. Might get caught out, and he does by Shaky. Not an immediate response, but Charm is wasting no time whatsoever and gets caught down by Yupply. Trip and Burrito trades things out, though. Trade for trade we go. And in the end of all that altercation, it is a 2 versus 1 in favor of Eglin.
Hero Appa here. The problem is, well, you have such a lack of intel about where your opponents have gotten to. So you're running blind. Maybe a noise cue found here. Finds 1, finds 2. Not a chance in hell. Hero Appa, I mean, blessed a little bit by COD timing, sure. But I've also got to ask here, the 2 players from Eglin were essentially sliding out into unknown territory and both looking the same way. Oh, that's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't recognize where the last player is. And, well, that is a huge, huge stop there. Error Appa. A couple of kills on the board. What a time to pop off. So, Offit here, starting to look good in the Search and Destroy. I'll be honest, though, I don't think it's, you know, we talked about kind of them looking to be reactionary in this Search and Destroy. I don't think it's because of that. I think, if anything, they're just clutching up in the situations they need to. It was Flux earlier on, then Aero Appa now. And off the start of this round, well, it's Aero Appa and Waz that are going to draw first blood. Eglin stopped dead in their tracks in their efforts to get mid-map control.
There was a player that you wanted alive in this situation. It's most certainly going to be Charms for Eglin. He and Trip and Burrito trying to essentially play a little bit back-to-back here. Just move on through. Find some isolated gunfights if possible. But Rapper, he's going to be right around the corner. Do you check this? The answer is, well, kind of. Not really. Charms will find one. So watch those blue arrows swarm. But can Burrito activate off the back of it? Can you bait a couple players into fights? You do. And find Yupply for free. So make it a 2v2. You get away with your life as well. And, well, all of a sudden, it's collapsed for Offit. But you do turn it into a 1v1 at least.
Big 1v1 for Trippin' Burrito. Good news for him. He's got that bomb in his hands. He's going to be allowed a free plant as well. Whilst is just going to split the difference between the sites. Hedges bets. Bomb down. Was now on the hunt. This is that situation I was talking about. You've got a multitude of different angles to check. Trippin' Burrito is not going to do anything particularly spicy here. He's going for the bog standard play up top secret. Has to be cautious of player. Has he just seen him through the crack though? I think Waz has eyes on him and he gets the jump shot for the kill. A 1 versus 1. It's 3 rounds in a row now for Offit. They are starting to catch fire.
I feel like I'm going to watch that gunfight back. I mean, up close and personal with the Jackal, always going to suit you, but must have snapped at some point from our PLV at least. It looked like it was to lose. Off it 3 rounds in a row. And Eglin, I mean, you have had your opportunities. You lose a 1v2. You drag that round back to something that can be contended and still give it on up. Just seeing that little bit of extra steel come through off its S&D play here. And was leading the line 6-2. And on that 3 spree, so worth keeping an eye on just how far that goes.
Eglin have to put a stop to this now. They don't want to see this series tied up at 1-1. That's the start they wanted. Yuppie tagged up, taken out of the round. Waz also feeling the heat, but that trade is just not what they want. They've got no immediate pressure here over by the A site, so bomb goes down once again, but this is the position they managed to retake from last time around. Shaky, early shots out towards outer fences, not able to connect any of it, but gives away his position. 2 hit now from top secret as well. They want to do this simultaneously. Is Flux ready for it? Is Appa ready for it? The latter certainly isn't. Nade out from Flux, overwhelmed, and it's all just down to Waz now in a position. They have to go check for it. He can just play time. That is the strategy. He's going for it. He's going for it. Goes for the kills. Not going to finish off the second. Yes, he does in the end. It's a 1 versus 3 from Waz. Does not even matter if you get the final kill. Charms doesn't have time for the defuse. Unorthodox positioning from Waz gets it done.
And Eglin, if there was going to be a dagger in this matchup, that is surely it. Showing more holes in your S&D as Waz picks you apart as a 1v2 and now a 1v3 coming through for Offit. And Waz, you're right, it's an unorthodox position, but someone has got to at least push out to check something there. Felt like Eglin all at sea, no intel at all. And that gives all the timing on over for Offit. You can see in the cams there. Delighted, excited, ready to roll into round 6.
Eglin, I mean, how many times are they going to say this at the start of these rounds? They need to find some footing. That was the best opportunity they've had so far. It was like a 2 versus 4-esque failure. Charms at the start of this round isn't failing at anything. Picking up a couple of kills already. They're now off it. Have to clutch up. And that top secret position is being watched like a hawk. Flux down for the count. Waz has to pull off a miracle.
The nade will back Waz'd off, but Burrito also takes some damage. And Charms here, well, he does the math. He recognizes that Waz must have hit wine. He's been pushed in towards the courtyard. I mean, yeah, nothing happening here. Waz probably just going to look for some exit picks potentially, but timing all against him. And Charms, well, he's a straight shooter. And that felt like a round where Charms suddenly went, you know what, then I'll do it myself. Pushes aggressively through top mid to find 2. Splits that entire Offit defensive line apart. Gives his team the bond sight and even goes back for the final kill. Just to try and stem the bleeding a bit, give you a round to build you back into the map. Because, I mean, you're right. Like, the openings of these rounds for Eglin, you're leading the First Bloods right now, 4-2. Somehow the scoreline is reading the other way off the back of 2 clutches from Offit. And at some point, the players on Eglin who are getting these First Bloods are looking at the team to just close this on out. But Charms, well, he's not too worried about that for now as he's on a 4 spree.
At some point, you kind of have to question, is it the adaptation from Eglin that's been failing them as opposed to just the team play, right? I mean, they've had good moments, but sometimes it just does feel like they're not even playing as a team whatsoever. They've not been very successful at stopping the A-plants from Offit either. Off it going for it once again. Finally, though, the first bloods are actually being followed up with some more kills from Eglin. Appa's going to find some value on the other side. The problem now, though, that bomb is laying right at the feet of some players from Eglin, and one player is watching this. Finally, like a hawk, tripping Burrito pushes it at the wrong time, gets doubled up on, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
It feels like a blind hit from Burrito there as well, because if you are shaky and Floki here, you don't have the information that the bomb site is still being played for, so you don't know where your opposition have got to. Burrito just decides to hit. And as such, you actually catch off it, players rotating back towards. Now, that should have been intel handed over. You will have the bomb here, at least. You can try and defend it, but actually, there's just going to be double hit from the top rope.
Finally, they get the kills. Dude, if they mess that situation up, I'm fully blaming Trip and Burrito, right? It's just like, it's really unfortunate that he gets that timing in the end, but I mean, he could have probably ended that round significantly earlier.
Yeah, that's just one of those where you're getting a bit itchy, maybe too keen to find yourself a couple of kills on the board there. Just got to make the smartest play, especially in S&D where your life is so valuable. But you'll get away with it for now. Eglin, 2 rounds now on the bounce. Some momentum being built, and they're still doing well in these openings of rounds. It's just about, as you said, the teamwork after you take that advantage. Don't let it be lackadaisical. Keep it tight-knit. Play that numbers advantage hand in hand and force off it to fight you.
Well, Eglin, couple of rounds now in a row. They're starting to find their footing in the late game with the search and destroy. First bloods have never been their strength anyway, Enigma. They lose it in this round. We've talked about how they're struggling off the back of first bloods. Losing a second player, though, I think this is somewhat of a more untenable situation. As far as getting that bomb down is concerned, Ova have so much more presence here.
Yupply, he might get in for free here. Well, Floki, though, has got the gun. He turns, burns. Burrito, well, you strafe out in front of Wazd, and that's only going to go one way, and that's all cleaned up as you get the collapse in through the back. 5-3 then, off it. 1 round away from tying things up. I think that's the difference maker at points here. When Eglin get that first blood, you never know how the round's going to play on out. But for off it, they are ruthless once they get any sort of advantage in the search and destroy. You called it right at the top of this one, my friend. You said that Eglin looking great in the respawns, off it looking great in the searches. We're currently playing by that script, but the 5-free curse on main stage exists for a reason. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Still a couple of seconds yet to play this on out if you're off it. You got to make sure that you're rolling out strong at the start here, just like you did last time out.
Eglin, search and destroy is definitely something they need to work on. They could still win this, though. They could still force around 11 and take it all the way home. Got to start playing as a team. Right now, 2-for-2 split. Technically a 2 versus 4 over by the B site. Numbers good for off it, and numbers even better now as Charms and Trip and Burrito out of the round. It's a late response coming through from the last couple of players on Eglin. Shaking might be able to get these players before the bomb goes down. It would have been nice if he could have done that, but the kill is there regardless.
A heartbeat away from being able to cut that bomb down in its tracks. Would have made the situation far more manageable, and well, Shaky as well goes to Chal. Flux though with that Jackal up close. Wasn't going to lose, especially not when you're hitting headshots. And all on Floki then, 1v3. 20 seconds on the clock. Not very much you can do here to this setup.
Oh, he beams one. 15 seconds. It's time that's really his enemy in this situation. All these last remaining players need to do is just peek it or take the kill. It's going to be the latter. I think there was actually some extra bullets in the body there for Offit as well. As they close out the search and destroy, they tie things up at 1-1, and all is going to plan.
All is indeed following the script here. I mean, for Eglin as well, we've talked up so much about this. You're looking good in the respawns. The first map probably ends up a bit closer than you would have liked. This second one here, you're going to be looking at it a bit like, this feels like an opportunity that got away. Twice you were clutched up on a 1v2, a 1v3, and in those moments you look back and you think, okay, well, we could have stolen away an S&D, walked into 2 respawns feeling very comfortable about closing at least one of those out. Now they must, and it applies so much pressure back to them because, well, if the evidence of yesterday, the evidence of all the other times we've seen them on broadcast, and now here, there's plenty of holes in their setups.
It does just feel like their teamwork needs a lot of work in search and destroy. A lot of these situations that you're seeing them kind of fighting from an advantage, they're not playing together. And I think a lot of it is just like they've got a lot of confidence that they can win these fights. And for good reason. These guys are mechanically skilled players, Enigma. They just aren't able to actually win them because they're constantly kind of almost feels like putting themselves in a 1-versus-1s from a disadvantageous spot, and it just doesn't ever go well for them. So 1-1 now in the series. As I said, me and you, we're geniuses. We knew how this was going to go, right? So the next couple of maps, surely Eglin going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'd love to be called a genius by somebody. It's been a while. I'll be completely honest with you. I think, honestly, but what that is as well is a WAS masterclass, right? Like, we see him clutch up in the 1v2, but it's the 1v3 that really kind of showed a bit of extra prowess that you've got coming from this Offit team. It's the patience. You suck yourself off into a corner, and you just count down. Okay, we got that amount of timer left on the bomb defusal. I can hit this at 10 and rounds that corner to perfect timing. Cleans up the player. I mean, it cleans up the standing player first, which left me a little bit worried about whether or not the other player decided to hop on the bomb for longer. But still, does a great job to give his team a huge round. And we'll see them on through. But sticking to the script for now, absolutely. Will we be doing that going on forward? Well, for Eglin, you've got to win the next 2 respawns. You're staring down the barrel of a very scary game 5. Settle all that, though, after this quick break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championship. I'm Enigma, alongside me is Brody, and if you're just joining us, we are through 2 maps of what has been a fantastic series so far that actually is following a script. Brody called us geniuses just before the break. Don't know if I'd go that far, but we're feeling pretty good about our 3-1 predictions right now because Eglin looking really good in the respawns, but Offit taking over in those S&Ds. And my friend, as we look on forward to those other 2 respawns coming up, I mentioned just before the break, Eglin feels like a lot of pressure on them right now to make sure they close it out in these 2.
Yeah, it does feel like that, right? I think there's probably going to be a certain element, and maybe if Eglin win this series, we'll speak to somebody on Eglin about their search and destroy woes, but there might have been an element of that in the camp. They were just like, look, you know, if the search and destroy doesn't go our way, oh well, because we're very strong at respawns. You saw that earlier on in map number 1 in the hardpoint, albeit they almost let it slip towards the final 3 to 4 hardpoints of that game. They still look significantly stronger than Offit. We certainly saw it in the last best of 5 as well, where albeit they lost 2 search and destroy to Langley, they did manage to take one of the hardpoints and the control. And it's the latter of those 2 things that I think bode so well for them going into this next game mode, because albeit the map is different, you talk about their control, the fact they managed to take away 2 back-to-back offenses to take that Hacienda control in that round 5 versus Langley. They're a really strong control team, and we saw this not just in that series, but also in the first one we saw of them versus Robin. I think it was a 3-0 on Hacienda control back then. They are so strong off the break. So really, I think the first thing out of the gate here for Offit is just got to be making sure that you do not let Eglin start strong in these rounds in control, because I think the rounds can fall away from you very damn quickly.
Yeah, no, they most certainly can. It's called the swing mode, the swing map, for a very good reason. You end up in the situation with the control. So often we're tied up at 1 apiece, where a certain squad, especially if you're predicted to be the respawn dominant squad, there's a lot of pressure again to see that on through. And for Eglin, of course, that's going to be on them. For Offit, this is an opportunity to continue the momentum out of the S&D and kind of show that they've got a little bit about them here to contest this and steal 1 away. You are right to call back to the fact that Eglin looks so good against Langley Eustace, who'll be waiting in that grand finals, of course, in control, because that only starts to set us up more and more when it comes to these 4 players about how good they are here. Floki, Charms, Shaky, and Trippin' Burrito. We came into this series very much so looking at Floki and Charms, but I think that they've got a third little X factor in that lineup in Shaky, who seems to be incredibly impactful in the way he gets his kills.
I think in a way, it's kind of funny, right? Because generally speaking, the OBJ players are the ones that always feel like they're underrated in a way, the ones that people never talk about. But Shaky isn't necessarily the OBJ for the roster. It does feel like Trippin' Burrito more often than not fills that role. They're always the one inside the hill. They're always the one capturing the control zones. Shaky just kind of pops off every so often. Like, he'll just have a really good game and just go totally unnoticed by the opposition. It's very easy, as you said, to focus on Floki and Charms, but Shaky really can have their moments, and they did versus Langley. They have done it in this series so far, and so you're absolutely right. Yeah, Shaky, definitely a guy to watch out for. I've said it a lot. There are a lot of teams in this competition where all 4 players are a real danger to anybody they face. I feel that way about this Eglin roster, including Shaky.
Yeah, it's one of those joys that we get, right, doing our job. And I know that we're blessed to do what we do. We both share that kind of passion and love for this. But it's a case of when we get to like the back end of tournaments, there's nothing better than watching 8 very talented players square up against each other and show us some great Call of Duty on top of that. I look over the other side, look at Offit then. How do you steal this away? Well, I'm looking for your team individually. We've got Waz, Aero Appa, Flux, Yopley. Map 1 was ridiculously close. You mentioned it there. Those final couple of hills, it felt like they suddenly started to steamroll their way back into this. Is there a player in that foursome that you're looking at and thinking, you've got the potential here to be the person, the X factor, if you will, to steal that map away and really set the series up the way that a lot of people are saying you'll get through it?
It's difficult, right? Because I think everybody's had their moment on Offit, right? Everyone has been there throughout both the hardpoint and especially that search and destroy, where everyone had like some kind of crazy clutch at various points in that game. If I had to pick somebody, actually I'm going to go for Flux. I think Flux has been relatively surprising for these guys. I mean, Flux has looked really good, but again, anybody can step up, and if all of them can step up, that's going to spell some danger for Eglin.
Yeah, will indeed. And it'd be interesting to see how this one starts. Do Eglin suddenly be put on the back foot and panic? Do they assert themselves really early and throw a couple of things away like they have done in map 1 and map 2? Well, we're going to find out, but it's going to be after this quick break where we're going to show you a little bit of content.
In this video, we split the 2025 PACAF teams to decide the best and worst Call of Duty titles of all time. Afterwards, we'll peer review the results with the AFG community and find out who knows best.
Is that like the original Call of Duty 1?
Never played. COD 4. Greatest of all time.
What? You can't put it in the GOAT spot already, dude. There's so many games, dude.
That's fantastic.
It's one of the best.
It's got to be one of the top of all time.
Black Ops 2? Ah, that's one of the top. That's got to be. Is there a goated
Yeah,
category?
That's my GOAT,
dude.
Greatest of all time.
That was the greatest COD.
Advanced Warfare slept on.
I think it was great.
Slept on. I think I'd say guilty pleasure.
Me personally, I put AW in GOAT.
What? I love that game. Nah, that game had.
I'm not kidding. I don't think we can give it to you.
Black Ops 3. I can't be the only one to think it. One of the GOATs.
Yeah, I think it's greatest.
COD 4 remastered.
It's just as bad as the original one.
Same tier.
Same tier,
next to
yeah.
each other.
World War II is buns. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
2019.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I think Cold War is good or great to me. It's a slept on COD.
I would agree with that, actually.
I think
I would
it's
agree with that.
I don't remember Cold War.
I haven't played any of these games.
Bro, Vanguard? Nah, bro. Is that
Vanguard?
Vanguard. Didn't play it.
Oh, put that in the trash can. Put that in the trash can.
Worst one of all time.
That's a relatively recent COD.
I thought it was good.
I think it was a good
I
COD.
think it was good.
It's the DLC.
OG
MW2.
MW3 or no? It's not OG. That's the newest one. Oh no, Basuda. Put that in the trash.
That's
Goated.
Really? It wasn't. I'm not gonna say goated, but it's up there for me.
It was fun.
Black Ops 6.
Put it as trash.
I think
Trash.
I think it's fantastic. It
What?
brought back that
Whoa.
nostalgic feel.
Whoa, wow.
I love Black Ops 6. Y'all are tripping.
Warzone
OG
itself, if we're
Warzone.
talking about Verdansk,
Verdansk.
I'll put that as fantastic.
2.0 dogware. That's
What was
trash.
2.0?
Trash can, bro.
I think
never
Blackout
played.
Blackout
Blackout
was
was
lit. Blackout started.
Really?
Really
I think it's like a
started.
guilty pleasure. Because it's like a lot of people hated it, but
I'm
down for that. I'm down for
I
that.
messed with
But
it.
World at War Zombies.
Goated.
I mean, that's
Goated.
yeah.
Goated, man. That was.
It's a classic.
Black Ops 1 Zombies? That's one of the GOATs. Keynote, you can spend hours with your boys on there. Hey, I gotta go eat. Cover me. Keep a crawler alive.
Black Ops Zombies.
That would be my GOAT for zombies.
I don't know about putting it in GOAT.
No?
I would say
for
BO3 is GOAT for zombies.
No. What?
That has all. Doesn't that have all the
You are
DLCs?
the polar opposite of us. Black Ops 3?
Finest Hour and Big Red 1 are definitely up there.
They're pretty.
Can we have two GOATs?
Yeah.
No, that defeats the purpose of the tier, man.
What you guys think?
Nah, I like the list.
Yeah, I like the
think
list.
that's a solid list.
Yeah, I think the list is good.
I'm cool with that.
I'm good with the list.
I'm good.
actually.
I feel like that's a pretty solid
I think
list.
that's a decent list.
Actually, I don't know. I kind of want to move World War II to trash.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championship. Now, we headed off to a quick break there. Beautiful VT, some content. But there was something that disturbed me a little bit during that break, my friend, because I took a quick look at Twitch chat, and Seymour is calling Ghosts a top 5 Call of Duty of all time. I'm going to be honest, I heavily disagree with that one. I got to get your input.
Okay. So first off, and I know this for a fact because Seymour's favourite Call of Duty game is Advanced Warfare, which is a dreadful opinion to have. He genuinely doesn't know anything. Like, if I asked this guy what 2 + 2 is, he'd come up with 81. Like, he genuinely doesn't know anything. So I don't take his opinion for granted at all. I just don't care. It's always wrong. And Ghosts is a dreadful Call of Duty game. It just is. It's a fact. Do you guys not remember Blitz? Am I misremembering the fact that Blitz was in the game? Did we forget the fact that we were playing Domination for an entire year in that game? How about the bomb glitched? Are we good with that? Terrible game. Terrible game. Seymour, it's okay. It's all right, mate. We'll get you back to school. You'll learn something soon.
I mean, yeah, definitely not top 5. I'm not putting it in my top 5. Let's put it that way. Like, that is quite simple. I'm seeing a lot of you guys come in and support. You can tell the casters are too young. Brother, I am 31. I have played since the very first Call of Duty, and I'm telling you right now, top 5 is a stretch. But anyway, Seymour, you see these glasses? You see the whole beach thing you've been going with? Out the window. See you later. Bye-bye. You and me are done. Anyway, so we are... I mean, you're 36. Congratulations, my friend. Anyway, moving on forward, because, of course, we have a series here, my friend, between Offit and Eglin. We spoke a little bit beforehand about some of the players and how we're looking to see them perform. Some of the map modes that we've got coming up ahead of us. Yeah. Both of these teams, of course, are waiting on booking a ticket to play on through to see Langley Eustace in that final for their region, for the seed. Because reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you fall in this matchup here, you get the 3rd seed. Winner will go on through to grand finals, and that's to settle 1st and 2nd seed for when it comes to CONUS, and then it's top 6 into Worlds. So much riding on this for both teams. Obviously, a lot of pressure on this. But when you look ahead to that Langley-Eustace matchup, we personally feeling like that's the team that's very well rounded. There's a lot about that team that I really like. Have you seen anything from both these squads so far that makes you think that they're making the improvements necessary to get into that grand final and feel comfortable out taking them on?
No. To be honest, I just like, no. I like, all right. I'll do this analytically, and I'll say this much. I think if you're looking at the weakness for Eglin against Langley Euston, where they failed in that best of 5, it was the search and destroy. I would actually argue we've got more clarity on the search and destroy issues for Eglin so far in the last series, right? Well, we were talking previously about their adaptability being an issue. Well, actually, I think it's just their general teamwork where they're not quite on the same page often, and if they don't fix that by the time they get to Langley Eustace, the same thing is just going to happen again unless they can steal all 3 respawns away. So for them, I don't think so. And then in the respawns, I mean, maybe for Offit, but you got to remember it was a 3-0 to Langley. Like Langley, again, we don't know the exact score lines, but they beat them across every single game mode. They flawlessly took them down. And I don't think Offit have made massive improvements. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Langley Eustace might just be like the Millennia of this tournament. Just too much to handle for either of these two teams.
Not a clue what the Millennia reference is, but yes, very good. Standing there at the end, looking very powerful. Indeed, final boss is what I'm guessing you're referencing towards here. But, I mean, for Eglin, I mean, one of the things, there is a weird thing that goes on with the gameplay. We saw it in map 1. We saw it in rounds within map 2, which is when they're put on the back foot, they come out swinging. They look great when it's a neutral playing ground. There seems to be a weird thing where they're in like a serious lead, whether that be in hardpoint or they get the first 2 bloods when it comes to S&D, where they just don't seem to be on that wavelength, where they seem to switch on off. I do wonder how far this team could go if they just didn't have those moments where suddenly their foundation seems to go from beneath them.
Yeah, it is just a case of, I think, just watching the VOD. And at the end of the day, these days of competition are not as important as the next 3, right? So if you are going to have any mistakes in the gameplay that you are later going to fix, today and yesterday are the days to do it, because these are the days where it's like, it just doesn't matter, right? If you go out in the competition, like, yeah, you don't want a low seed, but ultimately you still are going to get a shot at the World Championships, at one of those spots for World Championships, I should say. If you don't fix those improvements, or fix those issues, excuse me, by day 4, we'll say, then we can maybe start to be a little bit more critical. But right now, I think there's a bit of a learning process, and we'll harken back to the other point here, which is ultimately these guys might be in a setting that can make them somewhat uncomfortable at this level of competitive play, where you are on LAN, you are actually literally facing your opponents inside the arena at Patrick Space Force Space. So, you know, there's an added element of pressure that otherwise wouldn't normally be there.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of pressure indeed. And, well, I mean, either burst pipes makes diamonds. That's my my old corny line that comes on out every time we talk about pressure. But it is one of those things that, you know, you definitely want to be one of those who's able to step onto the light, step onto the big stage, and feel very comfortable there. And for some of these players, it will be about growing into that through the week, getting used to it a little bit. And we are into our second day of 5 here, so still plenty to go. We're still waiting for some tech issues to be resolved here, and while we do so, why don't we pull up the map veto again and take a quick look through this series and where it is headed on off to. We're already 2 maps through. We've already had the red card. We've already had the Hacienda. We are off to the protocol next. And then, if I remember correctly, it's rewinds towards the back end here. We will get confirmation as it pulls on up. Oh, it's actually the Vault hardpoint, and then it's the rewind S&D. I've seen a lot of rewind recently. And Vault hardpoint. I mean, we look at the way that red card went. It was 252-31. Eglin, very strong start. You start to see Offit come back into that. Are you looking at that map to give us a couple of intonations to where map 4 might be? Or is it a case of, well, actually, we might know a couple more things off the back of this protocol?
I think we're going to learn a lot more in this protocol control, to be honest with you. Like, I still think we're kind of solidifying our opinions on the whole here, right? I mean, you and I know, we cast a lot of Call of Duty, and we've probably casted, like, a lot of teams, like, hundreds of times. Just a single team that we've casted them 100 times. It takes a while to actually learn everything about a squad. I mean, I literally just talked about the search and destroy of Eglin, where, again, I thought something in the last series versus Langley and actually learned a lot more just because of that Hacienda search and destroy we literally just saw, right? So it sometimes takes a few maps to learn a little bit about each team. I think, you know, off the back of this protocol control, if Eglin win this and they win it in dominant fashion, I'm going to be pretty confident in saying that Eglin are one of the strongest control teams we have here in this competition. Peterson is probably the only other team, to my memory, that might be giving them a run for their money, if only because of the fact I think Peterson was saying in the interview with you guys that they are a very strong control team. But yeah, if Eglin win this one, I'm ready to say they're Respawn masterminds.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a big title to put up on someone, and it feels like something that we do need to see out of them, considering some of the gaps that we've seen in their S&D. Although I am with you, I think with this one, if we do see Eglin something come out and look really good in the control, I want to see that matchup, Eglin-Peterson. How do you look in a game 3? Because Sutter himself said that Peterson are indeed a fantastic squad when it comes to control. We got to witness that, did me and Seymour, and they were indeed brilliant. But, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are still experiencing some tech issues here. So, we could waffle on for a little bit longer. But what we're going to do very quickly is send it to a break. We'll see you on the other side, and we continue all the discussions there.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Pack-F teams will face off, tasting a series of mystery drinks, no intel, no hints. Let's put their taste buds to the test.
I think it's Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. It's
I
for
think
sure Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper.
For sure.
Nah, I did taste that cherry, but there was no cherry.
Bro, you said you just tasted it, but there was no cherry?
Ain't nobody gonna put, like, bro.
You heard him, right? Yeah, that's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
There is cherry Dr. Pepper.
I ain't seen
It's
that
definitely
since I've
Dr.
been to the
Pepper.
joint.
That's all.
I think it's
Am I
just Dr.
tripping?
Pepper.
Bro, I'm getting gaslit.
It's like a watered down, flat Dr. Pepper.
I'll say Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. 100%. What is it, cherry?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
You were close. You did say, so you're right.
Whoa! I didn't even sip it. Whoa!
What is that, bro?
Oh wait.
What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Is that oolong tea?
They give me the wrong cup.
Yeah, that's tea.
Unsweetened tea. That's unsweetened tea. Yeah, that's like
sure.
some type of tea. I want to say it's like green tea or something.
It's like somebody tried to make alcohol and then took all the alcohol out and left you with beer. Like that beer without the alcohol, you know what I mean? It tastes like flat dog water.
I don't know if it's green tea because I drink a lot of green tea.
That's not green tea. That's
it tastes like Lipton. It tastes like Lipton tea.
Lipton. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Lipton unsweetened tea.
Lipton unsweetened tea.
Yeah, but tea's dark colored. That wasn't
it's
dark.
not. No, it's
not unsweet. Not
Lipton unsweet tea.
Yeah, y'all don't want to fucking listen.
That's disgusting. I'd fake sip if we have to do it again.
It's tea, but it tastes like liquid dog water, so green tea.
Is that green tea?
It's not green tea, but I don't know any of the tea.
I'm gonna go oolong because I don't.
I'm gonna go oolong because I don't even know what oolong tea is.
Oh, now you want to believe me. My fault.
Hey, that's what this guy, brother.
Oolong tea. I don't know what it is. What is that?
Oh, unsweet green tea.
I got gaslit.
Bro, I was right the other time.
Yeah, I got gaslit.
We're throwing.
Smelled it. I think it is grape Fanta.
I think it is. Can we agree this time before we just send it? You think it's grape Fanta? Yeah. Before you just send it? It's grape something. I know that.
It's like wine. You know what I mean? Dude, that smells familiar.
What do you guys think?
Bro, I don't know.
I don't think I've ever had this.
I seriously don't know.
I want to just say grape Fanta because
I don't know if it's Fanta. It's grape. It's grape.
It's grape.
It's not grape Fanta.
It's grape.
It's grape something.
Grape, yeah. Say grape.
Bro, you didn't know it was grape?
No, I don't know.
I don't know. That grape tastes a
Grape
little weird.
Sunkiss.
Grape sun. That's what I was thinking. Grape Sunkiss.
I'm going grape Fago. I don't think they have Fago here though. What's that off-brand
I
Fago?
seriously don't know.
It's grape soda, some sort.
We can go with that.
I'm
They don't
gonna
really
be the
have
one up.
Sunkist
I'm
in
gonna
a
go grape
bottle.
Fanta.
Unless it's like Fanta, like flat, but like
They don't have it in a bottle though.
I'm gonna say grape Sunkiss for me.
It's grape soda.
Ah!
Oh, shit.
I used to powder that up with too many things not to know what that is.
It's not grape Fanta.
I'm gonna go grape Fanta.
Grape Fanta. Oh, let's go.
Good job.
nah. That's
This is all y'all. It's banana something. Yeah.
This is white soda. This is white. This is the white thing. I didn't taste it yet. You see, I didn't taste it. It's the white soda. I forgot what it's called.
I suck at this.
Calpis.
Milkus.
Yeah.
Calpis. Calpis. Yeah.
Calpis. Yeah.
I didn't even drink it yet.
Something Japanese, I feel like. Banana, like, I feel like it's a Japanese drink. For sure.
Is there a green Fanta?
It's not a green Fanta. It could be pineapple. It could be, actually. It could be pineapple Fanta. I don't, bro, it smelled like banana. It did smell like banana, but it kind of tasted like pineapple.
It's like milk soda, right?
Yeah, it's like milk soda. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had that. in my life. I'm going pineapple.
It's fire.
Pineapple.
Let him go pineapple.
Calpis.
He's going pineapple.
He's
I'm
going
Calpis.
pineapple.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, we're not going pineapple. We're going Calpis.
No shot. Calpis.
Calpis, Milkus, I don't know.
It has to be.
What? It tastes the exact same.
It literally does taste the same.
Damn it.
It's coconut?
Am I tripping? That tastes
No, it
the
tastes the
same.
exact same. No, I believe you.
Pineapple Fanta.
Oh,
yeah.
A melon cream.
Melon cream?
How am I supposed to know? I've been in Korea. They got that out there?
I only drink Dr. Pepper, dude.
Nah, this is cheating.
I knew it was
If I knew we was gonna do Japanese drinks, I would've studied up before today.
Orange Fanta.
Orange Fanta.
Orange Fanta.
That has to be.
Orange Fanta.
That's Fanta.
Orange Fanta.
So you try to throw us off with this one. You're like, we'll do Fanta now.
He called it white people soda.
I said white soda.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We have 2 winners.
Orange Fanta.
You got caught at 5K.
Fanta,
4 cameras deep.
I swear to God, play it
You
back.
been mic'd up, gang.
Bro, play it back.
We gonna run it back.
I feel like Japanese like sodas have more carbonation. Yeah. So like American drinks like that, they lose carbonation. Orange Fanta.
You killed. My whole career is ended just because of this.
Watch, it's not.
Orange
They
Fanta.
trolled us. 100%.
No way.
They trolled.
Yeah.
It's in a bottle. We're gonna go with
It's in
Fanta.
a bottle. I think it's Fanta.
They don't got
Orange
Sunkist
Fanta.
bottles?
Oh yeah.
For each topic, airmen use their whiteboards to show just where exactly their priorities lie, using their turn to reveal their answers and justify why it's correct.
Saw yours?
You did?
Yeah, I did.
This is a good pick though. Huh?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think that's the weapon. Shit, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, honestly, I forgot all the guns.
Mine is a speakeasy from Advanced Warfare. If you were there, you understand.
Look at that penmanship, for real. Yeah, so ACR Modern Warfare 2, it's the gun I dropped my first nuke with when I was like in diapers. No, I'm kidding, I wasn't in diapers. And plus its sound. Like the sound is like so sexy. ACR from Modern Warfare 2. It was the first Call of Duty I played. It was my favorite gun at the time.
KSW BO6, so good that they abandoned it.
The Growl, Warzone, right here, no recoil, no nothing.
Yep.
You're disgusting.
Yep.
You're genuinely gross.
Yeah, that's actually
That is
crazy. That's a
wildest
crazy
thing I've
take,
ever
bro.
heard.
I'm not gonna lie.
Am I crazy for this?
Yeah.
He gonna say MW19?
No.
Oh, Black Ops though, crazy.
It was like the jetpack era of Call of Duty.
It was fun to watch pros play it, but
It's just everybody played that game back then.
I liked BO2.
I just got a lot of nostalgia with this game. Growing up as a kid, I would just head over to my buddy's place. We just play, split screen, just screwing around.
It's his first COD.
For real?
No, it's the movement. The movement got on BO6 is so much different from the other COD.
BO2.
BO2, I know it's basic. Everybody says it's the best COD. Me personally, I do think it's the best COD, but you gotta also understand it was the first DLC skins. DLC maps were great, and then zombies, insane maps for zombies.
Black Ops 2 too overrated.
You sucked at
I'll
it.
die on that hill.
You had to be ass.
Nah, it was fun.
Oh, but-
Transit, I remember playing, but like,
You're talking
everyone
about
says Black Ops 2. Everyone does.
In my opinion, that's the golden era of trick shotting, was Black Ops 2. But I think competitively, the maps, the guns, the game modes, they were all perfect. I wouldn't change a thing.
It's just prime competitive COD, I think.
I said BO3. This is my GOAT game, BO3. It's one of the most fun.
You talking about me?
I
can get
you
with
guys
that.
play BO3?
Yeah, everybody
just
and
best.
their mama play BO3.
I got some.
I hate this guy. I hate this guy.
I agree.
I didn't look. I didn't look at
Yeah.
He's just the best FPS player alive, I think. Call of Duty, Halo, big fan.
Formal's up there, but it's not formal.
Scum can't play Halo.
Maybe Crim 6, but
That's
Scum.
It's Scum. It's Scum, hands down.
Wow.
He's the undroppable.
I was gonna go Scomp.
I thought about Scum.
I felt like after I knew one, y'all was gonna go for it.
You had to, yeah. I don't watch COD League.
I had to go with Scump. Watching him is like so entertaining. Bro, why are you copying me, bro? What's going on?
Right here.
No, you did.
SMG main. Shotzi. It's my twin right here.
Scump. Greatest of all
Not
time.
the intro.
I think like content-wise, like
Oh, it's Scumpy for sure.
Scump for
Scump
sure.
content,
Like,
Scump.
yeah, but like if you're talking about just like CDL or CWL, CDL, like tournament winnings, you can't deny Crim 6.
But Simp
You gotta
is
go
up there.
Simpy, bro.
Simp is up
You
there
gotta go
too.
Simpy.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'd say Sweet, but like he's humble too.
Oh, it's for sure me. I talk the most. I mean, like Effie and Toss, they both know me from like just playing ranked and stuff like that. I'm always talking trash.
First thing in the van, he started it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to gaslight my teammate. He's talking his talk. He said, I gotta humble myself, but man, you shooting bodies.
There's not a game that goes by where I'm not talking trash. And even here, everybody's so nice. Effie's been so nice the whole time. He's been one of the nicest people here, and I'm over here like, you suck.
I haven't said anything to this guy.
They think that we suck because the servers are smaller out here, but I honestly think it's harder.
Oh, I was even thinking about COD.
Like back in the States, you know, you play with your own rank because there's a bigger player base there. But here, it's a very small player base, so you run into the same sweats, getting the same top 250 team over and over.
We know their names. We know every single one of them.
Yeah.
I swear if you choose this, bro, I just thought of this from the top of my head. I said 7-Eleven. They ain't got all the 7-Elevens.
So it seems like I tried a little bit harder than other guys. I said cultural diversity. Because yeah, playing the game and winning's cool, but like for me personally, my best friends ever have mainly been from like playing games. And it's cool to talk to them, learn about their culture. And if I ever travel there, I know I have somebody there that I can meet up with and show me around and stuff like that.
I feel like they don't think Asia servers are good, have good players, Call of Duty wise. So they think we don't play.
Yeah, the player base on the Asia servers is not as large and as competitive as back in CONUS and the NA servers. So if you're an Erie or a Crim over here in ranked play, you're probably a Crim or a Diamond back in CONUS servers, in my opinion.
Platinum players are like Diamond players in the States. Up to Iridescent, it's way harder out here because you have Platinums playing top 250s. Like, it's not the same game. Every single person that plays COD in Japan knows how to play COD. There are no casuals out here.
Iridescent, the top 250 lobbies, all that kind of stuff. Once you get up into there, you're playing the same 5 or 6 teams. Back in CONUS, you could be a 4-stack Iridescents playing Diamonds all day, just doing nothing.
Space Force has all nice bases. Best defects too, just so y'all know.
I think we all put the same base.
I've heard good things about it though.
Me too, but they just...
No count. We all put the same thing.
I was at Cannon for 3 years. Absolutely nothing to do.
I don't know anything about the base. I'm from Oklahoma, so I just would not want anybody to get sent there.
Altus, and there's nothing around Altus. Literally one Walmart for the entire city. I don't know about now if it's built up by now, but all I see was cotton field everywhere I go.
So I was my first base. I've never been to Minot, but I have a coworker, shout out Jones. She's going to Minot next, and she don't seem to like it. So probably Minot.
It's not
What? You're trolling. I thought you were gonna put like Osan, like Masala, like.
Yeah, I always hear good things about it, but like
it's the middle of nowhere, bro. Who actually wants to
middle
live
of nowhere, snow up on your knees, bro.
You know, there's so much fun going hiking.
We're gonna get stationed out there now.
Slap with orders.
They're gonna show it. They're gonna show the video of us all showed by now.
That's a hard question.
It's not a hard question. I tell you who runs it.
Y'all gonna hate me for this one, bro. I can feel it.
Bro,
He's writing a lot.
I put FSS. I just feel like anything I attend or anything that supports. I mean, it's in the name, but they have their hands in every single part of a moving thing on base. So I just feel like they do the most out of most squadrons or touch the most.
Oh, I just put an FGS with like for fighter wings. What are you gonna do if you're on the ground against a jet, brother?
I just put pilots because I work with pilots, so I feel like they got a lot of pull.
So it's kind of a hard question because without maintenance, pilots can't do their job. But then also, you know, without the pilots, you can't defend the country.
Electrical, you can't do nothing without power. No light, you can't do nothing. You can't play the game without it.
LRS for me, logistic. Nothing moves without us. Like you said, FSS touch everybody, so it's LRS.
Cyber.
You guys wake up at 9 and leave at 3.
Yeah, that's why we run the Air Force. We make our own rules.
The tankers be refueling the fighters, so they be like, you know what I mean?
Easy, security forces. These guys, hey, we work round the clock, any time of the day. Electrical, yeah, no one cares.
Yeah, he don't know.
Cyber?
He don't know.
Cyber? Yeah, we work when the electric not working. You know what we do? Thug it out. Cyber? We don't need cyber. Guess what? Because we out there on foot.
I put AFE for just my job, because that's all I know.
I think everything, in a sense, especially in this era, all revolves around comm. But in all reality, everybody does their part. Without maintenance, those planes still aren't flying. Without comm, they're not flying. Without the pilots, we don't have an Air Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championships. I apologize for the break, but thank you very much for bearing with us. We got a couple of little gremlins out of the system, and we're getting ourselves ready to go again in a series that is currently tied up at 1 apiece. Just for a quick reminder, I'm Enigma. Alongside me, Infinity and Brody. We've been made to wait here for a map 3, but it's a tantalizing one all the same because of how the early stage of this series went.
Give us off it, says Gerfila. Actually, I'm not reading that. In the chat. And, well, we are going to give you off it indeed, because Game 3 is finally coming up. We made you wait a really long time, but it is time to go. Really excited for this matchup. We've been kind of hyping this up for a really long time, Enigma. Obviously, before, however long ago it was now, it was a really long time ago. We kind of had the series that we expected so far, right? The respawn that went Eglin's way, the search and destroy that didn't. Next up is going to be the real test to see whether this strong control team in Eglin is going to take the swing game in the series.
Yeah, and this is all important for the context of the remainder of our series. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, whoever walks away from this picks up 3rd seed for this bracket, and whoever ends up marching on through, you do end up, of course, playing grand finals, could get 1st seed or 2nd, and well, for everything that CONUS will deliver in terms of getting on through to Worlds, seed could be the difference between finishing top 6 comfortably or having to scramble on through. And with Control being that swing map, being something we're expecting them to walk away with, so much pressure on them. For Offits, can you upset the odds? A couple of players will feel they've got to warm themselves into this one, but not much time to do so as everyone flies in through bottom spiral here, and, well, takes the first gunfights, and it's 2 on the board for Offit.
That's a bit of a peculiar start from Eglin, or from Offit, excuse me. A couple of players down low is a very weird take to have. But ultimately, I mean, it does get players into the position you wanted, right? Which is a couple of players towards top doubles now. And that's a lot of presence that Eglin off the spawn will kind of want to get rid of before they deal with the players towards the point. Actually, they've kind of run straight past the one player in the spawn. Flux has not been dealt with. Instead, the presence towards the point was shut down. And Flux is kind of left with very little to do. To the point where Eglin don't even look slightly bored. Flux finally gets cut down, and now business as usual with the spawn trap we can put together.
Yeah, this becomes a bit of a worrying situation for Offit indeed, because we've watched so many of these spawn traps over this year come on through, leaves you with nowhere to go, and Shaky, you will be back down by the stun, but you come back for the kill, finds Flux. Yupply will get 1, but you need a spree to get you out. Chip and Burrito will be forced away, but the fact that he stays alive and then has the teammate in support, it just continues to turn the screw and the dagger as Eglin showing that respawn prowess that we've asked of them in this one nice and early.
This is exactly what you wanted. The start was not that great, but everything since then has all been coming up Eglin, as they've been looking solid. 1 Fast Hurrah coming out from Offit. It's all barreling straight towards the A zone, but they haven't dealt with the threats towards top triples. They have to try and keep their heads down, and in doing so, leaving them open from another angle attack. It was Shaky to pick up all 3 players. Now just down to Waz, who does manage to double up here, is keeping this capture alive with 2.7 seconds of the clock. Waz finds another one. Surely not another. He will not, but the trade should be good here. Yupply needs to try and play his life. It's not going to happen. What was made look so promising, it's still now all this down to 1 player. Apple was that guy, but as he falls, as does the hopes and dreams of Offit winning that round. Whilst getting those 3 kills, though, is going to give them 1 tick on A.
Some classic offensive control there out of Eglin here on Protocol. Just bully your opponents all the way back into spawn. It's great work from Waz that gives them an opportunity, but, I mean, the first take doesn't even end up coming through. So Offit reminded a little bit of the gulf in quality that exists when it comes to the respawn of these 2 teams. That being said, in the hard point, Eglin started out very strong, and Offit built their way back into things. So Eglin here can't afford to let slip this advantage, and that's something we've seen you be egregious of multiple times here. Got to be as ruthless as you were in that one.
All right, good start for Eglin. Shaky, but a good start nonetheless. Speaking of the man, 10 and 5 start to this game.
Very
early
good.
nade coming out from Trip and Burrito. Sometimes I amaze myself. Trip and Burrito with the early nade to take down Yupply, as kills going in their favor here for the moment. It's not enough to get map control just yet. These trades are ultimately not that favorable in the grand scheme of things here, as now it is going to be Offit with a chance to spawn trap.
Loki here trying to be a little bit of the first line defense, but he might get awful timing as he backs on up. Burrito going to try and find an escape route through the bottom. Very viable as you see that number 8 on the minimap there. He will get into Grandma's, and, well, if he can have any impact, it will help a bunch as his teammates are pressed all the way back into their spawn as Yupply really starts to apply some pressure. But Shaky's there for 2 and a 3 spree, a 14 and 6 start to this one. It's going to help his team escaping onto the A point.
Our last player is in a really odd spot as well, was positioned for a spawn trap that was nowhere near set up. So now off it, a chance to stack on towards a point, and stack is exactly what they're going to do. 2 players on, 1 player pushing all the way forward. Trippin' Burrito and Floki combined for a 2. The last couple of players stuck in towards their own armory building. Flux will take down 1, but A is donezo. Shaky, bit aggressive there right towards the open, perhaps overly so, as Flux takes him down, but good response from Charms and Floki as they will combine for 3. That's 3 players down, a 4-life advantage, and the transition to B has already begun.
Yeah, and Charms here doing wonderful work to kind of wrap himself through the defensive side spawn, because he's going to set up a pinch on these players in the tower. He's also going to force deep spawns away. That pushes Wazd into no choice but to fly forward. He falls, now you're stacking the point.
Flux has nothing to do but just take some shots from long range. Now has to get involved in the action. If you're stopping on the other side, the shots from Flux good enough for 1 kill, not good enough for anything more than that. Was forced to fly towards the point, and he will be punished for it. Charms now looking to accentuate the issue inside spawn, but will only find a couple of players. This is a relatively slow capture considering how many players they've got on the point. Flux now, in they go, and foot down they go as well. Trippin' Burrito not able to get that second kill. The trade's looking pretty good, and after that absolutely chaotic set of kills inside the point, it is going to be Eglin not able to get control just yet, but look at the lives here, Enigma. This feels like it's done.
Yeah, it does indeed, as you find another and turn it into a no respawn situation. You do answer back, but 12v3. Charms makes that even worse. The thing is here, if you are Eglin, of course, you want to see this out on the ticks if possible, but I don't think you care at this point. You've had so much control through this control and 2 rounds. The thing is, well, for Eglin, one of those moments where they are put in that spawn trap, but they show how to break it, and they only needed 1 opportunity, and from there, off it never got their feet under them. Huge plays from Charms in particular, cutting straight into that defensive spawn, forcing those awful deep side castle spawns for off it themselves, and also giving Eglin an opportunity to set up a pinch on the tower. From there, you're just scrambling, Brody, and well, that's one of those moments. You may have been there in a ranked game. You know it's all lost. You're just trying to make it look a bit more respectable.
Eglin just looks so strong in control. We talked about this right there. Matchup versus Langley. They look phenomenal there with those back 2 offensive rounds. And now here versus Offit, they look even better. Maybe that's just difference in opposition, but regardless, Eglin, their map control, their ability to collapse as a team is something to behold in respawns, and now they could 3-0 off it off the back of this start if they have a phenomenal one. Off it have chosen to change their strategy ever so slightly this time. They're being a bit more honest with it by sending towards the A point instead of sending a player underground. App are able to double up on A as well. All is well if you're an Offit fan. Now we'll know not able to deal with Charms on the other side. Trippin' Burrito takes Appa out of the play, and it looks so promising. It still could, as Wazd and Yupply combine for 3. This Vertic, I think, is probably it.
It was with a huge 2-piece there to keep that pressure on the point, keep that momentum driving forward. It will finally be cut to a bit of a crawl as you find 3 kills. That being said, Yupply has managed to find his way in through the back of Grandma's here, and will find Floki, but won't kill him as he turns and snaps into a kill that means you've got now a defensive spawn that is well protected. You can push on forward, draw a line in the sand, and dare off it to try and cross it.
The hard work is done. Now you've got to get the kills to get some mid-map presence. They don't feel confident enough despite getting a couple to do that just yet. You've still not taken out Floki towards that AA gun side. There he goes. Charms down low. Holding on. Shaky also keeping an eye on the back line here as Offit look to make their way through towards the B zone. First point of ingress will probably be Flux if there's anybody. But then just be wary of the fact that there's players coming off the spawn here for the moment. Stunned up Flux. Is he ready for the fight? Slide out comes through. Flux will win the fight versus Trippin' Burrito. Elsewhere, Shaky falls for Waz. So Offit's offense so far has been pretty solid. Now they're on the point.
They've been very good in Eglin as well, committing so much resource into fighting back for top mid rather than flooding the point. And Waz will greet you with a 2-piece. So 2 ticks are through. You've got to go. Burrito and Charms, they want support, but they won't have it. And that is moving quickly, and it will be a capture off it for a moment here. And it feels so much like the hard point, right? Eglin get off to that strong start. Feels like they're in complete control. But suddenly off it reminds us that you're going to have to be pushed the entire way here. Keep it honest. Keep you on your toes. Eglin won't get this for free. And off it, led by that man there, WASD, with some huge plays, particularly top mid there, to lock it down, provide the protection for his boys for B.
Wow, that's a big round from Offit. They look so strong on those offensive pushes there. And Eglin, I'll be honest, I think just really struggled to find their footing on the defense. Their recovery was not that great, and I think that's kind of par for the course for them. Nades over the top, though. How about that from Charms and Trippin' Burrito? Set nades off the start to really set the pace in this game. Now we start to look towards the point, and the follow-up not as quite as nice. Floki is able to come behind enemy line to take one player down towards the point, able to find a second as well. So this offense is still well and truly alive here for Eglin, but you need to find more frags, and well, that will do it. Just one more player left alive. It's Flux, now no longer, and it's time for that stack once more.
Yeah, and the thing is here, if you're off, you got to decide, do you rotate on over towards B because you know there's pressure there in Charms, and he is eventually cut down. But those ticks coming through for Eglin will guarantee them defense if we do hit around 5. Not sure which you would prefer right now, to be quite honest, considering how good this team has looked on offense all the same. And they might well close it out here. And 6 lives in the lead, 2 minutes to hit this next point. A lot to work with as Offit. They try and restabilize and find a moment here to counter this push.
We'll see whether they can do what Eglin could not, and that's a pretty good kill coming through from Appa. The Trippin' Burrito was probably the biggest threat, if anything. Floki tries to get something done with the pistol in the middle of the map, runs out of bullets with his main weapon. Will not, so that is basically a full wipe here from Offit, and now they can get themselves set up in the spawn trap positions. Can they follow up with the gunfights, though? Charms is straight past Appa, but will not get the kill. Flux is actually the player to take them down. You take the trades, though, if you're off it in this situation, but you still have to stop those key power players from getting out of the spawn. Trippin' Burrito is one of them. That's a big kill for Kim. They're starting to make this push.
There's like a moment here where you don't want to get overly aggressive if you are off it, and Eglin players just cut you down as you play forward. That's 3 dead. That's a couple players onto the point. You do have Waz, but he's got to go huge and time it with his players arriving in from the spawn.
Trippin' Burrito, a couple of kills. That is detrimental to these guys. Waz is in a position to try and play Overwatch, but he gets beamed by team shots from Eglin. They've positioned themselves so well to get this done. All the kills is in their favor. A couple of players up top. Trippin' Burrito gets over aggressive and will be punished for it. And that little push might well bite them in the bum. But still, we go back to what was there in round number 1. Look at the lives.
Yeah, 14v6. Got to be perfect if you're off it. And the problem is here, you're playing with such little information. You're going to check on out here if you're Yupply, trying to clear this to give you a moment to defend it. If you do lose the point, and Shaky will dive straight back on. Flux is here to at least trade it, but 12v3, 12v2, 12v1. And Yupply here to put up the final bit of resistance. 12v none. Eglin will see out the control. And while there was a little bit of resistance that came on through from Offit in that round 3, I think that this was well and truly a map where Eglin reminded us just how damn good they are when it comes to the respawns. I got to ask, Brody, as we look back at the scoreboard here, 3-1. I mean, positive all the way across the board if you are Eglin. I think only Waz really was able to hang when it comes to the slaying side of things through this control. I do just wonder, Eglin there showing us, yes, they are very good at respawn. We know that. But for Offit, it's a case of, I wonder how much that long break that we've just had stopped all that momentum that you had coming off the back of the plays you made towards the end of the hard point, but also the S&D.
Yeah, I think Eglin are really feeling themselves off the back of the last few rounds. I mean, I know we've had that break, right, where, you know, Eglin had to wait a while to get into this control. I still think, though, they're going to have been eagerly anticipating this, right? You know, the fact that they know they're so damn good at control. I think that regardless of what was going to happen, they were going to have some momentum coming into this game. I said going into this one, Enigma, that I thought that this was going to be Eglin kind of proving themselves to be one of the most dominant control teams in the tournament. I think that is now undoubtedly the case. Like, they are such a well-put-together control team. Nobody has challenged them so far.
No, they haven't. It's been dominant for sure. I think that the only thing that sometimes catches me off with Eglin is that they seem to get a little bit lackadaisical when they're in an advantageous position. And it's something that you're just going to get away with less as you play against better squads such as Langley Uses, who are waiting in that grand finals. And then, of course, some of the teams we've looked at over on the western side of things, they have been very talented over there, looking at 2 or 3 teams in particular. So that's the only thing for me. But otherwise, Eglin, a lot to love about this lineup. gotta say then, as we look on through at the rest of the maps that will come into this, it's stuck to script at this point. We have got 2 respawns going the way of Eglin and S&D going the way of Offit. We now go into the 4th map, and of course that is going to be the hard point. For me, Eglin, do you come straight off the back of that and absolutely walk it the same way, or is there a way, after what you saw in map 1, where Offit can get themselves through to that game 5 that they need?
Man, I think the thing is for me, right, you're going back to that game number 1, we've been so damn confident so far with Eglin in the respawns, but the weakest of the two, obviously, between Control and Hardpoint has been that latter, right? I mean, especially when we look back towards game number 1, where Eglin had Control for the majority of the game, and then towards the end, they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit. They, for the last 3 to 4 Hardpoints, they were not successfully winning out on the rotations. They were also getting broken a lot easier as well. And so for me, I think if there was an opportunity to do it, it's definitely going to be here. There is a real chance that we could be looking down the barrel of a game number 5. With that said though, Enigma, I do think this is going to be done in 4. I think you're going to get your first correct prediction on the board. That's my prediction. I'm going to get an extra prediction point for saying your prediction is going to be correct. And it just happens that my prediction would be correct as well.
Yeah, hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm very good at picking the team. It's, again, just the correct map scores. But I think that one of the things is, and this is one of the things that counts for a lot of people as well out there watching or playing, we're doing, we're starting to understand these teams, their strengths, their weaknesses, and we're starting to see a very clear picture here, in particular, when it comes to Eglin, when it comes to Offit. Before this series, you'd had the opportunity to cast over both of those teams. And to be fair, you came out and said, look, this is the strength of one side, this is the weakness of the other, this is kind of where this is going to toss up in the balance a little bit. Couldn't have called it better so far. Eglin have indeed delivered in those respawns, and Offit's S&D has looked fantastic. I think for me, I'm struggling to see how this map 4 doesn't go Eglin's way. They've been, quite frankly, indomitable. You do lose around in that last one, but I think with how dominant you are in that last one, all the same, just gives you all the momentum to run into our vault hardpoint feeling very pretty. And of course, here we're talking about money hills. We're talking about the ability to hit your rotations, lock things down. In that map 1, largely, it felt like that all belonged to Eglin. But Offit, well, if you are going to stand up and suddenly show an improvement in your respawns, it's got to be now, or this will be your run over until CONUS.
Yep, it does feel like those last 3 hills on map number 1, red card hardpoint. We need to see that basically for the entirety of this game. And Offit, honestly, I want to see them come out and make a statement. I would love to see them come out into this game and totally dominate Eglin to really have a lot of momentum going into a potential game number 5. Will they do that, though? Well, that is a different story indeed. Eglin have looked good in hardpoints across this tournament thus far, and it isn't even the main event just yet. Big first map. Big first hill here as Shaky draws first blood already, looking for more. This could be a phenomenal start for Shaky, but he is denied as it's 3 in the feed for Offit.
Just going to tuck yourself in here, but I like the play made by Floki. He's going to rotate on over towards this back P2 side and slip through the net a little bit. So unless you are counting bodies if you're Offit, which, I mean, it seems unlikely you're going to miss him. That being said, Floki actually leaves that back P2. So it turns a bit of a scramble on P1 that he, well, considers coming back to join and is unfortunately found. So all that progress turns into naught. Offit walk away with 20 points off the first one. Will have the spawns as well. Well, I was about to say would have had the spawns, but suddenly it turns into splits and everyone's scrambling for P2.
Upley now on the hunt for the kills. He will find it against Charms. This has been a solid start for Offit off the back of that, but now we look up towards P2, as you said, and it is technically speaking Eglin in control. A couple of spawns outs do come through, though. Floki keeping an eye on that player in the front of the hill. Shaky with those wayward spawns will pick up 2, and the comm should be made here that these guys are now spawning towards the back. They should know where Offit are coming from. You can see Floki and Trippin' Burrito ready to meet them, but Flux runs straight through, picks up Floki. Charms will be good for the trade, but those spawns are not as well read as you would like if you're Eglin.
No, absolutely not. Shaky going to try and counter-wrap this. Finds one. Charms is going to barrel on through. Finds Upley with the pistol, although gets some support from Flux, who then cuts down a couple. Just interesting here. Error, almost a catalogue of them back-to-back from multiple teams. That P1 there, you're probably over-investing into it. If you're off it, you don't set up for that P2. As such, you basically hand the rotation over to Eglin, but then no one really locks it down and reads the spawns. Looking for a team to take a hold of this. And Eglin will have to break P3 as Offit have already rotated on over, but the big fight potentially between Floki and Lupley, 7 and 4 on your minimap for that art control, so important for P3.
Oh, Yupley turns around at the wrong time as well. Floki won't even be the player to finish it. It's Trip and Brie, I think, from you that actually wins that fight. And now the spawns have flipped in favor of Eglin. One last player on the point. Shaky has to go to the pistol to get the kill, but get the kill he will. And now Eglin in a real chance for dominance in this game. They have control of P3. Looking forward, they've got control of the right side of the map for P4. They just need to get somebody in the hill to actually garner the time. Finally, Charms jumps in, but by the time he does, he's being shouted out by Flux. Flux, fortunately, has the hell of a nade over the top from Waz to take Charms out of the play. So Offit might actually get the last 15 seconds here unless Shaky goes huge.
It's all about what you want to invest into here. Flux might find the timing to split things here, and, well, no, a little bit too aggressive. Probably needs to be a little bit cuter with it than barreling through the front door. Will be cut down. Appa may have found the timing to get in behind. Do you read this? Well, you don't even need to in the end because you get support in from Yupley. So you have art control. That's going to actually spawn Shaky way out, as well as Floki. So two players trying to hold on. Oh, the stick.
Oh, nice stick. Oh, not the right stick. Oh my god, Flux actually took out Waz. That's so unfortunate. Floki also follows up two kills of his own. It's just Aero Appa. And I say just Aero Appa. That's by no means an easy player to take down now. A couple of players spawning out, so you're isolated inside. There goes Trippin' Burrito. Floki needs to play hero now towards the back line. You're losing your help. Now you just got to draw these guys towards the back, and they are running to it like a fly on poop. Floki dealing with these guys so damn easily. It's a distraction they really didn't want to have to deal with because through the front, Eglin are here to play. Fortunately enough for them, Waz and Yupley, are picking up the kills here. So Offit, despite all of the challenges they're facing, are getting this time and are about to tie the lead and perhaps even take it away from Eglin. That is exactly what will happen, Enigma. So despite the potential play there from Floki, Eglin can't hold on.
Yeah, Floki goes, massive in the back. It's just the fact that your teammates are not activating in through the front. But that being said, we're basically all tied as we head into our second rotation then. And we'll be Eglin in control of P1. It's not been as clean as you would have liked. A slow P1 last time out, a bit of a mismatch P2. Honestly, P3 was probably their best hill, which is a weird thing to say about any team on Vault. But Flux will clear out for P1 here. And it's a reminder to not overinvest to this P1 if you want to control this P2 side, as both teams look to start that rotation on over. Floki tries to do some work with the pistol. Will be cut down by Waz. Nerap there as well. So P1 in Offit hands, also fighting for this P2 rotation. We've spoken so much about how the respawns have seemed a little bit behind, but so far Offit happy to go blow for blow and sticking well and truly close in this matchup.
This is such a close game between these two teams, and again, markedly closer than it was back in map number 1. Offit seem to have improved tenfold, playing so damn well as a team at the moment. They will win the open engagements towards P2 as well. Trippin' Burrito and Floki over here to potentially challenge. Nobody is checking this front whatsoever. The Burrito is ready to roll through the opposition, but they're going to wait for their teammates, and that is absolutely the right play call here. Charms has already been tagged up. Trippin' Burrito's found out, though, as is Shaky. Charms now in the pool, going for a swim. He's trying to take these guys with him, but will actually find that second kill versus Waz, and that will now open the floodgates for the rest of the roster to barrel through the front. Charms looking for more, finds it, snaps on a 1, snaps on a 2. Charms hits the reload at the wrong time for number 3, and Waz will battle back. Almost doesn't win that gunfight, but still, Offit, hold on.
We see a couple of moments there where the superstars for both teams suddenly square up. Charms burling through the front door, but then Waz counters with his own. Shaky's just going to try and hold here for exit. Sets up that completely clean rotation for his teammate. And I like this decision then to peel away. Going to leave Offit a little bit confused about what they're looking for here. Got to check a couple of corners. Their rotation will be a little bit slower. And Charms, well, he's waiting, but he won't win the gunfight against Flux. So it gives you the numbers advantage to try and take this. That being said, you've done enough to cut down the players that arrived here early. And so it's just Appa to try and scrap for this. He's cleaned up, hands it back on over, and Eglin in control for now.
Well, this hill they did control of, but they didn't actually manage to get that much time last time around. They need to actually capitalize on their control this time to close the deficit that's grown between them and Offit. Nice shots from Shaky to take down Waz. Now looking for more as Aero Appa towards the hard point shut down. One player has slipped the net though, despite the heroics, despite the time now that Eglin are garnering. If you don't deal with Flux, that's going to be a problem sooner rather than later. And there you go. Flux makes his position known. Teammates still need to make their way through the hard point to help Flux out, though. Charms, stuck between many rocks and many hard places, will be overwhelmed here and Offit a great position to perhaps fight for the Roto.
They do indeed. Flux, he reads the crossing, but he doesn't hit the shots. Floki will get the kill. That should hand intel on over, though. Offit should begin to hit this rotation. Shouldn't be sticking around for 2 seconds of scrap time. It's a 3v2 in the back line. And well, Burrito will be the first to fall, so it evens up just for now. But as Appa barrels in, you're not checking your corners, you get cleaned up. Hill will go the way of Eglin and off it, despite all the great work at P3. And Art Control will not get that rotation in cleanly, so Eglin with an opportunity to tie us all up here.
Well, they got broken before. Wast is still in the vicinity to cause some havoc. He's going to do exactly that. Charms is watching that back door like a hawk, excuse me. Shaky keeping an eye on the front. Slide out for the second kill. Nice from Shaky. You've lost your teammates. All just down to Aero Appa now on the break. Can he do anything? One for Aero Appa. Now looking to come down like a bat from the heavens. He's going to hold on to the top side for now. Again, just playing distraction while the rest of the team try to barrel their way through fun. And it is a perfect distraction play as Yupley acts on that information. Tripping Dorito down for the count. 15 seconds, still worth fighting for. Charms wants it, Floki wants it, Shaky wants it, all of them involved, but they haven't dealt with the final threat in Yupley, and now finally they have. Eglin's still probably not going to get those last few seconds as Offit spawn in on it. They'll actually give it away, but still, the lead is so tentative at the moment, it really does feel like this is on a knife's edge.
Yeah, and I think a bit of a misplay, honestly, from Eglin there. They overinvest far too long into that P4. That means that you don't get that clean setup. They draw the line in the sand basically for P1. You let off it out of P4, and as such, it turns into a scramble for the new Hill. Was going to look on over. Will back Charms down in lights. Doesn't kill him, though, importantly. Sticks around to cause a bit more grief. No one's in the point for so long here. There's only 10 points between these two teams, but a couple of kills in blue will allow Offit to step on the time for a moment and start to get close to that 200-point marker.
20 seconds left. That's a lot of time to give away if you're Eglin. They do currently have control of P2. Keep an eye on those spawns, though, because Aero Appa is challenging for them, and they know it as well. Loki's keeping an eye on the parallels. Charms on a mission to make sure that nobody is around the backline. This might well be one of the most important gunfights of the entire game. Is Appa ready for it? The question is Charms ready for it? Because he had no idea that you could even be pushed that far back. Appa gets a massive double, but their job is far from done because Eglin are still in control of the hard point. They still have control of the kill. Shaky waiting to keep his head down inside. You've got the coverage from Charms. He will finish things off, and that's an Eglin hold.
And that's 4 dead in the feed. We'll get the close spawn out of Yupley, but other than that, it's a long way away. But Yupley at least finds the kill and takes his time, trying to let his teammates arrive from the front and set something up. Never mind, cut on down. It feels like a couple of individual moments of brilliance coming out from pretty much everybody right now. Floki does so well inside the point to stop that control of the spawns for Offit paying off into much. That being said, flurry of kills, turns the hill neutral yet again. God, such a close game here. As we start to look towards that P3 rotation, it will be Flux with 2 to pick up a little bit of scrap time. Probably won't get to hold on to it for very long, but then again, will anybody? The foot race is on. We're on over to 3, and it's just 19 points between the two squads here.
Yeah, this is the first time that Eglin are actually at a disadvantageous spot moving in towards this hard point. They are not on the right side for Roto towards P4, saying that the spawns have now just flipped out. Surely Trippin' Burrito won't win the fight against Wast, and they do not. So, for the players towards the hard point, you have to go big. You're just not able to do so. It's all down to Charms, who comes out with his umpteenth two-piece in this game. Now gives an opportunity for a potential wrap through towards the spawn. He's holding 3 players off, while the rest of the squad come off spawn to do something towards the hill, but only Shaky can find any value. Just down a Floki. He is overwhelmed and off it hold for the moment.
You can't win it here, though, so Eglin can invest in this rotation if they so wish, and it's exactly what they did last time. Remember, there was a lot of P3 control. That's a gunfight that Trippin' Burrito should never win. A lot of P3 control and art control last time for Offit, but they missed these crossings, didn't clean them up for Eglin, and you will already see that Charms is in through the back, and Floki's putting on pressure over there. So while Offit will close that gap for now, they've got to now consider that that P4 doesn't belong to them, was to fight it all.
This is a big 2 versus 2 on the point. Was going for it. Checks every single corner. Nobody at home, though. Charms is watching the back line. Now it's a 2 versus 1 towards the point. Shaky finds Wast. Opening gunfight's good now. Eglin having to deal with pressure both from the front of the point and around the back. Gunfight's to be won. The back one isn't. The front is. Shaky, can he do anything? Charms will find Yupley. That's a big gunfight.
Huge moment there to step off the point, throw your opposition forward. They're looking, and Charms on 4 takes over the hill. Just 10 seconds needed for Eglin, but Offit will come again.
One more gunfight, and Flux and Appa combine for 3. Charms for 2. Charms looking for 3. Will not find the gunfight. Appa holding on for Offit now. They've got the spawns.
You can still win it here. Both teams 15 for one, 10 for the other. Looking to set up a bit of a pinch situation if you are Eglin, but Offit find 2 in the feed. Floki, you don't have long to wait here. You're going to have to go. Flux is setting up just around the back of White. 4 seconds, you got to hit.
Gotta go for it. Waz finds 2. Appa for number 3. Offit looking to force game number 5. And Waz gets it done with 3. There's gotta be some hype at Patrick Space Force face now as Offit refused to die in hardpoint.
Oh my god, we asked for several things out of this series. It followed the script all the way until now. But Offit upset the odds to punch a ticket to Game 5 in their preferred S&D here. Feels like there's so many great things and yet baffling, bemusing things that we get in that play. Nice and early. I mean, Eglin are going to be looking back at some of their plays for sure and knowing where they lost it. It's not going to come down to the fact that you're scrapping over a P4 towards the end. It's things like the early P4 situation where you just end up getting things wrong. The P2 that you don't rotate into correctly. A couple of those, just small things that end up making huge differences. But for Offit, I mean, we said it. We came back after that break. I felt like they lost all that momentum, but suddenly here showed Eglin that they can well and truly square up in respawn.
What an incredible 3-piece there in the closing moments from Waz to get that done. So much of this game came down to individual plays, maybe even individual errors at times. And, you know, we kept on saying it as we got into each new rotation. This game really doesn't feel like it's going to get any closer. This game is so close right now. Going down right to the wire. Was it a 10-point game there in the closing moments? And Offit are able to hold on. I got to see that 3-piece again from Waz. Appa was also involved in it. To fully wipe like that, to hold on in the game. Eglin, that is insane. There it is from Waz. Once again, the pistol to close it out. We are going to a Game 5.
It's just insane to think. I honestly felt so much so that Eglin were going to see this out, despite the fact that Offit had kept it close. It felt like that Eglin, so often through this series, when it's been close, when they've been on the back foot a little bit, they've bounced back really strong. And Offit have had little answer for that in the respawn situation. But somehow, some way there. I mean, there's a couple of moments where you're talking about Offit's rotation. They play in over for 3, set themselves up neatly, but they had that big gap multiple times a period. They weren't managing to set themselves up correctly for 4. And when we watch that history repeat itself for Eglin, I thought we were done. I thought we were heading for a break. I was about to go and get my dinner, and then all of a sudden they just break in. We knew that they had multiple hits, multiple bites at the cherry, but for Offit, and you said there, that 3-piece for Waz, that's a moment. Clip it, ship it, get it onto the Twitter timeline, because a moment there where you've took over, and that scoreboard at the end there shows just how impactful he was. I mean, let's take a look at the map veto. Honestly, I feel like I need a shower anyway because it's really hot here in the UK right now.
So
really
right
warm day, but god damn, my heart rate went up a couple of notches during that end phase. A series then that has seen Eglin 250 to 231 in the red card, and honestly that map wasn't as close as that score probably suggests. It was only the very end where it started to become close. A 6-3 to Offit, where Eglin are going to feel they threw away a couple of rounds. Then we look on over, it was a convincing control, 3-1 on protocol. But that vault that you just got to tune into, ladies and gentlemen, as back and forth and tight and close as that scoreline suggests. So, my brother, we head to Rewind, Search and Destroy to settle it, to decide who will get 3rd seed in CONUS from this bracket and who will move on to Grand Finals for the Langley-Eustace rematch. My friend, we've come into this series with a storyline about how Offit are so damn good at S&D. Based on the map 2, based on what we've seen so far, is this now in Offit's hands? For the first time, really, it feels in this series to lose.
Yeah, I would say so, right? I mean, it's not even that Offit are good at Search and Destroy. It feels that Eglin are just so kind of mistakey. Again, that's not a word. There's a better word for that somewhere, a proper one. I have to get a thesaurus out or something. But yeah, it feels like Eglin are kind of just not that great at Search and Destroy, and that's the biggest issue for me. So yeah, I absolutely think this is Eglin's now to lose. Or Eglin, sorry, to win. So we'll see whether or not they can get it done. They do need to make improvements, though, for sure. Like, Offit have looked better in Search and Destroy without a shadow of a doubt. I need to see Eglin playing as a team, because going back to their matchup versus Langley, they were not playing that well, mind you, but a lot of it was just not being reactive. I think when we saw map number 2 earlier on, it was just a case of they're not playing well as a team, whereas Offit were. So, gotta make those improvements if they want to move forward.
Yeah, in case you missed map 2, ladies and gentlemen, it was a case of 2 big clutches, one of them a 1v2 and then a 1v3 from Waz with bomb down. Beautiful work from Waz in particular. But if you are Eglin, you're looking back and you're just thinking like, okay, that's probably a moment where we've let this series get away from us a little bit if you do go on to lose. And as such, we move on into this 5th game. And it is one of those situations where Eglin, I mean, First Blood-wise, they were leading the way through pretty much the entirety of the map. Looked really good in the opening stages of rounds. It was just taking advantage of that situation. They just seem to struggle with. Usually that's the easier bit, quite frankly. You play together, put your hands in each other's pockets and say, all right, we'll come and fight us. We'll happily trade this situation out. That's what Eglin are going to have to do if they do want to see off this game 5. But I'm seeing so much love back and forth in the chat. Some of it for Offit, some of it for Eglin. Honestly, if you guys feel confident in making a call, please do let me know. Because, I mean, our predictions, my friend, straight out the bloody window. Of course they are, because they're never right. But I couldn't tell you who I expect to come out on top in this one. Because while Offit have been great in the S&D, there's something about this Eglin side where they just feel like they never want to go away. And as such, if they can take the good things from map 2, fix the bad things, it's all up in the balance.
Yeah, it is just a case of whether or not they can fix those mistakes. I think, going into this game number 5, again, if we do get Eglin in this post-match interview, if they do manage to pull it out, I think one of the things we're definitely going to be asking them is your research and destroy? Is that something that you guys are going to be working on right now? And I think it almost kind of has to be in a way. They could recognize that that was the weak link against Langley. It has been the weak link against Offit as well. Apparently they're very 50-50 on hardpoint, it would seem too. But search and destroy, I think, is certainly the area that they need to make the most improvements. So for me going into this, we'll see whether or not they have made any improvements. And if they haven't, well, Offit are about to get a shot at vengeance versus Langley. Because reminder, that's what this is all about, right? I mean, this is ultimately the seeding stage of the competition to close out the Eastern and Western brackets. So regardless of what happens here, everybody is making it through to the CONUS Championship starting tomorrow. With that said, though, you do want to get a higher seed as a possible. And both of these two teams would have to go through Langley, a team that's beaten them already, to do it.
Yeah, it's tough. It feels like almost either team that comes out of this, it feels like you've almost defeated one huge boss and you're just walking into another, waiting at the end of the road. So very much so a gauntlet here as we see our best teams clash and deliver us some great Call of Duty. I know that you are as passionate as me when it comes to getting to watch insane gameplay. We're certainly being treated to some of that. Of course, we are playing this whole event at Patrick Space Force base, and the setup there, we've had a couple of looks in via cameras and a couple of tweaks on the timeline and stuff like that. To be a fly on the wall in that moment, watching those final clashes come on through, I feel like if you are over on Offit Air Force Base, the one big thing for sure is you're going to feel right now that not only the momentum in yourself, in the boys around you feels great, but that crowd's surely looking at you right now and thinking, all right, this is the underdog that's kind of carried their story on through. That you've got to feel the backing from the whole room.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, I think that the room is going to be just back at a good game of Call of Duty, I will say, like, on the whole right now, right? It's like, anytime you get, like, a tense situation like this at Game 5, like, you're going to have the crowd on your backs, because it's going to be a ton of fun, regardless of what happens. We've talked at length about kind of the environment there, right? The passion pit that is any LAN environment. There is just so much fun flowing through that arena. It's going to be a real fun time to see which of these two teams comes out on top here at Enigma. It's Game 5 time.
All the pressure then. On 8 players loading into a lobby. Map 5 to settle what has been an incredible series. Eglin, Offit, we're underway. And again, it's all about these first bloods. For Eglin, it's about taking advantage of them this time. For Offit, it's just about seeing them out as ruthlessly as you did this time. To just square up in electrical is actually Flux, who will find Burrito, but it's instantly traded.
All right, well, Flux taken down almost immediately at the start of this one. It's going to be trades in favor of Eglin here. They're going to go ahead and retrieve that bomb as well. Last 2 players here for Offit, split up as well. Shots out from Wazd will have to get away here, and Scarpa, considering he's all the way down to 35 HP, that gunfight should be good enough for Eglin to make the move in towards A site. Yupley does a good job at batting those players away, so they're really making themselves feel like a lot bigger than they are here in this 2 versus 3, but Yupley, a lot to do. Somehow gets away with the first kill, tries to get the turn on towards Shaky, but it doesn't happen. You've now got bomb in the 2v1.
Wazd is going to get up over top here. He's going to see Shaky, not like this. Surely not again. A 1v3 from Wazd comes through yet again. An Offit Air Force Base will take the lead somehow. After Eglin do everything right that we've been asking, and yet again, history repeats itself with the same mistakes. Taking their foot off the gas, not being ruthlessly efficient, and handing a player as good as Wazd individual fights.
Brother, how many times does this have to happen? It's only round 1, mind you, so there is a lot of bounce back potential in this Game 5 Search and Destroy. But the amount of times we've been in Search and Destroy and Eglin have fumbled the bag when it comes to 1 versus 2s, or I should say from their perspective, 2v1s, 4v2s, 3v1s. So many situations in every single Search and Destroy they've played where everything seems to just kind of fall apart. Round number 1 is no exception. Off it now on the offense, and Eglin need to get aggressive. That is exactly what they're doing. Charms on the longest flank known to man. He hasn't been spotted out just yet, I don't think. I don't think Wazd and Yupley know about it. He's still being quiet, though. He's got to be faster with this one, I imagine, because the opportunity might pass him by.
We saw a lot of this out of Charms in literally the very first series of the tournament. It was broadcast. Charms just getting these flanks, finding kills for free. Burrito here might get blessed with the timing, but it could have well gone against it, but instead it lines up Burrito with 2, Shaky with 1, and Flux will be the last alive in a 1v3. But, I mean, we saw it a moment ago. I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. And, well, I mean, that's probably the worst case scenario for you if you Flux.
Yeah, you shouldn't have taken shots in that situation. Somehow gets away. 30 seconds on the clock, though. There's not exactly time to make this one work regardless of what happens. Trippin' Burrito's caught him out, and that's such a smart play from Trippin' Burrito, running straight out into the open so that a teammate can deal with the threat. That's the team play that I wanted to see from Eglin.
Yeah, it is much more like it. Felt like as well, you've got a moment there where you've got Burrito and Charms kind of like playing on these almost flank positions, setting up that pinch off it. Will be interesting to see if they try and counter that by finding Charms in the coming rounds, kind of put a bit of a dampener on that big flank that he likes to make early. It's one thing to have not done the VOD review and pick up that Charms likes to do that. It's a totally different thing to not adapt to it midway through the tournament. So another opportunity for Eglin. And by the way, their last offensive round was brilliant, up until Waz decided to absolutely split you in half.
Already a 3 versus 3 at the start of this round. Eglin got clutched on back in round number 1. Flux is trying to play his life here for Offit in round number 3. We'll get the hell out of Dodge. And the setup is not that dissimilar here, right, Enigma? You've got players relatively split up. This time, though, you've also got Flux on the board to keep an eye on this push, and he is ready to strike. Shaky just going to hold off for a second here, and it feels like a bit of a stalemate between these two teams.
Yupley and Wazd here are kind of on Overwatch, but it's all about timings. Yupley will find the first bits of damage and give the call out to Flux. That will signal him to spring out, find the kill, give you the numbers advantage. Well, I was about to say you've got every right here to back off and not take these fights, but was potentially getting a little bit over-aggressive on that outside lane. Will be cut down 2v2, but 30 seconds on the clock. If you're Eglin, you've got to move this bomb.
That door opening might have been heard. There might be an audio cue in it. The problem is Flux also has to make an audio cue to get towards the bomb. Going straight for it, and that is a hell of a commitment from Flux. It works, though. Trippin' Burrito down for the count. Slide out from Floki. Down to 17 HP, and that's not enough to take that second fight. Off it, come out on top. The patience reigns supreme.
Again, Eglin on the offense, it's not bad. It just feels like... It feels like for Eglin, you have to, on your offensive rounds, just take complete control of the round. Even then, it's not guaranteed. If Offit managed to make these S&D rounds close, they're so good at icing up and clutching them on out. It is still close, though. 2-1. And if you're Eglin, you should be able to recognize that you are able to make these rounds close. You've just got to tighten up your end plays. Pushing on forward. Offit with their own offensive round. Last one didn't go too hot.
Eglin on the offense. On the defense, excuse me. Holding strong here for the moment. Good nade off the start of this one. Floki already tagged up. Having a back away. Cross being watched by Charms, though. The setup is solid for Eglin. The team play is even better. It feels like Eglin might have finally worked it out here, and it is on the board. Eglin will tie things up.
Eglin's defense is looking really strong at the moment. Just not allowing any ingress towards that B site. It's completely under control. I mean, we get a look here at Charms picking up a kill, but Burrito's also wrapping through back elephant if required. So you end up in a situation where that player was going absolutely nowhere. And I think that's one of the things. Eglin right now leading in the first bloods 3-1. And off the back of that, being not overly aggressive, but enough so to put pressure on the players that are against you in a way that gives you that numbers advantage still. So apart from that huge collapse in round 1, so far so good for Eglin. And that's not the script that we wrote coming into this.
It is not indeed. Back and forth, search and destroy so far. This is the best that Eglin have looked, though. That's unfortunate. Trippin' Burrito shut down. Charms, though, has been the playmaker for Eglin. Flies into the A site, takes 2 of the players down, and will take site control. And what has been a great position in the past on the defense for Offit all of a sudden looks kind of scary.
Charms with 4 in a row. Takeover mode on that A site. Was, though, going to have to try and find an angle to hit this. Ideally, you want to time it with Yopley, but Was actually finds Shaky. So, Yopley, what do? As you slip in through the broken window, it's going to allow you to do that quietly. Was trying to jump up from the bin, so often not seen. Yopley gets on the bomb. Do you get spotted? Well, Was is actually going to find the kill, and well, it's all going to be cleaned up. Eglin just about sneaking on through. A couple of panic station moments there, but it all comes back to Charms with that incredible two-piece in the middle that opened up that A site, gave you bomb control, and then he's going to be the guy as well. And honestly, feels like, I wonder if there's a little bit of miscommunication there. I don't know if Was knows that his teammate's on the bomb. If so, that's an interesting spot to try and cover him from.
Yeah, it wasn't that great of a 2 versus 3 effort there. I mean, that's probably the right play call in the situation, right? Just hot bomb if you can, but still just doesn't work out in the end. I've got to give a shout out to Eglin, and more specifically Charms, because he is basically carrying Eglin through this game. It is 6th streak now for the man. Will surely be very close, if not already having an RC car in this game. And aggression now on the defense from Eglin. Charms turns around at the wrong time, so 2 for 2 trade we go, but from range, Shaky takes down a double, and that's a bomb down now for Was that he's going to have to retrieve.
I've already seen Was pick up multiple clutches just in this series, let alone what he's done through the rest of the tournament, so don't count him out just yet. 60 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to move this bomb around. Try and turn it into individual fights. I like this, though, out of Floki and Shaky. You are sticking near to each other. Was looking for the right timing. Or at least to rotate this bomb to somewhere that he wants to fight. But with the Jackal, I don't know if B's where you want to be. So you're forced into A.
He's going to get the bomb down. Don't necessarily think the audio cue has been made whatsoever. So he's going to do this scot-free. What it looks like on the post plant that's curious to me. He has gotten away. The reposition is good. And technically speaking, these guys at the moment at least are going to be coming from one angle. Was has taken multiple already in this 2 versus 1. That stun lands. He knows where one player is, but does he immediately go for it? Because I think he might hear Floki's not going to check from the side, and Floki will be the player to take him down. Yeah, that stun actually I think is a bit of a bad thing for him in the end, because yeah, you stun up one player, but it gives you confidence as to where one player is. You act on that info, and you get shut down for it.
Yeah, I'm also surprised by the decision to plant in A as well. I mean, I saw that he had a Jackal, and I was thinking, oh, he scooped someone else's weapon for the decision of heading in towards A. But then you see that he's actually got names on him as well. And personally, I feel like B is an easier site to hold in that 1v2 situation. A, just so many different routes of entry, allows these higher numbers to basically surround you from multiple different points, and that ends up being his undoing. So surprised with the plant. The post plant wasn't there for Was. Don't get me wrong, better S&D player than me, has been phenomenal so far, but I think the first misstep gives Eglin the first real buffer here, 4-2, and Charms, the man on the screen right now, leading his team ever closer to grand finals.
Eglin, 2-round advantage. Of all the times to step up in search and destroy, it would be now, wouldn't it? Utility out early on in this one. None of it going to connect for either side. It's all but warning shots with utility through the middle of the map. Shaky will be the player to draw first blood, though. Now we should see all the dominoes fall here. Appa shots out. Is the reaction from Charms to take Appa out of the play? Yes, it is. Appa tried to get away, but there's no escaping Charms.
Eglin bomb down, 4v2. Because it's Eglin, I can't really be certain that this round will be seen out. Because Was is still alive, I also can't be certain. But there's only 35 seconds on the clock. You've got to activate here. Was will make a lot of noise, which will send a couple of blue arrows in his direction. You're slamming through back elephant, and you're well surrounded by 3 different players. There will be a momentary answer by Yopley, but it's clean from there. And the big difference for Eglin right now, the first blood game, strong as it was in our map 2, but this time, the clear up, the clean up after there, so much more ruthless and efficient.
I mean, I'm just going to keep on saying it again. Maybe this is just very specific to this map mode combination, but it is weird to think that it feels like Eglin have finally figured it out, right? Search and Destroy has been their source of all their woes through this tournament thus far, albeit, again, it is only just the Eastern bracket right now. It feels like that's been their biggest stress. And finally, it is all working out in their favor. Just one more round to get it done. Utility over the top will not connect with anything because off it have full sent it straight towards B. Floki here, ready to go. Shaky also. This utility has to connect, and that utility connects in all the wrong ways. Fortunately, Yopley is going to take Charms out, so brings us down to a 3 versus 3, but it doesn't really soften the blow.
App is going to be counting his lucky stars. That player advantage is quickly given up by Eglin. The problem you have here for Offit, very little info. You do still have 50 seconds at least, but you can see that they're trying to put together a bit of a play call here, and they're just not really sure. Yupley will see one cross in the courtyard. Burrito, well, he has company, but does he recognize how close and how much? And oh no, he doesn't. Flux finds it, gives him a numbers advantage. Shaky trying to trade.
2 versus 3. Numbers not in Eglin's favor here. Offit have well enough control here. Agency to get the bomb down on towards A, but they're actually going for B there. Flux is so lucky he gets that gunfight versus Shaky, because this is a hell of a decision from them. They're chasing down the last player. It was a little by Order 66, and you're a Jedi Knight, mate. You're out of the round. You're out of it entirely. Offit surviving here, but barely.
It's just one of those situations for Eglin. Stay calm. Execute the same plays that you have done. I do, of course, become quite nervous with the fact that we know how good Offit can be at icing up, at clutching up. And a 5-3, you're not very far away at all from applying so much pressure. But it's offensive rounds where Eglin have struggled a little bit here, so Offit with an opportunity to drag it ever closer. But Charms, again, has the RCXD, also has been leading the line so well in these first bloods.
Offit just waiting patiently for Eglin to make the first move in this round. Eglin have their heart content on a potential push towards A. Appa currently throwing shoulders right now. Feels like once again in a stalemate position. You can see on the map, Appa. Shots has been fired in his direction, and he has already acquiesced to space. The reaction will come by way of Wast, who is in the middle of the map, is ready to go. Looking over the top here. Shots out towards Shaky. That's a big first kill.
It is, and it will give you the numbers advantage. But Charms will answer back pretty much immediately. So that numbers advantage doesn't exist for long. But what it does do, collapses the foundations of the setup. So Flux finds Floki, turns, recognizes going to be more company. And it's not as clean as you like. And somehow Charms walks away alive. So you don't have this bomb yet for free. And Appa as well won't clean up his. Flux will dive the bomb at least. A 1v3. Burrito, you've got to hit the bomb.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the time. He had to hit the regen here, so he's not doing it in time. And Appa even walks away with a final kill in the end. Oh, some shaky fights, but Offit just continue to move on here. They continue to march on. I was really concerned at the start of that round, right? I think it was Appa that had full control over the A site. He gets bullied out of said site, and as soon as that bomb goes down, I thought, yeah, this one might be over, but they get a kill, they win the trades, they get their way back into the site. And once again, we're looking down a situation where Offit just continuing. They just refuse to die.
And now it becomes terrifying. If you're Eglin, you've been so good on your defenses, but you really need to close this out. Otherwise, you risk staring down the barrel of a round 11 comeback from Offit. Flux is going to get aggressive into the electrical here. It's a far more aggressive hit from both teams, to be honest. A presence from Burrito.
I don't think Burrito will give this position up anywhere near as easily as Appa did in the previous round. Charms also keeping an eye on Chicken. Himself the bargain bucket, and he's going to get a bargain here. Not going to find that kill just yet, so we'll just have to settle himself for a little bit of a meal deal. Offit now trying to find their way back in towards the site. Burrito still hasn't moved position, by the way, so feels like a case of as soon as these guys hit it, Burrito will surprise them. Options still open, but they're starting to close.
Charge with that first blood. Burrito with another. You do get shot in the back. Tries to turn. And, well, it gets a little bit over-aggressive, honestly, if you're Flux. Probably no need to chow that. So, 1v3. Yupley, what can you do? Well, first things first, you got to try and retrieve this bomb. You've got 28 seconds. And everyone lining up to cut you down as you get there. Eglin Air Force Base. Certainly not following the script. We get our game 5, Brody, but Eglin, you said it yourself, they seem to figure it out, especially defensively. And First Blood's leading the way 7-3. Impressive stuff there. Offit will finish 3rd in our Eastern bracket. Eglin will march on to Grand Finals.
And Charms, the man, the myth, legend, finishes at 12-5. for Eglin. He had a hell of a game. I think he had 8 kills for the first 4 rounds or something ridiculous like that. But God, I haven't felt a Saga this long since I watched Avengers Endgame. We're getting the back shots in the replays. Are we good? We can't be doing that kind of violation of charms. 3 times, by the way, in map number 1. This does feel like it was an age ago, though, as Eglin did kick off the series with a close hardpoint victory. Of course, we talked a little bit about how Offit came back in the final 3 hardpoints, but it wasn't enough. Then, of course, we went to a Hassie and a Search and Destroy where Offit didn't look that well put together, or Eglin, excuse me, didn't look that well put together. Offit just came back over and over again. Of course, then the protocol control, and this one was an Eglin pretty convincing victory. It kind of gave us the idea that they are the best control team right now, or near enough. This was the hard point which went down to the wire. Of course, it was that amazing 3-piece from Woz to close things out and clutch up in the dire moments to force that game 5, where of course in the end Offit not able to put it off. Eglin come out on top. We waited for the longest period of time to get Search and Destroy figured out, and that's exactly what they do.
An incredible series to settle who marches on here. Honestly, you called it a saga, and it certainly feels that way. I mean, we had a tech break in the middle. It has been quite a long series, of course, but also just the way in which everything unfolded. Map 1 seemed to go right down to a wire. Map 2 was probably Map 3 was relatively dominant, but Map 2, Map 3, that felt like, okay, we're seeing a script here unfold in front of us. We know the story, and we know it's set up. Map 4, Map 5 treated to some more beautiful stuff from both sides, both sets of players. It's rare I feel like I come away from a series where I go, okay, all 8 players here can hold their head very high. Yes, you've got some standout moments from players like Charms, like Woz, but it felt like we were just given an absolute treat from start to finish. I think that, you know, if you are this Eglin team, all of a sudden now, you know that you've managed to pull a bit of your S&D together. You're looking at an Offit team that you've just beat that you know are very good. We want to talk, of course, to their players to find out exactly how that makes them feel ahead of going into grand finals. And, well, we actually have the man, the myth, the legend himself, Charms, ready for this one. My man, first of all, congratulations on punching your ticket on through to grand. You yourself were absolutely phenomenal out there, but I gotta say, you get that rematch opportunity, of course, in grand finals. Before we get there, the series that you've just closed out, talk to me about it. Felt like an absolute saga for us up here on the desk. How was it to play in?
That was definitely a grueler. Micah is like my counterpart, so like we are just like one-on-one with each other. So it's really, it was tough. I'm not gonna lie. That second map was, we were lagging around a couple times, so we had to like swap out, had a tech issues. So it's nice to actually get it completed and like closed out, because that was relieving to finally win a map 5.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually going to rewind you back to map number 1, Charms, and I've got a feeling you probably know what I'm going to say. You were having a bit of a rough go of things in map number 1, not because you played badly by any stretch of the imagination, because you got taken hostage like 3 times in that first map. It was very funny for us to watch. I take it you weren't having a good time when that was happening?
I don't care, because it meant that one of their players was out of play and I was still influencing spawns. So if they wanted to take me out of, like, if they're out of position taking me hostage, then we're both influencing spawns and we're getting split spawns, and it just gives timings to my teammates. I think that the first map I was gunning, I was having a great time, yes. But then in the end, like, we finally closed it. It got close real quick, and then we finally closed it out. So like I said, we are relieved to finally close it out.
You know what? I actually love that you gave an analytical answer to what was otherwise just a fun question. Saying that, we'll take things serious here for a moment. Obviously, you guys did lose to Langley in the upper bracket final of the Eastern bracket. And your guys' weaknesses, I think, you know, at least for us here on the casting desk, was the search and destroys. That felt like it kind of continued. I know you talked a little bit about maybe some tech issues in game number 2 that you guys were struggling with. But for us here, at least, search and destroy is where you guys need to make those improvements. Game 5, it really felt like you guys did. You guys were playing really well as a squad. Everything that we talked about, maybe you guys needed to do, you did. Was there kind of a talk between series that, hey, search and destroy, we need to kind of get this set straight?
Well, we actually, like once we completed first day, we actually went through a bunch of S&D and made sure that we had like plays that we were going to be playing. And then against Langley, map 5, we just kind of fell apart. We didn't like stick to it. The map 2, we again had tech issues, but there wasn't much that we could have done there. I was lagging really bad the entirety of map 2, sorry, and so we decided that we were going to like reset after the map 2 during the intermission, and we got it a little bit straightened out. We won our control, ended up choking the hard point, and then the map 5 we just forgot how to play. Honestly, we just didn't play together as a team, and to this event or like this match, it was a lot better. Comms wise, I'm glad that comms weren't on, because honestly I feel like somebody would have claimed me as a bully because I was yelling at my teammates to get to certain places. So I'm glad that it was actually like taken care of, and we closed it out again, like I said.
Well, you did indeed close it out, take care of everything, and of course, you will march on through to play Langley, whether a bully or not. But we will, of course, this is all to settle seeding. This is all settle seeding ahead of playing then in CONUS and trying to book a ticket on through to Worlds. Now, of course, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, do you think you're making Worlds? Your answer is obviously going to be yes. That's boring. What I want to ask is, obviously, there's some big matchups on this eastern side of the bracket, but when we get to CONUS, it mixes everyone together. Is anyone on the other side that you're looking at and thinking, actually, that would be a team that I'd love to square up against to see how we feel?
Cannon is a good one to say, see how we square up against, and then Nellis as well. I think both are. I don't know how that match is going to go. That's good. Peterson and Cannon have to play each other to get to grand finals, so I'm curious to see who ends up as the second seed, because that third seed determines a lot. If we come out first seed, I feel like we're good for Worlds. Second seed is going to be a little bit of a struggle again, and I feel like that Cannon or Nellis would be a really good match, because we play them online. We played on Nellis's host actually, and we split maps. We went like 2-3 in the hard points, and then before we had any S&D reps, we went 1-4. So I have like a whole analytical sheet and everything of literally everything. So I'm hoping that we can match up well once we get there.
Well, the analysis, my friend, is certainly paying off, because we're seeing growth there in your S&D. You've got two men up here on the desk who love a bit of analysis and a spreadsheet, so we'll absolutely hand the flowers over to you, my friend. Tip our hats, because, yeah, that's great work, and we're seeing you guys, again, just improves, finding those S&D improvements, as you just mentioned, and stepping on up and getting yourself now into grand finals. Can't wait to see how you do in those grand finals. Wishing you the best of luck, my friend, for them.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, that was Charms of Eglin Air Force Base, of course, who had himself a hell of a series, by the way. Like, he was right. Map 1, again, he probably spent 90 seconds being put in a corner by his opposition number, but still put up 40+ and had himself an outrageous performance across the whole series. Took over as well in the S&D. A couple of moments where he showed his true superstar potential and how much of an X factor he can be. But brother, I mean, it's been a long series. You called it a saga. You weren't wrong. And, well, I'm going to step away, actually, for this next one, because you and Seymour will be back on the desk. But an absolute pleasure, of course, casting alongside you today. Ladies and gentlemen, we've still got a couple more things to settle up here on main stage. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's Brody, it's Seymour, and it's a hell of a lot more action here at CONUS.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. We are about at the end of the seeding stage of the competition, or also known as the Eastern Bracket and Western Bracket stage of the competition. You inspired me, Seymour. That's all I'm going to say. Listen, okay? It's rare for me to say that anything you do inspires anybody, if I'm honest. You said that Ghosts is a top 5 Call of Duty. And so, really, generally speaking, you don't do anything right. But you did do this right, and I decided to take it and run. With that said, it does reflect quite a lot of my monitors, so you're seeing absolutely everything that's on my monitors right now. Anyway, hi. How you doing, pal? I've missed you.
Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 2.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
How do you start
me?
badly?
You're following me right now? Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4, Ghost. I don't make the rules, man.
It's
just
okay.
good games. Just
It's
good
okay.
Call of Duties.
You know, insufferable is the word I would use. That said, we got games to talk about. We got games that aren't all of those games. We got Black Ops 6 to talk about right now as we get into our penultimate match of the evening. It's time for the final of the Eastern Bracket, and your eyes don't deceive you. Yes, this is a match you guys have already seen. Eglin taking on Langley Eustace once more. Eglin fell in the Search and Destroys last time around, Seymour, and now they have an opportunity to get revenge. Here is a look at that bracket, and again, that Game 5 thriller that Langley were able to take away.
Yeah, Eglin's been going through the ringer, I'll tell you. 2 Game 5s back-to-back. Search and Destroys have been a little bit of a woe, but they smashed that woe in the last game, and now you're looking at them going into hopefully a little bit of a run where they're feeling the confidence. You heard it from Charms in the break that, you know, this is a team that they definitely feel the confidence. Moving from matchup to matchup, a couple things get fixed, and going into this match versus Langley, I'm sure they're ready to get their revenge. I do think, though, that it's going to come down to, can they start off a little bit better than they did last time? And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, Brody, because it was the first match of the day. Who knows what your warm-ups look like going into it? Maybe you start off a little bit slow, but when you look at the squad and how close they played Langley in that first game, and then you look at the way they performed against Offit in that last series as well, you can see that this is a team that can come back and still win this game.
Yeah, I agree. I still think there's an opportunity here for Eglin to bounce back. It is the fact I think they just took the Rewind, Search and Destroy off of Offit, which is something I really need to never say again. It's the fact they managed to win that Rewind, Search and Destroy that gives me hope that they can figure things out versus Langley. Otherwise, though, to me, their way into this series feels somewhat tighter, I will say, right? You know, given the fact that the hard points have been somewhat 50-50 for Eglin, we know that they're more likely than not to win the control. We've got a lot of theory crafting to do, and I think a lot of that will be decided when you and I actually get to see the map. What we do both know is that both of these rosters have been super competitive so far, and honestly, I can't wait to see who comes out on top of this matchups. That being said, let's give you guys a refresher of to what the rosters look like for these guys. If you weren't paying attention to the last couple of matches we've seen on broadcast, here they are. Again, never mind, that's us. We'll go to the rosters here in just a second, but yeah, rosters, you know, looking at these teams, I think these guys have both got such talented rosters. You look over towards Eglin, I think in particular, everybody can go off at any given time. Langley Eustace, I would actually argue not so much. I think there are a couple of weak links on the roster, but the high points are insane. They've got such talent on these teams.
I'm going to kind of like squash that right there. I think that at first, when we went into that red card hard point, yes, I would say that for Langley Eustace, but then you go into the Hacienda hard point and then the Rewind, Search and Destroy that we saw in games 4 and 5, and Tantalize and Da Vinci stepped up massive for this team in those big moments to send it and steal it from Eglin. So yeah, you know, I'd say at first, but at the ends, it kind of changed the narrative for this team, and you saw that the ceiling for Langley Eustace can be a little higher than what it showed at the start of that series, and ultimately, I think it's the reason why they won is because of those support players really stepping up. The whole question is, I'd say, is that a one-off thing, or is it going to be consistently better from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, it's whether or not you're going to take those adaptations and actually carry them through to the series. And we will also say the exact same thing of Eglin, right? You know, going back to that conversation about Search and Destroy, it's taking them a few maps to actually win one against a top team. Now they've done that. is that going to be a consistent thing, or is it like a one-time thing and they're still going to lose the S&Ds versus Langley Eustace? There is a lot of questions I think I definitely have about this series. I hope that everybody comes in firing on all cylinders, though, because what we've seen from these rosters so far has been nothing apart from top-notch Call of Duty action, and I want to see more of it. But yeah, I mean, just looking at these teams, for me, Seymour, this is going to be a bang-up game. We saw these guys take off against one another earlier on, and the maps were relatively close. We can't actually bring that up for you guys. What we can tell you is, because I've got it written down, I can tell you exactly what those map scores were. Both hard points, Seymour, were in 40 or so. It was 250-204 on the second game to Langley, 250-218 on the first. We went to round 5 in the control. So both of these guys are closely matched, but let's waste no more time. Let's dive deeper into these individual rosters, starting with Langley Eustace. This Langley Eustace roster, I mean, they're just so solid as a team, and they look confident as well.
Yeah, we talked to Wolf. I mean, the vibes were high after winning that Game 5 to kick off the day, and, you know, you're coming into this tournament with, you know, Wolf, and I'm fairly certain he said Reaper both bringing this roster to... No, it was him and Tantalize bring this roster together, and then in their respective squads, find 2 other players in Reaper and Da Vinci through their squads, bring them onto their team, and that's the impressive part, is that this Wolf, as the young star for this team, has really brought something to the table in Da Vinci and Reaper alongside Tantalize that I think they are building off of from game to game. And, you know, it was a little slow off the gates for, you know, somebody like Tantalize, but towards the end, he was making some really big clutch moments. I think for Da Vinci and Reaper to be found in the way that they were through their squads, that's like diamond in the rough right there. And you pick them up and you put them into your squad, and, you know, Da Vinci just continues to get better. And Reaper in the search and destroy back on red card, he was a first blood machine. So the fact that you find these guys within your own team, that's what AFG is all about.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, like, it's all kind of about picking up diamonds in the rough, is what I would say, right? A lot of potential for all of the players, but realizing it, getting it part of a squad that you kind of want to know and love, that's what this is all about, and I think Langley Eustace definitely have that in spades. On the other side, though, a roster that has made marked improvements over the course of time, it is Eglin. And these guys, you know, again, have that kind of X factor. Everybody able to step up to the plate and perform when required. And they all have different strengths as well, right? Charms has come into the tournament as the guy to watch out for, but everybody has had their moments. We talked a lot about Trippin Burrito being their main OBJ player, Shaky also stepping up to the plate to do that. Floki's map control is just as good. Eglin are a roster to be concerned about. And if I'm Langley Eustace, yeah, you might have won Game 5, Seymour, but I still wouldn't take this roster for granted.
Yeah, no, and you know what? I love the fact that Charms has his head on his shoulders so tight that he literally gets kidnapped 3 times in one game and says it's tactical. And I think that that is the funniest thing to ever come from an interview. When you get kidnapped 3 times, you're like, yeah, but I'm blocking spawns, so who really cares at that point? And, you know, you can tell that that is just the great mentality to go into something like this and be able to take something fun and just shake it off almost. It's the mentality to just go into this, play your best, and if something doesn't go your way, that's totally okay. You can still change things up going into the rest of the game, and you know, it doesn't affect the mental whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure. All right, folks. Well, we've wasted no time here. We've looked at the rosters. Let's talk about the maps, because I don't know what maps we're going to get between these two teams. I have no idea whether we're going to see any reprises from the last best of 5. I'm curious, because if I'm Langley, if I'm Eglin, I would change things up just a little bit, but how much? And it seems like we're actually going to get a fair bit of change across the board here. So 2 maps are returning from the last best of 5 between these two teams. That is going to be the Hacienda Control slap bang in the middle of this best of 5. And then, of course, the Rewind Search and Destroy, which is not a Game 5 this time. It is actually a Game 2. So we're going to see those regardless of what happens, Seymour, and that's great for us because it means we can analyze those maps to hell.
We got the Hacienda Hardpoint again as well to kick things off.
Oh my god.
And that's a repeat from map 4, and if you remember, quite like I remember it, although the scoreline was close, the map felt like start to finish. It was a Langley Eustace map the whole way through. The rotations, the breaks, it just wasn't there for Eglin Air Force Base, and I think that you put them in this series. Maybe Eglin has looked back and is going to come into this with a different look at the way they're approaching this map mode combo, but for Langley Eustace to get this as a map 1, I would be so elated to see that.
Yeah, for sure. They are going to be happy with those 3 maps. If we do go the distance, I'm curious to see, what those 2 new maps in the mix makes a difference. The one thing I will say is, I think the fact that Hacienda Control is back is particularly curious because of the fact that obviously that was a map in which Langley Eustace lost. They clearly feel confident enough that given another shot at it, they can beat their opposition this time around. So with that said, we know the map set. We didn't know the map set when we made our predictions, though. Predictions today have been interesting, I think. Enigma and I were so close to getting the last one right, but it was a massive clutch up towards the end from Offit of map number 4 that stopped us from being so. This time, wildly different looks for us. Seymour, explain yourself.
Oh, you changed yours to Eglin 3-1, huh?
I did.
Because originally, you said to me it was going to be a Langley Eustace 3-0.
I did. And then I thought about it. I put thought into it. Yeah, I got up and I was like, thinking about it.
And I'm thinking to myself, Langley Eustace, it's been a bit. There were some tech delays. They've been sitting. I'm not sure if they've been scrimming or practicing or warming up shooting bots. So you go into this hard point a little bit slower. Another game 5 for Eglin. They're going to be coming in with some momentum. So the hard point might be a little bit skewed to Eglin's side. But the Search and Destroys looked better. The control was close again. You're getting the reach out on the Hacienda control as well, Brody. So I feel like this team looked really solid in their offense to close it out. And I think that if they could just settle in for some defenses, I think Langley Eustace could be a lot better a defensive or a control team than what we saw last time.
Well, I think Eglin are going to come in with a lot of aggression in this series. I think they're going to come in with a lot of momentum. Obviously, yeah, some of that might have been squandered by the tech breaks. They had to wait a while to get into map number 3, but in the end they got it done in a game 5, and I think that's going to give them a lot of confidence. We heard in the post-match interview from Charms that is the case, and yeah, I think if they're going to lose the map, I still think Eglin probably going to lose the Search and Destroy, but if not, I could also envision them losing that Hacienda hardpoint to kick off this best of 5. I still do think though that control is going to be theirs, given how 50-50 these hardpoints have been, that at the very least will take one of those away.
We
so yeah,
both were watching the same control, my friend. That was nail-biting finish. Neither team in the last 3 rounds could defend a control zone if their life depended on it. If you just go into this with a little bit different, you pick up those lanes, you stop being so tunnel vision. I think that this Langley Eustace team, I think they can take it.
Okay, but on the other side of that conversation, what if Eglin make their offenses more airtight, right? What if they're like, all right, cool, we're going to be even better? You never know. You never know. Regardless, we are on totally different sides of the fence this time around. I'm expecting Eglin to come with some aggression. You're expecting Langley Eustace to set the pace once more here. As, game number 1 is ready to go very shortly here, folks. Put your predictions in chat. We know we can't do a prediction poll, but we can, at the very least, get you guys to put your very specific predictions in there. It's worth saying that I am currently 2 up over you boys. How many do you guys have exactly? What's the exact number? What is it?
It's like a big 0, but
big 0?
We don't worry about that stuff because, like Enigma says, it's like we're guessing the right teams. It's just guessing the map scores is impossible sometimes. And you know what? Yesterday it was a chock full of 3-0s. You got lucky, my friend. You got lucky.
Yeah.
How many have you got today?
How many have you got today, mate? How many have you
0,
got today?
but you got 0 as well.
No,
it was luck yesterday.
I'll tell you what, mate. I will let you and Enigma put your scores together. That will give you 1, wouldn't it? Would that give you 1?
I don't think he's got 1 right either.
Oh, he doesn't. That's true. Oh, boy, you're both on fat zeros. What a surprise. Look, prediction god, this is going to be a 3-1. I just know it. I just know it to be true. I will say, I said this the other day. I said this yesterday. I honestly believe, in my whole heart here, that what's going to happen is I'll get the predictions right. I'll be in the lead here at the end of day number 2. We'll get into the actual CONUS championship. I won't get a single prediction right, and I'll come last. I know how this works.
Clip that for day 5.
I know how this
works.
works.
When Enigma somehow wins with 7 predictions right.
All right. Well, we got some predictions in the chat. Enigma are not winning. He doesn't know predictions to save his life. I'm going to take a risk. Langley in 4 says, wake up, Elec. Interesting. Thank you for not having a username, by the way, that is... sayable, or not sayable, I should say. Edrag 1017, Langley 30. Melman, hope you're doing well with Gloria. You have also got Langley, no particular score, so just confident enough that
Everybody's
Langley
against
are gonna take
Eglin for this one, Brody. And honestly, I would be a little bit worried too, because if this goes to a game 5 again, like I said, I am not really confident in Eglin Air Force's base's search and destroy whatsoever. So I think that Langley Eustace, they had more in terms of just having Wolf pop off. He was 13-3 in that rewind search and destroy. And every single time there was a situation where Eglin had a first blood, they threw it away and they lost the round. So I'm not confident in the search and destroy that this team can bring. So whether or not I'm right or wrong, I think that even if this does go 5, it's going to be Langley Eustace.
Also giving a shout out to Reaper's sis and Reaper's mum in the chat. The whole family is here to watch. Love it. Absolutely love it. The support for Air Force Gaming has been so fun. All the friends and families in the chat watching their folks play here in the arena. That said, Eglin versus JB Langley Eustace. It's time for the penultimate series of the day and the final of the bracket here in the Eastern region. Let's see who comes out on top. Seymour, Hacienda Hardpoint. It's something we've seen already.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it this weekend, and rightfully so. It is a fan favorite in the community. So Child's out for mid. It's 3 down for Eglin Air Force Base. You can look towards the spawn up out on that boat. It's going to net some time for Eglin, or sorry, Eustace, to jump into this time, soak it up. And unlike that red card, we're looking at Tantalize to get that hill time and get some kills from it.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. We talked a little bit about Tantalize really struggling in the first map of the series between these guys. That was a red card, of course, and just wasn't getting in the hill enough. They changed that for map number 4. That was the Hacienda, and that's where they look strong. In towards the rotation, though, see player number 3, Reaper, trying to do some damage here. He's on his lonesome, and he's just got to wait for his teammates. He does go a little bit premature, but this distraction play might work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to pull Trip and Burrito off the hill. And Floki's going to be backed up down the driveway, looking for his team to get into a place to help him out. Shaky's going to find 2. Reaper slides out, almost wins the battle versus Shaky, but it's 3 kills in a row. Make it all 4 for Shaky, and a 5th one, 2 for the respawner, just to get back in the time.
Nothing shaky about that for the man. 5 in a row. RC car already earned halfway to that Hellstorm missile, and the 20 seconds left. This isn't exactly time you can afford to just throw away, so JB Langley Eustace will go for it, but with Reaper falling, I don't think there's any real need to invest in it anymore. So Eglin, pretty happy, I would say, over the first couple of hills. Yeah, Shaky kind of needs to pull off some heroics to get it done, but this is a solid lead.
This is a solid lead for Eglin. However, we head to P3, spawn in the back. Looking to be blocked by Reaper for a second, but Charm's just going to track that. And see if the trophies are going to be down. Nothing yet. Wolf is going to hit a nade right into the doorstep of Floki. Nice shots here from Wolf as well. See if he can start to activate 4 and 6 off the start. It's not what you like to see from the young superstar. Diving in is Da Vinci. Trade comes out from Tantalize. It's a break for the moment, but can you hold? Nice nade from Charms. It's going to disrupt, and Eglin still haven't faltered.
Yeah, but look at player number 3 on the mini-map here. JB Langley used to still have Reaper in a position where they could break right back through towards the hard point. That is exactly what happens. Just 1 player remaining. Da Vinci going to betray his own teammate. Tantalize is good for the finish, though, and that's a back 15 seconds that you direly need if you're Langley Eustace at this point in the game, because you've been down by quite a margin. This is something we haven't even really seen between these two teams thus far in the kind of times we've seen them play one another, even play other teams. Dominant hardpoint is not something we've been used to today.
No, it's not, and here we get to see Langley Eustace first into the rotation over towards P4. Shaky, can he do it again? Not like P2. He's found his way through, and Shaky is just different right now. He is moving in the 5th dimension, and nobody can track it. Nobody can even see it.
It's crazy the way that Shaky is playing the Omni movement right now. There's nothing that they can do. Da Vinci not ready for a second fight as well. Charms has been somewhat quiet this game so far, but 9 and 5 is nothing to scoff at, as now he gets involved right into the action here. Double from Tantalize. Charms now needs to get even more involved and just can't get it done, as Tantalize will pick up the triple. Again, though, it's a back 20 seconds for Langley Eustace. This has been 3 or 4 kills in a row now where Langley Eustace have only gotten scrap time away from Eglin. And granted, the differential between these two teams is not that much right now. It's not the end of the world. It's still early doors here in this game. Don't be surprised if this kind of attitude, if it continues, kind of does lead to a situation where Eglin have a commanding lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping it a contest, but you're right to say that. It's similar back to the red card hardpoint at the start of the series this morning, where Eglin seemed to always find themselves in a 20-point lead. And in the hard point that we saw for Hacienda back in that series, Eglin struggled for rotating hill to hill. This time they have Shaky breaking, they have Trippin' Burrito and Charms looking for the rotations first, and they're doing a lot better at staying proactive on this map. And I think that's where we're seeing Langley Eustace struggle, is losing those rotational battles.
That's just not that great. They are getting a lot of time, though, off this hill. They're kind of being afforded it in a way. Eglin are trying to win those rotational battles, as you say, but they're not doing it right now. And in focusing so heavily on it, they've given so much time away to Langley Useless. This is something that never happens. It's basically a full hold on P1. And so Eglin's pushing towards New. It has to work out.
Wolf's going to find an angle. Good timing. Charms turns with the pistol. As the hill pops, Charms just looking to stay alive, and now he's got backup. Shaky, who's just been undeniable on this map, finally gonna break. Da Vinci gets the 2 kills necessary to lock it down, but it looks like somebody slipped the net. That's Floki in the back line. Does it flip the spawns? It should force splits.
You don't necessarily need those spawns just yet, though. Reaper watching the side door. You're not winning the gunfights. Not able to get a second. Charms through the door. Will double up. Wolf able to take down 1. Charms completely clears the hill with those 3 kills. And you don't necessarily need the spawns when Charms is involved in the situation. The problem is that those close spawns for Langley Eustace is allowing them yet another go at this hard point. Not something you wanted if you're Eglin.
No, it seems like things are getting a little turned around for these Langley Eustace players. You saw Tantalize there, does get the trade onto Charms, but nobody has the read that the hit's going to be immediate from that front door. Eglin walk right in. They take over, and look at that map. They're already over towards P3. This is where we saw their lead grow monumental back in the first rotations. They're going to be down by just about 10 seconds, Brody, but with this setup, they can make it more.
Well, this was a hard point that Eglin did get the best look off last time around. The setup was pretty phenomenal as well. And it seems like it's pretty similar this time around. Floki up top is Reek ready for the second gunfire. Oh, shots are good, but not good enough as Reaper takes the headshot for the frag. Should be good enough here for Charms to close things out. Now towards the hard point. Charms trying to get right involved in towards the action. Has help from his teammates. Spawns flipping. Eglin on one side, Langley Eustace on the other, and it is going to be the former that has more players in for the moment. Trippin' Burritos and Shaky combined for 2. Da Vinci, the last one on the board to take down, and Eglin are going to win those fights. That is a massive 30 seconds coming through from Eglin. They need it. They do want the scrap time, though, and they've just abandoned it.
Yeah, it's a quick rotation out. They know they need this P4 setup. So first one's in, Langley Eustace. Hopefully Shaky can be shut down this time for their sake. There's all 4 players here. It's Floki taking his time. It's going to be a double hit through mid. And Shaky, who's looking to try to pierce a hole in. But everybody's going to be late on this one. And Shaky goes down too early.
Not great. It's going to leave 3 players in for Langley Eustace here. You need Shaky on the board. He's been a power player, and he can't even do anything off the rebounds as well. So Eglin now going to have to take some time to reapproach this hard point. They've done it from a couple of angles. Keep an eye on Charms on the mini-map here as Wolf finds himself on 5 in a row. Charms goes down, though. Wolf now able to continue on his spree. Another couple with Wolf with the pistol. That's 7 now for Wolf. He's going to pick up the Hellstorm missile as well, and I don't think Wolf's done yet. All right, never mind, he is.
Now he's going to be done from that streak, fighting for the scrap time of 10 seconds. Reaper, he's got everything in front of him. Any kill here is just going to make it easier to transition from Hills 4 back to 1 for the third set. It is going to be a 180 to 155 lead for Langley Eustace. They have top control. Tantalize is here. A couple kills go their way, and Da Vinci's just soaking up the hill time in P1.
Cannot let what happened last time around happen once again, where Langley Eustace were able to get basically a full 60 off this hard point. I feel like it might be happening again here, but this time by virtue of the fact that Langley Eustace actually have defenders up top here. Reaper will have to get some more damage, though, as your player inside the hard point has finally fallen. Still 30 seconds worth fighting for. Langley Eustace on the right side of the map for the rotation towards New as well. Wolf continuing to heat up here. Reaper will find yet another one. Everything coming up Langley Eustace here. Seymour, they're getting the time off P1 once again. It's a hallmark of a great hardpoint team.
Yeah, this team has completely flipped this mark since that first rotation has finished. And now we're going into the P2 with back spawns getting threatened. Trippin' Burrito on the other side. He gets the information over towards Da Vinci, but it doesn't look like he's letting Shaky know. Free shots in the back. Trippin' backed off of L. He's going to go down, and things are starting to fall apart for Eglin fast.
We talked at the start of this game about Eglin coming out and having a dominant lead over Langley Eustace. How about this? They have well and truly flipped the script over the last few hard points. It is now a game that is so obviously theirs. One last push coming through from Eglin. A couple of players now through the side door. You've got so many different corners to check. Reaper in a corner. You don't check, and he picks up a second one as well. A double from Wolf, and that should surely be it here. Ain't nobody getting close to a hard point now as Langley Eustace make their mark on this series early.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, the composure that this team shows in map 1. Eglin, they came out with some fire, but 250 to 155, only giving up about 40 points in 2 whole rotations. And that is a solid setup for Langley Eustace and a very dominant way to finish this map 1. And we run back the maps that we had in our first series earlier on today, Brody. So far, we have the same exact outcome. And even in the rotations, or even in the replays for this, the start for Eglin was so good, but it comes off the back of some major heroic moments out of Shaky. The 4-piece to break P2, the 3-piece to break P4. Without that, and Eglin probably would have been looking at a differential heading out after the first rotation.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, right? It's kind of crazy. You talk about Eglin kind of reliant on these individual plays early on to hold the lead that they did. But I think you could tell that something was going direly wrong, even as we got into the second set. And I mentioned it a couple of times when we do get to that P1 and Langley Eustace hold effectively a full 50 to 60 seconds off of that hard point, which is almost like a sin of hard point in a way. Like, one of the things you understand at a basic level as soon as you start learning the game as a caster is that P1 on pretty much any map besides maybe a couple of exceptions are almost always super mixy. Like, you never see a team get more than 30 seconds. To get a full 50 to 60 is a massive sign that something has gone very wrong there for Eglin in that game. And it bears out in the final result because that's the most indomitable scoreline we've seen from anybody today.
I don't want to say it again, Brody, but it is another time where you shoot bodies and you lose the game. Yeah. So it is, you got to learn your lesson at some point that you don't want to shoot bodies until the game is all said and done. I mean, we learned that, I don't know, in like Call of Duty preschool. You have to show your manners until you earn it. But for this one in particular, I think that the hard point for Eglin has potential. We saw them all the way back in the red card hardpoint in our first series take it in a very smooth fashion, but this time around you go to the Hacienda, you're losing rotations, you're getting broken within 10 seconds, you're not holding those back spawns, especially when you get to your money hills, and like you said, the hills that should be scrappy aren't scrappy, and you're giving up too much time. So you have to think about what's going wrong with this team. Well, for the most part, I think it's just delegating these roles, almost like what we said for the side of Langley Eustace, is that who's going to be that player to actually play and contest these points.
Yeah, for sure. Well, how about that for a start for Langley Eustace? Dominant hard point to kick off this best of 5. We go next to Rewind, Search and Destroy. Another repeat from the last time these guys faced off. Of course, that was game 5, not a game 2, and it was a 6-2 victory for Langley Eustace. Now, there was a turning point, and I don't know if you remember it, Seymour, but I do very well. I believe it was a 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
That Eglin chuckled. And it was after that 2 versus 4, I want to say it was in like round 5, where they just completely fell apart. Like, all of the strategies that they were bringing to the table, nothing was working, the team play wasn't there. Things not looking good for Eglin. And they just got to hope that doesn't happen again, right?
Well, not a lot of people have confidence in this Eglin team to win a Search and Destroy through this tournament. From what we've seen from them, it's not a great sample size. Every single time it's been a loss or scraping away a win if they do walk away with that map. And you know, you go into this one for sure, there were so many times in that Rewind, Search and Destroy that you were drawing a first blood in towards A. There were so many times where you had a post plant set up with numbers, but at the same time there were a lot that you threw threw away like that 2v4. And there's many times that we see, whether it's the red card search and destroy or the rewind search and destroy, that Eglin are playing their attacks to literally the most finite seconds to close out a series. You're looking at them attacking a site with 10 to 15 seconds. That is not enough unless you're looking at a scenario where you have a bomb site for free, which most of the time they don't.
All right, well, Langley Eustace 1-0 up in this, and already 2-0 up in terms of lives at the start of this search and destroy. Just Reaper down for the count on their end. Good enough to get the bomb down here, and Floki and Charms are pushed all the way back. They don't have any map control to work from this 2 versus 3.
In fact, they have negative control, so they're going to have to retake this one. Charms with the wall bang finds Da Vinci. 2 versus 2, Brody. So this is all of a sudden doable, and if you wait long enough, if you're Floki, if I'm Charms here, I'm hitting a fast flank, but he is taking forever to get anything going.
Yeah, you're in a 2 versus 2. Time dwindling down, though. Charms, nobody can test with towards the site. They still need to find this last player, and that's exactly what Charms does, and they've got enough time for a defuse. How about that for a retake from Eglin? That is a perfect retake.
It is, and it comes off Floki winning his fight outside. If that gunfight goes the way of Langley Eustace, that is almost impossible, and I feel like it's a situation where I want to be singing the praise to Eglin Air Force Base, but I see 10 million ways that could have gone wrong, and Brody in the longevity of a search and destroy like rewinds, that's a mistake that might come back to bite you in future rounds if the timing is off again for those 2v2s. I was a little bit afraid of Charms there. He gets 3 in the round, leaving Floki alive. That is some trust that pays off, and you're happy.
Charms, 3-0 start. How many times is this man going to come to the rescue for the Eglin side? Got to be feeling confident, of course. He's been the player we've constantly come back to as the man to watch on Eglin. Now is the bomb carrier as well. Defensive setup looks pretty standard here for Langley Eustace. One player, I believe, is going to be just inside the site. That's Da Vinci, pushed all the way forward, and he gets found out by Charms. What a check from that man.
That is exactly what you hope to see. Bomb going down, most likely right away. And does Langley Eustace hit this one fast? Everybody grouped up into the courtyard. Nobody hitting a flank angle, Brody. And you're going to get a lot of info there if you're Floki.
Do they get the kills, though? Tripping Burrito, not going to get it done. Big kill from Reaper, but unfortunately for him, Charms is going to be watching the exit, so he's stuck inside that cut. Shoulder check will be good enough, though. Of course, they're the ones that have to get in towards the site. Reaper trying to get back through. Wolf now trying to act on his teammates' information. That's not going to happen. Shaky good to close out the round. Yeah, you might lose Charms, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you get it done, as long as you do.
Yeah, as long as you get that round on the board, you are feeling good right now. Eglin, I mean, 2 rounds back-to-back, and it all rides off the back of Charms checking a single corner with Da Vinci, an ego corner, to see if you can make a checkout play and force the hand of Eglin to overextend to trade that. This time, Eglin, they don't fall for your trap. Charms is having himself a game so far in this rewind. Those are 2 solid rounds back-to-back to give you some form in an S&D finally.
Eglin have had a solid start here. Feels like they've really figured rewind, search, and destroy out, and nothing silly has happened yet, like it has done in pretty much every S&D they've played. So much so that Charms has done so well. RC car is now out into the open. This is going to give him a lot of information. We'll have just seen at least one of those players inside electrical. That nade will land, though. And there goes any chance for any more information. But Eglin now know. They've seen it. They know what these players are. They know what to check.
Yeah, I like this angle from Trippin' Burrito, but it's Charms. He's going to have a lot of foot traffic. Backs down. Nade doesn't hit. I think Floki did spot this out, but it's not quick enough for Charms to have the heads-up play. That Reaper is right below him. First blood goes the way of Langley Eustace. If they want, they can double back. They don't have to go to B.
They still look like they want to, though. Floki's at the back here, keeping an eye on this one. Nice shots. That's going to be 2 for Floki. And now I've got to imagine you can't anymore hit this, but Wolf is stuck. The only player that's got out is probably the most important one. It's Da Vinci. And even still, not in a good position whatsoever. They committed to a site they had 0 control over, and they're punished for it.
As soon as you see Floki's on that back car, you kill somebody in the courtyard, and you recognize that there's nobody flanking you through P5, in that scenario, your IGL has to be saying, guys, let's pick up what we have and get the heck out of there. No reason to overextend into a site that you don't have full control over, and you just seem like you're stuck trying to take battles you're not going to win. And this Langley Eustace team, I'm not sure if it's overconfidence in this map, but they just don't look comfortable.
Eglin are just outplaying them at every single turn. It really feels like they've kicked it up about a dozen notches in Search and Destroy. Langley Eustace, they yet to find their footing so far. And it certainly feels like they've lost a little bit of their aggressive edge. Eglin had picked exactly that up. Trades off the start of this round, ultimately in favor of Eglin, though, once more, as we find ourselves in a 3 versus 2. And it's a situation not dissimilar to what was it back in round number 1 here. Well, this time it's Langley Eustace on the outside of the bomb with 0 site control.
Yeah, and a life disadvantage, too. So you got Tantalize sitting over towards RV. He's going to try to walk up this street and start this flank. But if it's mistimed and you're into a 1v3, that's going to be a tough one. And Wolf has to play this to a T.
Trades good enough here. If you're Eglin, you take that, not necessarily just for the 1v1, but for the information. Now you spotted out Wolf as well. Yeah, Floki gets a headshot. Doesn't really matter if you don't get the kill just yet, because your teammate will absolutely pick that up. I'm telling you, dude, Eglin's team play is something that I wasn't a fan of when they played Langley Eustace the first time around in Search and Destroy. Now, you can't find a single fault in it.
No, and I saw in chat that Mr. Magic Mod has had a few words with this team between the previous series with Langley Eustace and the series that we've been seeing now. And it seems like that's at least adjusting into this Search and Destroy and helping out in terms of when they need to time their attacks together. And it's paid off in dividends. This is what we're seeing. This Eglin team suddenly has gone from the worst S&D team to one of the best.
Finally. Feels like the first time in forever that Langley Eustace have the advantage here on Rewind, Search and Destroy. Man advantage. Charms, though, trades things out. Aggression that Wolf is never going to expect in a month of Sundays. Now on the hunt for more. Catches Reaper off guard. What on earth is that? Perfect pathing from Charms. Catches another player off guard. The only hope for Da Vinci in this situation that Tantalize is going to get there quick enough to help. It's not going to happen. Tantalize, 1 versus 3. Catches Trip and Burrito on the reload, but it's Charms looking for the ace in the round, and it's an ace he will get.
Eglin so far flawless through these 5 rounds, Brody. I can't believe my eyes. I mean, we literally said that like there's no way that they win a Search and Destroy. And here they are, not only about to win a Search and Destroy, but possibly even sweep the Search and Destroy. This is night and day from what we saw back in that Game 5 when they were getting 2v4'd by this Langley Eustace. Now, Tantalize is struggling. Wolf hasn't really been able to get anything going. And Da Vinci and Reaper, where you need that SMG presence to be inside this A site, they've been losing some key battles.
The only thing you can really do at this point, if you're Langley Eustace, is to try and throw the most random stuff at your opposition. Unsettle them somewhat. You got a full sail to win this Search and Destroy and take a 2-0 series lead. Flanking play from Tantalize could well be the play, and they read it like a book. Eglin have Langley Eustace's number at every single turn, and now once again they do not have the numbers in this situation.
I mean, it's just you have to do some information gathering. You recognize that there's nobody watching the streets, so Flank's gonna come inbound. Charms looking to do it again, and it's all down to Reaper for a 1v3 just to stay alive on this rewind.
I gotta talk about Charms' game sense there to even know where Reaper was in that situation. I don't know if he got an audio cue or something. I'm really not sure, but perfectly turned on him. Regardless, Reaper, 1 versus 3. The only positive in this situation is the bomb isn't down. So Reaper has that to work with. Everything else stacked against him, and even that has now fallen away. I've just got some good timing, though. Gets the kill on towards Trip and Burrito and gets the hell out of dodge.
No way. Surely not. Wrap around Floki up top, and there it is. The dagger for the Search and Destroy. A big one for Eglin Air Force Base, where they shake off whatever monsters that have been troubling them in the search and destroy. They not only win a game 5, Brody, but here they are taking a game 2 now in a 6-0 fashion for Rewind. This team looked reborn that map.
I'm stunned. I'm genuinely stunned by what we have just seen. I was convinced, coming off that map number 1, that this was going to be a 3-0. Honestly, I was like, I should have stuck with my initial prediction. Langley going to 3-0 this series now because it was such a dominant hardpoint, right? It was a 100-point deficit between the two teams. Langley decimated them, and I really thought that was going to affect Eglin coming into this search and destroy, especially given how shaky things have been for them in the game mode across, well, I mean, the entirety of the tournament thus far. But how about that? Everything pretty much perfect for them. I think every single possible perfect route Charms could have taken through the map, he did in that search and destroy, including, of course, that fateful ace. Langley used this. I mean, we talk about them kind of being aggressive in the search and destroy we've seen them so far. That just wasn't there. I mean, if it was, maybe in the earlier rounds, it was almost immediately neutered Seymour. Phenomenal search and destroy from Eglin. That's the first 6-0 we've seen, I think, all tournaments so far, right?
We've seen a 6-1, but no, we haven't seen a 6-0 whatsoever. And Mott's in chat, he's saying, are you still going to be on Langley Eustace's side? Yeah, I'm still going to be on Langley Eustace's side. Guys, I predicted 3-1. They lost a map. I knew they were going to lose a map. So no worries in the world for this Langley Eustace team. Brody, I'm still feeling my predictions are going to be right.
And I'm still feeling mine are going to be right, you know? Definitely so confident after that first map. I mean, honestly, like, I didn't expect it to go down like this. I'll be totally honest. I put my hands up in the air and said, look, when I said 3-1 to Eglin, I didn't think that was going to be the map they would take it away. As a matter of fact, that was the one map I said very explicitly that they would lose, regardless of where else they find one in this series. Evidently, I'm totally wrong. And so we're kind of both at the mercy of whatever happens here for the remainder of this series. It has been so insane so far, just to watch these teams kind of go at it, Seymour. These guys have been neck and neck, but it's been wild. It's been a wild ride. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from this point onwards.
No, I think that one thing that we can expect is that this Hacienda control is going to be a little different than what we saw last time these two teams went head-to-head. It was 2 defensive rounds, then 3 offensive rounds, Brody. So realistically, these two teams, they had some work to do to try to figure out, you know, if their defense is even tangible going into this rematch for Hacienda. They didn't want to go to Protocol. They didn't want to go to Vault. I don't blame them whatsoever. Hacienda, I mean, it's not everybody's favorite map mode combo, but, I mean, it beats out Protocol Control every day of the week.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling a rematch, but we're going to make you guys wait just a little bit for Hacienda Control. Last time around, it was an Eglin victory, back-to-back offenses to get it done. Will they be able to pull off such a feat again? Find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, folks? We're back here for more action for the CONUS Championships 2025, the penultimate matchup here of our regional brackets. This is, of course, being the Eastern Final with Langley Eustace taking on Eglin in one final face-off. For now, because, of course, they could end up facing each other in the actual CONUS Championship bracket. I'm Infinity, this is Seymour, and we're here for more action. 2 maps deep into this potential Game 5 thrill. Of course, the last one was, and our expectations have been totally defied. I just didn't expect any of this to happen.
No, I honestly, I was thinking that, if all honesty, I was thinking the 3-1 was going to be hard points, search and destroy goes the way of Langley Eustace, map 3 goes to Eglin, and then map 4, you know, it comes back with the hard point just being won. I didn't expect them to lose a search and destroy. If they did, I didn't expect them to lose a search and destroy the way that they did, Brody. But if you're going into this one, map 3 with a little bit of a reset, you just gotta shake it off in that, you know, like just try to figure out how to get past all of that 6-0 that just happened.
For sure. All right, well, let's start talking about the next maps in this series then. We do have a control coming up, and we already very briefly touched on this before we went to break. Hacienda Control is the map, and this is something we've already seen between these two teams. Last time around, it was just as weird as these first 2 maps in this series. If you remember rightly, Seymour, it started off with 2 back-to-back defensive wins for the roster. We got to the final 3 rounds of play, went all the way to round 5. It was back-to-back-to-back offensive victories for the respective sides. Of course, Eglin was the one to take that final offense and that final round away, winning it 3-2. Honestly, given how crazy that game was and how crazy this series has been so far, I know absolutely nothing. I don't know how this is going to go.
I think the craziest thing about that Hacienda Control was the first defense, Langley gave up 0 segments, and the second defense, Eglin gave up 2 segments. So the fact that you go from near perfect defensive rounds to not being able to win a defensive round, period, that's the weird part to me. It's just, it seemed as if, though, and I was kind of highlighting this from Langley Eustace's point of view after that map was done, there's a lot of tunnel visioning going around on the defensive side. As soon as you get wiped 4 members or 3 members, that last person or the first person up is always tunnel visioning towards the point, that urgency and that panic to go to the zone to try to stop it, rather than kind of prioritizing, okay, what steps do I need to take to break back into that zone? And every single time you were either caught sprinting or you were just not checking the right angles properly. And I think that's where Langley Eustace was really faltering. And you just got to go into this one shaking off that 6-0 and trying not to panic.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a little bit more organization. And if I'm perfectly honest, I think from both teams, it feels like we've kind of seen that, right? I think from Langley Eustace and the hard point, their organization was on point. They didn't really get broken much at all. And then, of course, the search and destroy from Eglin. I mean, their team play was beautiful. So they're both making improvements, and hopefully they both make improvements coming into this control as well. Off the rip feels pretty bog standard here. Trades galore as both teams have lost 5 lives already. Eglin now trying to make their way up the map, and with Charms picking up that kill versus Da Vinci, it feels like a stack could be thrown before you know it.
Yeah, and stacking is going to be what Eglin are doing. So all 3 players there. Tantalize, he's going to go for the flank through you. Can he get some angles in time to stop this one? Players over the top of Patio getting here to the contest, and they get there to stop the 3rd segment. Charms going to see if he can steal this one away. Tagged up from the back. Seal gets the kill. Fortunately enough for Langley Eustace, they stop him. They neutralize a little bit of the zone, and I think they stabilize as well.
That is a huge stop coming through from Langley Eustace. It is so easy to lose control of B and then almost immediately lose control of A off the back of that. I actually thought for a second there they were just going to fully give it up, but evidently they do not. Manage to hold on. 25 seconds now or so left on the clock. Shaky trying to hold on around the back line. Tantalize stunned up by a posthumous stun. Will actually survive because Floki isn't willing to so aggressively challenge it. Now through the smoke is looking for the kill. Will get shut down. Now effort from Langley Eustace here on the defense. Trying to stop to it. Charms, Burrito, Shaky. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. And that should be it as far as B is concerned. As long as Floki gets on the point, we're going to see in actually 60 seconds.
Yeah, and There it is. The capture is going to come through. Players already playing better from Langley Eustace instead of going to B to see if they can find exits. You see the overextension through P4, getting in towards Wine. See if they can flip this one out and try to stop the snowball over towards A. And it seems like they've done that, Brody. 3 life difference. Make it a 2 life difference, and here's the stabilization that you were looking for. That's some good clearance of their base. Now they can look to push the aggression.
10 versus 10. 45 seconds on the board here. One player pushed all the way forward for Eglin. Tripping Burrito. Probably going to be the playmaker if anybody here. And there you go. You can see him on the map. Will activate for the first kill. That's going to draw some attention. Wolf, though, being hunted down. Shaky's going to win the gunfight. So all of a sudden here, Burrito is no longer the primary threat. It's Shaky. You get rid of that player. Now time's starting to dwindle down. Burrito has to get involved in the action. Cannot do so. Back to square one here for Eglin.
And here they are, 27 seconds. Time is stopped. Charms expecting to push through P4, and he's going to stay alive, just taking minimal damage, so no chance to follow up and get into a position. Reaper is going to have to be the one to make this dent. Sub in hand, though. The shots at a distance, not going to be easy, and as soon as he does, everybody turns around, takes him out. And Eglin, after all that pressure received for the transfer of zones, they still weather the storm and steal round 1.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it, right? Just making sure you get more than one player on the point towards the end. That is everything that you want to see for a team on the offense, recognizing when you need to capitalize, not just kind of tunnel visioning, as you said, on one particular play. So, good objective play from Eglin. We know they're capable of offensive victories here on Hacienda Control. Again, they won back-to-back ones to close out the last. But Langley Eustace, also no slouch here on Control. So expect them to bite back just as hard. Where do they go? Off the rip. I got a feeling wherever they go here, Seymour, they're going to do it as a squad.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be exactly what we see. A lot of A hits from Langley Eustace back in that last rematch for the Hacienda Control. This time it's a lot of presence over towards the top halls. Reaper trying to reach over towards the patio. Good shots in. Chow's out. Floki sidelined. And that opens up a chance to hop on B. Charms is in a spot to stop this, and at least he's going to slow it down.
Still a lot of players around the point, though, here for the offense. Eglin haven't dealt with all of them just yet. Triple Rio might do it. Pre-fire, not that great in the end. Reaper somehow surviving this fight. We'll actually be able to hit the full regen here, so both players effectively hitting a reset on this fight. Also a reset on the point as far as control zones are concerned. 40 seconds burned off the clock. And now we're going to see a reprioritization of attack. Wolf jumping over the top. Trip and Burrito is ready for it. And it will actually come the second player. That has been actioned as well with Reaper and Wolf out of the play. Tantalize the only one of this squad to find any value whatsoever. This has been far from a clean offense from Langley Eustace.
Yeah, it's very scrappy. A lot of solo plays. A lot of players just trying to be heroes. And that is not what's going to win you this map. It's not what's going to win you this series whatsoever, because Charms is in the flow state and he is tearing you apart from the inside out. You can see routes being ran and nobody's able to put him on a leash. He's looking to flank this yet again, and he's actually going to impact the spawns here. So Da Vinci not going to read this one. 24 seconds. You're at a differential in trying to hop onto the zone. And for Charms, he doesn't need to get anything more. He does his job, turns around, cleans up that A zone, and you're looking at 16 seconds to try to make anything happen right now.
Yeah, whatever they do here, you've got to do it as a team. Da Vinci already not having the cleanest of gunfights. Now just going to try and stop the clock. It feels like a bit of a desperational play here. Tantalize will help you out, but Trip and Burrito up top, trying to stop it. Too much to handle. Now a late kick coming through from Floki. Also down for the count. Hold your horses for a second here, folk. Langley Eustace still have some players on the board. They've still got some shots to take in the closing moments of this game. Potential flanking play from Wolf could stop the defensive line. Chip and Burrito still alive here for a second. Looking to take a second fight as well. Tantalize will trade things out still. Players on the point. Still, one tick through at the moment. Now just down to one as Reaper and Tantalize fall. 10 seconds on the clock. Now one last chance here. Just have to full send it.
Charms just hiding away. 19 and 8. Not able to make it 20 just yet. Wolf's going to extend. Pistols out. The double kill keeps it going. 3.3 seconds and Wolf is coming alive. Electric plays now in the control to keep this round intact. A third segment getting worked on. Contest doesn't get there in time. A minute left. but only 4 lives, now 3.
Oh, Charms almost gets a second, and yeah, he gets away with that first, owing to the fact that he actually jumped on the point after the capture went through, so there was no notification to say that the point was contested. Charms, therefore, gets away with a kill. Now down to the last couple of players, of course, in a 2 versus 8, Da Vinci and Reaper would have to pull off a miracle, and they are doing it so far. First couple of kills down, now they've just got to do that 3 more times. Can they be caught out?
Oh, I like this call. I mean, you got time to just play.
Don't like
early
that,
shots there from Reapers, but I thought he had the read towards Charms. You know, if you get that kill, Brody, then you snap over towards the staircase knowing the reach out is going to happen, and you have a little bit more confidence for that fight. You had 30 seconds. You didn't need to rush to go towards that zone whatsoever. That was your chance right there. Just anything inside office, but it's tippable nonetheless that they're able to prolong that round as long as they did and give themselves a shot. But Aglin are all over them in this control. Back-to-back rounds, a near-perfect defense, and they slip up a little bit, but I was liking what I was seeing from Charms, just saying so dynamic around the map, constantly moving, and Shaky, Trippin, and Floki picking up whatever they can for those top hauls, giving him the chances to make those plays.
All right, well, Eglin now 2-0 up in this control. Not exactly flawless. They definitely had to fight in that last round. This round has been pretty good from Langley Eustace. Nice double off the start from Reaper. Da Vinci's still alive, though. Now having to back away here momentarily. But those initial couple of kills here have slowed up Eglin significantly, and now they're aware of potential flanking play coming through. I think Da Vinci thought about it for a second, actually wrapped back around to try and take out the presence through the middle of the map. This has been a perfect start, pretty much, from Langley Eustace. There's been nothing whatsoever from Eglin.
That's a good shutdown from Breakoff. Can they hold it, though, is the question, because I think back to earlier, Brody, and Enigma and I, we saw teams throwing away defensive rounds like it's candy at a parade, but so far, this is just lights out. They've only lost 1 life the entire round. It's 29v20. This is so much better. I mean, 27 seconds. If you're Eglin, you need to make a play to either A or B, and it doesn't matter at this point because you have no progress to begin with.
I mean, just look, they've only lost 2 lives. This is absolutely sanity. Da Vinci, I was going to say on 5 in a row, but will get cut down before he can do any more damage. But it does really feel like the damage is done at this point. The last chance hurrah has to be a full send straight towards A through the middle of the map. Shaky will at the very least get some good timing on the floor to play through you. Tantalize was preoccupied elsewhere, but Da Vinci will pick up where he left off, cleaning up the mess that he made. 0.1 seconds on the clock. One last little effort here from Trippin' Burrito, and it is a trade that Langley Eustace will settle with. For all that Eglin managed to pull off through the first 3 rounds, Seymour, that is the most dominant round we've seen from anybody so far.
Where was that? Round 1. That was incredible. The breakoff was sound. Everything else was perfect. You had players moving through secret, other players watching the routes through arches. Rock was not even touched by the offensive team. And man, these ragdolls just love going crazy on Hacienda. But so do these 2 teams, and for Langley Eustace, that's going to spring yourself into action for this offense to see if you can go back-to-back just like Eglin did, as that last round on offense was doable. It just needs to be a little bit more cleaner off this break-off.
Langley Eustace, if they can get the first wave of gunfights and act on that real quick, I think Eglin might start to panic here. We talk about tunnel visioning, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Charms has to go huge here. Premature shots will be good for the second. Shots from range, surely not Da Vinci. Shaky should be able to finish where he left off, and they will. Charms is making them panic right now. You can see him really starting to feel himself, but a bit of over-aggression here is going to allow the floodgates to open, not over A this time, but over B.
Well, first segment in A, that's going to take your attention over towards this B zone. Reaper's looking to put Charms in a tough spot, and it does. Da Vinci cleans up. He's going to go further. Double kill towards Tin. 60 seconds stopped on the clock. And the stack is out. 3 players on for Reaper. They just want to get this one done as quick as possible as you got Wolf going crazy upstairs.
That's what you need. You need to just jump on the point right now. And I will say, Eglin has turtled up really bad now. I don't even know what just happened to Trippin' Burrito. He goes down to Wolf, but regardless, yeah, you got to be careful here. If you're Eglin on the defense, you kind of turtled up somewhat. You don't really have that much mid-map presence right now. All of it is very reactionary. You haven't pushed anywhere near forward, and Wolf is right in your face. Fortunately, you managed to take Reaper out of the equation. Wolf actually hasn't found anything. So this offense for Langley Eustace, I will say Eglin, I think, are very fortunate that it wasn't a quick transition.
This is a situation that you find yourself in, that Langley Eustace can recognize this life lead of 4 and the time bank of 1:30. And understand that they don't have to rush anything. All you need is a couple kills to go your way, and then jump this zone. But for Eglin, they win all their fights, they clear their zone, and Charms is in a position where everything's spawning up towards Well, and he's trying to block them in.
That's what he was trying to do before, but he did get a bit of a zealous this time, I think, just trying to take a bit of coverage in his actions. Also has help from Shaky, who does go down, so now Charms will need to actually play his life just a little bit more, doing exactly that. Charms is still alive. I have absolutely no idea how Charms is still alive here, despite being set up by 2 or 3 players. Now backing away towards the point, knows that there's no real need to hold on towards B here. Charms backing away. Position they don't expect. Will finally pounce. Almost gets turned on towards Wolf, but manages to pick up the kill regardless. It is kills for the most part here for Eglin. They seem to have stabilized.
Yeah, I mean, 1 life difference. Reaper's going to touch over towards A. Floki up top should relieve that, and he does. Another clearance of your spawn, and Charms just continues to disappear. It's like this guy's got active camo, but that's what, 5 titles ago, Brody. We haven't seen active camo in a long time. He is just naturally this good at moving around the map. 13 seconds, 11v9. This is it. Double kill. You have to jump the zone.
5 titles away, or maybe 1 title close to us. Regardless, yeah, 1 more tick. Reaper trying to get it done. Shot out by Shaky here. 1 more player towards the point. Shaky shooting dead bodies, but Shaky will get it done. There's the clearance. 5 seconds left. No chance to pre-aim. You have to full send it towards the point. Shaky's going to play his life. Has a bit of assistance from his team, but Tantalize opens up with the first blood. It is worth saying there's only 1 tick, so they can just stack the point. Trades, though, will not be good enough. Charms flies out for the first. Not going to get the second. That could be it. I don't know if anybody can get there in time. You got to fly towards the point. Shaky does it. He gets it done. And Shaky finds 2 kills. That's going to be it, Eglin. They managed to get it done in the end. A race towards the point that Eglin will win.
Oh my goodness, Brody. I got so hyped at the end because I haven't seen anything like that in so long. I thought for a second they were going to do it. Shaky, he was the one to be the hero back in the hard point. In the control, he's the one to be the hero yet again. The hard point just doesn't go your way. This time, you show up at exactly the moment your team needed you. There were so many chances for you to actually put that one away on offense if you're Langley Eustace. But nobody was taking care of Charms. He burned so much of that clock, and by the time you finally found some success, it was down to the last, 3 or 4 seconds. You were literally reeling and racing to get there just to contest it, just to stay alive in this map. And Eglin, with the smallest margin of a life lead, they could just throw life after life just into situations to bleed that clock as close to that margin as possible. And there's only so much you could do if you're Langley Eustace, if you're not finding those double kills towards the end. Charms is the reason you win that map, and at the end, Shaky's the one to just deliver.
Bravo. What on earth did we just watch? Shaky, he gets con kill, dies, comes off the respawn screen, and gets a couple more as well to close out the round. Boy, this one didn't end in round 5, and it was just as exhilarating, if not more so. Such a back and forth affair. Things felt so dominant for Eglin through the first couple of rounds there, right? We talk about them looking so great, looking so hot. They managed to put a stop to any offensive effort in round number 2 from Langley Eustace. We go back to round number 3, and Langley Eustace come out, and what, they lose like 2 lives. You think, okay, hang on, they seem to have figured things out here. Even going into round number 4, think about how quickly they captured A, right? Like, they just basically full stacked the point. Like, they were missing that the entirety of the round. And in the end, it just comes down to final couple of kills, a foot race to the zone. And Eglin, well, they will win that race. Again, things just kind of all up in the air right now. It is just absolutely insane. Totally different Hacienda control, but Eglin still do take it away.
Yeah, I think that is one of the best Hacienda controls I've seen all year long. And yeah, Magic Bot, I'm still rocking with Langley at the end of it, Brody. I will say, you know, the hardpoint map 1 was good. You could trust in this map 4 to be a little bit different. The control was just so narrow of a margin, but man, this Langley team likes to keep my heart racing for the most part. Brody, I mean, the Hacienda control goes the same way. Search and Destroy was a little bit of a shake-up. I'm lost for words. I'm just mind blown straight up at what we just saw.
Dude, honestly, it's crazy, right? And the action, by the way, folks, is still not done today. We've got another series coming up to this one, of course. That's going to be the Western Finals. We still do have to close out the Eastern Finals, though, here. And we do return to a hard point. Now it's time for a map that we haven't seen so far between these two teams. It is a rewind hard point. You see there in the best of 5 that JB Langley Eustace were able to take the first Hacienda hard point pretty convincingly, right? It was a 100-point deficit. At really no point in that game, besides maybe the early one where they had like a 30 to 40-point advantage, did I ever feel like Eglin was going to win it. Yeah. So much so that after that game, I thought, yeah, this is going to be a super duper quick 3-0. Does that bode well for Langley Eustace, right? I mean, you might well have got dominated in the last couple of maps, but you've got to be feeling pretty confident in hardpoint.
Yeah, I'd say you're very confident in the fact that even when Eglin were making those rotations, Brody, you were breaking them pretty quickly. The only times that Eglin were winning in that hardpoint is when Shaky was putting absurd multi-kills up for your team in that Hacienda. For Rewind, the hills get even harder to break. The rotations become even more important. And you look at that Hacienda where those scrappy hills weren't being scrappy. Well, you think about going into a Rewind. If you're giving up time in this P1 and P4, that's not going to bode well for you.
Well, we need to see some massive improvements for Eglin coming into this game. Huge improvements, specifically in hardpoint. Obviously, I think we've asked for improvements in Search and Destroy. We certainly got them back in game number 2. We also wanted improvements in control. They looked even better than they did in the last. So I expect them to also be making improvements in the hardpoint coming into this one. And off the rip, feels like that might well be the case. They win the vast majority of the opening gunfights, now in control of the kill. Reaper looking to contest early on, and Shaky will deny. Threat's not over, though. Still players hanging about the joint. It's Da Vinci to pick up Shaky and deny that time. But as we always say, P1 Super Mixy, not expecting the same thing over P2.
No, not at all. Charms, he's going to get some bad timing here. Da Vinci, can you find yourself hiding in the shadows? No, Floki. He's going to allow you to depart. Close spawns, though. And you're going to be able to re-hit this one right away for this instant time. Floki's going to get shot in the back. And he stays alive a little bit longer than expected. Still the kills come through. 3 go down. Back spawns are going to allow this Langley Eustace team back into this hard point. But Trippin' Burrito is doing a great job at holding on to as much as he can.
He certainly tried, but in the end, he will finally go down by way of car bombs. So, Eglin now having to deal with the threat that is JB Langley Eustace once more. Reaper and Wolf will combine for 2. Big 30 seconds left to fight for, and we so often see teams send players in on this like flanking play. Trippin' Burrito is going to be the guy to do it, but he's already been called out by Tantalize. So this is going to be a one-dimensional attack around the front, unless that stun does connect, which it does. But unfortunately, the positioning for Tantalize is just better, and around the front, you're not having much fortune either. That is a phenomenal hold from Langley Eustace. It all falls apart when you don't get that player around the back.
And things starting to swing in their favor for Langley Eustace. They're looking for an exit. Charms almost gets away. Reaper quick to get there for the kill. Da Vinci now slides into New. Nice shots from Trippin' Burrito, and he has been fantastic for this objective. Can he hold on? He needs his teammates to set up and be here for support.
Kills in the trade, though. Not doing so well here for Eglin as we look on the cross. It's Wolf who will go on a 4 spree. Look at him, by the way. Not just him, but also Reaper on a 6 spree. These guys have absolutely stepped it up about 10 notches in the last couple of hard points. Now Wolf trying to get some coverage through the middle of the map, and they will do exactly that. Reaper finally goes down on 7. Curious to see whether he did get a Hellstorm missile off the back of that. Wolf now trying to work for one as well. JB Langley Eustace, off the last couple of hard points, have completely taken control of this game. You saw a potential flanking play coming through from Floki, and that has also been denied. This is not good for Eglin.
No, it's not good at all. It seems like Langley Eustace a little peed off after the way that game 3 went. Wolf's just going to walk in for 7 in a row off of a knife kill. 11-2 here in the hard point. Shaky should have been able to clean up that kill, but Wolf is unkillable right now. Rotations over to New. A tough nut to break. And you got Wolf watching the front door. A lot of pressure coming through the back line. Da Vinci soaking up the hill once more.
Vinci trying to play his life. He's doing exactly that. How on earth has this Langley Eustace come out of this like this? I just don't understand, dude. It's back-to-back maps where you've taken the L. You go on a hard point, and it's like nothing even happened in those last 2. This has been all Langley Eustace the entire time. Now we go towards the hard point, though. Potential time, finally, for Eglin. It's 20 seconds. Really worth fighting for, and that's why they're fighting so aggressively for it. We asked about kind of what utility Langley Eustace got of those early sprees, by the way. There is a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket of Wolf. That is a get-out-of-jail-free card if they need it later on in the game.
Look, nobody's got mental fortitude like these Air Force members, as they are ironclad in trying to shake off the rust of what just went down. Wolf is 15-4, and like you said, that Hellstorm, it surely will come in handy, because he's going to take the long way around. Charms is distracted. Wolf goes in with the hipfire. 17-18 now. 4 kills again. A team kill from Shaky. Spawns flip out. But with that, Tantalize should let them know.
Now you gotta feed the Wolf to make sure this doesn't happen. He's still going. Wolf for 5. Wolf for 6. He doesn't actually pick up that kill. It's Reaper to do it, but Wolf will clean up another one. He will finally go down on 6, but it's them and Reaper that are doing the damage right now. Da Vinci and Tantalize feeding off of all of this with time inside the hard point. The Reaper is here, and he wants to take you down to the underworld. Langley Eustace are dominating at this point in time. And even still, I mean, you can't afford to push, right? There's so many of these hard points of this map that have got these smallest points of ingress in towards the hard points, such close quarter engagement, and Eglin just don't want to get themselves in these unfavorable fights.
No, you don't want to get caught sprinting out. Wolf, man. 24-6, Brody. This is ridiculous coming out from one of the best players that we have here at CONUS. He is in full takeover moment, a 100-plus point game on this rewind, and they're not slowing down. You look at the rotations, you still have Tantalize watching the push through P5. Finally, Floki's gonna look to see if he can find a way through, but the timing doesn't pay off, and Langley Eustace, they are everywhere. They are not letting this go.
This is insane. Langley Eustace just continuing to belittle Eglin through every single hard point. Finally, though, something to talk about for Eglin here. They look like they might be able to get this scrap time. I don't think anybody's been contesting Tripping Burrito anytime soon. And it is worth saying that Eglin do currently have control of the rotation as well. That spawn out for Loki, though, should be enough to say that somebody is on the flank. I think Charms is ready for such a push, but might get some bad timing here. Yep, and Tantalize extra bullets in the body because he knows that gunfight was important.
50 seconds up. Eglin are trying their best to get here and contest. Floki needs this battle in the back, trying to play his life, but Da Vinci not going to let that happen. Another 3 go down. Shaky removes the player from the hill, but Da Vinci, he is right back in, so shutting down these Eglin players. 200 points cross, Brody. You don't win off this hill. Not enough time to put it away in P2, but you are so far gone. I don't know if it's even possible to bring this one back.
It does really feel insurmountable at this point, doesn't it? Langley Eustace have dug such a massive hole, and there is no ladder for Eglin to climb out of said hole. Just every rotation they are losing right now. It's harkening back to what happened back in game number 1. Reaper wants to guarantee another one for the squad. That double kill won't necessarily do it, but will certainly make it easier. Those close spawns have been obtained for Eglin at the very least here. There is still a way back into this game. Chaining this hill and the next one back to back is the way back through, but you have to start by winning these gunfights.
Charms in trouble. He doesn't know where to look. Langley Eustace break for the front. Tantalize looking to get over the top. He's got some backup team shots onto Shaky. Trippin' Burrito gonna fall as well. Everybody single file line moving to get to contest this point. Charms, can he make it in? Half HP, hops for the contest. Outside run coming through from Burrito, and at least he's touched. And Floki helps out, so still alive for Eglin now.
Just 10 points for Langley Eustace is all they need. They could get it done, technically speaking, here. Tantalize on the hunt for these kills. It's really stepped it up again massively over the last few, and dipping and diving towards the hard point will not be able to get it done. So Eglin, at the very least, touching themselves out of the 100-point club. They will get first touch towards New, but Wolf already starting to break down the reinforcements before they can get towards the time. One more break, and we're looking at a game 5.
7 seconds. Shaky gonna have his hands full here. Hits the deck, 24 health. He's lost his wingman and Floki, and you look, the back door is getting pressured. Trippin' Burrito has to back up and fall back into his points. Spawns in the back, looking to get here to help a Wolf. He's read them perfectly alongside him. Da Vinci, 3 down, make it 4, and Langley Eustace, they're in. Close spawns, can they get here in time? Or are we going all the way to a map 5 yet again for day 2 of CONUS to just continue to deliver?
We are going to a game 5, folks. Langley Eustace, indomitable in hardpoint at the moment. Both hardpoints, insane hardpoint control. And it feels like, more or less, it happened in the same way again, right? We're off the rip. Eglin feels somewhat competitive. Things are pretty much 50-50. We get to the second set, and that's where Langley Eustace really start to run away with it. As a matter of fact, I think in this one, it was even before the second set, right? I think it was like P4 to P5. That rotation where Langley Eustace managed to chain back 2 to 3 kills back to back to back. That just cannot happen. Langley Eustace just taking command of that game. We don't really get to see final scoreboards here, Seymour, but we don't need to know that Wolf and Reaper just put on a show.
Yeah, it was picture perfect. And even throughout these replays, just look at the mini-map and how many times we're going to be seeing a lock and a player pressuring that for the rotations. Every single time, it's Langley Eustace just winning these big fights around the hard points. And when you have Wolf slaying out around it and just trying to continue to put pressure on these players, just trying to hit these rotational timings, it's hard to get that rhythm going. And even in a site that usually is hotly contested for a P5, there was some solid time getting picked up by Langley Eustace in those hills. And it's just like what we saw in that Hacienda hardpoint is on the scrappy hills, they're getting so much time. The big hills for money, you're locking down those back spawns, and it doesn't really see that, or it doesn't really show that this team of Eglin has the right, I'd say, comprehension on how hardpoint is played. So many fights lost on rotation that you desperately needed to win.
It feels like the hardpoint game for Langley Eustace has been brought down to a T. They are pretty much perfect in hardpoint right now. The downside for them, Seymour, is that the final game in this best of 5, as the final game is in any best of 5, it's not a hardpoint. It is going to be a search and destroy. Anymore, because going into this series, I would have said surefire that Eglin are going to lose the search and destroys without a shadow of a doubt. It has been their weakest game mode by far. And then game 2 happened, and now I start to feel a little bit more unsure as how this game 5 is going to go. If you are just joining us, here is a look at the breakdown of the series thus far. Of course, both of those hard points going the way of Langley Eustace. And there is that rewind search and destroy, a 6-0 for Eglin. Not just a flawless search and destroy, the only flawless search and destroy we've seen from any team across the entire tournament thus far.
I mean, like, just look at the scores in general. I feel like the only one that actually felt close was that Hacienda control. The narrowest of margins, just keeping those rounds alive, and Langley Eustace almost pushing to the round 5. It was a close one. Other than that, the search and destroy was a blowout. The hard points were seemingly blowouts as well. You go into this Hacienda S&D, and yeah, of course, I mean, that 6-0 is going to raise some questions, but you can't expect a team to 6-0 twice in a row. The only thing is for Eglin, that is a confidence booster going into possibly Nesloing winning maps 2, 3, and 5 for this series. And I mean, surely you make some adaptations here if you're Langley Eustace, but again, I think I'm right there with you, is that we went into this game expecting those search and destroys to be pretty clear cut and dry And that's not that expectation that we have anymore, Brody. And it's great that we're seeing these changes and these adjustments, because all the way back at the start of the day, when we have all three of us on the desk with Enigma here as well, we were talking over this Eastern bracket, and we were wondering that if anybody in the East was able to make those quick adaptations on the day, change up and evolve. And so far, we're looking at it real time, is that these two top teams out of the Eastern bracket in this regional have made the right changes to look like a competitive team here in CONUS. And after the West and the East merge, I have no doubt in my mind that these two are going to be competitive against the Western teams.
Yeah, dude, I mean, that was the question, right? You know, we were kind of criticizing these to a certain extent to say, look, you know, what teams could even compete with the absolute behemoths that were in that Western bracket. And don't get me wrong, I still believe, at least just from what we've seen, that the Western bracket does seem stronger. There are some incredible teams that are already out of the competition. We're out of the competition at I say out of the competition, you know what I mean, out of the Western bracket at an earlier stage. They are still going to get to play in the CONUS Championships. But still, that I think are very, very strong. And even these two teams would have a hard time beating. So, we'll have all those questions answered come the actual CONUS Championship, of course, does start tomorrow. For now, though, yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. Both of these teams, phenomenal teams. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, though. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but for Eglin, it feels like their strength is now search and destroy. I know that's to say a lot based off one search and destroy two.
I'm like so scared to say that.
It's crazy, right? It is just insane. So, yeah, I have no idea how this final game is going to go. It is literally one game of search and destroy to decide who wins the Eastern region.
Yeah, and I think I'd have it no other way with these two teams. They're quite literally neck and neck in terms of skill level across it. Both teams looking to adapt and change, and yeah, it's great. And I mean, even we're talking about the Western teams. I don't even know what to say at this point, because Cannon lost twice today. And we definitely had them in the books as the best team going into this. Peterson has changed our minds. Nellis has changed our minds. I guess we just don't know ball at the end of the day on this desk, and we're learning alongside it, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this much. I think it's worth saying that there's so many new rosters in this competition. You know, obviously we all got to cast CONUS last year. We kind of came out of that competition knowing who's the best and who are the rest. And all of that has been shaken up just from the ground up this year because there are so many new rosters. I mean, you said it, right? The fact that we've got this Cannon roster coming in here and looking pretty strong, but not so strong that they're beating everybody else. It tells us so much about that team.
Yeah.
I think the bigger thing is, right, Buckley, reigning champions, are now coming into the CONUS Championships bracket as an underdog, considering they got DFR'd, basically, in the qualification round. So they're going to be there, but they're going to have a very low seed. They're probably actually going to face one of these two teams, right? You know, by just the way the seeding works. Obviously, we don't know for a fact, but that more than likely is going to be how that first round of play works out. It's just, yeah, it's so crazy to see the kind of the shake-up. There's been a lot of new rosters, and we're still kind of learning how the power rankings work out. A couple more days, and we'll get there.
Ah, man. I don't know what to say for this one, more so than fish and chip, tricep dip, pull to hip, Langley in 5.
Is that what you're saying? You're saying Langley is taking this in Game 5?
Yeah. And you know, Mott's in chat. He's saying that he's gonna, what is it, clown me if Eglin wins this? Why would I switch up my prediction? I'm riding with them to the end. These guys look great. I more so it's me against Brody in these predictions.
Yeah, true.
Our Preds are gone, so it's either I'm right or he's right. And I'm not backing down.
All right, man. Well, I don't blame you. This is going to be a phenomenal search and destroy regardless of who comes out on top. One game of search and destroy to crown an Eastern champion. Will it be Langley Eustace? Will it be Eglin? There is so much to say that each team will take the dub away. Of course, Langley Eustace, they beat Eglin the first time around in both search and destroys, and it neither really felt all that close. Now we hit the reset. We went back to rewind search and destroy earlier on in map number 2. Eglin smoked them 6-0. They seem to have found their confidence in search and destroy, but I'm going to come out and say there is an element of concern here that Langley Eustace, off the back of what was an even more dominant hardpoint than what happened in game number 1, will have a lot of momentum in their favor. A lot of questions, a lot of answers, and you're not getting those answers just yet, folks, because we're going to be resetting said game.
So we wait up a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, things happen. So draw in game 5. We're just going to reset. You know, who knows what's got to change for them. But we're going to remake this lobby and get it going as quick as possible, Brody. In this moment, I'd say... I mean, I wonder for you, what do you think the best search and destroy map is in this game right now?
What do I think the best search and destroy map
is?
Man, that's difficult. That is real difficult. I'm just trying to formulate an answer.
I personally think it's rewind or red card at this point. With the amount that those two have evolved, Hacienda is great, but it's really hard to dictate a map where you lose that bridge control. You've kind of lost a rotation from site to site, especially on the attacking side. If you got trophies over towards B, it's pretty easy to defend it. It's a tough map to really dissect, and it's a very creddy map at the same time. And it's not really my favorite to play, nor is it my favorite to watch, but it's an okay one. It's better than Skyline, I'll give him that.
Yeah, you know what, actually, I think it is probably red card, actually, now thinking about it. It's funny, because me personally, like, every time I see red card in rank play, I always just veto it. I don't care. It's just kind of like, how I view that map, I'm just not very good at it. I don't enjoy it personally. But when I think about it, like, analytically, it is a very evenly sided map. There's so much to do on both the A and the B sides, and there's so much to work with on both the offense and the defense. So yeah, pretty even map. You love to see it, but we'll not be seeing red card for this final game, folks. We've made you wait long enough. We even hit a little bit of reset to troll you, pull it the rug from underneath you. It is going to be game number 5, and kicking this game number 5 off is Wolf, but they're getting that bomb down despite not having a man advantage.
Yeah, bomb planted, 3v4. Post plant is going to let you try to dig a trench and hide in it now. So the nades come through. Da Vinci looking to lead the charge out from the slide in the key door. Da Vinci looking to use those numbers to trade it out and take it over. And that's exactly what they do, Brody. Round 1 to Langley.
Just not having the numbers there. Eglin getting that bomb down right. It's so difficult. They made the right decision, ultimately, I think, right? You know, you don't have first blood, but you do have site control. The best thing you could possibly do in that situation is to just try and even the odds by getting that rock down. But they did not have the number to defend the site. Last remaining player, Shaky hit. Just out of position, out of lives, and out of luck. So, Langley Eustace, we know for a fact now that this will not be the same kind of result we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, I think that is, for Langley Eustace, sweat off the brows in terms of finding your confidence in this search and destroy. Probably having a little bit of doubt after the way that Game 2 went, but now you can see if you can build off of it for your own attacking side. It is going to be a 2-2 split for the defense. Shaky, very disconnected, but he is going to have some players ahead of him. Quick flank coming through from Secret.
Yeah, I was going to say flanking play here from Trip and Burrito. Trigger this play in. Oh, that mantle's so unfortunate for Trip and Burrito. Did not expect that whatsoever. Shaky goes in for an immediate trade and is belittled for it. There goes Charms too. All the dominoes have fallen here. One last remaining on the board is Floki. Will find one, but that bomb's going down, and I don't think this is going to be a good position for Floki to work from.
Oh, somebody please tell me he doesn't have auto mantle on. That hurts to watch, but Floki on our screen would be a 1v4 clutch, 28 seconds. So a little bit of time to see if you can unravel this one. He's going to put some doubt into the mines and slow it down, but Floki's been spotted. Tantalized getting some early shots. 17 seconds. Reaper, all he needs to do is wait for the drop. Floki now, there's no time. He's taking the fight against Tantalized, and it doesn't matter what you do. It's another round to Langley.
Floki got very scarily close to a 1 versus 4. And I'll be totally honest here, Seymour, I think that round, it's hilarious. I think that round is totally different if it's not for Auto Mantle. Like, Trip and Burrito gets that first blood. It's a positive situation for Eglin. Langley Eustace doesn't get that rock down. Like, it is a totally different look in that round. But fair play to Floki. Almost pulls off an incredible 1 versus 4. But Langley Eustace, the last couple of players, they play that properly. They play it separate.
So things reset for round 3. Swap sides, and Eglin are chasing to get around on the board. Back for the attack. Mid pressure from both sides. Some stop the others go. Shaky's going to draw the first blood. That's going to leave a route open to B, but the bomb is so far behind Brody, and there's a flank coming out.
Flank from Trippin' Burrito falls last time around. Flank from Da Vinci. See if it works out. Not going to finish his food. And Shaky will actually pick up that gunfight. So now they're going to have to rely on yet another flank here. Going to be a bit of a pinch play from Reaper and Tantalize. Shots from Charms to take Reaper out of the round. And now just down to Tantalize. 1 versus 3. He's just spotted them though.
Nades out, Charms. He drops a dead nade. That's going to slow Tantalize down. Can he stop the bomb carry and get away? He cannot. It was a valiant effort to try to keep the flawless streak going for JB Langley Eustace. Eglin, they get that first blood. It gets a little bit scary after you lose your teammates carrying the bomb from the flank play at a lobby, Brody. And to be honest, if you lose something from Da Vinci on that slide to the bomb after they were trying to leave P4, I think that round is Langley Eustace game. But the fact that Da Vinci kind of chokes that, it keeps that alive for Eglin.
Eglin now have a round on the board here. I was worried that this early game was going to be all Langley Eustace, but no, Eglin finally some momentum in their favour. Langley Eustace, though, you can still kind of feel it. They're feeling themselves. Aggression towards Rockside. Trippin' Burrito didn't see anybody, but Charms are still knocking about. Trophy down to protect from any incoming projectiles. Charms not offered anything just yet, and there he will be. Reaper quickly shredded away. Tantalizer for good trade, though, but you can shoot under this, and that's going to stop that rock from going down.
55 seconds left in the round. Shaky's going to have some timing on the flank, and it works out. Kill onto Wolf. And that bomb has completely left the vicinity. As soon as Shaky's going to re-clear this one, they're going to know this is going to be a wrap back over towards A, but Trippin' Burrito is sitting all the way back in office. And is this even going to be a wrap to A? Well, Shaky's going to be on the side. They slide out a trade, but it's a 1 versus 2. Bomb in hand, 23 seconds.
Da Vinci finds shots in towards 1. Could well find that kill. It's important that Floki runs away. Trippin' Burrito now looking for the final frag, and they will find it. Eglin deny yet another round. And Floki, I mean, you've got to give him props in that situation, right? It's so easy to get aggressive, and Shao for the 1 versus 1 recognizes the most important thing you can do in this situation is just run away. Forces Da Vinci into an unfavorable spot, and Trippin' Burrito will take that 1v1 all day long.
It is the living, breathing example that you yourself in a game of Call of Duty make up 25% of this team. And as long as you do your job as that 25%, this game gets a lot easier. So you get those early tags in, you drop back, you draw out your opponent, and your teammate puts it away. That is standout Call of Duty coming out from from Eglin. And Da Vinci's in a little bit of trouble here. He doesn't get out. I mean, Charms, he's like, all right, I'll take that 7 days and tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a bit of a freebie that Vinci will be regressing that. Trippin' Burrito, start off this round. Bomb in hand. You kind of have a lot of options here if you're Eglin. The world is your oyster as far as this round is concerned. It is technically a free bomb site over by B. Wolf could get eyes under there, of course, to stop the bomb from going down, and that probably is the play call for him. Yep, just keeping an eye on the potential bomb plant, while you've got Reaper over by A. So despite not having the numbers here for JB Young Eustace, you do still have a lot of the map to play with, but you're going to need to cry some heroics either from Wolf or from Reaper.
23 seconds. Reaper, he's going to get caught in some timing, but the team nade makes it a 2 versus 2. Bomb going down. Floki gives a little bit of relief. Wolf, it's his turn for the 1 versus 2. Trippin is going to be playing in you. And here comes Wolf.
Shot being thrown. Comment's been made. Wolf down to 74 HP. No choice but to back off, and that's going to burn more time off the clock here. Will hit from the exact same angle. Burrito hasn't moved. He's keeping an eye on it. Has to get some good COD timing here. No real time to waste, and Trippin' Burrito will take that all day long. And again, It's great team play from Floki and Trip and Burrito there in the 2 versus 2. I think it was Trip and Burrito that got that rock down. Floki had his watch on his teammate, made sure that he didn't go down. And, well, they're able to win that 2 versus 1 by team play as well.
Wow. What a series that we're getting right now through this Search and Destroy. Eglin now 3 rounds in a row. After it seemed like Langley Eustace came with a little bit of fire in their bellies off of that hardpoint win. Now they're going to have to show some changes to see if they can stop the bleeding and cauterize this wound. It's going to be a bang out up top. Charms is going to be here. Long distance fights. Shaky gets traded. Wolf a second one. Trippin breaks it into 2 versus 2. And the bang out works for Eglin. 2v1. Tantalize this time, and it's not going to work.
What a com. What a com from Eglin to throw a curveball like that. A round this important, right? You're in the late game round. You only have so many rounds to throw away. To just full send it in that way is an insane play call from Eglin. And it's one that will benefit them in the end. It's a gamble that will pay off. Langley Eustace now just 2 rounds away from falling at the final hurdle here. Eglin have looked phenomenal in Search and Destroy over the last couple. They've made marked improvements. And they continue to rise even higher, S&D after S&D. Now they're on the offense. Again, World is your oyster, boys. What do you got for us?
Here they go. Onto the defense. It is now or never to shut down Eglin Air Force Base. Langley playing passive on both sides. It's a triple stack over towards A, but it's all 4 members at B. Da Vinci's going to spot this one, relay the information, and you have to stay alive here. No need to over-aggress.
Tagged up by the nade. Da Vinci having to back off it. Players now flipping the other side. Da Vinci's still an ever-present danger that you do technically need to deal with, but he's effectively a distraction while the players on the other side. Reaper goes a bit premature. Shut down. Charms will double up. Now it's all down to Wolf and Da Vinci. Da Vinci able to run straight towards the site here. Will only find one, though. And now it is all just down to Wolf. I've got a feeling they know where he is as well. They're certainly playing like they do. Wolf, 15 seconds left. Not a chance, mate. Eglin find themselves on match and bracket point.
This is lovely stuff coming out from Eglin Air Force Base, Brody. Even just the recognition to get that bomb down immediately over towards A. Nobody over-aggressing. Nobody pushing too far to bait out that kill or to give up a life. You lock in the post plant. You force Langley to come to you. And they're winning their fights. They're winning their battles. And just some simple Call of Duty. And a little bit of teamwork to go alongside it. Tantalize 3-7, Reaper 2-6, Da Vinci and Wolf. They need some help now if this is going to be 4 rounds in a row to put it away.
Everybody has to step it up. Here we go. Opening blood. Da Vinci will find it. Burrito down for the count. And nobody there to stop this bomb from going down. So you've got numbers. You've got bomb site control. Things are not looking good for Eglin in this round. Finally, a moment to breathe for Langley Eustace. If they have full site control, every single angle is being watched.
This is such a good angle from Wolf. Spots out 2 members. Slides out. Shaky trades it. But right there is Reaper. 1 versus 3. And finally, Langley. Stop the bleeding. That has been ongoing since the 3rd round of this Hacienda. Eglin Air Force Base. They're going to get a little bit of pushback through this map 5.
Finally, something just a little bit different there from Langley Eustace. I will say I'm kind of surprised in a sense that Eglin didn't have an immediate reaction on towards that A site, right? You lose one player and everybody else is about as far away from the site as you can possibly get. Langley Eustace will take that all day long though. A free beat or no free beat, they will walk away with it. Now Eglin on the aggressive. Where do they go? They're expecting some kind of aggressive play towards the middle of the map. They will not initially get it, but if anybody from Langley Eustace crosses that middle map, they're going to be met with 4 players, and there it is, Charms opening blood.
How do you answer back? How do you react to this one? Numbers down. Well, Wolf, he's going to pull it back. Charms spots out another one. Couple shots, but you don't want to chase it. No need to make some silly mistakes.
3v3. Once again, Eglin going back to what you know best. You're going to see a mistake coming out from Charms. He's getting aggressive, and they read it perfectly. RC car, though, from Wolf.
Ooh.
This is risky. Honestly, at this point, I would just get out of this thing because it's wasting time. You're effectively leaving your teammates in a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, you want to play this one with numbers. Just trade it out. No need to get fancy. Like we saw. All the way before this one, but Floki's going to deliver with the first kill in the post plant. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds. Wolf out the window, dives right in. Perfect timing onto Burrito, and you should know where the last one is, but Floki tucked away, goes down, and it's not done yet, Brody. We get another round.
Da Vinci was already on the defuse. That trust in your teammate once again. I mean, to be honest with you, you've got no other choice at that point in the round, but that is a huge clutch up coming out from Langley Eustace. You think for a second it's all over at Eglin. They make that initial trade. They bring it down to a 2 versus 2, but no, big play from Wolf to get this final kill through. Langley Eustace just not done. Round after round, they find a way to win it. Eglin have been throwing unique looks as well, right? You talk about the start of that round. They were the ones to draw first blood, and it was because of the way in which they played the opening of that round. 4 players straight through the upper middle of the map. It's not like Langley Eustace are being thrown freebies here.
No, I mean, I think the only one that they got thrown was that Charms kill.
Yep.
That allows for that numbers advantage on the retake. But yeah, you're right. It has been fairly sound. And here's another one. First blood on a Wolf. Here's a second chance at putting it away. Now you get 2 kills. This might be the end of the run.
Unless they can find a clutch. Da Vinci, I think surely about to be found out by Floki. Does he get the timing? No, he doesn't. Floki down for the count. Da Vinci now needs to get away. Down all the way to 30 HP. Reaper also in trouble. These guys need to Scarper. 50 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to play with, but not a lot of map. And that's the biggest issue here in this 3 versus 2. If Reaper goes to get this bomb down, there are a ton of ways to get chowed.
Reaper pinned down for a second. You spot that carrier, but no idea that he's the one with the bomb. Da Vinci's still an unknown. 33 seconds for Reaper just to hope that Da Vinci can get some solid timing up here, but I don't know where you're shooting at. Shaky's going to turn around. Charms gets tagged to 6 HP. Reaper's disconnected. 22 seconds, and they're all over the place.
Time willing down. Reaper's being pressured. Da Vinci needs to come in for the save. You need to help your teammates out. He's been found out and he doesn't get the kill. Triple Burrito has the better shot. 10 seconds. Reaper, no choice but to jump on the bomb. And there it is. It's the formality. Eglin are taking the Eastern bracket.
And that is the difference right there. The shaky nerves that you get in the 2 versus 3. Da Vinci hunting for any sort of way back into that round. But he shoots a wall, and that gives it all away. A tough one for Langley Eustace after a solid day of Search and Destroy, a solid day of Call of Duty. Their hard points look fantastic, but in the end, you go the distance again. You get that reach out from a team that takes you all the way earlier back in the first match of day 2. And they get their revenge. Eglin, I mean, a little bit of change going into this final makes a lot of difference. And whatever Magic Mod has taught them and talked to them about, this team definitely looks revitalized, Brody, in the way that they're playing with coordination, actual break-off strategies, and the control in the Search and Destroy. Their defense looked great in the control back in that map number 3. And you go into this Search and Destroys, which looked absolutely abysmal today. You go into it, I guess, just fixing a couple of those off-the-cuff strategies for your attack, and you're getting first bloods, you're translating into rounds 1, you're getting some solid advantages, and you're playing with confidence on those site takes, which is something we haven't seen a lot of teams play with this weekend.
Oh, man. I feel winded after that series, Seymour.
Yeah.
It was such a long series. It's been such a long back-to-back series. What is that, like back-to-back game 5s we've pretty much seen now. And Eglin were involved in both. These guys have some incredible clutch potential to come out on top of both of those. Shout out Eglin, man. I mean, just these guys, they look so good. Before we even talk about Eglin, though, I got to talk about Langley Eustace. This roster, it looks so good, albeit, you know, the Search and Destroys in the end did not go their way. The hard points in particular, I would go as far to say that obviously, again, you know, small sample size, they are probably the best hardpoint team that I have seen competing in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that this team can't go into the bracket in terms of the CONUS championships and perform against some of the Western teams that just look a step above. I think they 100% can, and their hard points are going to be a really big reason for that, Brody. When they get into day 3, 4, 5, I'm sure they're going to clean up a little bit of those controls, a little bit of the search and destroy mistakes that we did see. And when you match up against your Cannons, your Petersons, you're going to give them a run for the money for those respawns. And this is a team that I think is really fun to kind of witness change.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Langley Eustace, they might have performed well, but they did not win the series. It is Eglin who come out on top, and we've got an interview with Shaky here. Let's bring it in. I want to hear what he has to say, because we're on the casting desk. We thought that was an exhilarating series. Shaky, for you, that must have been crazy. You guys just had to bounce back from the lower bracket. You lost the first time round. Walk me through your thoughts right now, because you guys just clutched the hell up in a game 5.
I'm still shaking a lot. You know, it's a crazy experience to even be here and get to play with all these great players and just kind of experience what everyone's all about.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think in general, your team has earned every step of the way. Just the improvements that you guys make are great. But, I want to start with talking about a little bit of the things that went wrong in this game. And your map 1, map 4, the hard points just don't seem like they're clicking. You yourself had a great hacienda to kick things off. But as a team, it just seems like something is missing. Have you guys talked about it? Do you guys recognize maybe where some of the issues lie?
Yeah, yes, sir. Of course, it's just getting reps in on those maps and just making sure that we're all doing our part and we know what to do. And it's just making sure that we stick to it when it's actual game time.
Yeah, you guys stuck with it through all 5 maps for the last series, for the first series that you guys played. What is that, 15 maps of Call of Duty to play on a stage across a whole day? That's a long time.
My brain is fried. My brain is
exhausted from looking at a screen. Search and destroy, though, today. You were struggling at first, but I heard from Bert that you guys got a little bit of outside help in terms of trying to fix it going into this matchup. And I mean, hey, it worked. You guys look a lot better.
Yeah, shout out Coach Mott.
Shout out Coach Mott. What was he telling you?
He gives us all our strats. He tells us to just stay confident, keep the comms locked in, and just keep doing our thing.
Yeah, for sure,
so
dude.
Simple.
Yeah, I'm so glad you guys have made those improvements. You guys look awesome. You guys are currently champions of the Eastern region, so congratulations. There is another region competing, though. We're awaiting the final of that one. Give me one team from the Western bracket that you guys want to face come the actual CONUS Championship bracket.
Oh, that's a good question. Peterson.
Everyone's been saying Peterson are the team to beat, man. I'm really looking forward. They've been making a run in the lower bracket. Those guys look so good. So that is a very good answer, Shaky. Before we let you go, is there anybody at home you want to give a shout out to? Anyone back at base?
Shout out Coach Mott again, and my girlfriend. Did that for you.
Oh man, that's so sweet, man. Well, again, congratulations to both yourself and the team. You guys absolutely deserve that. You gave us such a wonderful series cast, so thank you for that. And again, congratulations. Go enjoy your night, mate.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, cheers, Shaky. Well, that is the Eastern Bracket champion, Shaky, right there, coming out to play Seymour. 1 champion down, 1 more to go.
Every single time I switch up, I just got to go in vibe mode whenever I'm trying to figure out what's going on for the rest of this tournament. I think it's right to have his sights set on Peterson. A lot of people are going to be looking at them to be a strong force over in the West. And since Nellis has taken down this Cannon team, and Peterson has as well, where I was looking at them to be a very strong team to make the push into the West single-handedly almost. I've learned my lesson. I have changed the way that I'm looking at things, and I think that with this new look that I'm taking towards the West, it's going to be fun to see Eglin try to adapt into the way that they're going to handle that, because where they're missing some of those chances in the hard points, it's still going to get punished by these other teams that are just getting better and better from day to day. And for the search and destroys, that hasn't been an issue for the Western teams, Brody. So it's going to be
Yeah.
an overall difficult time.
Yeah, for sure it is. Well, as I said, one more champion to go, folks. We have the Eastern Bracket champion already. Again, congratulations to Eglin Air Force Base on the dub. Next up then is our final match of the night and final match of the Western Bracket. It's Nellis, it's Peterson. Only one can be the champion. We'll catch you after the break for that matchup.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
we're back with a little bit more CONUS action. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. I feel like I'm in the WWE right now, but Andy, it has been, I'd say, the WWE of Call of Duty today and what we've been seeing. Non-stop scripted stories that just continue to blow us out of the water with what's happening. Neck and neck hard points, search and destroys that you just don't see coming. A game 5 that is just so back and forth. And we've had 3 game 5s today. Surely maybe we get a 4th.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. It would be a great thing to see. I just got to tune into that one with you and Brody and had an absolute blast. So, I mean, viewers being absolutely treated today. And, of course, everyone down at Patrick Space Force Base as well. This is, I think, going to be an absolute banger to close us out for the day. I do wish, though, there's something that you mentioned there about the games being scripted. I wish, because then my predictions would actually line up a little bit. They've been terrible.
Yeah, it's been bad for you and I. And, you know, I was even saying to Brody earlier, he was clowning us for not having a prediction. I'm like, brother, like, you and I, we've predicted the right team so many times this weekend. It's just the guy got lucky on day 1 with a few 3-0s. Like, he didn't know what he was talking about. He is so blasted. And I said, just you wait. There's 5 days of this. 5 days to get through it. But speaking of at least today, we can go back and look to what's been going on in the Western bracket for these regionals heading into CONUS. It's been not what we would have expected. I mean, you look towards a couple of teams who have housed some newer rosters on their base, and Nellis being one of them has cruised through the upper bracket with a 3 over Buckley and a 3 over a Cannon, making it into these grand finals for their region. And we didn't know much about Peterson yesterday, but we learned pretty fast across this weekend that this team is dangerous. Their lower bracket run has been awesome to watch, and they got their revenge over Cannon. Now moving up against Nellis, this is a team that they haven't yet been able to play.
No, and that's the concerning thing for me, because I agree with you in the sense of, like, it's been a joy to watch Peterson's run through the lower bracket. Feels like they've improved, and that's what we're asking a lot of the teams to do, because, of course, it's 5 days on land, so plenty of opportunity to bed yourself in, do the VOD review, do all the things that will turn you into a great team. But for Nellis, it has been so smooth, so simple. 3-0s the entirety of the way, and that's before we got to LAN as well, for them to walk into grand finals. And right now, I just don't know if there's enough to close that gap. Don't get me wrong, Peterson, Space Force Base, of course, have stepped up, beat Cannon in order to put themselves in this position. So they have plenty of momentum off the back of that run. Nellis have been waiting up there in grand finals. But my God, this really is a step up in quality.
Yeah, and even we heard it from Peterson, is that, like, even the match that they lost, it wasn't their full form. They said that they were having a couple of issues, that they weren't really playing at a full strength, and they go back, they get the revenge, and it's just like a walk in the park for them. So this team obviously has been improving, making those changes, and I think that we haven't really seen the true effects of their ceiling, Andy. I think that going up against this Nellis team is going to be a really good test in how the top of the West looks. When we look over towards the East, the top of the East was neck and neck from these two teams that were going game 5 twice today over on that side of the bracket. And for the West, I mean, there's definitely that chance for it to go the distance. I think that this Peterson team isn't just going to fall over and roll over for Nellis like the other teams have. So I am very keen to see what they can throw at them. Let's take a look at the rosters for both teams, get a little bit of a refresher, because it's been a minute since we've had Nellis on stream. For Peterson, we saw them earlier. Kimura, JR, Loyal, Soter. Soter said that this team has been working, and JR just continues to get better for them as well, which we see. For Nellis, Tones jumped into this tournament, Andy, and he has brought Smack, Smoke, and Kuzo to the table, and they have been delivering for this Air Force Base. Talk to me a little bit about Peterson Space Force Base as we get a little bit of an in-depth on what we're looking at with these guys.
Well, this is the squad led through Soter, and this very much so is a team that I'm looking forward to seeing how much they have developed on through this tournament, because every opportunity we've gotten to watch them, they've looked fantastic. Sota being the man who's often making those difficult plays, but quite often clutch plays, doing a great job with the tools he's handed, because what he's intending to do is set up Kimura, JR, and Loyal to go off and lead themselves on with dangerous technical ability that they possess. Again, this is going to be a step up. This is going to be the toughest task that they have faced so far, but in your three players there, Kimura, JR, and Loyal, we've seen a trio that are very much so able to put out huge impacts across the map, but it's Sota that allows them to do that via things like hitting the early rotation, playing as the island player in S&D, and so many other little bits. So I love this squad, very well balanced. You've got that leadership in there. You've got that bit of experience as well out of Sota, who unfortunately missed last year's LAN due to travel commitments, but trying to prove that he deserves to be here, and he has done exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how much they can step up on this one.
You and I both, and for the opposite end, when we're looking at Nellis, this Air Force base has been going through a little bit of a change, and that's behind the captain of Tones. I mean, ranked 11 last year, MVP from Luke Air Force Base, switches over to Nellis, and he has formed this squad that not only has gone undefeated through the Western bracket, but they've also eliminated his former Luke Air Force Base team in the qualifiers. It's been explained that these guys are disciplined, their strat book is deep, and they're a dangerous force to be reckoned with as soon as they get into their matches. We've seen nothing but dangerous plays. So I think this is a team that obviously looks well-oiled, well-repped, and I'm excited to see them back on the stage for the second time in day 2.
No, absolutely. The thing is that these guys do feel like the final boss in the minute. We've talked so much about how the Eastern teams, while at the top end we are seeing quite a showing there, it feels like the Western squads just lift the ante a little bit. And of course, this is looking at the minute like the best team. They've been waiting in that grand finals, picking up VOD review, no doubt, on a bunch of the teams as they've made their runs in through the lower bracket and preparing themselves for this to prove that they should walk into everything CONUS as #1 seed and feel very comfortable about booking their ticket on through to Worlds to stack up against some of the best teams from around the rest of the world. So yeah, Nellis right now, very much so a squad that everyone else is kind of looking at. What that does is it applies pressure, puts a huge target on your back. Sometimes it's easier to follow than it is to lead, and these guys have got to reinvent that bar of quality every single time they take to the stage. And no doubt everyone in the room as well, and everyone I can see in chat as well, hyping up Kimura. This becomes a case of there's an underdog story, and well, you, me, and everyone else involved in Call of Duty, we all love one of those. So for now, this is about coming up, putting up, and shutting us all up.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of ups. Not a lot of downs for these two teams from what we've been seeing through this regional bracket. It has been so good when we were looking at it and how things have gone, but let's look at where they're going to be playing up against each other for this best of 5. I haven't taken a look at the maps, and I don't think you have either, and we're getting a Skyline dealership protocol for our first 3, a double dose of Hacienda if the map 4 and 5 do come into play, but what are your first initial thoughts here?
Well, we get a bang out to get us going, so that's absolutely lovely. We're going to have a lot of fun there. I mean, we get to see exactly... I mean, this is also a great opportunity for Kimura, JR, and Loyal, because we've talked a lot about how good this Nice Air Force Base team look. You've got all this firepower in that squad. I mean, if there's going to be 3 players that are going to mix it up there and very much so have a great time, we've seen the damage that these 3, Kimura, JR, and Loyal, can do on Skyline. They've looked fantastic when we've seen them step out there. That being said, I'm very interested about Dealership ending up in as our first S&D map. You often see it thrown in as the last one, so the fact that it's ended up being dropped in here for map number 2 surprises me quite a bit. You don't often see it that early on in our series. It's usually just a case of what's been left over from all the picks and bans already at that point. So I'm wondering if a certain squad has a strategy for this, and if so, that can really hand you a leg up in a series, because Dealership tends not to have many deep playbooks.
Well, I think for everybody, we can speak for them in saying that let's get this Skyline going as quick as possible, because I want to see them just absolutely go head-to-head through this map. The chaos has been fun. I think Skyline's just hasn't been as closely contested as I would have expected throughout this entire tournament. Every single time that we see it, it's usually a blowout, but I think that's more so the case that this map does tailor around a team that practices it and kind of has the right idea going through it. It's definitely not a traditional map when it comes down to those fundamentals and how to play it, but it is something that you can bend to your own will, and a lot of teams have been flexing that into their map pool throughout this tournament, which has led them to have a little bit of a leg up over the other teams that want to play a little bit more safe.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a map that suits a team that is happy to control chaos and thrives amongst it. I know for an absolute fact that I don't. I like to know exactly where the opponents are rotating in from and what lanes I should be looking at, where I need to put my heavy iron boots in a corner and sit in my iron sights. That's where I want to be. But some of the players out here, and we've already seen it again coming on through in particular from that trio from Peterson Space Force base, you've got yourself players that just feel like, okay, this is when I can be at my most natural. It's almost instinctive to me to L1, R1 things at times, and that's where I want to be in these moments, and Skyline provides plenty of that. You don't have to overthink it. You don't have to overcomplicate it. You do want solid setups into P2 and P4 for sure, but these, I mean, we've seen it all the way through this tournament. There's a lot more breaks than holds currently, and if you're one of those teams that just likes to fly at everything, this is going to suit you so much. Unfortunately, I haven't had the privilege of casting over Nellis Air Force Base so far. It's just looking at their run through the bracket that gives me so much confidence in them. But if you know, if they're willing to step it up and draw blood as well, we are in for a hell of an opening to this series.
Well, I know your confidence isn't just reflected in words. We can look at the prediction and see that you yourself have been rooting for them even behind the scenes, and you see that right there, 3-1 for Nellis on yourself. I am going for Peterson Space Force base, and you know why, Andy? It's because every single time I've gone for these predictions, I've tried to big brain it. I've tried to, you know, draw this or that, and, you know, this is going to happen because of that one. No, it's my gut telling me that Peterson's going to win this one 3-1, and that's it.
No, that's exactly what I went with. I'll be completely honest with you. I've stopped trying to overthink it. What it is we've gone 3-1 here, and so we're not getting a 3-1 scoreline, chat. That is absolutely not happening. It's either going to be a 3-0 or a game 5. Either way,
yeah.
because me and Seymour are terrible at this. So, yeah, 3-1 already off the cards, but I'm going Nellis. You're going Peterson, and what that gives us a little bit of extra stake to enjoy the series even more, my friend.
Is that why Brody's winning these predictions? Is because there's literally nothing that goes on between his eyes? It's just no thoughts, just predicts, and he just gets away with it. Because I know you and I, we got the IQ to actually think about our decisions, but for him, not a lot goes through that mind. So it's probably easy for him to just throw a prediction out there.
Well, I used to have the IQ. I now have a 10-month-old child, and he's sapped all the brain cells out of me. I mean, I love the little man to death, but good lord. Any parents out there, put your hands up. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Those late nights hit hard. But, yeah, no, Brody, I mean, he's not going to watch this one back, but I might send him a clip over anyway and just kind of be like, you know what, Seymour, absolutely right about you, my friend, and why you're winning.
Exactly. I love it. We love Brody. We only harp on him out of love. But for this series, I don't expect any love from either team. I don't expect to even see the series, to be fair.
We don't need to see the series.
What is casting Call of Duty if not through a couple of issues in the client? But that's why we always come prepared. Shout out to Load Screen for putting on one hell of a production. And we don't only come with one observer. We have 2 observers. So it looks like we're still loading into it potentially. Maybe I am actually incorrect. It could be just a solid lobby remake in general. So, yeah, I mean, still shout out to them, but I totally thought that we had the second observer in there.
I got a little bit excited thinking so as well. There's just some beautiful map fly-throughs coming in, and because Load Screen are indeed putting out a fantastic production here. But yeah, we get confirmation that there was indeed a disconnect from the server, so we'll reset everything, we'll figure it out, and let you guys know exactly where we stand. But I mean, all that does is give us plenty of opportunity to talk up even more about this series, because again, we've got 8 players here, and I'm seeing a lot of love. I'm going to tab in here to Twitch chat. So many people talking. We've got shouts coming out from Hate saying 3-0 Nellis, and then it's just kind of back and forth. All Day GA also says an easy 3-0 Nellis. Maybe I'm actually feeling pretty good here. Although Nugui comes out and says Enigma be hating on Peterson. What do you mean? I've given them loads of love through this tournament. What have you been?
You are a Peterson hater. Don't even try to hide the fact. Don't try to hide the facts on that one. But, I mean, we could, like, joke around and we could go about and hype up these teams even more. Or I could sit and I can ask you what your favorite Call of Duty gun was over the years.
Of all time?
Give me, like, a top 3. Give me a top 3 right now.
My top 1 I actually have. It's kind of boring, but it's because it's been around for, like, so long. And, like, the days when I got really hooked in, like, COD 4, I just hammered the hell out of it. It's the AK-47. It's, unfortunately, a boring choice, but I don't know. I feel like I can pick that weapon up in any version of COD, and I know exactly how it's going to behave. So I just love it. I guess maybe, like, I loved, like, the AMAX and kilos in Warzone, but big fan of... I'm trying to think of like some of my favorites from like BO2, because that's my favorite ever game. Definitely a top 5, by the way, unlike your god-awful Ghost Shout.
You guys love me. You guys love me for sure. I would say I'd go M8A1.
Ooh, good shout.
Bow.
Yeah.
I just love the way the BAL feels and sounds from Advanced Warfare. I think that's one thing in Advanced Warfare. The BAL and the ASM-1 are just well-designed guns. But I'm not going to go for the same one. I actually, it was surprising. When I played a lot of BO3, actually, what am I talking about? It's the Maddox. Maddox as that third one. What a gun that was back in BO4. I was going to say one thing that I used a lot in wagers was the XM2, I think it's called. Back in BO3, it was the automatic burst gun that a lot of people used when the M8 and the Shiva and the VMP would get banned or something like that. People would then go over to the XM2 as a target pick. But Hate's right for that. The AN94, also a classic.
Yep.
And I'm sure you remember this, Enigma. Online COD with the AN94, that thing was broken.
Yeah, some good shouts here coming on through. I think you guys have also reminded me of the M4. That appears in pretty much everything in some version. Also another weapon that you pick up and you just know how it's going to behave a little bit. It's the same way. I mean, you obviously get slight variances across your years of Call of Duty, but by and large, you pick it up. It's like welcoming in an old friend. It's like a handshake to start you off when you start grinding your assault rifles at the beginning of a title. So yeah, always got a lot of love for them. I mean, I'm trying to think of whether I would put any SMGs like in my top 5, but I've always been like an AR guy. I was a huge fan of the SOG, actually. That thing felt like
SOG's
it
a good
melted
gun.
up close.
I think a good shout as well. And I actually, back in the day, I named myself in a gamer tag all the way back in Xbox. I won't tell you guys what the gamer tag was, but it was referenced off of FAMAS and MW2. That is another, or no, the BO1 FAMAS, sorry. That is another gun that I really liked growing up. And as I've always been an AR player as well.
Ooh.
ICR is a good shout.
I was about to say ACR, actually, like from back in the day. That thing had like a feel to it. The old-fashioned like scars and stuff like that. Oh, God. We are traveling down memory lane here with everybody. That has been delightful. But I think we're going to have to tuck that all off in a neat little box, maybe tie a bow in it and come back to it later, because we are off and underway here to settle Western Bracket. Peterson against Nellis on Skyline.
Yeah, here we go. Out to the gates in the Skyline. Kuzo's going to dive right in. Nice shots coming out, and you are going to be feeling good off this break-off, Enigma. It is a clean 4 going the way of Nellis.
Yeah, a straight slap in the mouth to get things started. Loyal will answer back with 1, but Kuzo's going to take himself up nice and close to this corner, and then just drops on back. You're a little bit worried as you see a couple of kills light up the other way in the feed, but pause, and, well, first 25 points will be pulled out by Nellis and Peterson. Well, this surely wouldn't have been in the game plan, but keep an eye on JR trying to find a route through Piano, who's shut down, and you see this rotation come in from Nellis, and this is where it all becomes a bit more important. It's about that rotation into 2, who holds, who breaks, and what does that tell us for the rest of our game?
Well, we're going to have to see if a quick break can come through. Actually spawning way deep for Nellis. There's going to be an advantage early on for Peterson to try to look for a quick one. Loyal finds the timing, 3 in a row, and you're in just like that. The map flips out, and Nellis on the back foot.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see, right? Whether or not a certain team can break it immediately, and Peterson have no trouble. You try that initial push in through Piano side, and then decide to wrap instead through the stairs. JR now trying to hold. Sees a lot of bodies cross, and, well, your teammates are finding all the kills. That's 3 in the feed. Kuzo will answer back with 1. Still alive, pushing in through the back door. But you got to time this a little bit with your teammates. Do you get the time to do that? You at least find 1, but no is the answer. Will be a little bit of presence still around this hill, but this has been great so far for Peterson.
Smack. Wow, what a chow back in. This is very back and forth. 53 seconds for Peterson, and they're not done. So they hop in for the scrap time. Couple players might be thinking about the rotation for Nellis, and they have to be, because you got a player in the back, Kimura, who is going to finish off that P3 rotation. JR, the timing, nobody's going to see him here. A double kill disrupts, and the rotation is locked.
That being said, you do have smoke on the cross here from the Jacuzzi, and he finds 2. Soto will answer back with 1, but it's about not feeling comfortable in the hill right now. And look at those red arrows start to swarm, collapse in multiple different angles. You got to deal with this dynamically if you are this Peterson lineup. And, well, Nellis swatted away for now.
Soder just going to hit the deck. 35 seconds. Smack on the slide. Nice help from the team. Peterson's going to put a couple together yet again. Tones has to sit and wait. And it looks like the patience is going to pay off at least for a second, but he's going to need some help if they want to break this hard points. Everything is all over the place. Nothing is fully targeted, and Nellis look lost.
You gotta be careful here as well because you end up with a flip out of the spawns for pretty much everybody, so it's all on smoke to hold this back line. First fight's gonna be right, but Loyal does enough damage. Surely, no, finds enough shots into JR to back him down, then gets the support in from Smack, and that's great work out of smoke just to set up your teammates to arrive on in and hold down this backside, give you an opportunity to claw your way back into the game a little bit because it was starting to get a bit ugly.
109, and they're still in it. Back spawns for Nellis. They need a break. They need it fast, but the crossfire is too good. JR, another double kill coming through in the book. Soter's going to push forward, and this is going to delay at least a couple more seconds from this hit. And Nellis are going to take this a little bit further. A triple swing out from Cobble Steps. Up top is going to be another kill from Loyal. Kuzo is going to be caught down on the ground. Big fight for Smoke. He has to win it. He's going to slide for the 20 seconds, but he needs the kill. And it's a disengage from Kimura again to keep the pressure on. It's not going to last. Finally, Smack gets the break, but the damage has been done.
Finds 3 with the Jackal at least if you are Smack, which will give you an opportunity to scrape together some scrap time, but you're going to be down by 70 already. 60, sorry. No, wait, 70. My math all over the place right now, but JR finds 2. I can do that one very quickly as he holds on Woodside. You've also got plenty of presence here if you are Peterson on Overwatch, but Smoke's going to slip straight through the net here. No one's seen him. He's going to get all the way up into the hill, and now he's able to rotate on through Piano, putting pressure on the back line.
Yes, that is a big kill from Smoke. And it seems like Nellis, when they needed it most, are starting to catch some heat in this game. As Loyal's going to be left on his own, overextended, having to find the timing to see if he can disrupt on the back line, and it has so far. A double kill from Loyal, 3 go down, and Peterson get the break into P1. So a couple members now looking to go rogue. As you can see, Loyal is full sending it into the back line. Another kill for himself, 22 and 16, really trying to keep Nellis behind.
Incredible work from Tones there in the back, though, just to find those 2 kills and ensure you at least have got a setup going into P2 last time, because you didn't really have the hill even open yet, and Peterson had broken you last time. But how do you defend here as you try and set up this Piano side push? Loyal will be the first to fall. Tones, great shots yet again with the aims. But does he read the player coming in round the back? No, Soda will find one, and teammates activate in from other sides to break the hill wide open so quickly. Great work from Peterson.
This is still good from Nellis, though. I mean, it was in and around an 80, 90-point lead at one point. So bringing it down to 60, you still have a chance here. But so far, JR has just been going absolutely crazy in the stew. At least I think so. I think that's the Codcaster tricking me, and it's been Loyal.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna run with it because Codcaster's been rude to us through this tournament so far. We just deal with it.
I think that realistically for Nellis, this is good time and all, but you have to start winning these rotational battles, and you get the P2, but you get like 0 time.
Yeah, sometimes I can understand people investing in that bit of P2 scrap time to rotate late to 3 because it's basically a stone's throw away. You can hit it from so many different angles. If you break as cleanly as you do there, which you manage if you're Nellis, great work. It's this 3 into 4 that concerns me. Last time it was all on smoke to make a bit of magic happen. You can't allow that to play through consistently. Peterson will start to shut you down, and you don't need that right now as you trail by 50. And Smack, well, you find 2, and a bit of pistol work as well will soften up JR at the wood wall, and Kuzo to clean it on up. So Nellis right now doing a great job of battling back into this. Feels like they've got some momentum behind them, but Peterson will have P4 spawns and still find a break for the last 30 seconds.
I mean, this is just unacceptable. Soter just waltzes right in. A double kill is going to amount to a good chunk of time taken away from Nellis. And yes, there's still 20 seconds to accrue from this last hill, but it could have been 30 to 40. And you're still going to be trailing about 50 points heading into this next hill. Trail in the back line. It's Kimura. And he has been so patient to make this one work. By the time he strikes, the hill's going to pop. Soder's in the back as well. Trophy's getting destroyed. And Kimura has a chance to do the funniest thing ever.
Could not have been a worse place trophy as well, by the way. You just literally dumped that in the middle of a doorway. and that will not defend you for long. But Nellis managed to push their way back in, so an opportunity to actually close this gap materializes for the first time in this game. You're only 25 points away from doing so, and that's certainly achievable here with the rest of P4. Kuzo just trying to watch the drop down, find Soter. So you've managed to hold on for now. Soter's going to try and fly in through the front doors. The Codcaster lies to me yet again, but Smack flies out and backed up by his teammate. Will find a couple of kills, and that gap was around 90 at one point. Nelly suddenly firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Nellis has completely closed this gap, and I think this is where you can start to see them building off of these blocks. Loyal, he slowed down for a second, but here's a triple kill to roll right back into this game, heading into the second rotation, the third rotation. This is where you can start to see both of these teams catching up to one another, but Peterson continues to just get these drops of hill time and stay in the contestant spot.
It's a bit of a pinstripe feed. Trades leave the hill neutral for now. Not going to be a concern of anyone, really, as you try and eye up a couple of kills before you commit bodies to the point. Tone's going to get himself in. 24-19, by the way, with a minute and 40 on the clock. Absolutely putting on a performance here to start off Grand Finals. Smoke in from the top rope, and I don't know how he's 22 and 21. It feels like every time we see him, there's a multi-kill, but that may well just be Codcaster situations. Rotation in, by the way. There's going to be about 20 seconds left on this hill, but Nellis have already sent over towards P2, and that can be very important for where we end up towards the back end of our game.
Is this where things switch? And Nellis pull it back into their favor. P2 is locked. Rotations all the way back P4. And Soter, he's going to be the one to try to make that heroic play. Unfortunately, he's going to be traded out, so it is the setup that you're looking for. You're going to get that last respawn in, and Peterson have to hit this one at the same time. So here it goes. Up the rope. Tone's the first one to contact. He doesn't get the kill. Loyal managing to reset Kimura in as well. It won't pay off. Nellis, hold on.
And they can win it here, so Peterson must find a way to break. They figured it out in the first and second set of rotations, but it's all about whether or not they can do it in the third. All the momentum with Nellis right now. It's a beautiful set of shots, though, out of Soto to shut him down. Smack from the top rope. Got to watch your back door, got to watch your steps. Doesn't manage to achieve any of that. You do break if you're Peterson, but you can't win it here. We will be seeing another hill.
Yeah, it's one last try from Nellis to maybe steal this one away. 11 seconds is what you need, and there is still a chance, but as that second eclipses, another triple kill, and you might have just tossed it in the bin. Rotations out, you flip, and it's going to be the setup for Peterson.
Right on over to Kitchen. Nellis, they have more bodies here, though, so they find the first way in, and they will find the kills, and Smoke is shooting straight. Gets a couple. Bats away, and you will get a contest for a moment, but Nellis Air Force Base make the run from the depths of defeat and claw so much that time back in the second rotation and clutch it up in the third. Peterson Space Force Base going to be looking across each other, unsure about how they lose map one here. But for Nellis, it's all about stamina. It's not a sprint to start the race here in our series. And although that slow start was indeed there, resilience come out swinging and make sure they clutch up.
An absolute grind. 40 for the loss out of Loyal. And a game where I think it's like you look at the Pacers in the NBA Finals. You win game one, but you win it with just leading for 0.3 seconds of the entire game. Well, Nellis, they were trailing for the entirety of this skyline. And then just in the last couple of hills, you put it together, you flip that lead, you get the P2 setup, you get broken. But even off of the split spawns that you get, Peterson doesn't read it. They overextend over towards grass to see if they can cover what should be the spawns. They get shot in the back. Nellis find their way in. And they stole that. That is the Skyline special in terms of the spawns just sometimes being a little unreadable.
Yeah, it is indeed. And the thing is as well, like, you could almost sense it coming in many ways because Skyline kind of slots into that bracket. We've had some of these maps over the years. Bocage goes up there, for example, in that little bucket of, if you've got momentum, anything is possible. If you're able to just flow that much better than the opposing team, despite how far you were down, despite how good Peterson are, there was still that opportunity for Nellis, and they continue to find ways on through. And you're right about the fact that that break comes in for P2. I thought Peterson had managed to do enough in that moment, but it's the quick adaptation from Nellis that comes in, that rotation with all the bodies on over into the kitchen side, knowing they could see it off there. Well, if that's the one way to start our series, my friend, we've got so much more to come yet. I said it earlier, it's hot here in the UK. I'm already sweating. My heart rate all the way up after that one.
I'm wearing short shorts right now, I'll tell you. I am trying my best not to sweat here on myself.
Any looks?
But no, I'm not standing up here. What are you crazy?
Stand up for you when we're on break. I'll do that.
Maybe
for
when
buddies?
we're on break. But let's look at the maps. Get out of here. Get out of here with all of that. We go to the map set because we got Search and Destroy coming up next. And, this is two teams that I haven't really been too in-depth in the Search and Destroy, especially for Nellis, since the only time that we've seen them has been against Buckley. And that Buckley team just wasn't bringing to the table what we would have hoped. Against a team like Nellis.
Yes.
So for both teams having 3-0s, I've heard the games against Cannon were neck and neck, as close as you could ask for the map scores. You go to a dealership Search and Destroy where everything's going to come off to pure timing and understanding what is available and what isn't. This is going to be a hell of a map too.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I've had the opportunity to cast over Peterson in some S&D. They looked pretty good. And largely just played around the First Bloods. They were 6-4 up in First Bloods against Malmstrom. Won it 6-4. Pretty much every time they got that advantage, they held on to it. So I think that that's a lot of their gameplay, but not an opportunity to see them at all in dealership. And of course, that's a very different map to most. I can hear production laughing a little bit in my ear, and we come back to you smirking away. So I don't know what the hell I just missed, to be honest.
Don't worry about
definitely
it. Don't
something
worry.
getting passed around. But I'm glad you guys are having a great time, because I know that I am off the start of our series. But yeah, dealership, S&D, I've not a clue how to read into this one, because even if you are a good S&D team, I think so many squads here are just like, okay, we're going to throw nades at one bomb site, try and stand on the other, figure it out from there.
Yeah, there's so many times in this where you're just trying to figure out what can you do on a dealership. I mean, it's been around in the competitive pool enough where I think that you can have strats for this map. It's really hard to dictate because most of your strats come off of reactions and, trying to find space when it's available. And you'll see towards the later rounds when there's trophies available, a very passive setup over towards the A sides. Players most likely trying on defense to get through mid, to get over towards B. And if you're successful in that endeavor, you want to know that if you can flip the map possibly and set up a pinch for the retake, because the A site, not very easy to defend without trophies, but the flanks are very fast in form. So that's where I think both teams can look to get an edge up from the other team, is how fast you're able to read that flank is available, and if you can really make it into anything and punish the other team for leaving it open.
Well, I think then we start to look for a couple of players doing that nice and early, right? That starts to become a bit of an X-factor situation. I think, in other squads, I'm thinking of Charms, for example. He's that kind of player making that quick hit, that punch on through, and collapsing in places like Rewind. We've seen him do it multiple times through this tournament. So I start to then, in the early rounds, I think that's going to tell us a lot of things here about exactly how Nellis and Peterson are approaching this. It's just a tough one because S&D, we know how important it is to these teams' successes. We've seen several squads build winning rosters out of S&D prowess. But, I mean, the one thing is for sure here, Peterson Space Force Base probably going to be walking into map 2 a little deflated, considering how much of a lead you gave up in map 1.
Yeah, I think that is something that's going to kick you in the butt a little bit. But the composure that we've seen for a lot of teams, I've been very, I'd say, impressed with the mental fortitude that a lot of teams have brought into this. I mean, you talk just in particular about our last series where we watched from Langley, and they get 6-0'd in a Search and Destroy.
Yes.
And then they lose 3-1 in a control. And then they absolutely blow the hard point out of proportion. I mean, like, the fact that you're able to bounce back in that sense, yes, you gave up a little bit more than you probably would have liked to, but teams have been bouncing back. And I don't expect a team like Peterson to stay down for too long. And for a Search and Destroy aspects, I mean, we look towards a player where you would want to highlight in a map like Dealership. Well, Loyal just dropped 40 kills with a sub on Skyline.
Very true.
Why not put some pressure on him? Why not look towards him to be the one to make the plays for the team? If anybody's really going to light the way, I feel like it's him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Loyal has been fantastic as well. Every time we've had the opportunity to tune in on him, he's very much so the route man, and they often get paid out in S&D. But I think to line up alongside you, if I was looking for a player from Peterson Space Force Base to do something here that could well decide everything, I'm looking at the leader. I'm looking at Soda. We've seen him make some incredibly heads-up plays that have set his team up for success. But we're off. We're underway. Map 2, Peterson against Nellis here on Dealership.
And we're off to the races. Immediately, Kuzo's going to hop into the vent. Do they expect this so early? Well, the nades are all out, and I think Tones is creating enough distraction where Kuzo actually has the vent gate open because the car has exploded. So if he gets this kill, he could jump up. But if he really wants to, he could full send it. Do you check this one of Kimura? Well, you don't actually see him. I don't think you did. And Kuzo might be able to reaggress from this one on the flank, but Tones gets first blooded. Flank coming through from Smack. Does it get here in time?
You're trapped a little bit if you are Peterson here. You need to find a kill and punch out. Smack trying to make himself as much of a nuisance as possible. Pinstripe feed. Smack finds 1v2, 1v1. JR finds 2 on the opposite side. Smack against JR and cleans it up. Great work here from Nellis to retake because you lose the first blood. Bomb also goes down, but this is part of what makes Dealership so difficult to get those solid post plants in position. You've got an opportunity to hit from everywhere to retake that, and Smack understands the assignment, not only getting shots off, but while his teammates are dealing with things elsewhere, he's just being a nuisance. He's just staying alive, and therefore the Peterson players constantly trying to track where he is at the same time as dealing with other threats. They don't manage enough, despite JR's best efforts. Smack can pick up 2, defuse the bomb, and give his team a 1-0 lead.
That is a tough one over towards A. You don't normally see something go that close on the A site for round 1 when there's no trophies, when there's no, anything to kind of deal with, and you still get that bomb down and you still get the retake if you're Nellis. So now it's your turn to get over towards A. Car's destroyed, garage door open, no eyes on Kimura in the back, and that's the first blood traded out. Smack's going to go down, or sorry, Kuzo's going to go down, and the bomb with him as well.
Patience then from Kimura. Gets some awful timing there as he pops the stun out. Loyal going to try and slip on through from the garage. It's just patient plays, tentative from both teams, understanding that at 3 apiece in terms of lives, I mean, it's on Nellis really to pick up that bomb and move it forward. No, Loyal nearly overextends, but manages to stay alive. That bomb has been retrieved by Smoke. It's now about whether or not he gets it down.
Well, Smack, I thought for a second he was going to aggress. I don't know what you're thinking if you're Smoke there.
No.
You stand in the doorway instead of planting the bomb, and now Loyal, who's just been waiting so patiently for a chance to get that bomb carrier dead, he's not going to do it one time. He was going in for a second one. That is so good from Peterson. I don't think Nellis really knew what they wanted to do.
No, I think that Peterson don't give up anything, and I think that that's a big part of why Nellis was so unsure. It feels like they're hoping for either a bit more progress out the front side or to catch someone on a flank. But they're just not giving anything. Peterson Space for Space just say, all right, well, we've got even numbers. The time is against you. You force us to move. Otherwise, we feel pretty comfortable. And that patience pays off. As Nellis, you're right, just looked a little bit lost all out at sea there. We get a quick flash up of the scoreboard. 2 players starting off 3-1. Smack, Loyal. They're looking hot to get things going.
Well, tie game. Back onto the defense for Nellis. See if they can keep the trend going early. A lot of aggression here for the offensive side. The shoulder from Loyal is going to spot it. And I like this from Smoke just to disengage. Kuzo in the window. He's going to let some shots ring. Nobody flanking. And Smoke goes down. So Kuzo, you almost have to try to get this bomb carrier killed.
He's answered back up. First 2 rounds, by the way, have gone completely against First Blood. So right now it seems a bit more of a curse than a blessing. But Peterson will find an extra body here. Be interesting to see what the retake plan looks like from Smack and Kuzo. Nate goes out. Do you have the look over? Well, that's
good help.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of obvious. You stick your head out that window trying to peer down towards the bomb. I guess you're hoping for timing to catch a player defusing, but you gotta check first that you're not being stared straight at. And, well, final kill, I think it's going to show us both. Yeah, it does. Finds one. Kuzo tries to slip into the bomb and ninja defuse it. There's two. And that will give Peterson 2 rounds in a row. The first blood will be something that actually comes through this time to give a round win. And momentum well and truly in the hands of the trailing side.
Yeah, I think that right there, you saw Peterson actually understand what they wanted to do with that site, the patience. Everybody was looking at the flank, but I mean, JR turns around just as soon as that window is occupied. So Nellis now have to answer back with an offense. It's going to be another try over towards A. It looks like we're getting a fast flank from Soter. And in the back, it's going to be Tones to take this battle. So Tones is going to back him down. No kill. Peterson, they get blooded. Instant trade from JR. But this is going to be tough for Loyal to try to get back into this one. Soter all the way down into towards the vents. Well, here's your opening for a second kill. Smoke. He gets traded 2v1. Tones all the way in the back. 23 seconds. The nade's going to keep them off the bomb for now. The reposition. He's going to have to go big for the lineup. And do they know he's here? Tones gets traded. 13 seconds. Lots for the defuse.
A little bit nervous for a second there that Soto wasn't hopping on the bomb, but a great bit of work here from Peterson. It largely comes off the back of now, I think it's Loyal. Again, Codcaster lying to us a little bit, who punches a little bit of a hole through Nellis, because Nellis looked relatively comfortable, especially with Tones protecting that backside. You knew that you had to focus forward, and he just kind of decides, all right, what I'm going to do is just try and lead the spear tip here, pierces through the heart of that setup, finds a kill, and that suddenly turns all the Nellis players inward, and as such, Peterson can then kind of roll through the back of that and use that wave forward to find a couple of kills that give them the numbers advantage and hit the trades that give them the round. 3 rounds in a row. Peterson looking absolutely superb so far.
Yeah, so Peterson looking to see if they can keep this one going, and oh my goodness, Smoke! He gets smoked! And the B-side might be a little open. Kuzo, he's gonna have to trade this one. Do they expect a second player? Well, that is a blunder. And now you gotta be careful not to go down. Smack's gonna find the trade. And everybody is trapped right now for Peterson.
Yeah, it's just so tentative. And, well, Kuzo's distraction gives Tones an opportunity to activate, but he will be instantly traded by Soter. So, a 2v2. The problem you have here, if you are Peterson, bomb goes down. Nelly should be fully aware. And Kuzo's just turning and checking here. He's worried about a flank potentially coming through. So that starts to become an issue. If you are Nellis, you have no intel, no info, and you step on up and you won't find the kill. And as you rotate away here, there might actually be a window where Smack gets to spot that there's no one here. He can catch you on rotation. Big fight in the middle of the map, and well, it goes the way of Peterson Space Force base, who now put 4 rounds in a row up. Moment there, if you just get the timing right here, you could have come on through, but of course it's Soter, the captain, leading the line. The huge 1v1 fight in the middle. Probably would have had support coming in from Soter anyway. Wait, Soter. I'm seeing so many Soters.
Soter. XO. Don't forget that.
Of course. Yeah, XO. Kiss hug.
You know, it's funny too, because it's like, that's the Codcaster. You know, you actually get the real Soter, you get the one who's pretending to be Soter, and then, you know, you get us who's hyping up everybody who
makes me feel like I'm barely sober. It's insane.
Well, here's JR. Actually, no, it's not even. It's Loyal.
Yep, there you go.
Gonna get those first 2 kills. 6 and 4. Peterson just relentless to get it going. And how do you come back from this one? JR is not letting you even touch the bomb.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if you do come back from this one. It's one of those moments for Peterson where you just got to slow it down. Play in each other's pockets. I don't think you see the bomb because, again, classic bombs would actually be visible on the map. They're a bit more difficult these days. But right now, you don't need to do much. You probably think that the bomb's being moved to A here, so maybe that forces Peterson to pick up the pace a little bit. You do have Soter potentially on a wrap, but, I mean, well, it's not going to turn into much. You do get 1 kill, I guess, but a 1v3, well, that's nice and tidy. From JR and Peterson, looking indomitable, absolutely untouchable, and all coming back, mostly coming back at least, to these first bloods, where they have gone on a bit of a spree.
Yeah, I will say, I think that this Nellis team for a dealership looked lost. And it's like deer in the headlights every single time you see these gunfights happen towards the bomb site. 5-1. And you are just getting exposed in this map mode combo. We knew Peterson was a good search and destroy team. We've seen it before. We haven't seen it to this level, and we don't really have VOD or experience on what that cannon game did look like for both teams, but they didn't win the search and destroy, both of them, respectfully. It just seems like Peterson are more fundamentally sound.
There's also been a couple of moments where Nellis have got themselves into great positions, then Peterson splintered that in half. I go back to that round where Loyal just dove straight through a Nellis setup and, well, shattered it to pieces. Big one-on-one engagement to start things off here, but it's just going to be, call it a tie, and I'll see you later kind of situation. Well, you try and rush up and plant that bomb for JR, but Smack finds you. You've got yourself in a tough spot here, and the timing all goes to Kuzo.
No.
I thought it did, but how the hell do you lose that fight?
Pistol for Kimura. Going big for the team. 5 in a row for Soder. Flank. And it's going to be late here for Smoke. Does Soder get here in time? Well, he doesn't get his gun up. As Smoke has the opportunity. 26 seconds. 1v3 opportunity. As he gets the time, it's going to bring it into a 1 versus 1. And here it is. Dips into the vent. Can he get away? 18 seconds. Kimura's going to try to match him on this. There's just no time. And Smoke has completely bamboozled you. Playing it to a T, playing it to perfection. Who knows where Smoke went?
It's as if he has the X-ray vision himself. Nellis there will look on over to Smoke. Fist bumps going out. It might be a little bit too little too late. But for Smoke, an incredible individual play here to get another round on the board. Absolutely has Kimura on skates, and not many people in this tournament can say that. It's usually the opposite way around. Kimura's been putting up highlight reels through this tournament. It will still be Peterson, who are 1 map away from tying up our series, so they're going to feel fine, but Smoke showing a little bit of individual brilliance. 3 in a row as well on the board.
Now you got to think, I mean, the map 1 was a comeback. Map 2?
Don't say that early.
Oh, I'm not going to say the word, because technically it isn't going to be, but I'm going down at A. Loyal has the door open. He's going to be back down, so a bomb plant.
It's so quick on these plants, but these setups are so tight to the bomb and these vehicles that I'm just always a little bit concerned. And, well, moments like that, as you find 2 players tucked in here, all on Smack, all on Tones, now all on the captain. You check out, you find absolutely nothing. And over and over again, I think for me, it goes back to what you see in that final round from Nellis, where you're getting the bomb down, and then for some reason, your post-plant setup is to literally lie 2 players on top of the bomb and the vehicles nearby. That just hasn't worked for you multiple times in a row. You gotta plant that bomb on the south side of that site, back up, or commit to the push through the site. You're kind of leaving yourself in a little bit of a coffin, and, well, it certainly becomes that way for them as everything's wrapped up by Peterson. Great retake, great work, some individual plays that, well, continue to show their prowess when it comes to search and destroy, and that means that if you are Nellis, you do not want to be seeing that map 5 further in the series.
Yeah, you know, I see through the replays, Nellis never even gave B a shot for their attack. Peterson, their depth to this dealership shows both bomb sites finding love and understanding that the retake takes time in getting over towards that A site every single time they were on defense. But if you're going to go to dealership and it's going to be a key factor in your map pool, you have to give B a go, because if not, that read is way too easy. As a defensive team, you're stuck. You're really leaving no doubt that it's going to be an A hit, and you have to at least tease the B side a little bit so you can force some players to give your post-plant setup some more sustainability at that A site. You never get that one bit from Nellis. And the hardpoint comeback was great, but the search and destroy was abysmal in that map number 2, and Peterson did not falter in punishing them with how unprepared they looked.
No, Peterson looked great. I'll be honest with you. It's one thing to talk about Nellis, and yes, you're right. There should be at least some noise over towards B to try and offset Peterson a little bit. Don't make the rollout really simple. Don't make the retakes really simple. At least have them questioning where these Nellis players might be arriving from. Very simple attack rounds out of them. But Peterson, they have to knock down what's set up in front of them, basically. And they do a phenomenal job of that. And also some variety comes on through in their attack rounds, plus some individual brilliance at moments. Sota, Kimura in particular players. But I think I go back to that Loyal play. I'm pretty sure it was Loyal. It might have been Loyal. It might have been JR. Codcaster, to hell with that damn thing. But it is a case where you just... Now let's get the bomb down, and they've got that numbers advantage. And I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a really difficult retake. And he goes, well, actually... There's a moment here where if I dive in the middle, even if I just die pretty quickly, everyone's going to look at me. It's going to give my teammates an opportunity to perform. Very selfless. He still finds a kill on the way in. It sets up his team indeed for that retake. I think it's little moments like that that just show why Peterson's Space for Space is so good when it comes to this. It's not just valuing your life, but recognizing the impact that you can have in moments like that. So great stuff out of both teams. Really good series so far.
And it has reflected in the Search and Destroy to tie us back up. And it's good news for you and I, because we've predicted 3-1s. And now with what we're sitting at, this next map might set us up for a proper prediction. It just depends on which way it goes. Enigma, we're going to get ready for this map 3 control coming up very, very soon. You're watching CONUS. You don't want to go anywhere, because we'll be back in a jiffy.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Well, here we go. Tied up 1 apiece for the Western Regional Bracket. A fun time between this Peterson squad going up against Nellis Air Force Base. Both teams win their respective game modes that we kind of expected, and it's going to take us into a little bit of a split difference for going into this map number 3, the swing map mode combo of Control whenever things are tied up. This is a major momentum boost on your way to the trophy. So this is going to be a good moment, Enigma, for somebody to look to see if they can steamroll their way to finish this game off of a successful map 3.
Yeah, and I think that if you are this Peterson lineup, I think that this is one that you're really hoping to take. Not just because of the fact that you put yourself in a position where you're 1 map away from taking everything, but because we've already seen how good you are at search and destroy. We know how close you push the hard point, and as such, you've got 2 chances then that you're feeling pretty comfortable on, 2 maps you're feeling really comfortable on after that point to see it all on through. For Nellis, it's a case of you really must take this, because if we do get to that game 5, considering what we've just seen at your S&D, I'm a little bit concerned. So you're hoping to take off the 2 respawns here. So a lot of pressure right now for me on that Nellis lineup in terms of seeing this Control on Protocol. And not only that, making it relatively convincing to give you the momentum you need into 4, because we saw how close Peterson made it once they got going.
Yeah, and I think Protocol Control is just one of those maps where you can really look towards those players who get hot to carry you through it, Enigma, especially considering that I feel like whenever you watch Protocol Control just in general, there's so many times where you're sitting there, you're like, all right, I'm in the hill, everything's covered, and then next thing you know, you're getting shot in the back. And that's what you kind of look for on a defensive team for this one, is just how good are you able to take that space, get into the enemy spawn, and set up that spawn trap. It's like the Protocol special. If you're not able to do that, more often than not, we see teams struggle with this map defensively, because at the end of the day, this is a map that, since the change of the control zone over towards P2, is quite winnable on the offensive side.
Oh yeah, most certainly. It's one of those weird maps, this, where, like you said, since the changes, you can certainly do plenty on offense. And again, on defense, you can also trigger that spawn trap. So it feels like one that can very quickly go either way. And well, Loyal says, catch me for 2 off the start. First stick already coming through. You're stacking this. It's moving quickly. And Nellis, well, you're being put in a position where you've got to kind of make a decision here. Do you continue to hit out A, or do you set up some protection for B?
Well, we can see it right now that Loyal is right back into the same antics we saw back in map 1, where he dropped 40 kills on the hard point. A stack on A is going to get it done immediately. They got 2 minutes and 17 seconds to get this B zone. Finally, Loyal is going to be shut down.
I think one of the important things here, though, is that you do get Grandma's and Trips control if you are going to be Nellis, although Tones actually is going to give that up for free, and I don't know if that's the right call. Potentially a little bit over keen to get that defensive spawn trap in place. If you are Nellis, you needed to just check a couple of things across the map first. Make sure that you dotted your T's. Well, not dotted your T's. Dotted your I's and crossed your T's in order to put yourself in a position where you could activate that spawn trap. And as such, you've got Loyal now on a 5. Soter, sorry, on a 5. And you're continuing to roll through.
Technically, if you cross an I and dot a T becomes an I and an I becomes a T. So,
I had never thought about that. That's actually insane. That's blowing my mind. Anyway, you do swat away
nice
that attacking ground.
From Smack and Smoke as well, just keeping the players of Peterson away from this Nellis control zone. Loyal's on his own. He is quite loyal to just playing isolated against these players. The reach out. It is so crazy that he's just able to do this for free.
Yeah, Loyal's having the time of his life right now. Clearly riding a wave of momentum off the back of that S&D, but it will be 4 kills in the feed for Nellis, so an opportunity to now push forward. You should be aware that your foundation is there to start to squeeze just a little bit, tighten that noose around your opponent. We'll say only 3 ticks on the board. That's surprising considering how much time you've already had at this second spree, and there's only 1 life in it here, so Nellis has done very well to fight back into contest this. Peterson got to figure out the next hit and make sure it counts.
Still winnable from both sides. It is just these attackers continue to look to see if they can get a clean 3-4 down. Smack going to be spotted going up the rope, drops back down. Heads up play from JR for the turn and burn. However, back and forth trades keep giving Nellis a chance at holding down this B zone, and with it, the closed lighthouse spawns Gonna continue to relay that pressure on. Smack takes down Loyal. 5 lives left for Nellis. Still a chance to win it.
Smack nearly cooks himself with his own grenade there. I like the idea, not necessarily the execution. 3 kills in a row. 5v5, 20 seconds. You've just got to sprint if you're Peterson. Looking largely over towards Loyal here to kind of activate and do some, considering how good he's been in this round. It becomes an S&D round, 4v4, 10 seconds.
Look at Tones. He's just going to be funneling everybody up these staircases. However, a couple kills come through from Peterson and things fall apart just like that. Dominoes. Individual gunfights don't go your way. You die. You don't give them the tick. It comes down to lives, but even still, an offensive round to kick off Protocol. It doesn't get better than that for Peterson.
Yeah, impressive stuff. And it all comes back to that really strong start that you get here. And we're going to catch a look here at JR. I'm not sure if it is JR. I think it's actually Loyal who goes big in the back line and just stops Nellis being able to get that line set up. But there was that moment where Nellis started to try and apply that defensive spawn trap, and they've just not cleared everything. So as they bail out of various positions, they get shot in the back. That then allows Peterson to aggress. And that, although you end up not giving up the ticks, that's the one big gold star next to your name if you're Nellis for that round. You just lose so many lives that eventually you're scrambling to get it held. And Peterson, 1-0 up, riding strong right now.
Yeah, following the high off of that search and destroy blowout on dealership. Now for the defensive side, see if they can get that spawn trap going for Nellis. They want to kick things off the way that Peterson just did to you. Oh, the headshot off the pistol cleans him up, lickety split. And you still have Tones over towards this A zone. He gets that first segment locked. Lives even. Back to square one. Smack, he's going to try to get his team back out of his spawn.
Great 2-piece. Then comes back to support the point. He will die, but Kuzo will be here to trade it out. No? Okay, finally does, but it's more off of a opposing player's nade that actually picks up a team kill. Bit of a feed that isn't going to suit Nellis, by the way. It's going to bully them back for a moment. It's going to bully them back a hell of a long way as well. Loyal here, and he isn't stopping. Probably needed a little bit of a heat check. Let his teammates arrive and support that push. And that will just now funnel players towards B. But, I mean, Sosa gets the weirdest timing in the world on Tones. Finds 2 in a row. Make it 3! No, runs out of ammo. Just in time to spare a couple of blushes. But this is tough right now for Nellis. You got to get going. You've only got 1 tick.
Yeah, we've all been there. But you're right. 40 seconds left, and you've made little to no progress in both control zones. At some point, you're going to have to kick it into gear. I don't know what Tones is waiting for, but that's an easy one for Loyal. Down into the bottom of Armory. Kuzo trying to make a race over towards one of these control zones. Looks like B is what we're going to be looking for to get a stack going. 2 players are here. And a couple players going to answer it. Loyal around the corner.
Oh
and the
my
shots
God.
are in. And it's Soter to tee them up. He is just chilling in top triple, raining hell on these opponents.
I mean, beautiful shots from Smoke off the top window there, but you are going to be instantly traded. Dive onto the point. Can you get the second tick through? Last chance saloon, really, with 9 seconds on the clock. It's got to work, but you've all missed. Loyal coming in round the back, and he won't even really be needed because teammates find kills in front. I do think you get that second tick onto A. So we'll tie... Well, no, we won't tie things up here. It's just 2 ticks to the 3. You are starting to make that progress at B, however, and that will be it cleaned on up. And Peterson looking fantastic, but I've got to continue to tip my hat to Loyal. Feels like he is absolutely on one right now. So much pressure, so much presence, sometimes a little bit too much. Slow it down there, young man. But that control over lockers and trips that comes through for Peterson just stopped Nellis ever getting a setup in play that would let them really make some progress on A.
You know what? If this is hardpoint, yeah, I agree to slow it down sometimes and help your team out. But when you're in control, especially a protocol control, getting let off the leash, a player like Loyal, it's the best thing to happen on a defense when he's winning these fights, single-handedly catching double kills. It's opening up so much map for the rest of the Peterson team to get into the power positions to follow him up. And that is really the catalyst to why it is so dominant. He is lighting this up. And he is starting off with a 20th kill into round 3.
Yeah, that's actually an insane stat. So it's just not far behind, by the way. We often talk about Kimura and JR as the Slayers in the squad alongside Loyal, but Soter, well, more than standing tall in this one. A whole bunch of kills for Nellis is going to push Peterson back in towards lockers. And for Smoke here, it's almost like you've got a little bit too much to watch, and that always makes me nervous. But the teammates find the kills, And JR doesn't find his, so that's a player slipping into your spawn, and it becomes a bit of a problem here for Peterson for the first time in this matchup. You can see Nellis in the ascendancy, but Peterson certainly have enough about them to figure a way out of this. Oh, God.
This is how far can you take it, really, on this defensive side. Smoke on 4 in a row. Hiding away. You check it, but it's a Jackal versus an Ames. I'm going to take a Jackal 10 times out of 10 in that situation. And Smoke on his 5 spree, it's going to be put to an end, but as soon as it does, you are in the hot seat for trying to make anything out of this round. 20 seconds left. They get over towards B. The clock is stopped, and Soda now looking to stay alive.
I love this play from Soda. This is a prime example of something that might not look pretty on the scoreboard in the end, but look at how much of an escape it gives some of your players for a moment where you've been just pressed into your spawn. Such a heads-up play, a leadership play coming on through. It will get you 1 tick. It's actually going to find you as well a team kill. Unfortunately, a couple of those gunfights then go the other way, but now you've managed to get bodies onto A, and suddenly flip-flopping this whole Nellis defense. They're trying to scramble, but Soda, well, he's back on and he's making inroads.
13 seconds. Segment being worked on. Tones, close fight, but the hipfire, it lands. Double sack. This is going to go fast, but it is potential to get that contest back in. And the set nades from Smack. It is going to set up Tones to clear the rest. 10 seconds. Somebody has to go. And as JR is going to jump out this window, it's a race over towards the B zone to stop it with 5 seconds. Third segment locked in for the side of Peterson. Can they hold on? Smoke has eyes, but Soder's going to line them up. Another set of kills with a triple stack. But Andy, this is falling apart.
Yeah, you have the numbers here. You are indeed on the point, and this is going to fall. It will hand an extra minute over. The one big problem, of course, is going to be the lives, but 8v12, it is attainable for Peterson. You just got to use this extra couple of seconds to find some kills and push Nellis back. Have them scrambling over towards the point.
48 seconds, 7v12. 1 segment is all you need, and for Peterson, you can slow it down. Use the time to your advantage. See if you can find some of these kills and separate Nellis. Kuzo's going to spot Loyal over towards the sidewalk. Loyal's still alive, but he is surrounded. Good help from Smack. It's going to shut down the most impactful player and deny him any more time in the round.
At some point, you're just going to have to touch, unfortunately, if you're Peterson, even if you know that that's going to be the end of your stay. JR trying to dislodge Smoke from the top of that cannon. 1v7. Just Kimura left in the play. And as talented as he is, Nellis will get themselves on the board. But I got to go back to Soter. I've got to talk about what he did. There's so much stuff going down at lockers, so much stuff going down at arches. You've got Peterson basically pinned into their spawn for so long, looking like one of those rounds we walk away with 1 tick. Instead, he slips through the net, gets himself on off over to B, and just keeps himself alive. And what that ends up doing, Nellis have to send bodies there. That then releases that spawn trap for the rest of Soter's teammates. They get out, and it turns into that mad scramble that ends up handing them 5 ticks in the round. And that can be a huge difference maker when we start talking about defense for round 5. Again, I've spoken about him through this tournament. A captain leading by example.
So now we have to wonder, can Nellis win an offense? That is the hard task here, enforcing that round 5.
Oh my God.
After how perfect it seemed from Peterson, it is just lambs to the slaughter out the front doors. 3 quick ones. And the first wave is dealt with.
Conga line of death. And Kimura said, yeah, but for who? Shuts them all down. Couple more kills in the feed. Go the way of Peterson here. First wave of defense has been pretty damn good. Smoke's going to be atop the zip here, and even he's going to be found. So you've got now trips control from Loyal, and how terrifying that's going to be for this Nellis squad, considering this man is 30 and 17 and is continuing to flow like water. You will eventually be traded, but it should give some map presence to your teammates who find some more kills. Already up by 5 if you're Peterson.
Nice pick up there from Kimura. Top triple is what you have to think about clearing before you go to any of these zones, but Loyal's going to walk through the front doors, now towards your back spawn, catches Smoke, running right past him, in deep, and Loyal still finding the value. 3 in a row before he drops, and you look over towards that time bake, Andy, there's only 30 seconds.
Yeah, this has been clinical, and you have to dive the point of Kuzo. Well, you're going to run out of ammo, but the pistol's great for 1 at least. Smack's going to be here with 2 health points, a Dream, a Jackal, and JR finds 3. I don't actually think it is JR, by the way. I think it's actually Loyal going huge yet again. 15 seconds to go. You got a full send. This is not going to be pretty.
You drop 40 in map 1 for the loss on Skyline. You give up a lead that you probably should have put away. You go to the control. A heavy heart, a little bit of fury, and you're looking to do it a little bit better this time. 40 kills from Loyal in the control. It's a win this time for Peterson. They take the lead in the series, and they are cooking with the full propane on.
Loyal just in takeover mode. I mean, we're going to get to see that 3-piece that came on up, and just insane work with the Jackal. Just seems impossible to trace as well at all times. He's having those kind of kills, not only where you're hugely impactful, but then a tough player to bring down as well, which makes it so often for Nellis there, where you feel like you're chasing shadows, looking over your corner for ghosts. And, well, that felt comfortable for Peterson, and I mentioned it before we came into this, but the fact that we're expecting Nellis to be so good in the respawns, when Peterson suddenly have a couple of their players show up and do that, you've got to be asking actually where the strengths and weaknesses lie in this whole series.
Yeah, you really do. Looking back through this, I mean, Protocol is just one of those maps. I think Loyal knew exactly the job he needed to do. He did it on Skyline, but for Skyline, it's really hard, I'd say, to be that sole guy that's impacting the map. It's very dynamic, and you need everybody on the same page. But when you move to something like Protocol, as long as you're getting kills like Loyal was, you're doing enough on defense to stall out the attackers, and Nellis could never put a leash on this guy. I mean, you look at Kuzo and Tones having a tough game in map 3, and it really felt like you just could not get anything going on the attacking side. And I don't blame you. If I'm put in your seat, I don't think I'd be able to do any better against somebody like Loyal. He is just looking so good in these moments.
That guy'd have his way with me Monday through Friday and twice every day of the weekend. He's absolutely ridiculous. He's putting on well and truly. But the thing is, it's his. We talked about his confidence and his aggression, and like there's moments of chaos where he does get a little bit much, dives out of lockers and lands on 4 opposing players' heads. One of those moments where you go, all right, son, relax. But also those moments where he's finding kills, then slips off, drops off down an alleyway, kind of wraps around the backside, finds another kill, and you've constantly got Nellis looking around, absolutely no idea where he's going to be coming from next, and it's just haunting a presence that comes out of him when he's in moments like that, clearing things on up. And you mentioned about the Skyline. It is difficult for him to be that one-man army, that one-man band, because it's so easy to be traded out on Skyline. It's such a mess. You need that backup. Your kills can't be as impactful sometimes. But you come to that protocol control and you see him at his absolute best. Beautiful work. And definitely looking like a player to keep our eyes on, to roll through the rest of our series, my friend. 2 on the bounce now for Peterson. Hacienda hard point. Now, I said it, you know, we both predicted 3-1, so I don't think we're getting a 3-1 here. I think we're going to game 5, but I don't know, off the back of that, a hard point here, Loyal looking to take over and call game.
I don't know about you, but I predicted 3-1 to Peterson. I'm feeling good going into this Hacienda hard point, my friend. And you'll even look over at that Skyline. I mean, a 15-point game, Andy. And that 15-point game, I swear it was like 15 seconds that they led that game. And it was literally at the end. And for the majority of that Skyline, it was being led by the likes of Peterson. And you move away from something where you're trying to control the chaos. You take away that whole trying to track these spawns, trying to figure out who is where, did anybody get through. You go to a Hacienda, it is a lot easier to pick up these lanes and have that safety net inside of these hills. Peterson, their confidence off of a dominant map 2 and a dominant map 3, it's through the roof right now.
Well, the one thing as well with Hacienda, of course, is that it does reward those rotations, that fundamental hardpoint play. It's a beautiful map, but it requires a lot of that mid-map control. You want to make sure that the courtyard, the top corridors are all locked down for you to rotate through safely. Well, if there's any player in our series right now who's going to thrive with an SMG in those kind of engagements and making sure he controls it, it's going to be Loyal. So Nellis well and truly up against it here. We're going to start off with the captain and Tones. We're going to then move into P1, but it's again setting up that P2 rotation over here for Lambo that we're looking for early.
Well, here we go. A little bit of a fight here for Loyal. Patience, and it pays off. Kuzo going to be decked. And he wants to attack right through P4. This time around, he's not going to make it out. So, 5 playing 5. Chimera just looking for a little bit of control on the top side of this Hacienda. But neither team really feeling good enough to fully flood through.
Not right now, at least. As we head into the final 20 seconds of the hill, there's going to be a couple more players paying attention to this. Couple of trades. Smack continuing hitting old again. I don't know if you need to do that or just be a little bit of a nuisance to stop a clean rotation. But I will say Kimura has slipped the net here into P2. So a lot of work on Smoke to make sure you're controlling these back gates. Players as well getting into lobby. Loyal might get in completely for free. And well, the contestant, you're both basically stood on top of each other. And that's how you break that hill is insane.
It's awkward, but it works. So 31 playing 8. Peterson with the setup. All 4 players from Nellis going to flood from the front. Kuzo seeming to be the first line of contact. 2 players in the water. Do they get here in time? And how good is the timing to get in? First kill from Smoke. Second one's going to pop up, and it's a full 4 down. Only losing Smack. Spawned in the back, and the rest over towards the well. But Kuzo already looking for the back.
Yeah, but this isn't where you want your Jackal to be, so he's going to have to play a couple of close fights rather than setting up to protect via those lanes, because your AR is up front doing bits of work like this. The Smoke finds 2, Tones finds 1, and it's a wave batted away by Nellis. It's a bit more like the squad we were seeing through large portions of that Skyline hardpoint, reminding us why we think so much of them in the respawns. But this is one of those rotations I'm talking about now. This is where locking down these top cores is so important. Kimura's going to get the worst timing in the world and let Kuzo through for 3, but JR backed on up here by Loyal will find the first kill.
Smack's going to get traded. 50 seconds on the clock for this P3 hill, and it looks like you've done enough. If you're Nellis to fully or almost fully flip out, you're going to get a rogue spawn from Soder. I think that is very much a question mark moment if your Tones just trying to figure out who is where. But Soder's going to get shot in the back. A couple kills from the respawning Nellis players. Kuzo has to go big in this moment on the flank, and it doesn't seem like he's needed, but now the aggression to push forward towards Arches.
A moment to breathe then, and this is where you size up. And I was about to say, do you start sending players on the rotation? Well, if you are JR, that's a yes. Sosa and Loyal also making roads on over. And the fact that you still find kills at all in the scrap time is insane, because so many bodies committed to pushing out mid. Smack now on his own at the rock and calling, bellowing, screaming for reinforcements, but you will find one. It's about making yourself a bit of a nuisance for a moment. He does a great job. Teammates arrive, turns it to a scramble.
It does. JR trying to dance here, pistol out, but he's got a wingman. That's Soder. So back into the hill, back into the driving seat for Peterson. It's a split spawn that's going to amount to a little bit of a pinch play into this one to see if Nellis can fight their way back in. So far, so good, and it's Sublime.
Incredible break yet again from Nellis. That's P2 and P4 that they've just smashed wide open to take control of early. Kuzo now trying to lock down this middle. So difficult, but so important job. But you do get a flip out of a spawn from Sota, so this could be a bit of a thorn in the side if you don't read it. And you do get one if you're sort of barreling in, flexing on over to the Jackal. But as you're cut down, we start to look towards the end then of this hill. And, well, at the end of our first rotation, we're pretty much going to be tied up, my friend. And we wouldn't want anything less in grand finals.
No. It's a tough one there for Kuzo, but... is that a teammate? It was. Loyal... that's crazy that Loyal walks right in front of Suitor. And things for Peterson starting to get a little out of whack, a little disconnected on the inside of the hard point. It is Loyal just looking to stay alive. A little bit of help from up top, and Soder does enough to support him inside of this hard point. Smack gets shut down from his 6th spree, and Peterson do recover off of that small blunder.
Feels right now. Peterson in control of so much of these top corridors, and well, 3 kills in the feed. Smack will try and answer back here. He's pre-firing, well, a shadow. And as such, Peterson are actually going to send themselves into a little bit of a lead here off the back of a P1. Ray, you see that in a Hacienda, and then they're getting the rotation in for 2. Last time, Nellis broke this very quickly, but that first and second kill will go their way. So the rotation, really, the recovery for Nellis is on Smack. He's trying to hit through doubles. Gets the spawn, though.
What a big win for Chimera. He gonna get 2 as well. 4 in a row. No. It's the assassination, so he's not going to kidnap him, but it's the next best BM. Spawns in the back towards well. Heads up play from Soder to just provide the rest of the information. Everybody turns around now. And you know exactly how you want to handle this one. Tones in the back, 31. Good trade, but he's got help. And still, Loyal puts them in the dirt 6 feet under. One last chance for Nellis towards this hill. And it's the crossfire that is impossible to get through. The long-range fights, the pinch finally breaks it. 22 seconds. Right now, Peterson, they could just rotate.
Takeover moments from Peterson. A 4 spree out of Kimura. 6 out of Soder. A 4 out of Loyal. I think actually it's a 5 out of Kimura in the end. It's just ridiculous stuff that will give them a healthy lead, and they've got a rotation because as Nellis break that, they all spawn up around the doubles and just say, all right, we'll just punch through and rotate. Not a problem. We'll have that for free. So they're in at this point, and now you do have Nellis battling back for a moment, but it's not exactly pretty, and you're not scooping up this early time despite having possession of the hill. You finally get in, but it's only for a moment as Soter finds 2 with a great nade and a layup with the AR. And right now, Nellis are scrambling to keep themselves in this.
Yeah, Soder just wants to continue handing over the pain and suffering that Nellis has been feeling since the Search and Destroy has begun. Smack's gonna get caught there, and what a heads-up play from Kimura to turn around on that player. 21-9, still in the hard point, doing everything for his team, and nobody's gonna check it either. Loyal comes out to help. He's shooting his teammates. He's picking up the hill time. What can Kimura do?
3 finally in the feed for Nellis to get them out of this death spiral that they have been in for at least 2 hills now. 70-point gap. Smack will actually find 3 and puts himself on a 5, so an opportunity to build a little bit of something here over towards this P4. Get yourself back in. It'll take one really good hill to make this a relatively tied game. Beautiful chow out. Although, that being said, 3 in the feed, make that... Oh, Kimura takes bullets from... How the hell was he still alive?
Well, I mean, he does enough to at least pull a kill back. 3v3, but here's the nade barrage that you're going to have to walk through. Lots of damage just chunking down Peterson's health bars. Soder not able to make it in. And 3 go down. Finally, Nellis a chance to get some time.
Smack so close to the Hellstorm, by the way, and how important that could be if we see another P3 or P4 at this point, which I'm thinking we're looking pretty good for it as this contest continues to draw uber close. Nellis, as well, this feels like their best passage of play in a while, and what a show of resilience that is, considering how much Peterson just took you into the dirt. And Smack, well, you will be found up in the top corridors as Kimura tries to set up his teammates for a rotation in towards P1. But everywhere else, your teammates are falling. There's a little bit of extra love as well from Kuzo, who started slow at 14 and 21, but trying to find his confidence now.
Lowe's going to get 2. And an aid from the real one is going to put him at a 26 and 20 scoreline. 57 seconds in the hill. Back into P1. Good shots from Smoke around the back, and at least the delay for a second. 40-point game. Kimura now looking to see if you can draw anything back for the rest of your team. Spawning up over towards well. It's a race back in. What a shot. The body shots as well. He deserves it. 28. A clinic for Kimura. And this is Peterson roaring back into form.
Yeah, it just feels like the momentum, the pendulum just swings one way and all the way the other as Nellis looked like they clawed their way back into the fight. Peterson suddenly grab a hold of P1, rotate cleanly into 2, but it's all about these next couple of fights. Smoke wins up close. More of the kills in the feed are going to be shooting Nellis for a moment, and Kuzo pops off with 2 to break towards the hill. You will get that kill out of JR, but the numbers are here to back this up if you're Nellis.
You need to go big here if your Smoke slides out. It's wide open. So through the front door, Peterson again looking for the setup. 2 kills traded by 1 in for the contest. It's just not enough. JR this time for 2. As you are in, and you can't win off this hill, but you are getting so desperately close to this win. Nellis, they're trying to fight this, but the flank comes out. It's JR and Loyal yet again to put them in the blender.
Incredible work by Loyal there. Pushes out into lobby and makes sure that there's nothing pushing up this stairwell. Finds a whole bunch of kills. Gonna have more company to boot. Smack also backed up by Smoke. And you do fly on through and break this finally if you're Nellis. A little bit more company from Kimura. The problem is once you get this kill, the rotation starts to begin. And Soter is already here with plenty of artillery in the pocket if needed to break this back open.
223, 175. Smoke. Oh, you gotta get that kill. Soder traded out, but has he done enough? A 3 versus 1 on the site. And Tones is going to tuck himself away in for the contest. Nellis need this one to be a lockdown, but here comes Loyal around the back. The shots are in, and the kills follow up. Another 3 down. Peterson, they're in.
Loyal, highlight real moments for him in a grand finals. You need just 18 seconds. You can indeed see it off here, and it's 3 more in the feed. Make that 4. Nellis got to weigh up one last hit.
40 seconds or 42-40 caught in 10 seconds left, and Peterson, they are here. And when you reference a team like this, nobody's going to hold a candle to them for the Western side. We get another hard point going to P4. A foot races out, and Nellis, they cannot afford a break here. They need to be the first ones in.
It's got to be absolutely perfect. You will find 2 in the feed at least, although it is going to be answered back just for a heartbeat. Nellis making sure they're close. And don't forget, Nellis can win it here as well if it is indeed perfect. And everyone's got utility in the back pocket. I don't know if you've got time to call it in if you're Nellis. So for Peterson, it's all about if you break, you find 2 from Soda, you barrel on forward, but you're swatted away for another moment.
Smoke in the back. He's a turret. Snapping from side to side. Smoke's holding on. And you're not done yet. Nellis still fighting tooth and nail through the rest of this map, as it is only 4 seconds left for Peterson. As Loyal out the front door. Good trade in. Smack goes to the front. They line up for Smack for 3 in a row. Soder gets traded out, and you can't win, but you cannot give it up.
There's absolutely zero control over the spawn, so everyone's just going to be close, and it flips on over. You've got Lambo rotation coming in for Peterson. Now it's arriving in from the boathouse. You can still stick here if you're Peterson. The teammate picks it up. There's still the contest, and Loyal goes absolutely massive to break the hearts of Nellis Air Force Base. The revolution is quelled, cut dead, stopped in its tracks as Peterson Space Force Base sealed the deal here on Hacienda. But boy, if anything, that ending, pure cinema for us to watch.
And when you reference the best in the West, and you look through the bracket, there can only be one. And this year, Peterson, they are them. As they rose through this bracket, and they complete their run through the lower side, they got their revenge versus Cannon. They take down Nellis, and they got the top seed going into the CONUS Championship.
Brother, I need to go for a lie down. This has been insane. Yesterday, we were talking, too many 3-0s. It started to get a little bit spicy towards the end of today, but honestly, we have been blessed with banger after banger, and we were not let down at all in our grand finals for the bracket. No. Nellis seemed initially had all the upswing, looked to be too much for Peterson to handle in the respawns at least, but Peterson showed a little bit of class towards the end, showed what they had. Then you start to get this S&D that only went one way. I think it's the control that makes the big difference, in my opinion. This is where Nellis finally looked like they weren't going to be able to just hold on to those respawns and gave Peterson so much belief. That being said, map 4, back, forth, all over the damn place. Settled in fantastic fashion by none other than a man who really deserved that moment, by the way. Loyal has been an absolute star all the way through this tournament.
I like this from JR. I know what he was trying to do. We all know what he was trying to do, but he doesn't get it done. I gotta give some props over towards this Nellis team, too. And, there were so many times throughout the Search and Destroy where they just looked like they were so flat. They lose 6-2 on the dealership. It bleeds into the protocol where Loyal is just having a heyday with your team. But into the hard point when, you started to look a little down for the count, they pulled it back in those P4s. They were keeping it about a tie game for a majority of those rotations, Andy. But you get to the last bit. The road back, the mountain to climb was just too far for them to get done. And I wanted to see this go to a Game 5. I think that both of these two teams have played fantastic Call of Duty over the past couple games. It's just for what you give up so early on, it's really hard to make that comeback. And they almost did it. A team nade, a single team nade is what takes that one away. It's really, really hard to justify that one robbing us of a Game 5.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie. Like, a Game 5 would have been an absolute masterclass for us to get to sit and watch. We've been treated, though. We have indeed had masterpiece served up after masterpiece. It's been beautiful to watch. But you know what? You and me, my friend, we've done plenty of talking. Probably enough for one day, to be honest. So we've got a man joining us right now in Kimura who's going to help us chat a little bit less, but get some far better insight than we could ever give, because he leading the line for his squad and helping Peterson Space Force Base get on through.
How's it going, guys?
Oh yeah, I was just about to say, I didn't know if Andy was going to ask you, but it's going good over here. It's been a day for us. I can only imagine how long a day it's been for you guys playing at the base, Call of Duty, 10 hours and 30 minutes. On just day 2 of 5. So to walk away with a game like that, to be the regional championships, champions, just soak it in a little bit and give us your raw reaction to how it feels.
It feels great, man. I have a solid team, next to me. I can't do it without those guys, of course. They played solid. They played their hearts out. We practiced, good comms, good maps. It's a great feeling overall.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a great feeling, my friend. You looked in particular phenomenal out there, and so did so much of your squad. And I got to say that Twitch chat is going absolutely nuts right now, screaming MVPs, all 4 of your teammates. So I'm going to lean this over onto you. Who do you think, for your squad, for the winning team, is indeed the most valuable player?
I mean, you got to give it to Loyal, man. He's an absolute beast. I think he's the best sub in Air Force Gaming. I may get some hate for that, but that guy is on top.
Yeah, no, he has indeed been an absolute joy to watch. I don't think there's many of us that are going to argue. That being said, I know that you yourself have put up and had a fantastic tournament, so a massive congrats to all 4 of you gents, who I'm hoping will be sleeping pretty well tonight. But what I will say, do you feel like, you walk out of here where you'll have that #1 seed, of course, looking to book your ticket on through to Worlds, but that's not all. You're still playing for that first place of CONUS Championship. Do you think that this now makes you favorites and puts that big target on your back?
I think it does. We came into this as a big underdog, in the losers bracket. We played online, got 3-0'd by Canon. We took that, to heart. Honestly, we settled in, locked it down. This is our first LAN that I've ever played, and my teammates ever played, besides Soda, of course. So we just stuck together, built up the team chem, and just went out there and showed the world what we can do.
And the world has seen what you guys can do, surely, off of the performance that you've had through the lower bracket, 3-0s into the 3-1. You get your revenge off of Canada. I'm going to ask you a little bit of a tough one. I want you to ask honestly, as well, as we go into away from the regional into the main events. Give me your top 3 teams that you think, other than yourself, are at the top right now for this CONUS tournament.
Gotcha. Okay. Eglin, I'm pretty sure they just won their champs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Langley's looking really good, and of course Nellis is also looking good. I think that's my top 3 teams to beat right now. They're pretty good players, pretty good team, pretty good chem. It's gonna be a fun rest of the week.
Nothing for Cannon. Nothing at all for Cannon. You guys get your revenge. You leave him in the dust.
Listen. Cannon homies, those are our boys, but they let us 3-0 a little too easy. But I know they got that dog in them. So
damn.
Hey, I love that. I love the honesty. And honestly, you guys deserve all the praise for the run that you guys have made. And before I let you go, is there anything you want to say towards the Twitch chat? Anything you want to say to the people back home?
Shout out to everybody that tuned in today. I know it was a very long day. And also, I wanted to give a shout out. I don't know if anyone's done it yet. Shout out to Codcasters, man. They're doing a great job over here. They're here as long as we are. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Air Force Gaming for setting this up. And it's been a blast.
Hey, he's talking about you and me, Andy, not Brody. Just you and me.
Yeah, to hell with Brody. Yeah. To hell with that guy.
Well, Kimura, I thank you for coming on, and I can't wait to see you guys perform in the CONUS Championships. The regional is done. You guys can enjoy it, but we'll see you back tomorrow, I'm sure.
All right, boys. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Man, Wow, it's been a day. It has been a couple of days, I will say, to get through this regional bracket. But it's been so fun, so delightful to see these teams grow from day one into day two. A little bit surprised at the love coming there from Kimura about the eastern side. Shout out to Langley, shout out to Eglin, but I definitely thought he would put some more respect over towards the western teams that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he just straight up turned around and basically told us Canada ass. So, I mean, you take that as you want. It was his inference, not mine. So, you know, like, I personally think they're not a bad team, but like, you know, it's straight up. Let them 3-0 too easy. So, I mean, Kimura, he knows better than we do. He knows plenty of ball. So it's a case of he's got his top 3 right now that he's looking to take down to make sure he claims this CONUS championship. I'm with you. I think that it's going to be a tough one in terms of like looking past some of this top Western talent. I think that side of the bracket, while you've still got some great teams over in the East, the West have delivered so much talent over and over again here.
They have. And you know what? I'm going to say it because they haven't beat the allegations yet. So far, Kanan might be looking like a couple of onliners. I'm waiting for them to turn up on land, but we haven't seen them on stream. I heard the games are closed. It's all jokes at the end of the day. You're talking about the brackets. Let's take a look at the brackets that we're going to be getting throughout, I think, the regionals that we're looking for. And yes, here we are, the Western brackets. You can look towards the top, and we did start off with Nellis and Buckley through the Western side yesterday. They push into Cannon 3-0 and then make it into the grand finals. This Peterson team, it's been a tougher road. They beat Buckley, they beat Peterson, they beat Cannon, all in a 3-0 sweep. And then they go to this Nellis team. They take out the squad that has been ripping through the winner's bracket. They make it look good, Enigma. They make it look really good.
Yeah, they do, and that's one of the things. Like I asked him there, you know, does that put a target on your back? And I mean, he said that they come into this a little bit of an underdog. No such thing anymore. So it's whether or not you can perform at that same level with now a very different title over your heads. You are going to be a regional champion. And also a lot of people are suddenly going to respect you a hell of a lot more. Step that game on up. I think that what that means is we get blessed with some very, very good games indeed. But deserved Western champions at the end of the day. They've been phenomenal.
Can you call them... Is overdog a thing? Like, am I...
We use a term in Warzone, underhorse, which is like they're kind of like not an underdog, not a dark horse. They're kind of like good, but would you make them your number one?
Right now, I would for Peterson, 100%. They look so lights out, but
yeah.
We got a couple teams that they even shouted out that we had to look over towards the East to kind of talk about, because we started off the day on the Eastern side, and we had a lot of questions for these teams going into today, mostly because of the games yesterday. Just looked like they lacked a little bit of substance. We didn't get a look at Langley until today, and it was kind of a similar story to what we got. Langley take down Eglin. They knock them down into the lower bracket. Then Coach Mott coaches them right back to the top, and they get their revenge. A lot of game fives. It was a long day for these boys.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to look at this Eglin Air Force Base team and think, okay, well, this is a squad that we said, you know, your whole lack of success in terms of being knocked down to that lower bracket comes from the fact that your S&D is very shaky. Like, it just didn't look like it was up to par with some of the other top level teams. So then suddenly become a team where your S&D has become very good. That suggests some overnight VOD review. That suggests very much so taking it seriously as it should be. Here we are playing indeed for your regional championships and then into CONUS to qualify for Worlds. There's so much at stake here, huge event in the calendar, and clearly Eglin were very keen to make sure they patched up any mistakes, came into today looking real good and closing out so many game fives.
Yeah, I mean, it's only day 2 right now. There are still days to come, and tomorrow we move into day 3. We can look towards the schedule on really what to expect, at least here on the desk. Andy, anything really stand out to you for day 3 of the CONUS Championships?
I think that nice and early, because of the way the seeding is going to work, we're probably going to see some very straightforward series, I think. Like, I'm looking at, for example, Malmstrom here going up against JLB Charleston. I'm expecting that to be relatively one-sided, and a couple of those other games as well. That being said, always down to be proven wrong. It gives us great entertainment. So, I mean, either way, I think we're in for a fantastic day, but it's going to be towards the bottom end of those games there, where I'm particularly casting my eye once we start to set up some of those huge matches.
Well, you know, day 2, it is locked. The regional championships are over for both the East and the West. CONUS is getting ready to cook into the next day 3. I'm ready. I know you're ready, Auntie. Everybody's ready to see the kickoff for trying to get to the trophy at the end of the road. I got my prediction right at the end. We're happy to end it off on a high note. So we're going to see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place for day 3 of the CONUS Championships. I can't wait to see you there.